change his job to tailor as soon as possible, since he was so close. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened, and in came Elena, a capable young woman. She smiled and said, "Lord Rain, I heard you slayed a dragon yesterday. Congratulations on becoming a dragon-slaying hero." "Thank you. Has this news already spread?" Rain asked with a slight smile. "Of course. Slaying a dragon is a big deal. Plus, not only the sword-bearers like us, but also Griffin Knights and the soldiers of Brighton are talking about it and helping spread the word. I think soon your fame will reach the nearby provinces," Elena said with a gentle laugh, covering her mouth. Rain shook his head silently, thinking to himself, good intentions can backfire. This meant he would have less time to stay in Munster. "By the way, Lord Rain, I have news about the Sam group you asked me to investigate," Elena said, handing him a stack of papers. Rain nodded, comparing Elena's information with what Jennifer, the beautiful woman, had told him, and he confirmed it was accurate. "Perhaps what you care more about is the next piece of news." "Oh?" Rain looked at Elena curiously. "Earlier, you asked me to focus on the barbarian tribes in the Coldwind Tundra. Coincidentally, someone I know in the Imperial City Headquarters' intelligence department told me about a distress signal they learned of 3 days ago in the Imperial City. Currently, the situation of the barbarian tribes looks dire." "Really? Lady Elena, please tell me more," Rain said, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, the tribes in the Coldwind Tundra are mainly two. One is the Norton tribe, also called the Norton people, and the other is the Reki tribe, the Reki people. Although I don't know which tribe you wanted me to focus on last time, the intelligence shows that both tribes are having a tough time. Now, the Black Flame cult is rampant in the Coldwind Tundra. This cult worships fire and hunting, and they are spreading very quickly. Many native tribes have already become followers of the Black Flame cult. The strength of the barbarian tribes is not weak, so they have fought fierce battles against the Black Flame cult. However, after some time, the Black Flame cult gathered many strong fighters, causing the barbarian tribes to begin to struggle and retreat step by step. Recently, the barbarian tribes sought help from the Empire, but currently, the Empire has not sent any guardians to assist. Now, both barbarian tribes are migrating to more remote areas north of the tundra. The Black Flame cult again. These persistent troublemakers. Rain narrowed his eyes and said, "Is the Empire not planning to intervene?" "Probably not soon. The Empire will likely focus on its own affairs and may not have the time to deal with the situation in the Rhinewind Tundra." Rain nodded. "Given the current situation, that seems likely. By the way, Lady Olena, after the barbarian tribes migrate, will they be safer?" Rain asked. Lord Rain, sorry, I haven't finished speaking. The problem is, the area north of the Rhinewind Tundra is also unstable," Olena said with an apology. Rain raised an eyebrow. Recently, a primordial dragon named Coralhus was said to have revived from the glaciers in the far north. It is expanding its territory and gathering followers. Several large northern bear giant tribes have already pledged allegiance. If these two barbarian tribes continue migrating, they will surely attract the attention of the dragon. Olena's words immediately made Rain's expression change unpredictably. "Regarding the primordial dragon, Lord Rain, do you know about it?" Olena paused and looked at Rain. "Please, Lady Olena, introduce the primordial dragon." Although Rain had previously seen the Red Queen Minya's red dragon and briefly read some books about dragons within the Dragon Empire, he only had a rough understanding. The books only briefly mentioned the primordial dragon and didn't go into detail. In contrast, the 5-colored great dragons of the Empire were described more clearly, divided into red, green, yellow, blue, and black dragons. "All right, Lord Rain, the primordial dragon is completely different from our proud 5-colored dragons of the Dragon Empire. In theory, the primordial dragon should have disappeared into the long river of history long ago. However, I don't know why, from time to time, in some remote places, remnants of the ancient ancestor dragons are found, like this one called Coralus. Coralus, like other ancestor dragons, is naturally fierce. Although they generally don't have special abilities, they are very strong in close combat. According to intelligence reports, spies have seen this ancestor dragon with their own eyes, and it is said to be several times larger than other ancestor dragons of its kind. So, I believe that if a barbarian tribe, also skilled in melee fighting, encounters Coralus, they will likely suffer a big loss. Your Excellency Elena, I want to go to the Rhine-Wind Tundra, Rain suddenly said. Just now, Alina's introduction about the ancestor dragon made Rain decide to visit the Rhine-Wind Tundra as soon as possible. Although Lagree has been out of contact for a while and might have encountered trouble, only by going will we know. Rain's words shocked Alina so much she nearly jumped up. What? Lord Rain, you want to go there yourself? Alina's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. After Rain defeated the corrupted dragon Agnes, his reputation in the Munster province increased even more. With Rain there, Alina felt much safer. Yes, I have a friend there, and I need to go. By the way, how long does it take to reach the Rhine-Wind Tundra if I ride a flying mount? That's a bit complicated. You do have a flying mount, so you can fly directly to the Rhine-Wind Tundra. But the problem is, in the northern part of the empire, there are dangerous places like the Thunder Mountain Range, which has rare thunderstorm elements. These storms will attack all creatures flying nearby. Even Imperial Dragon Knights need to avoid them. So, my advice is to make a stopover first. After calming down from the shock, Alina quickly regained her professional composure and carefully analyzed the situation for Rain. Rain nodded and asked, Lady Alina, do you have any recommended flying routes? Although he can now ride the Bloodwing and fly faster than before, especially to some places, he still needs to avoid certain dangerous areas. Actually, when the Dragon Empire was first established, there were many more dangerous places than now. The Empire's Dragon Knights spent many years clearing dangerous areas that could be eliminated by humans, which is how the current airship routes were established. Otherwise, flying in the sky would be much more dangerous than it is now. Yes, look, said the capable young woman, Aurora, as she approached Ryan. She unfolded a simple map of the Empire's territory and laid it out before him. Generally, if you take an official Empire airship, you need to transfer 6 times, from here to here, and so on, which takes about 7 days. But since you have a flying mount, I suggest you transfer at the Macas province's Falling Hammer Fortress, crossing the Falling Hammer Tunnel to avoid the dark fog whirlpools in the Falling Hammer Mountains. Then, you can transfer at Beverly Pass in the Caspias province to avoid the giant wind eagles in the Beverly Mountains, heading straight north. All in all, it should take you about 3 days to reach the windy tundra. As for the barbarian tribes, the intelligence only shows their general location. They are migrating near the Coldfall Mountains in the northern part of the tundra. So, you'll need some time to find and chase after them. Aurora's analysis was clear and precise. Ryan nodded. Aurora's professional skills were indeed impressive. They probably hadn't expected him to decide to go to the windy tundra, but she quickly helped him choose a suitable route. Thank you, Lady Aurora. Your advice is very helpful to me. You're welcome. However, Lord Ryan, if you really decide to go to the windy tundra, perhaps you should first inform General Edward. Yes, of course. I'll visit General Edward's office later, Ryan nodded. He was currently a Diamond Star rank swordholder in the Munster Swordbearers Division, which made him a government official of the Empire. Leaving his jurisdiction required reporting. As for General Edward, Ryan was confident he could persuade him. General Edward just saw off Duke Victor and the Eagle Federation delegation. He should be back in his office now, Aurora said with a slight smile. Half an hour later, in General Edward's office. Sir, I have some personal matters. I would like to take about a month off to visit the windy tundra, Ryan said straightforwardly. General Edward frowned slightly, though he tried to persuade Ryan without asking for specific reasons. Yes, a good friend is over there, so I must go, Ryan nodded. All right, I will write you an official letter. This trip to the cold wind tundra will be considered official business. Although the Sword Bearers branch in the Man province might not be able to help much, you can exchange the letter for some urgently needed supplies there, General Edwards said with a smile. Thank you for your support, Ryan bowed slightly in gratitude. General Edward was very supportive of Ryan's trip to the cold wind tundra, especially since he upgraded it from a private matter to an official mission, making things much easier. But, Ryan, I believe your strength can handle most enemies, but you should be careful because the area is highland and close to the Northland, with some special weather and environmental conditions. Thank you, sir. I will be careful. When Ryan returned home, he began to think about what he needed to prepare. Then, it seemed like he remembered something and muttered to himself, Before I leave, there is a spell that can help me improve. Ryan focused his attention on a very practical but previously unupgraded magic. It was the beginner-level metal magic called Sharpness. Although Ryan often practiced it, he was currently only at level 6, 133/3000, and casting sharpness took about 1.5 seconds. This speed looked good, but it was rarely practical in actual combat. Enemies Ryan faces now are not amateurs. Fights are very fast, and it's hard to find even 1.5 seconds to cast magic calmly. That's why stronger wizards rely more on innate magic and several nearly instant, highly skilled spells to decide battles. They rarely use high-level magic that seems powerful but takes a long time to cast. The reason Ryan chose to upgrade this spell is because sharpness matches well with his epic class, King of 1,000 Blades. Except for a few blunt weapons, like the two-handed warhammer and staff, all sharp weapons can be enhanced with the sharpness technique, but the technique must be cast quickly enough. Secondly, Ryan has a very high affinity with metal, which makes the power of the sharpness technique even stronger. After transforming instantly and being blessed with the sharpness technique, fighting with a sharp weapon can increase my power by at least 15 to 20%. Even in Dragon and Warrior form, I can use sharp weapons combined with the sharpness technique, making it very versatile. Currently at level 6, reaching level 12 requires exactly 6 skill points. Ryan looked at his attribute panel, which showed exactly 6 remaining skill points. After thinking for a moment, he immediately invested all 6 points into the magic skill sharpness technique. Suddenly, the sharpness technique level jumped from 6 to 12. In an instant, a flood of memories about the sharpness technique rushed into Ryan's mind. It felt as if he had entered a mysterious space and had practiced the magic for over 10 years. Casting spells and reciting incantations became almost instinctive, with the syllables speeding up more and more. When Ryan finished digesting the memories and recited the spell again, he found that, just like the level 1 metal magic metal barrier, it only took about 0.25 seconds to cast, and the short spear in his hand shone with the silver glow characteristic of the sharpness technique. However, after repeatedly using metal shaping and sharpness technique, Ryan frowned slightly. He noticed that the combined casting time of about 0.1 seconds for metal shaping plus 0.25 seconds for sharpness technique added up to nearly 0.4 seconds in total. This speed was enough for enemies to react. In other words, it was still not fast enough. To prevent enemies from reacting, the total casting time should ideally be under 0.2 seconds. Reaching level 12 will probably cost gold skill points, right? Ryan looked at his 23 gold skill points and immediately started allocating them. After a few minutes, he was pleased to see his sharpness technique reach level 16. He suddenly transformed a short spear in his hand, and almost at the same time, a silver glow covered the tip of the spear. The next moment, Ryan's short spear transformed into a large sword, and a silver glow quickly enveloped the blade. 0.1 seconds to cast the spell faster than most innate magic. It could be said that Ryan had perfected his sharpness technique to a near effortless level. With just a thought, he completed the spell. Thud, thud, thud. Enter. Lord Viscount, Lord Neo, and the others are waiting for you in the training room, a servant respectfully reported. Yes, I'll be there soon, Ryan nodded and replied. Just then, he had arranged for Neo and the others to come over. Inside the training room, Ryan was discussing with his team about his upcoming trip to the Windy Tundra. Really? Captain, you're going to the Windy Tundra? That's quite far away, Neo exclaimed in surprise. The others also looked at Ryan with curiosity, wondering why their leader suddenly decided to go to such a distant place. Is it for a mission? Angus asked. No. I have a friend there who's in some trouble, so I need to go see them. A friend? Vieri and Angus exchanged glances and looked thoughtful. It must be a female friend. Captain, why don't we go with you? If it's to help with a problem, it's better to have more people. No need. I plan to go quickly and return fast. I'll ride my blood-winged eagle beast directly there. It should take about 3 days to reach the tundra. Also, you all have your tasks. While I'm away, keep an eye on things here in Minster, including Maester and Rossby County. But don't take on missions beyond your ability. For details about the mission, you can ask Elena, Ryan advised. Okay, Captain. Don't worry, Captain. We'll handle things here. After giving instructions to his team, Ryan immediately told his family about his plans, then spoke with the beautiful woman Jennifer about the situation. Finally, he found Anna and shared the news. Anna, I plan to go to the Windy Tundra. I received news that the barbarian tribe where Lager is located is facing some serious trouble. She really is something. She didn't tell me about such an important matter. Uh, Actually, Lagri didn't contact me. I learned about this from inside the sword bearers. Immediately, Ryan explained the information he received to Anna in detail. I understand now. Anna suddenly looked enlightened. Huh? I know why Lagri hasn't contacted you and me. It must be because she doesn't want us to worry about this, and she definitely doesn't want to involve you in her tribe's current troubles. Ryan, I want to go with you, Anna said seriously. Huh? Ryan hadn't even considered taking Anna along. He had already refused Neo and the others, so there was no way he would bring Anna. It's not suitable for you. It's a long journey, and there might be battles ahead. You should stay at home and wait. Ryan shook his head. I'm not afraid of battles, and if you get hurt, I can heal you, Anna said, her big eyes fixed on Ryan. Well, the Griffin's load capacity is limited. I'm very light, even lighter than your weapons. If I come along, Bloodfeather won't find me heavy. Chiyu Bloodfeather chirped in agreement. It seemed to approve of Anna. So, is it true that druids naturally make animals like them? Ryan didn't know how to stop Anna anymore. All right, get ready. We'll leave a little later. Great. Anna couldn't help but feel very happy. In the northern part of the cold wind tundra, on the left side of the Honluo Mountains, a tribe of thousands of barbarians was migrating, stretching over 10 miles. In the middle of the procession, the most noticeable were huge highland yaks with long brown fur, pulling hundreds of rough wooden carts. The carts were piled with supplies like tents, clay pots, animal skins, and other goods. Around the carts, many elders and children from the barbarian tribe were riding. Although it was the month of blossoming flowers, the weather in the cold wind tundra was still cold. The large yaks exhaled thick white breath with each breath. Suddenly, a team of 12 Frost Wolf Knights was quickly returning from the rear, as if returning from reconnaissance. Leading the group was a striking woman in leather armor, carrying a large, noticeable round shield on her back and holding a huge steel battle axe in her right hand. The axe's wide, shiny blade was stained with fresh red blood, clearly from a recent fight. Captain Ragri, what's the situation behind us? Asked a tall, barbarian warrior loudly. Same as before, the enemy is keeping their distance, occasionally sending someone to harass us. Those Black Flame cults will wipe them out someday. By the way, the clan leader wants you to go see him now that you're back, said a burly barbarian named Jorn, scratching his braided hair gruffly. Ragri, are the trash from the Black Flame cult still following us? Yes, clan leader Dalius, but they haven't attacked. They just watched us leave from afar. Then forget about them. Dalius, a very tall barbarian, finally showed a relieved expression. In the past 6 months, the Norton tribe had fought the Black Flame cult more than 10 times, big and small. Although they won more often than they lost, the cult rarely fought directly. Instead, they encouraged primitive tribes and mercenaries to attack and harass them. This meant their strength was mostly intact. Contact the Rishi people. Now is not the time for internal tribal fighting, said High Priest Ram with a sigh. High Priest, do you think the Black Flame cult will keep pressuring us? We've migrated so far north. Dalius, the clan leader, asked with some reluctance when he heard about contacting the Rishi. Right now, we are a thorn in the side of the Black Flame cult, an irritant. If it were you, what would you choose? Moreover, migrating north isn't necessarily safe. I've heard that in the far north, within the glaciers, there's a legendary ancestor dragon called Corypheus. It's said to have gathered several large northern bear monster tribes. Is that rumor true? Dalius's eyes widened in surprise. He had heard about it before, but always thought it was just a rumor. After all, such an ancestor dragon had been extinct for thousands of years. How could it suddenly appear? Based on the divination results, it is true. Moreover, the opponent's strength is likely beyond what we can handle alone. I understand, High Priest. I will contact the Rayshire people immediately, Darius nodded. Yes, now we can only unite to face the coming crisis, Priest Ram agreed. Listening to the chief and high priest's conversation, Lagri couldn't help but think of Reen, who was far away in the Minster province of the Empire. That young and talented boy, I wonder how he's doing now. He probably got promoted from deputy town sheriff to a real sheriff, right? Although he was lucky enough to become a fierce warrior, with his talent, he might have already reached the level of a senior knight in these 6 months. I need to work harder, Lagri thought to herself. She naturally missed Reen. She had wanted to write him a letter long ago, but shortly after returning to her tribe, the situation in the cold wind tundra started to become unstable. So she kept delaying writing. During that time, she faced several extremely dangerous battles and succeeded in breaking her limits. But facing the tribe's current crisis, she no longer had the heart to write. She was afraid her words might reveal too much information. Lagri didn't want to involve Reen, because even a great knight wouldn't be able to help much with the tribe's difficult situation. 7 or 8 miles behind the migrating barbarian group, at the northern foot of the Cold Fall Mountains, 7 or 8 black-robed monks with flame patterns on their cuffs and collars were watching from a high mountain on one side, observing the migrating barbarian tribe from afar. Master Priest Crawley, when will we make our move? Those gathered knights and mercenaries can't do much against the barbarians. They'll collapse at the first sign of trouble. It's okay. The role of mercenaries is to harass, preventing the barbarians from resting properly, which will greatly reduce their fighting strength. When they are exhausted, we will strike. My lord, I praise your wisdom. The subordinate beside him, hearing that they wouldn't need to fight the barbarians directly for now, sighed in relief and praised their leader. Although these barbarians generally do not use magic and fight mainly with their physical strength, each one is brave and fearless. They work well together, making battles quite difficult. Therefore, they are not eager to fight directly. By the way, has there been any news about the white-haired bear monster? Asked Crowley, the high priest, turning his head. I've made contact. They will head south in the next 2 days to ambush this barbarian tribe. Good. Once we eliminate these 2 barbarian tribes, no tough fighters will dare challenge us in the entire Windy Tundra. However, High Priest, relying only on us might be difficult to deal with the tribe leader and the High Priest. They are both legendary strong fighters. Don't worry. In a few days, High Priest Erickson will come personally with his team. He will handle those 2. High Priest Erickson coming in person? Then there's nothing to worry about, said the Black Flame mages behind him, smiling. Munster. Inside Ryan's residence, Ryan and Anna waved goodbye to the others. Then, the blood-feather-horned eagle flapped its wings powerfully, surrounded by a faint cyan aura. Whoosh! They shot into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Ryan watched the people below become smaller and smaller, eventually turning into black dots. Soon, Munster, built on the mountainside, appeared fully beneath him. Since they were heading north, Ryan controlled the blood feather and did not fly toward the plains, but instead bypassed the towering Hoskiga Mountains. Soon, a series of rolling hills appeared in front of Ryan and Anna. What a beautiful view! Anna exclaimed, looking at the endless green forest below and the faintly visible large fields of blooming wildflowers. After more than 4 hours of flying, the blood-feather-horned eagle began to feel tired. A few minutes later, on a clearing beside a forest lake, Ryan and Anna sat around a campfire, roasting smoked meat and pickled salmon for dinner, giving Bloodfeather a chance to rest. Rain, if I say that this time I am in danger, you would also come from so far. Anna's face reddened as she spoke, then stopped herself. Of course, Rain nodded confidently with a smile. Yes, because of the shiny silver-carved armor he wore, which was very noticeable, Rain put on a plain gray and white wizard robe outside to hide the silver shine. He didn't carry weapons on his back or waist, only holding a dark-colored staff made from hardened gold, which was shaped from a special alloy. The rest of the metal was stored on Bloodfeather. Anna wore the same outfit, so from the outside, they looked like a pair of wizard lovers. Several hours later. Look, Rain, what a tall mountain range. Anna pointed with her fair finger at the dark gray peaks that looked like sharp blades rising into the sky, exclaiming in amazement. Rain looked in the direction Anna pointed and let out a soft gasp. He didn't expect such uniquely shaped mountains to exist in this world. The bare gray-black mountains had sparse trees and plants, but were covered with large patches of black fog. The mountain tops were gray and misty, stretching into the distance along the mountain range. As the Bloodfeather Eagle approached, Rain's keen senses sensed danger hidden within the huge black fog clouds. The fog flickered and moved, sometimes bright, sometimes dark. Is this the Black Mist Cyclone? It's said there are many Black Mist monsters inside. They're a kind of strange elemental creature that cannot be completely destroyed and will keep regenerating. Luckily, their activity is limited to the peaks of the Falling Hammer Mountains. That's why Elena suggested we use the Falling Hammer Tunnel to cross. Rain thought silently while observing the scene. Anna, the Falling Hammer Fortress should be down there. Let's look for it. Yes, Anna nodded. She had already learned about the general route from Rain during the previous campfire chat. She could also sense the unknown risks hidden within the various black fogs ahead, so she had no objections. It should be over there. Rain controlled Bloodfeather to descend toward the lower left. In the sky, he could clearly see the winding road behind, leading to the lower left. It was obviously the path to the Falling Hammer Fortress. Hey, why are there so many people? Still hovering in the air, Ryan immediately spotted the grand entrance of the Falling Hammer Fortress, which seemed crowded with many people. Upon closer look, it appeared to be a busy flow of merchants and travelers. This gave Ryan a bad feeling. Could something have happened at the Falling Hammer Fortress? The descent of the Bloodfeather Horned Eagle naturally drew the attention of almost everyone nearby. After all, only special people could ride such flying mounts. Just as Ryan was about to land and look for someone to ask, a chubby middle-aged man in a silk robe hurried over. He respectfully bowed and said, "Hello, sir. My name is Yannick, the leader of the Cameron trading team. May I ask if you're also passing through the Falling Hammer Tunnel to Moser Province?" Ryan looked at him carefully and confirmed he was just an ordinary person. The man had just come from the trading team and seemed to be the leader of one of the groups. Ryan had looked at the map and knew that crossing the Falling Hammer Tunnel led directly into Moser Province. Also, when he and Anna arrived at the fortress, it was obvious to anyone that they planned to go through the tunnel, so there was no need to hide it. "Yes, that's right. May I ask, what has happened here? You're quite unlucky. The tunnel was closed 2 days ago because of an outbreak of underground lava snakes. It won't reopen until a special team from the Empire clears them out. The Falling Hammer Tunnel is closed?" Ryan frowned. This was quite troublesome because crossing the Falling Hammer Mountains through the tunnel only took 2 or 3 hours. If he had to go around, even with his flying mount, it would take nearly 2 days longer. "Oh, are lava snakes very dangerous?" Ryan asked. Lava snakes are a kind of lava-type creature that are almost as fierce as wild beasts. A single knight can usually handle one. But the problem is, they appear in large numbers. Inside the tunnel, there are probably many, at least hundreds of lava snakes, Yannick explained cheerfully. "Oh, if that's the case, it must be very difficult to pass. Why are so many of you gathered here? Is the area about to open?" "No, the cleanup team from the Empire hasn't arrived yet. Unlike you, who have flying mounts, we have to go around, which will take us nearly half a month longer. So we plan to organize our own team to cross directly. Would you be interested in joining? On behalf of the Cameron Family Trading Group, I am willing to pay you both for your help. By the way, we already have 3 official mages and a very strong Cones mercenary group. I think if you both join, we should be ready to set out soon." Giannis, the chubby man, smiled broadly and finally explained his purpose. Reen nodded and glanced at the group behind Giannis. There were about a dozen male mercenaries dressed for battle, looking quite fierce, probably the Cones mercenary group Giannis mentioned. The 3 mages were 2 men and 1 woman, standing apart from each other and seeming unfamiliar. The woman wore a white robe, had a good figure, and a fair face. As for their strength, they all seemed to hide their mental energy waves, so Reen couldn't tell who was stronger. After thinking for a moment, Reen shook his head and said, "Thank you, but no need." "Sir, are you planning to fly around using your flying mount? That would take at least 2 more days. If we go straight through, we can reach the other side of the tunnel in about 4 hours." Giannis still tried to persuade him. Reen knew this well. The map Elena gave him specifically marked why they should take the Falling Hammer Tunnel. If they went around, they'd have to make a big detour to avoid the tall, rolling Falling Hammer Mountains. But the problem was, Reen didn't want to go around. Because if the lava serpent was only at the night level, even in large numbers, it wouldn't threaten him. Just passing through was fine, and joining their team was unnecessary. Seeing Reen refuse, Giannis looked disappointed and returned to the crowd. It seems this lord isn't interested in my offer. Lady Melita, it looks like we'll have to wait a bit longer. That's normal. If I had a flying mount, I wouldn't accept your invitation either." The white robe which looked enviously at Ryan's blood feather eagle beast and said, "This flying mount looks like some kind of eagle creature. It's really beautiful." "Huh? The other side hasn't left. What's going on?" Suddenly, the witch's gaze froze. Fatty Yannick looked in the direction of Melita's gaze and saw that the 2 people hadn't ridden away on the eagle beast but were instead heading toward the fortress gate. "It seems they have urgent matters too. Otherwise, they would have flown off like the others earlier," the witch said with a smile. "Sir, our trading caravan and the guards at Stonehammer Fortress are quite familiar with each other. Although you are very powerful, the other side won't open the gate for you," Fatty Yannick said, sounding a bit disappointed, and he shouted after them. But Ryan seemed to ignore him and continued walking towards Stonemer Fortress. Don't worry, Yannick. After hitting a wall, they'll probably come back soon. Besides, you might even get a better price. That's a good thing, isn't it? Melita the witch teased. As Ryan approached Stonemer Fortress, the entire fortress came into view. The fortress was built above a tunnel entrance about 10 meters high, seemingly carved out of part of the mountain, with a protruding balcony-like structure on the second floor. Dozens of elite guards in chainmail, armed with bows, were stationed high above, guarding this key passage. Please stop. The Stonemer tunnel is closed and won't reopen for a few days, one guard in chainmail, holding a bow, called out. Seeing the blood feather, the guard seemed to recognize that the two people might be important, so he spoke more politely. I have an official letter of passage, Ryan said calmly. This is the advantage of having an official letter. As long as it involves the Empire's official authorities, Ryan can get assistance. Regarding the sword-bearer emblem, most people in the sword-bearer system know about it, but in other departments or lower-level official organizations, many are unaware of the sword-bearer. An official letter? The guard's face flickered with slight surprise. He quickly whispered something to his companion and then shouted at Ryan, Please wait a moment, sir. Kindly show us the official letter. Soon, a basket was lowered, and Ryan placed the official letter inside it. 1 minute later, a middle-aged man dressed as a knight came out to check the official letter from Ryan. Wow, it's really an official letter. The sword-bearer Ryan. The issuer is the Imperial General Edward. While soon, the knight captain, along with 2 guards, quickly left the fortress and approached Ryan, saying, Lord Ryan, hello. I am Lehman, the captain of the defense team at the Falling Hammer Fortress. We naturally don't dare to block your way through the Falling Hammer tunnel. But there is a problem. Lava creatures have started a riot inside, so your safety. The captain hesitated before giving a warning. Don't worry, Captain Lehman. It shouldn't be a big problem, Ryan replied confidently. All right, wait a moment. I will open the gate now. If you feel uncomfortable, you can turn back at any time by knocking 3 times. Thank you, Ryan said with a smile. Boom, as the massive stone gate, about 10 meters tall, was pushed open slightly, Ryan, Anna, and Bloodfeather stepped inside. Not far away, the chubby merchant Jonas's small eyes suddenly widened in shock, and he exclaimed, Huh? How is that possible? The guards at the Stone Hammer Fortress actually opened the gate for him? Interesting. It seems the other side is an official from the Empire, and quite high-ranking. The witch smiled and made her judgment. Jonas, let's follow in a few minutes. Since there's someone leading the way ahead, it should be easier for us, she suggested. Why not go now? Jonas asked curiously. Hiki, if you get too close and offend this person, don't blame me for not warning you, Melita said with a small laugh. 5 minutes later, after Jonas and the others, along with the merchant convoy, entered, they soon saw a shocking scene. In the tall and wide tunnel, which now emitted a faint heat, illuminated by 2 rows of torches on the rocky walls several meters high, they saw dozens of lava snake corpses scattered along the ground, stretching deep into the tunnel. This. Jonas was stunned. They had only entered less than 5 minutes ago, and the enemy had already killed so many lava snakes. Even chickens aren't killed that quickly. The witch Melita looked seriously at the scene and was stunned for a few seconds before regaining her composure. The other 2 male wizards also looked very surprised. At this moment, 2 leather-armored men at the front of the caravan quickly moved forward, each examining the bodies of the lava snakes carefully. These lava snakes were about 3 to 4 meters long, resembling pythons but thicker. Their bodies were covered with red rock-like armor about the size of a palm, offering good protection. However, at this time, the lava snakes were all lying motionless on the ground of the tunnel, with no obvious injuries visible from the outside. Sir, they were all killed with a single strike. It seems a sharp weapon pierced through the hardest part of the lava snake's skull. More precisely, it was a piercing attack, entering from the front of the skull and coming out the back. Such force. Soon, the 3 wizards exchanged glances, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. Although they could easily kill lava snakes using magic, that was relying on sorcery. But mental strength is limited. To kill so many lava snakes, each of them would have used up almost all their mental energy, making it impossible to continue forward. That's why they needed to form a team to go together. Only an attack power of at least 25 degrees can achieve this effect. It's almost as powerful as a level 1 spell, one male wizard said seriously. Casting dozens of zero-level spells in a row? That's impossible. Another male wizard shook his head and said, but these dozens of lava snakes were clearly not killed by group magic. It looks more like one sword, casually clearing them out, Melita said. Suddenly, the three of them fell into silence. Could the opponent be a second-level liquefaction wizard? The male wizard said in a deep voice. A second-level liquefaction wizard is a significant figure. Whether in the Empire or among the major wizard schools, they are considered mid to high level. That's possible, Melita nodded. Just now, she looked at Ryan and Anna's faces, and they both appeared very young, so they probably weren't second-level liquefaction wizards. But now, it might not be certain anymore. At this moment, a few hundred meters ahead, Ryan's sword flashed with a silver light, and with a soft puff, as if piercing through tofu, it easily stabbed into the forehead of an approaching lava snake. Immediately, he swiftly pulled it out with a shoo. The figure suddenly flashed away and appeared in front of another lava snake, striking again. His speed was so fast that Anna nearby could only feel that in an instant, Ryan had split into 3 or 4 copies, each killing a lava snake. Has Ryan become this strong? He's really amazing. The girl's beautiful eyes stayed fixed on Ryan, without any worry about being attacked by the surrounding lava snakes. Because as soon as a lava snake came within 10 meters, Ryan would cut it off with a sword in the next second. Chirp, chirp, Bloodwing happily chirped a few times before pecking at a fiery, oval-shaped object inside the lava snake's body and swallowing it. Ryan was fighting in front, while Bloodwing enjoyed eating behind him, very happy. However, Ryan paused slightly, stopped, and looked back behind him. Just now, he heard the sound of a door opening again. Ryan, what's wrong? Nothing. Someone is probably coming again. Ryan shook his head and said, Is it that merchant team? Anna immediately thought of the fat man, Giannis, who had just invited Ryan and her. Probably. Ryan didn't mind others following him through the tunnel at this time. Although it was a tunnel, Ryan immediately realized that this tunnel was more like a large hall. Now, he and Anna were walking through the central corridor of an underground hall. On both sides, there were tall, round columns. Between the columns, there were circular arch-shaped walls, with torches installed at the junctions of the arch walls and columns. Carving out such a spacious underground space was a huge project, clearly not something that could be completed quickly. Moreover, Ryan noticed the ancient patterns on the arch walls, which looked very old and did not resemble the architecture of the Dragon Empire. After we go back, we should learn more about the history of the Falling Hammer Fortress, Ryan muttered to himself. He had come in a bit hurriedly this time, so he hadn't carefully checked the dangerous places along the way. Ryan, this looks like ancient dwarf architecture, Anna said. Ancient dwarf? Yes, I saw descriptions of ancient races in the Druid Circle, and there are similar patterns there. Anna nodded confidently. Ryan nodded. Elves have a long lifespan. Even ordinary elves live about as long as human wizards, let alone high elves. Therefore, their ancient texts are the most complete. I wonder if I will have a chance to visit them someday. Seeing their collection of books would surely be a great gain. Maybe I could even find rare metal-based magic. Ryan thought to himself. Ryan cleared the way a few meters ahead, with Bloodfeather and Anna behind him. When facing the approaching lava snake, Ryan quickly defeated it as easily as cutting vegetables. Soon, they had traveled about 1/3 of the way through the hammer drop tunnel. At this point, the air grew hotter, and Ryan suddenly saw a bright clearing ahead. On the ground, there were many dark red lights. Ryan took a few more steps forward and realized it was a long stone bridge. Below the bridge, hundreds of meters down, were uneven, abandoned stone buildings, many of which had collapsed into lava. However, it was still possible to see that this was once a well-equipped city from ancient times. For some unknown reason, it had been abandoned here. Anna, you're right. This should be the ancient city of the dwarves. Eh? At this moment, Ryan raised his hand to signal Anna to stop. He looked carefully toward the dark area on the left side of the bridge. Roar. Suddenly, a fierce-looking dog about the size of a calf, covered in blazing flames, jumped out from the ground and charged at Ryan. At the same time, a fireball about the size of a basin shot out from its wide-open mouth. Boom. A magic silver eagle-shaped shield appeared suddenly in front of Ryan, blocking the fireball. A silver arc flashed across. A large sword stabbed into the dog's head. The dog twitched twice and then collapsed softly to the ground. Huh, I didn't expect to see such a creature, Ryan said, looking somewhat puzzled at the lava creature he had just defeated. Clearly, it was not a lava snake. Moreover, it was much stronger than a lava snake, not only because it had the innate ability to spit fireballs but also because it was fast and powerful. Meanwhile, the witch Melita suddenly shouted, "Stop! Did you hear any sound just now?" Huh? Fatty Yannick immediately waved his hand to signal, and the entire caravan began to slow down gradually. The sound just now seems to be. Melita looked seriously ahead. Then, a roar similar to a beast cry came from ahead. Melita quickly turned her head and said to the people behind her, "Not good. That's the sound of a lava dog." Lava dog? An elemental creature as powerful as a formal wizard? Two other male wizards looked worried and asked, "Exactly. Should we retreat now?" One of the male wizards asked anxiously. "No time. Lava dogs are social animals. If one appears, a whole pack will follow. And that's not even the worst part." Melita muttered to herself. "What should we do?" Another male wizard asked. "We only have one choice now. Hurry, follow me." Melita pointed ahead. "Huh? Lady Melita, didn't you just say not to get too close?" Fatty Yannick asked, confused. "Things are different now. Hurry up and speed up the caravan." "Understood, ma'am." Everyone, speed up. The drivers whipped their horses, pulling the carts quickly forward. Suddenly, a small, fiery, calf-sized dog burst out from one side of the caravan, knocking over a driver who was guiding a cart. The dog immediately bit off the driver's head and started chewing. The driver's body was quickly blackened by some kind of fire poison. "It's a lava dog. Not good." Ding ding. Several archers from the Cone's mercenary group reacted quickly and shot arrows at the lava dog. But the sharp arrows hit the fiery, burning skin of the lava dog and bounced off like hitting natural rubber, leaving no marks. The archer's attack actually drew the lava dog's attention. It immediately abandoned the headless horseman's body. With a flash of red light and a rolling heat wave, the lava dog quickly charged toward an archer standing on the carriage and shooting at it. An Arcadian, I spike attack. The archer was close to the white-robed witch Melita, who reacted very quickly. She hurriedly recited a spell, raising a white, slender finger. Suddenly, a nearly 1.5 meter long, clear, sharp eye spike appeared at her fingertip. With a heavy swing, she shot the sharp eye spike rapidly toward the lava dog. The leather-armored archer tried to block with his bow, but was knocked down instantly. Bang! Just as the leather-armored archer was about to be bitten, the lava dog was suddenly blown sideways. White cold air scattered everywhere, and frost formed on the injured archer's skin and eyebrows. The lava dog's belly had a small hole about the size of a fist, bleeding dark red blood. What? It didn't die? My ice spike attack had at least a 35-degree power. How could it not kill the opponent? Melita's pretty face paled as she exclaimed. I know now. It's the environment here. Because we're too close to underground lava, the influence of the magma increases the fire element energy particles around, while reducing other energy particles. Although the change isn't big, it has decreased the power of my ice magic by about 15 to 20%. Soon, Melita understood the reason. Clearly, her attack had deeply wounded the lava dog. The injury made the lava dog even angrier. Its ugly head quickly turned toward Melita, who had caused the wound, baring its teeth and growling low. Vortex of wind. Fortunately, the other two male wizards did not stand by idly. They quickly cast their spells, and the powerful whirlwind sent the charging lava dog back to its original position. Slow spell. With the cooperation of the three, casting multiple spells that hit successfully, they finally killed the stubborn lava dog. However, none of them looked relaxed, because the lava dog's strength was even more difficult to deal with than they had expected. The fire element expert lava dog had at least a 30-degree defense, and ordinary first-level magic couldn't cause fatal damage to it. Instead, it would injure the creature and make it more furious. Moreover, the creature just killed was only one, but the problem is that lava dogs are social animals. I've heard that lava dogs are very dangerous, and now I finally see it myself, said one male wizard quietly. We should head back now, we still have time. It's too late to go back now unless we abandon the entire caravan, Melita said seriously. The two male wizards exchanged a quick look and discreetly took a few steps back. Clearly, from their point of view, they wouldn't risk their lives for the caravan. Their relationship with the caravan was just a temporary partnership, mainly passing through the Falling Hammer Tunnel together. It's not that they broke their promise, but the current situation far exceeded their expectations. The reward offered by the caravan was not enough to justify such a big risk. Hurry, Yannick, go ask the leaders ahead for help, Melita decided instantly. The only way to safely get through this crisis was to seek help from the two leaders ahead. As a member of the Northern Winter Fortress Academy, Melita had a good relationship with the Cameron family, who also lived in the north. So, unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't abandon the caravan and leave alone. "Yes, Lady Melita," said the chubby Yannick, quickly running toward Ryan, accompanied by the white-robed witch Melita. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters ahead of the Cameron caravan, Ryan had already killed 3 lava dogs. This is a bit different from what that chubby guy said. Could it be that he was lying to me earlier? Ryan wondered silently. He didn't mind helping others pass through the tunnel by making things easier, as long as they followed behind him. But if that chubby guy was lying and tricked him into leading the way, that was a different matter. "Ryan, this monster seems much stronger than a lava snake. Should we?" Anna looked worriedly at the lava dog lying on the ground, about the size of a calf, and then spoke to Ryan. Although Ryan was still defeating one creature after another with a single sword, Anna was worried about his safety with this unexpected creature. "It's okay. I'll go ask that chubby guy. They should be right behind us," Ryan said, waving his hand. But before Ryan could turn back, the scene was about to change. Suddenly, shouting sounds came from behind. "Sir! Sir!" A chubby man named Yannick, with a big belly, was running quickly and waving his hand at Rain. Next to Yannick, there was a woman dressed in a white robe, a beautiful witch. "Sir, the lava dogs have appeared in the Hammerfall tunnel. Let's retreat together," the chubby man panted. Hearing this, Rain understood that they probably didn't expect this situation either. However, when the two of them hurried closer and saw 3 huge lava dogs lying on the ground, like calves, Yannick and Melita stared blankly at the scene, unsure of what to say next. Especially when they saw that these lava dogs died in a way similar to the lava snakes, each was killed by a sword stabbed into their foreheads. Both of them had the same thought. Perhaps, for them, these very dangerous lava dogs were just as easy for this noble person to kill as a knight killing a small dog. Meanwhile, the horned eagle was using its sharp claws and iron beak to tear open the tough outer skin of the lava dogs, happily eating the red crystal cores about the size of a baby's fist. "This noble person of the Empire, your strength is admirable. I am Melita, a wizard from Winterhold Academy." Melita bowed slightly and greeted Rain. Earlier, at the entrance of the Hammerfall Fortress, Rain had only glanced at her from afar. But now, as she approached, he couldn't help but observe her more closely. She was wearing a fitted white wizard robe, with a slit at the collar, held at the top by a brooch. Through the slit, her fair, tall chest was visible. Her waist was slender, and her hips flared out beautifully, showing a perfect figure. Combined with her lovely face, Melita was truly a beautiful witch. Additionally, judging by her aura, if she wasn't deliberately hiding it, she seemed to be a rare first-level ice-type wizard. And she just mentioned Winterhold Academy? Rain seemed to remember Elena mentioning this wizard school before, located in the Coldwind Tundra. Before traveling, Elena had briefly told Rain about some major forces in the Coldwind Tundra, including this Winterhold Academy. This shows the advantage of having strong backing. Although many details may not be complete, most are recorded. "Hello, Mistress Melita the Wizard. My name is Rain, and this is my companion Anna," Rain replied politely, but he did not reveal his true background. Melita quickly glanced at Anna, who was dressed in a spotless white wizard robe. She knew Anna hadn't fought just now. Or rather, Anna was probably well protected by the young yet mysterious and powerful Rain. This also highlighted Rain's impressive strength. He was alone, having defeated over 100 lava snakes and 3 lava dogs earlier. However, his aura didn't seem to reach the level of a second-tier liquefied wizard. He was likely a first-tier wizard with strong mental power. Melita then looked again at the knight's sword in Rain's hand. She recalled that at the gate of the Falling Hammer Fortress, he was holding a staff. Why does he now have a knight's sword? But this wasn't important. What mattered was his fighting style, which suggested he followed both the knight and wizard paths, and was quite skilled. A first-tier wizard and a seasoned knight? That's rare. Lord Rain, I should explain that you might not know. Lava dogs, like lava snakes, usually move in groups. But there's a difference. Lava dogs are typically led and commanded by a pack leader. A lava dog leader? Rain raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. Yes, a lava dog leader is usually a 2-headed lava dog. The 2-headed lava dog is much stronger than a normal one. In our wizard ranking, it has reached the level of a second-tier liquefied wizard. So, continuing through the Falling Hammer Tunnel is no longer safe, Melita quickly explained why they needed to leave immediately. Yes, Lord Rain. On behalf of the Camelon trading caravan, I am willing to pay 1,000 Imperial gold coins to hire you to return with us and leave the Falling Hammer Mountain Pass safely, said the chubby Giannis, biting his lip as he offered his highest price. After witnessing Rain's combat strength, Giannis was confident that if he could persuade Rain to come back with them, they could safely exit the tunnel without trouble. Although this might cause the caravan to miss the scheduled arrival and result in some losses from breaking the agreement, it is still much better than total destruction. Oh, I see, Ryan said thoughtfully. Are the two-headed lava dogs equivalent to level 2 liquid mages? Almost legendary strength? That's not too bad. Without needing to transform into a dragon form, I can handle it quickly. Then why not keep moving forward? Your caravan should also be in a hurry, Ryan asked, looking at the two of them with some curiosity. He could tell that the Cameron caravan also seemed eager to hurry, perhaps because their delivery deadline was approaching, which is why they needed to pass through the still uncleared Falling Hammer tunnel. Otherwise, they could just go around and avoid the tunnel altogether. Melita and the chubby Giannis blinked, staring blankly at Ryan. Didn't their earlier explanation make it clear enough? There might be two-headed lava dogs ahead. They are very powerful, comparable to level 2 liquid mages, understand? If it's just the two-headed lava dogs, it shouldn't be a problem. I can handle it, Ryan said, seeming to understand what they meant from their looks. Well, this. Giannis wiped the sweat from his forehead and kept glancing nervously at Melita, the white-robed witch beside him, because Ryan's calm tone made him, an ordinary person, unable to tell if he was bluffing or telling the truth. Lord Ryan. You. Melita thought to herself. Although she had to admit Ryan was very strong, wasn't he a bit overconfident? But such thoughts could only stay in her mind. She couldn't say them aloud. Both of you, follow behind Ryan. If it's just level 2 liquid mage strength, I believe Ryan can handle it, Anna said softly, glancing at the panicked caravan behind Giannis. Anna's words made Melita pause slightly. She looked at Anna's calm face and suddenly changed her mind, saying, Giannis, hurry up the caravan. We'll follow Lord Ryan and keep moving forward. What? Giannis was stunned. Didn't they just agree to have these two adults go back together? Why did they change their minds now? But continuing forward is clearly good for the caravan, especially since Lady Melita recognizes Lord Rain's strength. Good. Good. Giannis quickly responded, waving his hand to the back. Immediately, the caravan behind him whipped their reins and sped up. Because Melita could tell that when Anna mentioned the second-level liquidation wizard, there was no change in her expression or eyes. It seemed that in her mind, Lord Rain found dealing with a second-level liquidation wizard to be very easy. This was also the reason she decided to continue following Rain. After all, no one would joke about risking their life like that. In the back, two male wizards looked at each other with confusion. Weren't they supposed to persuade the two in front to turn back? Why decide to keep going instead? What if the double-headed lava dogs attack? Who would handle it? The two stepped forward, and when they saw the 3 lava dogs that Rain had defeated from afar, their pupils shrank in surprise. But after thinking for a moment, one of them couldn't hold back his worries. He approached Melita and said, although this lord is very strong, double-headed lava dogs are not like ordinary lava dogs. They are not easy to deal with. I decide to withdraw. Lord Rain said he is confident he can handle the double-headed lava dogs, Melita advised. Sorry, I still decide not to continue. The male wizard hesitated to say more. That was because, although Rain was quite powerful, from his aura, it was obvious he was also a first-level wizard like them. Why should they trust he could handle creatures as strong as second-level liquidation wizards? I agree, another male wizard echoed. Wait, you. Melita started to protest again, but before she could finish, the two male wizards quickly turned and left. Rain naturally wouldn't stop them. He couldn't deliberately show off his strength just to prove he could them across the tunnel. After all, everyone has the right to choose. Meanwhile, Anna had already reached the middle of the caravan. She knelt beside a Cone's mercenary archer with a wounded left arm and said, Would you mind if I take a look at your injury? Of course, my lady. The archer looked surprised and nodded quickly. Soon, Anna's palm emitted a strong green glow. As she placed her hand above the wound, the green light covered the archer's left arm injury. After a few seconds, the green glow faded, and the archer's wound was fully healed. Huh? What is this? The white-robed witch Melita stared blankly at the scene. She clearly recognized that Anna was using nature magic. Few humans have natural affinity for nature magic. It's rarer than ice magic. She remembered reading about a similar spell in ancient books, perhaps a druid's healing touch. In other words, this young girl had learned druid magic. But how is that possible? Unless this girl isn't human at all, she's an elf. At that moment, two male wizards who were leaving the group happened to pass by Anna and saw what happened. They both paused slightly. Because, like Melita, they immediately thought the same thing. After realizing, their expressions changed. One of them showed a hint of greed in his eyes, but quickly looked away, glancing at Ryan and hiding his feelings. The other shook his head, seeming disappointed, probably thinking that if Anna stayed here, she might perish. Not long after, the entire caravan quickly prepared to leave. Just as they were about to set off, everyone heard loud roars and noises from behind the group. Bang! Several flashes of fire lit up behind them. Two figures in black robes hurriedly ran toward the caravan. One had a burning fire shield on his body, and the other had faint blue air swirling around his legs, clearly from a wind spell. Suddenly, several fireballs about the size of a human head shot toward them from behind, causing both to scramble to dodge. The man with the fire shield was caught off guard and hit by a fireball. Although his innate magic resisted it, he staggered and almost fell. Just as he was adjusting his stance, a much larger fireball came flying from behind, twice the size of the previous ones. A male wizard suddenly turned into a fiery figure, staggered a few steps, and then collapsed to the ground, remaining still. Another person, looking frightened, rushed back and shouted, "Double-headed lava dog! Behind us!" What? Sure enough, a huge double-headed lava dog over 3 meters tall, leading 4 or 5 ordinary lava dogs, emerged from the darkness behind. This caused the entire caravan to panic. The guards of the caravan, including the well-equipped Korn's mercenary group, also changed color. After all, the strength of the lava dogs had already exceeded their fighting limits. Not to mention the obviously much stronger double-headed lava dog. But even the 4 ordinary lava dogs made it difficult for the whole caravan to resist now. Hearing the commotion behind the caravan, Ryan quickly moved to the back of the team. He seemed to sense a dangerous aura from him. The double-headed lava dog stared at Ryan, but did not attack immediately. Left. There's another one on the left. Someone in the caravan shouted. On the left side, another huge double-headed lava dog appeared, leading 3 or 4 ordinary lava dogs, looking at the caravan as if it were food. "I told you to retreat quickly, but now we're surrounded," the surviving male wizard said excitedly, cursing Melita. "We're doomed now. There are now 2 double-headed lava dogs, 1 male and 1 female. How are we supposed to handle this? 2. We actually encountered both?" Melita's face instantly turned pale. At the same time, she made a quick decision in her heart. "It seems only that item can save us now. Lord Ryan, I will hold off the one on the left. Please quickly deal with the other." Melita looked pained as she quickly pulled out a small, finger-sized transparent ice crystal from her, then began to chant rapidly. "An Akkadian, great ice spirit, heed my call." In front of her, a large whirlpool of pure white energy appeared. Soon, a creature over 3 meters tall, formed from a snowstorm, materialized before everyone's eyes. The upper body is human-like, while the lower body is a swirling vortex of cold wind moving rapidly. Its face has no eyes or nose, only a large, hollow, round mouth that howls with icy wind. Blizzard element. Melita believes that even if Reen is very strong, he probably cannot defeat 2 double-headed lava dogs at once. Right now, her only plan is to delay as long as possible, hoping that Lord Reen can kill one of the lava dogs first. But there are still many ordinary lava dogs around. Even after summoning the blizzard element, Melita has little confidence she can withstand the attack. Suddenly, a loud, mournful beast roar echoes. Melita looks up, and in the next moment, she freezes in place. This, just a few dozen meters ahead, the double-headed lava dog has already fallen into a pool of blood. Its forehead is pierced, and both heads are bleeding dark red. It looks exactly like the previous lava dog. The other ordinary lava dogs seem to be frightened, staring blankly at the scene where their leader was killed, motionless. Melita rubs her eyes and looks again. Yes, the double-headed lava dog is truly dead. In an instant, Melita feels like the entire scene is unreal. Could it be that she is under some kind of illusion created by a creature? She sharply pinches her hand, and the pain makes her come back to her senses. This unbelievable scene before her is real. Meanwhile, Reen has just transformed his forked sword back into a regular two-handed sword. He had just used his top-tier skill, Shadow Step, moving at lightning speed to appear right in front of the double-headed lava dog at the back of the caravan. His sword suddenly split into two, flashing with two silver lights, and directly stabbed into the creature's two heads. The entire move was completed in less than 0.3 seconds. But it contained techniques like Shadow Step, Metal Morphing, Sharpness Technique, and a move similar to a spear attack called Armor-Piercing Strike. That's why the effect was so astonishing and jaw-dropping. A two-headed lava dog, as strong as a second-level lava wizard, suddenly appeared. Before anyone could react, it was instantly defeated by Ryan's powerful strike. Behind the two-headed lava dog, several ordinary lava dogs were still standing there, confused and unsure of what had just happened. Roar! Another two-headed lava dog, attacking from the left side of the caravan, saw its companion being killed and immediately roared in anger. Although it sensed that the human was very strong, its anger had already taken over its mind. Boom! As its massive body, comparable to a wild ox, erupted with flames, a circular shockwave burst outward. Several guards nearby were thrown back, and as they flew through the air, they were engulfed in blazing flames. Ah! Screams of pain rang out, and the entire caravan became frantic. You're asking for death. The enemy's indiscriminate group attack made Ryan's eyes harden. In an instant, he left behind 7 or 8 afterimages and appeared just a few meters in front of the second two-headed lava dog. Chill. But because the enemy was prepared, this second lava dog quickly opened its two bloody mouths and spat out 2 different flames, each using a different fire ability. One head shot out a long, fiery serpent, while the other launched a giant fireball larger than a basin. The fire serpent and fireball sped toward Ryan almost instantly. Be careful. Dodge quickly, Melita shouted urgently. Previously, the white-robed witch Melita hadn't seen how Ryan defeated the first two-headed lava dog, because her attention was focused on the second one on the left. But this time, she saw clearly. No, she could only see Ryan's afterimages, but she understood how fast he was moving. Ryan didn't slow down at all. He continued rushing forward in a straight line, showing no intention of dodging. In Melita's shocked and terrified eyes, Ryan's body suddenly formed 3 dark silver kite-shaped shields, which quickly stacked together and covered his front. At the same time, the fireball and fire serpent hit Ryan. Boom! Boom! A giant fireball and a fire serpent shattered 2 kite-shaped shields instantly. However, by the third shield, they were running out of strength. Although they still managed to break it, their speed slowed down significantly. The remaining flames were then crushed by a large silver hand. In an instant, Ryan appeared a few meters in front of the two-headed lava dog. Suddenly, 2 identical Ryan figures appeared at the same time, one moving left, the other right. Almost simultaneously, 2 silver arcs flashed from the 2 necks of the lava dog. Melita blinked, and in the next second, she saw Ryan standing right in front of the lava dog, seemingly unmoved. But she quickly realized she wasn't mistaken. Thud, thud. 2 heavy objects hit the ground one after another. Everyone looked closely. Wow. The two-headed lava dog had turned into a headless lava dog. Its 2 necks were spurting dark red blood like fountains. Its huge body, as mighty as a wild ox, swayed and finally collapsed weakly. The opponent wasn't a dragon, so Ryan naturally didn't bother to take a bath in their blood. He slightly shook his twin swords, and they instantly looked brand new again. The 2 groups of ordinary lava dogs, who had planned to attack, saw their leaders defeated and quickly ran away with their tails between their legs. Ryan didn't bother chasing these harmless creatures. What level of strength is this? Melita muttered excitedly. It's incredible, she whispered. And the attack just now was a rare metal-type magic. Melita saw the change in Ryan's weapon and the faint metallic energy particles flickering when the silver light flashed. Metal magic users are much rarer than ice mages like her. Suddenly, Melita remembered something. She looked at the snowstorm element she had just summoned, feeling helpless and about to cry. Oh my gosh, I wasted a precious core of snow and ice, she exclaimed in distress. A whole year's effort gone. This was her secret weapon. Meanwhile, the male mage who had retreated into the caravan's guards and was ready to escape amidst the chaos was also stunned, watching the fallen two-headed lava dog. He looked again at the tall, sturdy figure nearby. In an instant, the dirty thoughts in his mind vanished like smoke. I want to be a good person. At this moment, Rain's gray and white wizard robe was damaged, revealing a suit of silver mithril engraved plate armor. The mysterious patterns and the shiny silver armor gave everyone a sense of wonder and mystery. Although Melita immediately recognized that the armor was made of mithril, she was still shocked. He's so powerful and he's incredibly wealthy. Plus, he has an official imperial background. If that's the case. Suddenly, Melita remembered something. She had received an urgent notice from the Academy to gather fighters and return to Winterford Academy to organize defenses. According to the message, a huge ancient dragon named Coralxus had suddenly appeared in the northern land. Like other ancient dragons, it was very aggressive and had gathered many followers, sweeping through the north. Her mentor, who was also the dean of Winterford Academy, was injured in a recent battle with Coralxus. After seeing Rain's impressive close combat skills, Melita couldn't help but think. If the Academy's mages had someone like Rain, who was very strong in close combat, fighting in front, they could just cast spells from behind. That way, defeating the ancient dragon would be much easier. After the fat man Giannis regained his senses, he hurried over to Rain, bouncing with his fat body, and said, "Lord Rain, it's all thanks to you this time. On behalf of the Camilon trading team, I want to thank you. These gold coins." Giannis waved his hand as a guard behind him carried a heavy wooden chest forward. "No need, it's just a small favor. Also, I was riding my flying mount, so I couldn't carry the chest," Rain said with a smile. For Rain, gold was only meaningful if it reached 10,000 coins or more. You. Giannis still seemed hesitant. "Hurry and treat the wounded. We should leave the falling hammer tunnel as soon as possible," Rain said, patting Giannis on the shoulder. "Yes, Lord Rain. Lord Rain, please forgive my boldness. I have something I wish to discuss with you," Melita said as she approached after Giannis left, having thought for a long time. "Oh, Lady Melita, please feel free to speak openly," Rain replied, glancing at the white robe with a smile. He didn't dislike Melita. During the recent battle, he saw clearly that she fought hard, and although she didn't get to use her skills in the end, her character was evident. She was much better than those two. "Actually, I would like to ask for your help, Lord Rain. As a reward, I can offer you detailed clues about an improved metal-type magic called Cutting Web." Hearing the first part, Rain initially planned to refuse. He was here to find Ragri and had no time or desire to help others. But when he heard metal-type magic, his eyebrows raised. The name Cutting Web sounded like an attack spell involving metal, which intrigued him. Currently, he only knew 3 metal magic spells: the basic metal transformation, the defensive metal barrier, and the innate metal shaping. If he could gain a new offensive spell, that would be perfect. Looking around, Rain said to Melita, "Lady Melita, we can talk about your request later." "Not now. When we leave the Hammerfall tunnel, is that okay?" "That would be wonderful, of course," Melita replied, worried that Rain might refuse. From his appearance now, he seemed quite interested in the metal spell she mentioned. The rest of their journey went smoothly. Although lava snakes kept appearing inside the tunnel, Rain easily defeated them, providing food for Bloodfeather. When they reached the exit, Bloodfeather's belly was already quite full. 1 hour later, on the other side of the Hammerfall tunnel, dozens of Camilon merchant carts were busy counting and resting. Merida held a bottle of amber-colored, long-necked wine and walked over to Rain and Anna, smiling as she said, "Lord Rain, Miss Anna, this is our Winter Fortress Academy's special product, Golden Thorn Honey Tea. It has a refreshing taste, energizes the mind, and is well-liked by wizards. Would you like to try some?" Anna's eyes brightened. She wasn't usually fond of alcoholic drinks, but she liked tea. She looked at Rain and said, "Yes, thank you, Lady Merida. No poisoning?" Rain wasn't worried. Remember, his poison resistance as a master chemist was strong. If necessary, he could transform into a dragon man and become immune to low-level poisons. Most importantly, after experiencing battles, he didn't believe Merida had any reason to poison him. Merida poured a cup for each of them. Good tea. Rain tasted it carefully. This tea, made with golden thorn grass, was sweet but also had a fresh beer-like taste. It seemed to have a faint effect of boosting mental power, which explained why wizards liked it so much. "It's really good. I like it very much, Lady Merida," Anna said, taking a sip and her eyes shining. "I'm glad you like it, both of you." Merida, Just call me Anna. As for Rain, he is indeed a lord, Anna said with a small smile, covering her mouth. Lord Rain is from the Empire. Rain sighed, feeling a bit helpless about Anna revealing so much about herself. He finally understood why Anna's aunt, Lady Lenara, was so worried about her being kidnapped. Anna was too innocent. Lady Merida, I do work for the Empire, but I can't say more about my specific role, Rain replied. No wonder the Hammer Guard opened the gate for you alone. I had that guess at the time, Merida said with a smile. By the way, Lady Merida, could you tell me more about the task you'd like me to help with? I need to keep moving soon. Of course, Lord Rain, Merida said happily, nodding. Well, over in the north, a primordial dragon has appeared, called. Merida began explaining, watching Rain's expression carefully. She saw Ryan's expression show a hint of surprise and immediately thought to herself, finally, he's moved. Actually, Ryan was surprised because it was such a coincidence. The other person wanted his help to jointly defeat the ancestor dragon named Coraheus. He had already planned that after finding Legria, he would learn about the strength of that ancestor dragon. After all, he needed to absorb new dragon genes, and increasing the concentration of dragon bloodline was very important. This was crucial for his legendary profession, and its importance was obvious. As for the reward, I noticed you seem to be a metal-type wizard. Coincidentally, I know the former residence of a deceased Northland metal-type wizard, a second-level liquefaction wizard nicknamed the Cutter. According to reliable information, he suddenly died during a crystallization attempt. So, his signature magic, the cutting net, which he improved, should still be preserved. Hearing this, Ryan's smile gradually faded. He had thought that Melita already possessed that metal-type magic, the cutting net, but it turned out she only knew about it. Moreover, she knew the location but didn't go to retrieve it, which clearly indicated there was a problem. I have a question. Lady Melita, since this metal-type magic is so rare and has been improved, it must be very valuable. Why didn't you go get it? Ryan looked into Melita's eyes and asked seriously. Because the place is in the Howling Wind Fjord, at the easternmost part of the Rinfrost Tundra. I went there some time ago and found that the area had already been occupied by the Fjord Shell Lobster tribe. They have many members, and their shells are very tough. With my combat strength, it's hard to reach the target location. But with your strength, it's not a problem. So, Lady Melita, I understand what you mean. You want me to help you directly face an ancestor dragon with strength between legendary peak and epic level, and in return, you will give me a specific clue about the metal-type magic. Is that correct? Hearing Ryan's words, Melita's pretty face immediately showed embarrassment. She thought carefully and realized that her proposed deal was a bit too much. Lord Ryan, I apologize, but what I can offer is limited, and since you seem to value it, it's probably the only thing I have. Melita explained somewhat awkwardly. After all, the risks that Ryan must take are greater than the rewards. Lord Ryan, to show my sincerity, I am willing to accompany you to Howling Wind Fjord. Of course, if you still feel unable to accept, I completely understand. Thank you again for your help in the Falling Hammer Tunnel. Melita slightly bows to Ryan. No, I've decided. Ryan waves his hand and says, Huh? Melita's beautiful eyes widen as she looks at Ryan, momentarily stunned. He actually agreed? But this doesn't seem fair. For a moment, Melita couldn't understand why. However, upon hearing this news, she naturally feels very happy. She quickly regains her composure and thanks Ryan. Thank you, Lord Ryan. That's wonderful. By the way, Lord Ryan, Miss Anna, please allow me to prepare a simple campfire dinner as a thank you. Melita happily offers. Additionally, this is my homemade eggnog. You can try some. Well, thank you, Lady Melita. Ryan and Anna exchange smiles and nod at Melita. After all, even in a hurry, dinner still needs to be eaten. As the campfire slowly rises, Melita skillfully takes out some seasonings and a small box filled with herbs and more than 10 bird eggs about the size of chicken eggs. Today, I didn't prepare many ingredients, so I can only make herbal baked eggs for you too. A few minutes later, Ryan holds a snack similar to a pancake from his past life and starts eating. Honestly, it tastes pretty good. For a moment, Ryan suddenly thinks of something. After he advances to the legendary profession of Dragonvein Mage, perhaps his next job could be a chef. At least, his stomach won't be neglected. But a herbal baked egg is naturally too small for Ryan's appetite. The chubby leader of the Carmelin caravan, Jonas, who looks like a foodie, has been watching the group from the side. Seeing that Ryan still seems to want more, he quickly offers carefully selected grilled salmon and roasted lamb chops. After some casual chatting, Melita learned that Rain and Anna's destination was also the Frostland Tundra, with Winterford Academy located at the northern edge of the tundra. It was quite convenient for their travel plans. After dinner, Rain spoke up willingly. "Lady Melita, if you're heading north." Rain initially wanted to offer to give her a ride, but he hesitated. He suddenly remembered that although it was fine to carry more women on Blood Wing, Anna might misunderstand. "Let's part ways here." "Huh?" Melita looked at him expectantly, only to hear such an abrupt change of plans. She felt very disappointed. She had thought Rain was inviting her to ride the griffin. Such a strong griffin could easily carry one more person, right? Haha. Rain, just let Melita ride with you. Anna laughed when she heard Rain's words. Okay then. Rain transformed the hardened fine gold in his hand into a metal seat with a hook and said to Melita, "Lady Melita, I will add a chair underneath the griffin, so you can sit there." At this moment, Melita looked at Rain with a somewhat speechless expression. This was too much. He was deliberately making her sit below, so she wouldn't disturb their private time. "Rain, why don't you just let Melita sit behind you? Why make it so complicated?" Anna tugged at Rain's clothes, trying to persuade him. Rain thought to himself, it's just to avoid misunderstandings. Since Anna didn't mind, he naturally wouldn't mind having a beautiful witch sit behind him. "Miss Anna, thank you for speaking up." Melita quickly moved to Anna's side, took her hand, and said warmly, "Actually, Rain is a very good person." Anna was a bit surprised by how familiar Melita was, as she wasn't used to such closeness. After saying goodbye to the Camelon trading team, Melita sat behind Rain. He controlled Bloodwing, spread his wings, and took off, heading straight for Beverly Hills in the Caswas province. As they took off, the griffin's body rose and fell with the wind, causing Melita to cling tightly to Rain's waist. It was probably her first time riding a flying mount, so she was a little nervous and unaccustomed. Every time the blood-feather horned eagle flapped its wings, Melita would sometimes press her chest against Rain's back, and sometimes she would pull away a bit. This made Rain feel uncomfortable. You could stay close all the time, or keep a bit more distance, either way is fine. But sometimes, she would lean in again. Rain could clearly feel the pressure from behind. "Are you here to ride? Or maybe just here to tease?" Soon, Rain felt a bit warm all over. He straightened up. Like a chain reaction, Anna, who was sitting in Rain's arms, blushed suddenly. She had felt this way before. This time, she knew exactly what it was. Maybe if it was just Rain and her, Anna wouldn't be so shy. After all, she had experienced this before, so she could handle it better. But this time, there were 3 people. Before long, Anna's face was red, and she softly leaned against Rain. At the same time, Rain didn't feel very happy. Dealing with 2 people at once was more like torture. He couldn't do it in front of strangers with Anna. And things like herbal baked eggs seemed to be quite nourishing. Rain suddenly started to regret it. After several hours of flying, the blood-feather horned eagle was a bit tired. Of course, Rain, who was caught in the middle, felt even more exhausted and distressed, more so than when he had been flying through the lava hammer tunnel fighting lava creatures nonstop. Since they were riding the blood-feather horned eagle, they flew straight toward the Beverly Hills mountains. Along the way, Rain didn't bother looking for villages to stop at. So, the 3 of them landed in a clearing by a lake in a dense forest. As for nighttime by the water, dangerous? Wild beasts lurking? That was a joke to the 3 mages. It was late at night now, and the bright moonlight cast shadows through the trees. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the lake's surface rippled softly. After building a campfire in the clearing, the 3 of them each went to rest. The next morning, the first light of dawn appeared. Ryan looked at the extinguished campfire and then at the 2 people, noticing they had not yet awakened. He checked the system prompts. The battle inside the falling hammer tunnel was probably too easy for him now, and the system only awarded him 2 gold skill points. Adding his remaining points, his total attributes now included 7 points, with 0 skill points left and 21 gold skill points. However, after several nights of practicing advanced meditation techniques, Ryan's mental strength increased by 1 point. Additionally, perhaps due to the effects of absorbing soul energy crystals last time, the fogging level increased by 1%. At this moment, his mental value on the attribute panel showed 63, with 21% fogging. Ryan thought for a moment, then stood up. He took a small cloth bag from the blood-winged hawk beast nearby and pulled out some white silk cloth and fine thread. In an instant, Ryan used hardened fine gold to shape a needle and a pair of scissors, beginning to repair his previously damaged white wizard robe. When he finished repairing it, the system prompt suddenly flooded the screen. You repaired the white silk wizard robe, and your related understanding has improved. Tailoring apprentice experience plus 31. Detected that the host meets the promotion conditions for tailoring. 1. Tailoring apprentice level 3 maxed. 2. Agility over 5, constitution over 5. 3. Made 10 qualified tailoring items. All conditions are met. Promote to tailor? Yes/no note. After promotion, the new tailoring profession panel will replace the previous tailoring apprentice panel. I thought it would take a few more days to reach level 3 as a tailoring apprentice, but unexpectedly, I leveled up after just a few days of intermittent work. Ryan couldn't help feeling happy. Clearly, there was no need to hesitate about whether to change professions. Ryan decisively chose yes. Ding. Promotion successful. Promoted to tailor. Agility plus 2. Gain core tailoring skill. Skillful hands level 1. Skillful hands level 1. Active due to long-term use of hands and tailoring. Dexterity exceeds that of ordinary people. Huh? Skillful hands? Alright, that fits a tailor. At the same time, the previous tailoring apprentice panel disappeared, replaced by a new tailoring panel. A brand new icon border appeared at the bottom of the panel, glowing faintly around it. Ryan immediately focused on the icon. The symbol shows two slender hands, one holding cloth and the other pinching a needle, as if flying up and down. Below the icon, there is a line of small text. Core skill, Skillful Hands LV1, active, Skillful Hands LV1, active, effect. When activated, hand speed slightly increases. Note, the skill's effect is based on the user's hand dexterity, with a certain percentage increase. Duration depends on the user's physical strength and mental power. Agility plus 2, not much, but for a blank skill panel, it's already quite good to get attribute boosts. Ryan nodded slightly. Huh? Hand speed? That kind of description can be misleading. Ryan momentarily thought in a different direction. However, for new skills, Ryan usually prefers to try first and judge later. He thought briefly and then activated the core skill, Skillful Hands. Immediately, Ryan could clearly feel his hands becoming more agile. When he threaded a needle again, his already high agility made his hand speed very fast. Now, with Skillful Hands active, it became even more dazzling. At the same time, Melita, who was awakened by the morning light, seemed to notice Ryan's activity. She tilted her head slightly, sleepy-eyed, and saw Ryan's quick-moving hands, as if sewing or mending something nearby. Huh? She rubbed her eyes, and in the next second, looked at the scene with a look of disbelief. Oh my, such a powerful person like Lord Ryan actually sews clothes himself? A kind-hearted wizard. Meanwhile, Ryan was immersed in testing his new core skill, Skillful Hands, and didn't notice Melita's surprised gaze. Suddenly, he had an idea. His hands instantly transformed into two dark, sleek daggers. With quick swings, it was as if Ryan's hands disappeared, replaced by a flurry of dagger shadows. Ryan smiled. He had already figured out how to use skillful hands in battle. The boost for short blades like daggers was immediately obvious. Additionally, those special magic rituals that require handprints probably also have some amplification effects, at least reducing the casting time, thought Rain quietly. At this moment, Rain seemed to sense something, turned around, and looked behind him. He saw Melita staring at him with a blank expression. You're awake? Lady Melita, good morning, Rain said with a smile. Rain was in a good mood after unexpectedly gaining a core skill early in the morning. Rain-sama, good morning, Melita stammered, quickly returning the greeting. Rain, Melita, you two woke up so early. Hearing their conversation, Anna also slowly woke up, feeling a bit groggy. Soon, the three prepared to set out again. However, when Rain approached the blood-feather-horned eagle, he hesitated again. He looked at Anna and then at Melita, unable to think of a good suggestion for a moment. Anna also seemed to have an idea. She slowed her steps, clutching the corner of her white wizard robe, feeling strangely nervous and shy. She had thought about changing positions. For example, swapping places with Melita. But if she did that, she would be behind Rain, holding him, while Rain would be holding Melita. The moment that image appeared, Anna shook her head slightly. Because in that case, Rain might point a gun at Melita. It would be better to keep pointing at her. Melita also seemed to remember yesterday's situation. Her face flushed slightly. It was impossible to say she didn't have feelings, especially since her partner was a strong, wealthy, handsome young man. So, at this moment, Melita felt a strange mix of desire and resistance about sitting behind Rain again. She wanted to, but also felt a bit reluctant. This made Melita feel annoyed with the blood-feather-horned eagle. Couldn't it just fly normally? Like a regular bird, smooth and graceful? Why must it flap its wings and go up and down? It was hard to tolerate. Although the three had different thoughts, they didn't say anything. It seemed everything continued silently, understood without words. Rain remained in the middle, with the two women sitting behind him, as they mounted the blood-feather-horned eagle, heading toward the Beverly Hills Mountains. At noon, Bloodfeather landed to rest briefly. Lord Rain, in half a day, we will reach Beverly Mountain Pass in the Casway Province, Melita explained, familiar with the route. By the way, Lady Melita, could you tell me more about the Wind Phoenix group in the Beverly Mountains? Rain asked curiously. He had just looked at the map of the Empire's northern border and noticed that the Beverly Mountains stretch east to west for over 1,000 kilometers. If they could go straight through, it would save a lot of time. The mountain pass is located at the northeast corner of their current position, forming a diagonal line. The map provided by Elena briefly mentioned that the Wind Phoenixes are fierce and numerous, but lacked details. Of course, Lord Rain. The Wind Phoenix is a group-living, naturally aggressive bird of prey. They hunt all creatures within their range. Adult wind phoenixes have the innate ability to create wind blades, which are as powerful as the wind blade magic cast by wind mages. At this moment, Anna looked at Melita with curiosity, clearly interested in the wind phoenix creatures. For a single wind phoenix, even mages or high-level knights wouldn't have much trouble. But the problem is, when they hunt, dozens of wind phoenixes attack together. Can you imagine a scene where dozens of wind blades come crashing down? Melita spoke while seeming to recall that scene, her face showing a hint of fear. Rain nodded thoughtfully. I see. Indeed, if dozens of wind blades strike at once, even a level 2 liquid mage would find it hard to resist. The defensive magic of a level 2 shield mage has its limits. What about a level 1 mage? They would likely be overwhelmed and fall on the spot. Of course, he himself isn't included in that risk. To withstand dozens of wind blades without injury, besides dodging, one would need the strength of a level 3 crystallized mage to stand a chance. By the way, how fast are the wind phoenixes? Rain asked again. If the wind phoenixes weren't fast enough, the blood-feather-horn eagle could easily cross the mountains. Wind phoenixes are born able to manipulate wind energy particles. Not to mention your horn eagle, even the Empire's griffins might be slightly slower. To cross the mountains, unless you're an Empire dragon rider, it's quite unlikely. It seems he thought of something. Melita paused briefly, then continued. Additionally, among the wind pungers, there are male hunting wind pungers, which are stronger than the regular ones. As for other mutated wind pungers and so on, we don't know much. But considering there are hundreds of thousands, I believe the number of these mutated wind pungers is also quite large, at least over 100. Of course, the most terrifying is the Queen Wind Pung. Queen Wind Punger? Ryan couldn't help but look surprised. Yes, the total number of wind pungers in Beverly Hills is over 100,000, all led by a Queen Wind Punger with epic strength. It's said that the Empire considered destroying them, but decided against it because of the potential huge losses. Why can the Beverly Hills Mountain Pass avoid wind punger attacks? Anna asked curiously. The forest on the mountain pass, called the Purple Tumorwood Forest, releases a strange gas all year round. This gas makes wind pungers feel uncomfortable and dislike the area, so they stay away from it. In the afternoon, as Bloodfeather flew over a small town, Ryan, even at several hundred meters high, faintly heard screams coming from below. He looked down. He saw several people in black robes, apparently driving the crowd toward a building in the town center. Those who refused to obey were killed on the spot. Ryan, it seems they are members of the Black Flame cult. Anna quickly noticed that these black-robed people looked familiar. Yes, Ryan's face darkened. He immediately controlled Bloodfeather and dove toward the building that looked like a church. At that moment, inside the church hall, several Black Flame cult priests had just finished chanting, and the blood sacrifice ceremony seemed to be nearing its final stage. At the top of the bone staff in the center of the evil ritual array, the transparent diamond-shaped crystal was now swirling with a dense blood-red aura. Inside the church, hundreds of town residents were curled up, lying on the ground in disarray. Their faces were terrified and gaunt, and they looked gruesome in death. Clearly, the blood essence of these residents had been absorbed into the diamond-shaped crystal by the blood sacrifice. Good, it's finally done. This blood crystal is of good quality. We should all get a reward from the church, one Black Flame cult priest said with a smile. Just as he was walking easily, planning to take back the bone staff and blood crystal, suddenly, the stained glass spire at the top of the church exploded violently. Immediately, a strong wind blew, debris scattered everywhere, and a giant bird with blue and purple feathers swooped down from above. Why is a fierce beast attacking us all of a sudden? The faces of the Black Flame cultivators, who had been smiling, froze instantly, and thoughts like this flashed through their minds. Blood Feather then dove straight down, knocking the stunned Black Flame cultivator to the ground. Blood Feather's sharp claws easily tore into the cultivator's chest and abdomen, causing him to scream loudly. Something's wrong. There's someone on that bird. Enemy attack. The remaining 4 or 5 Black Flame cultivators reacted quickly and shouted loudly. But in the next second, whoosh, 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 a series of sharp sounds of weapons breaking the air rang out. The 4 or 5 cultivators froze in place, their eyes wide with disbelief. Then, several heavy objects fell with a thud, and all of these Black Flame cultivators fell backward, face up. On their foreheads, each had a 4-pointed dart stuck in it. The attacker was Rain. After eliminating the Black Flame cultivators with one move, Rain looked serious as he jumped down from the griffin and surveyed the surroundings. What he saw immediately reminded him of a cult attack that had happened in Flash Gold Town before. This scene was all too familiar to him. Those trash from the Black Flame cult. Rain's face was grim as he spoke in a deep voice. It's definitely them. Lord Rain, over the past year, these Black Flame cultivators have been very active in several provinces in the northern border, causing many disasters. Melita, who had come over, said seriously. Rain nodded, calming his emotions slightly, then walked to the center of the evil magic circle, took down the bone staff, and crushed the blood crystal again. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Large amounts of unknown absorbable energy detected. Do you want to absorb it? Note. After absorption, it can be converted into experience points for a specific profession. Seeing this prompt, Rain, who should have been happy, felt no joy at all. His mood remained heavy. However, after thinking it over, Ryan still chose yes. At the same time, he silently said in his mind, Rest now, your blood will not be wasted. These scoundrels will pay a higher price. Blood will be the cost. In the next second, the rich blood essence inside the diamond-shaped crystal surged like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing into Ryan's body. However, it seemed that because Ryan's strength had recently increased, he could clearly feel that the energy level of this blood essence was relatively low. As the crimson color of the crystal quickly faded, Ryan completed the absorption process, and the system prompt sounded again. Ding. You have gained 1,311 extraordinary experience points. Please choose to upgrade the Poison Master, Extraordinary, or the Heavy Armor Maker, Extraordinary. Ryan glanced at the options and saw that both Poison Master, Extraordinary, and Heavy Armor Maker, Extraordinary, were at level 6. After gaining this 1,000+ experience points, Poison Master, Extraordinary, could level up again. After a brief thought, Ryan chose Poison Master, Extraordinary. In the next second, a system message appeared before Ryan. Congratulations! Your Poison Master, Extraordinary, profession level has increased. Ryan's act of crushing the blood-colored crystal did not seem to arouse any suspicion from Melita beside him. She simply thought Ryan was acting out of anger. During the following journey, the three of them discovered a small town that had been attacked by a dark flame cult. This gave Ryan a clearer understanding of the situation in the northern border of the Empire. It seemed that the Empire's situation was more turbulent than he had imagined. Here we are, Lord Ryan. That is Beverly Hills, Melita said excitedly, pointing to the lower left. Ryan looked down and saw that in the midst of the towering mountains, there was a noticeably lower valley, as if a gap had been cut through the high mountain range. As the blood-winged horned eagle descended slowly, the purple forest below was quite distinctive. The trees had purple coconuts the size of drums growing on their trunks, emitting a faint, pungent smell. Is this the purple tumorwood? Yes, Lord Ryan. Beverly Hills. Travelers and merchant caravans came and went in an orderly manner, passing through the purple forest one after another. At this moment, Ryan also saw that the so-called Yamaguchi passage was simply a corridor through the purple tumorwood forest. Everyone, be careful. Do not fight inside the corridor. Loud battles will attract the attention of the wind pheasant flock. Do not damage the purple tumor trees. The guard at the entrance kept reminding everyone loudly. Ryan and his 3 companions, along with Blood Feather, followed behind a merchant caravan heading toward the passage. Not long after Ryan's group landed, 4 or 5 large black birds suddenly flew into the sky nearby. At the front of these birds, 2 of them were talking. High Priest Erickson, after your breakthrough, your pure physical strength has surpassed the limits of a great knight by several times. I think no one in the church can match you now. I heard that the barbarian chieftain over in the cold wind tundra also has a very strong physique. Maybe you can test your strength against him. A hooded man in a black robe spoke respectfully to a middle-aged man in a black robe nearby. Haha, I think so too, the middle-aged man named Erickson responded, seeming quite interested when the mention of the barbarian chieftain. By the way, High Priest Erickson, I heard from the church that the Munster province in the Central Empire was heavily damaged and suffered great losses. Yes, that's true. Normally, Exeter is quite powerful. Such a thing shouldn't have happened. Erickson frowned slightly as he replied. Soon, the other birds also landed, and their strange calls naturally caught Ryan and his companions' attention. These black birds had bald necks and blood-red eyes, giving off a fierce and violent feeling. Giant scavenging vulture. Melita whispered. Using such a fierce bird as a mount is not simple, she added. Yes, these scavenging vultures are very aggressive, Anna nodded, confident in her ability as a druid to sense animal emotions. Ryan looked at the vultures briefly, then shifted his focus to the people jumping down from the birds. The 2 leading figures wore black robes, one tall and one short, both with deep, calm auras, clearly hiding their true strength. The other 3 were dressed as knights, strong and sturdy, but they seemed to be attendants. Judging by their aura, they likely had the strength of experienced senior knights. However, the aura of the opponents always gave Ryan a strange sense of familiarity. Move aside. Don't block the way. The 3 senior knights shouted loudly, as if no one was there. Other travelers and merchants in the corridor seemed to sense that these 5 newcomers were not easy to mess with, and they quickly made way. Soon, the 5 of them reached the center of the corridor, near Ryan and his companions. By the way, has there been any news from Crawley? High Priest Erickson just sent a message 2 hours ago. They have teamed up with the white-haired bear monster to attack the barbarian tribes. The 2 black-robed figures walking behind continued whispering. Although they were far away, Ryan clearly heard the words High Priest and barbarian tribes, which made him narrow his eyes. But he didn't keep staring at them. At their level of strength, they were very sensitive to being watched. At this moment, the opponents also saw Ryan and his friends a short distance ahead. Clearly, upon seeing the 3 in white wizard robes, they looked surprised. Especially the 3 main knights leading the way, who, when passing by Ryan and his friends, looked at Melita with bold, unrestrained gazes, inspecting her beautiful face and figure, and even whistled. That girl has a really good figure. I heard witches are very open-minded. Maybe she just likes someone like you. Their teasing made Melita's chest heave violently with anger, her face flushing, but she dared not say anything. Because the other 2 behind them had a very deep aura, Melita could sense that their strength was far beyond hers. Also, she didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for Ryan and Anna. However, it seemed the tall black-robed man noticed that Ryan and his friends were official mages. He said in a deep voice, "Stop wasting time and shut up." After the scolding, the 3 senior knights restrained themselves a bit, but they still looked at Melita with boldness. Just as they continued forward, a voice came from behind. "Wait, you offended my friends. Do you think you can leave without apologizing?" The speaker was Reynolds. He calmly looked at the 5 people in front of him. Interesting. Both the 2 black-robed figures stopped and turned to look at Reynolds. Marita was surprised, covering her mouth in shock. She didn't expect Reynolds to suddenly stand up for her and say something like that. She felt happy but also worried. "Oh, offending us? Young man, do you think you're very powerful just because you're a formal wizard? If you're not strong enough, it's better not to show off. There are at least 10 formal wizards who have died at my hands, maybe 20. Do you still want our apology?" One of the thinner black-robed figures looked slightly fierce and stared at Reynolds as he spoke. "Is that so? If that's the case, I have nothing more to say, Reynolds sighed. The three great knights beside the thin black-robed man laughed loudly when they heard Reynolds, thinking he had surrendered. Young man, now it's your turn to apologize to us, one of them said proudly, with his nose pointed up. No, it should be this lady who apologizes to us, another knight suddenly interrupted, pointing at the graceful Melita with a teasing smile. Both of you are wrong. It's these two who should apologize to us. Ha, the last knight said, leering at Melita and Anna. Their voices were loud, attracting the attention of travelers and merchants at both ends of the passage. Seeing the conflict between Reynolds, the two women, and the five people, many began to point and whisper. This young man seems to be a wizard, but he doesn't have enough experience. Those five look very strong, probably going to suffer if he fights them. Yeah, look at their flying mounts. They seem to be giant scavenger vultures. Only someone who can tame such fierce creatures could be powerful. It seems those people are black. One of the old merchants looked at the black robes and the giant vultures, his eyes widening as if he remembered something. Just as he was about to speak, his face suddenly changed, and he stopped himself. Black what? A merchant guard nearby asked curiously. Black big bird. The old merchant chuckled and changed his words. Who hasn't seen the blackbird? I thought you might say something secret. The guard in the caravan couldn't help but laugh. Everyone around was looking at the young Ryan with surprise. Many people were still talking about how this young wizard, Ryan, was bringing two beautiful companions, and this time, they thought he was doomed. No, I mean, since you don't want to apologize, then you can just die. Ryan's calm face suddenly roared. Before he finished speaking, Ryan tiptoed and pushed off the ground. With a loud bang, dirt splattered everywhere, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Ryan's figure disappeared suddenly in the dust that flew up, out of everyone's sight. The thin man in the black robe immediately felt a cold chill deep inside him, like a bucket of ice water pouring over his head. But he was strong and quick to react. A black shield, like a protective spell, appeared on his body, giving him a moment to breathe. Just as he was about to retreat, his eyes suddenly widened. A huge silver hand appeared in front of him, reaching through the black shield and grabbing his neck. Pop! The sound of the black shield breaking and his neck twisting echoed almost at the same time. Then, the dust cleared, and the three knights looked at Ryan with shock, glancing at him and at their leader, Cageman. How could a second-level liquid wizard, almost a legendary level, die from just one move? Meanwhile, the burly man in the black robe, Erickson, looked extremely grim. He didn't want to help earlier, but Ryan's attack was too sudden. He acted without warning, and before he could react, Ryan had already struck. His brutality was even worse than theirs. And this was the Beverly Hills Pass, a well-known area where people generally didn't fight openly. So, with these two reasons combined, by the time Erickson realized what was happening and tried to stop Ryan, it was already too late. His trusted subordinate, Cageman, had already been strangled by the young man in front of him. Clatter. Surrounding spectators saw this scene and immediately started to make noise. Almost everyone was too confused to see what happened clearly. One man in a black robe, who looked quite fierce, was killed instantly. The young, handsome wizard in front of them was clearly a tough character. Did you see that just now? It was so fast. But this young wizard seems a bit too brave. Doesn't he know that this is the Beverly Hills Passage, where fighting is strictly forbidden by the Empire? Melita's beautiful eyes were fixed on Ryan. Earlier that morning, she saw Ryan repairing his torn wizard robe with a needle and thread, which made him seem like a caring guy. But in less than half a day, Ryan showed a very strong side. When someone tried to tease her, Ryan immediately killed him on the spot. Oh my goodness. Melita's long legs beneath her white wizard robe tightened involuntarily. She felt like she was about to fall for him. But in the next second, Anna pulled her away suddenly. Hurry up, or we might get caught in the trouble, Anna said urgently. Melita, it seems the other person is a high-ranking member of the Black Flame cult. Miss Anna, do you feel the same? No wonder Lord Ryan was so ruthless. Melita looked surprised. She had also felt a faint sense of familiarity just now. When Anna mentioned it, she immediately made the connection. Yes, no matter who you are. Erickson's muscles bulged, and his black robe suddenly tore apart, revealing a strong, rock-like body. But the most noticeable thing was the strange patterns carved into his skin. They included straight lines, curves, circles, six-pointed stars, and ovals, all forming a complex, full-body design. You've successfully made me angry. Ericsson's eyes, red and fierce, stared at Ryan. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a sudden attack, responding to Ryan's earlier surprise attack. Explosive fist. He punched the ground hard, causing a crater 4 or 5 meters wide. Dust and debris shot into the air. Then, with a heavy push of his black fire snake-shaped hands, several tons of hot dust instantly heated up, like a wave of molten metal, rushing toward Ryan. Ryan was naturally prepared. When facing Ericsson's attack, he did not retreat but moved forward, protected by a metal shield, and suddenly charged into the dust storm. A loud, harsh crashing sound came from the dust whirlpool. Two strong figures collided heavily. Ryan's pupil shrank. Just now, he sensed that the opponent had a strong build, and his aura was different from that of ordinary liquefied or crystallized mages. He didn't expect that the opponent was a crystallized mage specializing in body enhancement. Moreover, his preferred weapon was a finger gun. This strike from the opponent was actually stronger than Ryan's in power. Among the enemies Ryan had fought, this was quite unique. In fact, when Ericsson was young, he was a gladiator in the Imperial City arena. Later, by chance, he joined the Black Flame Church, but he kept the fighting habits from his gladiator days. Especially many years ago, after gaining some knowledge of ancient warrior seals from an ruined site. Since then, with each Black Flame prayer, Ericsson prayed to the hunting god to strengthen his body's strength and defense. Eventually, he nearly restored all the battle tattoos of the ancient warrior seals, becoming a special crystallized mage focused on physical combat. Ericsson was quite surprised that Ryan could withstand his attack during the dust storm. Black Flame Impact. With a low roar, a tattoo on his arm flashed, suddenly erupting with black flames. In an instant, the explosion of flames pushed Ryan back several meters. Ericsson quickly closed the distance and shouted again, Black Flame Speed. His calf tattoo flashed, and he appeared suddenly in front of Ryan like a ghost, throwing a punch again. Ryan reacted quickly, blocking with both hands. A kite-shaped shield appeared in front of him. Boom. Ryan was knocked flying over 10 meters by the opponent's powerful strike. Several purple tumors along the way were broken, but he finally managed to stand firm. Because Ryan's epic profession, King of 1,000 Blades, was a close combat class inherited from an ancient ogre combat master. Facing Ericsson's fierce close-range attack, he took most of the hits. Huh, you've got some skill. But that's all. Ericsson showed a hint of mockery. His upper body tattoos suddenly lit up, and a large black fireball the size of a basin appeared around him. Group Black. Roar. Ryan shouted angrily. A white wave of energy swept around him, causing Ericsson's tattoo energy to momentarily pause. Around Ericsson, more than 10 black fireballs appeared out of nowhere, then quickly dissipated. The nearby purple tumor trees shook violently. The tumors on the trees burst apart from the sound waves, causing the trees to sway wildly. After the dragon roar, Ryan launched a counterattack. He instantly created 7 or 8 afterimages and charged at Ericsson. Bang, bang, ding, clang. Both moved very quickly, their fierce clashes sounding like continuous strikes without pause. Suddenly, a large black flame the size of a basin appeared beside Ericsson and was thrown at Ryan. But instantly, Ryan's front appeared a magical silver shield, blocking the attack. Their fight caused the purple tumor trees around them to fall one after another, some collapsing in groups when hit by explosions. Meanwhile, the 3 great knights initially thought that their main priest, Ericsson, could easily defeat the opponent. But as the battle progressed, even a fool could see that the young man in front of them was at a level close to their main priest, just a bit weaker. They could be considered to be on the same level. They were now scrambling to escape from the center of the fight. They felt deep regret. They had only flirted with a witch, but ended up provoking such a tough opponent. Now, even if Ericsson manages to defeat the other, they would surely face severe punishment. The fierce battle between Ryan and Ericsson also attracted the attention of the Imperial Guards at Beverly Hills Gate. Does he have no fear? Fighting inside the passage. Soon, a rugged, bearded knight, the highest officer guarding Beverly Hills Gate, saw the dust and energy waves rising from the middle of the passage and cursed angrily. Then, he led a team of elite guards quickly toward the area where Ryan and Ericsson were fighting. When they were about 100 meters apart, he immediately stopped and looked seriously ahead. 2 faint figures were jumping and flickering, which made him suddenly very surprised. Wow, they are so strong. Quickly report. There is a nearly legendary expert fighting at the Beverly Hills entrance. No, that's definitely a legendary expert. Understood, sir. The Imperial Guards were also amazed when they heard this. Meanwhile, the battle between Ryan and Erickson was becoming more intense. Suddenly, Erickson's momentum surged. Black flames on his body began burning fiercely and covered him completely. His handheld claw, now glowing red-hot like a branding iron, was also burning. Flame tongue attack. Suddenly, Erickson swung a punch at Ryan. Ryan raised his hand to block, but he saw the black flames in Erickson's hand suddenly grow a meter long, like a cow's tongue, licking toward his face. Although the metallic shield, a magical silver-winged shield that could deform, quickly blocked in front, the flames touched it and exploded instantly. The powerful blast pushed Ryan back several meters. Firestorm strike. After landing this hit, Erickson continued to punch repeatedly. Suddenly, hundreds of sparks shot toward Ryan like a dense swarm. Dragon roar. Blade storm. Ryan's hardened fine gold instantly transformed into a large double-handed sword, and over 100 four-point darts shot out at Erickson. Immediately, a red firestorm and a dark blade storm clashed fiercely. Boom. Boom. Some sparks pierced through the blade storm and hit Ryan, exploding repeatedly. Erickson was also feeling the pressure. Over 10 four-point darts stuck into his rocky body, though they didn't deeply. Some blood seeped out. The fight paused briefly. Weak spot control. Ryan activated this epic skill for the first time, the core ability of his legendary class, King of 1,000 Blades. In an instant, Ryan's view showed the opponent's body as a three-dimensional pattern, outlined with blue, yellow, and red dots indicating different defense levels. About 2/3 of the opponent's body flickered with yellow light, meaning medium defense. The remaining 1/3 flickered with blue light, indicating very strong defense. Of course, these points are not fixed. As the opponent changes their stance and techniques, the strong defense points, blue dots, can become weak points, red dots. But Ryan quickly noticed that the opponent's knees, the two red spots, almost always stayed the same. Sometimes they were slightly red, sometimes a deep red. In other words, those are the opponent's clear weaknesses. Ryan saw his right hand quickly transform into a short spear and attacked Erickson. Pretending to strike the opponent's upper body, he suddenly stabbed at the opponent's knees, creating a small hole. But in the next second, the opponent's whole body flashed with black light, and both hands struck Ryan's chest at the same time. Boom! The mithril-decorated armor shattered, and Ryan was blasted several meters away by the black fire. Although he had top-grade steel body armor, repeated powerful hits caused his chest to bleed. Erickson pulled out the short spear from his abdomen. He wanted to ask, "How did you find my weak spot?" But he quickly realized that asking this would weaken his morale. "Do you think you've won?" Erickson, full of anger, threw his short spear aside and stared at Ryan. The round wound on his knee began to close, and tiny flesh buds grew out. Within seconds, it healed completely on its own. "Young man, you have some skill, but do you know? I only used half my strength just now. If I fought with full power, I would need to transform, which would be too exhausting. But you have earned this honor. Get ready for your last words," Erickson said with a sinister smile. "Oh, transform?" Ryan looked at him with a meaningful gaze. At the same time, he whispered to himself in a low voice no one else could hear, "Transforming, I can do that too, but it's just too ugly." Suddenly, Erickson's body split open. More precisely, the black lines on his skin tore apart because they couldn't contain the intense internal changes. Erickson's whole body instantly grew to about 3 meters tall. His skin was still there, but it looked like small sticky sheets attached to a much larger, blood-colored puppet, giving an odd feeling. Whoosh! He swung a fist at Ryan, creating a circle of white sound barrier. Boom! With a powerful punch, Erickson's strength and speed suddenly increased, sending Rin flying over 10 meters. Rin crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a deep dent, and dust and smoke billowed up dozens of meters high. Next, Erickson, riding his momentum, caused a strong gust of wind as he charged into the smoke. Anna and Melita watched this scene with worry, their hearts pounding. "No, I have to go help Rin," Anna said instinctively as she rushed forward. But a hand reached out and stopped her, saying, "Miss Anna, going up now might distract Lord Rin." From his expression, he doesn't seem afraid of the opponent. He probably has a trick up his sleeve. Anna realized the truth. Indeed, she had been worried unnecessarily. Thinking carefully, she remembered that Ren always managed to defeat strong enemies. Maybe he will this time too. Meanwhile, as Erickson charged into the smoke intending to deliver a fatal to Ren, suddenly his large fist was caught by the claw of a huge creature. An ugly monster covered in scales appeared before him. Just as Erickson was puzzled about where the monster came from, the creature spoke in human language. "This is your transformation? It's really too weak." Erickson's eyes widened in shock. He immediately recognized that the nearly 5-meter-tall monster was actually the handsome young man from earlier. He could transform too. In his moment of surprise, his large fist was squeezed with a creaking sound by the creature, and his bones were rapidly changing shape. Who are you?" Erickson was now completely stunned. This strength is comparable to the Dragon Knights of the Dragon Empire. Looking across the entire Dragon Empire, this person is definitely not an unknown figure. Bang! The answer to Erickson was Ren's giant fist, about the size of a wash basin. With one punch, Erickson's head was nearly turned 90 degrees. Several white teeth flew out, and he was knocked into the dirt. Bang! 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 A giant fist, one punch after another. Soon, Erickson's body began to shrink, and his limbs twitched uncontrollably, as if suffering from a seizure. At this moment, Ryan finally saw clearly that he had directly hit Erickson's head until it was gone. There was a pile of broken bones and flesh in red and white, showing that a head had once existed there. Ryan exhaled deeply, calming his mind, and his body also started to shrink rapidly. However, after the fight, he felt a wave of weakness. Thinking quickly, Ryan added a bit of mental focus, a warm flow surged through his body, and he instantly recovered to peak stamina. At this moment, the dust around him began to settle. Because of the dust, Ryan's dragon form from a few seconds ago was not exposed to others. The crowd watching from afar was stunned, staring at the scene before them. They saw Ryan's muscular body, except for a pair of pleated underwear, fully visible. Around him was a large crater, about 10 meters in diameter, like a meteor impact site. As for the man in the black robe, his head was buried in the ground, and his limbs seemed to stop moving. The outcome was clear at a glance. But just moments ago, it was obvious that the black-robed man had the advantage. How could he have been defeated so quickly? The crowd felt a strange sense of disbelief at how fast the situation changed. Lord Ryan is only wearing a pair of. Melita froze for a few seconds before exclaiming in surprise. Actually, she thought to herself, why is Lord Ryan's underwear pleated? That's so strange. Does he like pleated skirts? Anna also blushed when she saw this. But she immediately ran to the nearby blood-winged hawk, seemingly to help Ryan get another wizard robe. After all, Ryan being seen by others made Anna feel like she had suffered a big loss herself. Just as Ryan was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and started searching the black-robed man. Soon, he found a heavy pouch on the other person. At this moment, the bearded knight cautiously stepped forward, watching Ryan from a distance, and said, This wizard, at the Beverly Hills Pass, the Empire strictly forbids fighting." When he said this, he swallowed hard, clearly feeling nervous. He seemed worried that Ryan might get angry and kill him too. But after such a big event, if he didn't say anything, he probably would be blamed by the Empire tomorrow. After hesitating for a moment, the big knight with a beard decided to at least say a few words before leaving. By doing so, he felt he had fulfilled his duty. As for whether the other side listened or not, it didn't matter anymore. "I'm sorry, I apologize," Ryan said with a gentle smile, nodding at the big knight with a beard. It seemed he remembered something. Ryan took out a clear medal from his pocket and threw it to the big knight, then handed over an official letter signed by General Edward, saying, "I am a member of the Empire's Sword Bearers. The other party is a member of the Black Flame Cult. It's my duty. Sorry about this. You are a star-level sword bearer, then it's fine." The other person seemed familiar with the sword bearer system. When he saw Ryan's badge, he understood immediately and relaxed, smiling. The big knight with a beard looked carefully at the words behind Ryan's badge and sighed, saying, "Is the sword bearer division in the Minster province so strong? I thought, with your strength, you must be one of the top experts at the Empire's sword bearer headquarters." Ryan was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded. "Oh no, Lord Ryan, your fight just now is too loud." Feng Ping was attracted here. The big knight with a beard changed his expression and hurriedly looked up at the sky. Ryan looked up and saw that in the sky to the front left, dozens of yellow dots suddenly appeared, rushing quickly from the sky, becoming clearer as they approached. High above, a blood-feather horned eagle soars rapidly through the sky. Anna, looking a bit anxious, points toward the canyon on the side of the Haluo Mountains. Ryan, look over there. Ryan follows Anna's gesture and sees in the lower left, within a winding canyon, a huge creature resembling a winged lizard, wreaking havoc among the crowd. Ryan narrows his eyes and immediately controls the blood feather to dive toward the canyon. As they get closer, the creature's enormous size becomes clearer, and the brave figures fighting it come into view. Horned helmet, animal hide, battle axe, rugged appearance. In Ryan's mind, the words barbarian tribe flash quickly. Oh no, Lord Ryan, this looks like the ancestor dragon Karasis. Melita, who also sees the scene below, says nervously. White-haired bear monster attacking the front of the barbarian army, the ancestor dragon Karasis rampaging in the middle, and a group of human mercenaries led by a few black-robed figures attacking the rear of the barbarian forces. This is bad. Such a situation means defeat is almost certain. Melita whispers in horror. The entire battlefield situation is already clear to Ryan. It is indeed as Melita said. Although the barbarians are surrounded on all sides, Ryan sees they're still fighting bravely. The situation isn't hopeless. To turn the tide, the key is clearly the ancestor dragon Karasis. Only by dealing with it can the battle be reversed. Ryan continues to control the blood feather, rapidly diving toward the canyon area. Meanwhile, a black flame cultivator watching from the high ground of the cold mountain range notices the blood feather and quickly turns to alert Crowley. Master Priest Crowley, look. What is that? Following his subordinate's gesture, Crowley looks at the small dot growing larger in the sky with confusion. Could it be the High Priest? But how can it be a single person? It doesn't seem to be High Priest Erickson. No one in the sect has a flying mount of that blue-purple color. Moreover, High Priest Erickson likes to make grand appearances and never travels alone. They looked at each other, both unsure of the other's background. After all, anyone with a normal mind wouldn't interfere in the ongoing battle. In this situation, only the Dragon Knights of the Dragon Empire could possibly turn the tide by defeating the ancestor dragon, Karaus. Otherwise, anyone else trying would be pointless. But the flying mount on the other side was clearly a bird, not a dragon, so it couldn't be a member of the Empire's guardians. Could it be reinforcements called by barbarians? Both of them thought of the same answer. Crowley watched the flight path of Bloodfeather and saw that it was actually heading straight for the center of the battlefield, toward Koraus. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "Where do Norton's allies find such brave followers? They're not afraid of death. Unfortunately, they're just asking for trouble," another black-robed person said, shaking his head. "By the way, why hasn't Master Priest Erickson arrived yet?" Looking at the time, "He should be here soon," Crowley muttered with a frown. At the same time, a white-haired bear monster priest running down the mountain thought of the same thing. They had already rushed down from the mountainside because, as servants of the ancestor dragon Koraus, once their master appeared, they couldn't just stand by and watch like before. They had to come down to help. As Bloodfeather got closer to the battlefield center, Ryan quickly assessed Koraus's fighting strength. Then he saw a familiar large shield and a familiar figure rushing toward Koraus. Lager. Anna's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly, she saw Lager too. The female barbarian warrior holding a large shield was very noticeable even in the fierce battle. But in the next second, Ryan's anger surged. Because Lager was struck by Koraus's dragon wing attack and was sent flying 10 meters away along with 4 or 5 other barbarian warriors, falling heavily to the ground, clearly injured. "Anna, control Bloodfeather and find the right moment to rescue Lager," Ryan said calmly and coldly. "Reen, then." Anna immediately guessed what was happening. She turned her head and saw Reen with a cold, frosty expression. For a moment, she couldn't find the words to persuade him. Yes, if it were Lager who was injured now, instead of himself, Reen would probably rush in without hesitation. Melita still wanted to ask Reen if he had a plan in mind, because judging from the entire battle scene, the defeat seemed almost certain. Unless someone could directly defeat Koraus. But how could that be possible? Under such disadvantage, even if the mages from Winter Fortress Academy all came out to help the barbarians, it would be hard to turn the tide. In Melita's mind, the battlefield seemed beyond saving at this point. If Lord Reen was trying to rescue someone named Lager, then the best choice would be to have Bloodwing Horned Eagle take her away quickly. As for the Ancestor Dragon Chorus, it would be best to first go to Winter Fortress Academy and discuss with the high officials before making any plans. But in the next second, Melita was shocked to see Reen suddenly stand up. Then, just hundreds of meters above, he leapt into the air and dove straight toward the Ancestor Dragon Chorus. She couldn't help but scream. "Oh my God! Miss Anna, Lord Reen is going down. This. Is Lord Reen going to fight the Ancestor Dragon?" Melita looked pale. "Yeah, because the other side hurt someone very important to Reen," Anna said calmly, though there was a faint worry in her expression. It seemed she still had some mysterious confidence in Reen. Reen, falling rapidly, activated his epic class skill King of 1,000 Blades second time, specifically the core skill weak point control. Instantly, the three-dimensional pattern of Carous's massive body appeared in Reen's view, quickly sketched out and marked with blue, yellow, and red dots indicating different levels of defense strength. About 4/5 of the area shimmered with blue light, showing very strong defense. Most of the remaining areas also glowed yellow, indicating medium defense. Only a few limited spots, such as the tips of the wings, the upper thighs, and some side scales on the belly, faintly showed small red dots. Of course, these weak points are not fixed. As the Ancestor Dragon Chorus changes its body posture during battle, these vulnerable spots, red dots, turn into yellow dots. Clearly, this Ancestor Dragon has a very strong body, which matches the information provided by Alina earlier. It is very good at close combat, and its body has almost no defensive weaknesses. But my strength is also close combat. Ryan's eyes narrow, and he quickly makes a decision. The small attacker coming from the air caught Chorus's attention, but it didn't care at all. The scales on its back are especially thick, making it one of its strongest defensive parts. If an enemy tries to attack threateningly from its back, it would simply ignore it. It's almost laughable. Right now, it's annoyed with the savage warriors in front of it. These stubborn fools keep attacking it bravely. It's like a person being stung by dozens of bees. Even if each sting is only brief, it still hurts a lot. So, Chorus's focus is entirely on these bees. Meanwhile, Ryan in the air has cancelled his floating magic. His whole body is plunging downward faster and faster due to gravity. His white wizard robe has been torn apart by the strong wind, revealing shiny silver mithril armor underneath. In his hand, the hardened gold instantly reshapes into a long lance. His dive toward the battlefield looks like a silver shooting star aimed directly at Chorus's back. Look, what's that? Both sides on the battlefield, friend and foe, see that silver streak. It's so eye-catching that they can't ignore it. It's directly above Chorus, making it impossible not to notice. It seems like he's attacking that monster. But that's the strongest defensive spot of the Ancestor Dragon. That's too reckless. The elite barbarian warriors attacking Chorus all sigh in concern. A few hours earlier, the wizard from Winterfort Academy had warned them about how to fight Chorus. For example, Chorus has very strong physical defenses, especially on its back and limbs. Its defense is at an epic level, so Winter Fortress Academy strongly advises against close combat with Chorus. However, for barbarians, they seem to have no other choice. They can only focus on attacking the weaker parts like Chorus's eyes and wing membranes. Just like Lord Darius, who chose to strike at the ancestral dragon's wing membranes rather than its sturdy limbs or thick-scaled back. At this moment, Lagri, lying on the ground with blood at the corner of her mouth, saw a straight silver streak falling from the sky nearby. From this distance, she could clearly recognize the figure and appearance of the person. Huh? This familiar figure and face? Lagri's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, showing a look of disbelief as she watched Ryan descend from the sky. Oh my, Ryan? How is that possible? Why would he come to the Rhinewind tundra? And right at this moment? In an instant, Lagri's feelings were very conflicted. She hoped it was Ryan, but also hoped it wasn't. She felt like a princess about to be taken by a fierce dragon, just happening to meet her brave hero coming to save her. But she'd rather the hero not come, because the dragon was too powerful. Oh no. The back is the strongest defense of the ancestral dragon. Fool, don't attack there. Just as Lagri's face turned red with anxiety, trying to shout a warning to Ryan, she suddenly coughed up blood. Cough, cough, cough. It's over. From the blue ice block, Lord Darius, who had just broken free and was badly injured, saw Ryan choose to attack the ancestral dragon's back, and couldn't help but shake his head regretfully. He could tell Ryan's attack was quite powerful, and if he had chosen to strike the wing membranes instead, he might have achieved some success. But the back. Sigh. High Priest Rum also frowned as he watched this scene. He couldn't understand why this sudden flying knight chose to attack the part of Korahus with the strongest defense. Could it be that the opponent truly didn't know the specifics of Korahus and suddenly launched an attack? Shadow Step. Armor-breaking strike. Pop. Ryan suddenly realized that his 4-meter-long spear, after piercing into the gap of the opponent's scaled-back armor, only went about half a meter deep before encountering a very tough resistance. This was achieved despite using gravity to drop and employing 2 top-level secret techniques. Even so, at this moment, he couldn't push it any further. Meanwhile, Cola Houston immediately reacted to the pain. He didn't expect that this small creature he had ignored could actually hurt him. However, this level of injury was not enough to cause serious harm to Cola Houston, the ancestor dragon. You insignificant insect. Think you can hurt the great Cola Houston? A booming voice echoed as the chest and abdomen vibrated. You're just seeking your own death. Dragon human form? Roar. With a mighty dragon roar, Ryan suddenly expanded rapidly. The silver armor plates on his body made cracking sounds and shattered into pieces. Only some fragments remained hanging on his constantly enlarging body. At this moment, Ryan's entire skin had turned dark gray. Small dragon scales, about the size of a fingernail, appeared on his surface. His flat claws also became sharp and slender, like fierce beasts. His tail grew quickly, over a meter long, covered with dragon scales. Now, Ryan held his 4-meter-long spear with a palm-sized dragon claw, as if gripping a dagger. Pop! With a burst of strength, Ryan drove the spear into the ancestor dragon Cola Houston's back. At the same time, he used a metal-shaping technique to transform the top of the spear into a shape resembling a chrysanthemum with golden threads, like a fishhook on each petal. Although Cola Houston's defense was extremely strong, perhaps his internal organs were several times more resilient and elastic than humans. Internal organs are still vulnerable. The metal barbs, shaped like chrysanthemum petals, instantly pierced into his soft internal organs. As the sharp pain spread into his marrow, Cola Houston let out a deafening scream, nearly fainting from the agony. In that brief moment of distraction, the small creature he had overlooked suddenly transformed into a dragon beast emanating the same powerful dragon aura. Roar. Who are you? Zulung Kalafi Di Tu Gandao Yo Shea Guanglan. Ta Fa Shen Zuji Kunung Di Gula Dursho de Shirli. Gongcai Na Yisha. Suran Mayo Ji Zhong Ta de Xinzong. Dan Shun Shun Ja Rulip Ta de Neizong. Dailala Zhirlir de Tung Tong. Lian Ban Chung La Di Xing Tai. Longren Zhan Shi, Ba Qi Chang Tsu Zulong de Burijit. Zhengmu, Rong Zhou Wei Soyoren, Do Jia de Beng Dalian. Shi Yu Zhao Ying So Song de Langar Near Hai, Yanjing Zheng de Da Da Dat. Jingya de So Bu Chu Hualai. Turbia Shirvan Na. Tata, Eng Tian Shang Chu. Chik Tsui Dridao Ling, Hai Nung Ban Shun. Gung Buyong So Mei Li Talat. Shang Tzu Lian He Hiyan Xia Zhao de Da Jisu, John Do Shu. Ta Ye Ban Shunlut. Dan Yinwei Yan Shin Miman, He Ban Sun Shrijan Hun Dan. Lang Shu Zhengchang, Ji Bai de Diran. Yan Chu San Ko Sang de Kuloli, Kanda Mu Dung Ko Dai. Ji Hu Yao Dao Chu, Yan Zhouzu. Tena. Ta Kandalat Samut. Zhe Hai Shirimuk. Bai Ma Shung Gai Jisi Zheng Shang Sha Pao Jug. Char de Saidao Zedi. Xing Hao Pang Ban de Shung Gai, Shi Wei Fuli Yiba. Zhizhen Makunam. Shung Gai Jithin Anandir, Nanyudrishin de So, Kalasha Iran So Songla. Noa Dun Zhang Dan Su, Fuk, Dan Thu, Yado Jur de Drishri Yan. Song Dui Fang de Yansen Zhong Kandala Junjing. Su Shi, Zhan Chang Sang de Qingquang, Turan Fa Shung La Banhua. So Sang Bu Qing de Kulanth Hua Zhong Sao, Shang Hu, Yang Fangum Jug. Shi Tu, Valin, Tung Bai Shang Sa Shalat. Yi? Doi Fang Jiran Mayo Pao? Kulashu Su Xinli Yi Shit. Zuji Biden Zhong de Sun Chi Ya Guochu. Doi Fang, Yi Ding Hui Su. Hung. Sha Yi Mao, Zulung Kulashu de Baibu, Zhong Zhong, Za Zai Di Shang. Di Men, Shang Fa Sheng La, Ba Ji Di Jun. Chong Juba, Su San Kalai, Yanshin Miman. Zhujian Zai Yanshin Zhong. Na Zhu Dar de Zulung Fan Liger Sun. Su hu ba yun ben zai bai song de ling, ya za le sun sha. Liyuan, shi yu jiao ying so song de langer near hai, hu di man song de la galuri, do jing jiao chi lot. Wanlet, man doi zhong zhi da de nan ya. Suyo rin do juet of lin, bi ran hui su. Sui ran gang cai lian ban shun de changjing fei chong jing yan. But that was like a shooting star from the sky, dazzling only for a few seconds before passing by. How dare you challenge Lord Corliss? That's really foolish. Ignorant humans. The white-haired bear monster, led by the bear monster priest, sighed in relief upon seeing this. Just moments ago, they thought a formidable human had arrived. Now it seemed they had worried too much. On the hillside, Crowley shook his head regretfully and said, "Such a pity. That young man was brave, but he was just like a savage, dull and unaware of how to avoid danger, only fighting hard. If only the opponent could seriously injure the ancestral dragon Corliss, perhaps when Lord High Priest Erickson arrives, they might get a big advantage." Suddenly, Corliss's expression changed. He felt something pushing up from beneath his body, and the stabbing pain in his back grew sharper. Everyone around stared in shock at Corliss. They saw his huge body forming a convex shape. A strong dragon man, glowing with a blood-red light, used a spear to lift a part of Corliss's body forcefully. The spear kept stabbing, causing Corliss intense pain, and he let out a loud cry. As the spear was repeatedly pulled out, a large amount of cool, light blue dragon blood poured down like a waterfall, splashing over him. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt. Ding. The host has been baptized by the blood of the giant ancestral dragon Corliss. Large amounts of dragon gene fragments detected. Do you want to absorb? Note, absorbing these dragon gene fragments can significantly increase the host's maximum dragon bloodline concentration. This made Ryan pause in surprise. Significantly increase? He immediately chose yes. Just like last time, he suddenly felt his skin, stained with the blood of the giant ancestral dragon Corliss, heat up. It was as if something was pouring into his body in large quantities. Corliss, unable to endure the pain any longer, unwilling to continue fighting, took advantage of Ryan's moment of distraction. With tired wings, he quickly fled the scene. During the ongoing absorption process, it took much longer than before, nearly 6 seconds, to return to normal. Huh? I didn't improve my bloodline level again? Lion could feel his body full of power, but his dragon bloodline remained at the pure level and hadn't advanced to the next stage. However, he sensed that perhaps because he hadn't bathed enough in dragon blood, his current state was close to a breakthrough. Most likely, after killing Corliss completely and bathing in more dragon blood, his bloodline level would increase. When Lion looked up at Corliss again, he saw the other flying away to the north, dragging his injured body. He thought for a moment and decided not to pursue. Not because he didn't want to chase, but because his body wasn't in good shape now. Aside from the after effects of his transformation, his tough dragon scales had shattered under Corliss's heavy pressure. Lion had never been injured in his dragon form before. But this injury also allowed Lion to activate his core skill, Blood Rage, from his epic profession King of Thousand Blades, which greatly boosted his combat power. He managed to lift most of Corliss's 100-ton body. Additionally, Anna and Melita were on his blood feathers, and he couldn't take them into a fight against the ancient dragon Corliss alone. Lion wasn't worried about Corliss coming back to find him after recovering. In fact, he welcomed it, because time was on his side. As time passed, he would only grow stronger. Next time he faced Corliss, the ancient dragon probably wouldn't have a chance to escape again. Huh? This. Lion suddenly froze, noticing a system notification. Congratulations. With the power of your bloodline, you have unlocked the second form of the mutated dragon and general form. Just as Lion wanted to check carefully, he suddenly felt a shadow over his head. He saw the blood-winged eagle descending, flapping its wings, and Anna and Melita jumped down quickly. However, their gazes on Lion were strange, full of surprise and worry. Lion, was that your transformation ability just now? Compared to others, Anna, who also has the ability to transform, was more accepting of Ryan's recent dragon-human form. However, since it was the first time Anna saw Ryan transform, she was very surprised. Ryan looked down and immediately understood. He had never shown his transformation in front of others before, and now, displaying this ability publicly, it was normal for others to be shocked. Yes, it's a special bloodline ability. I only recently awakened it, Ryan explained. Anna looked at Ryan with curious eyes and thought some strange ideas. She had never heard of Aunt Emma having a special bloodline, nor Mint. How could Ryan suddenly have a special bloodline? Aren't bloodlines inherited from family? Could it be that Ryan isn't Emma's biological son? However, Anna didn't ask further. Instead, she kindly brought Ryan a white wizard's robe and helped him put it on. Wearing only shorts didn't look good for Ryan, especially since they were pleated. Anna started to understand why Ryan's shorts looked strange. They were probably designed this way because of his transformation. Pleated shorts are practical and unlikely to tear. If regular shorts tore easily, the scene would be too embarrassing for Anna to think about, and she blushed just imagining it. When Ryan explained, Melita's attitude toward him changed completely. Melita didn't know Ryan well and had initially thought he might not be human. As a wizard, she had seen many unusual beings or symbiotic creatures, so she looked at Ryan with some fear. Now, hearing Ryan's explanation, Melita relaxed and became more convinced of her earlier suspicions. Ryan must be a direct descendant of a top noble bloodline from the Dragon Empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful or have such official backing at a young age. Lord Ryan, I truly admire your strength. With your help, I believe the Academy's crisis will be easily resolved, Melita said respectfully, bowing slightly and showing even greater respect. Ryan waved his hand, about to say something, but suddenly, his expression froze. The two women looked in the direction of Ryan's gaze. They saw a fierce-looking female warrior with a large shield and a fiery figure appear in front of Ryan. Ryan, is that really you? Lagree stared at Ryan in surprise. If Lagree had still been somewhat unsure before. After all, the world is so big, and it's common to see people who look alike. Now, the woman beside Ryan, Anna, confirmed her guess and also verified Ryan's identity. Ryan. Anna ran over happily, took Lagree's hand, and said, You left without saying goodbye last time. This time, when you're in trouble, you didn't tell me either. Do you still consider me a friend? Lagree felt a bit embarrassed after Anna said that, especially since she had had a deep conversation with Ryan before leaving, and all of this was done secretly without Anna knowing. Sorry, Anna. I thought leaving would make you sad, Lagree said warmly, giving Anna a hug and looking a little guilty. Lagree, long time no see. Ryan naturally had many questions for Lagree, but in the end, he simply smiled and said this. Ryan, long time no see. How do you know about me here? And how did your strength become so strong? Lagree's beautiful eyes kept studying Ryan, showing surprise. Next to them, Melita, upon hearing Lagree's words, widened her eyes and felt a strong curiosity. Apparently, Lord Ryan traveled a long way to the cold wind tundra for this fiery, wild-looking girl who combines wildness and beauty. Indeed, such a beauty could only be born in the tundra. The imperial capital certainly didn't have such a person. After all, the upper-class nobles of the Dragon Empire are known for their chaotic private lives. It seemed Ryan's previous strength was not as strong as it is now. Melita immediately imagined a story of a top noble's child who had to leave their beloved girl because of family opposition, but after gaining more power and influence, they came to the tundra to find her. Over the past 6 months, Anna and I hadn't received any letters from you. So recently, I asked someone to find out about the situation at the Rinfeng tundra. I learned that you might have encountered trouble, so we immediately came here. Fortunately, with Bloodwing, we arrived in time. Ryan patted Bloodwing, the hawk beast, and said, As for my abilities, that's a long story. Just as Ryan was thinking about where to start, he suddenly stopped. He saw a group of people walking over. About a dozen tall, strong barbarian warriors were escorting 2 people. Lager, would you like to introduce your friends? Darius, the clan leader, said with a big laugh. He and the smiling High Priest Rom approached together. Ryan, these are the High Priest Rom and clan leader Darius of our Norton tribe, Lager quickly introduced. But when she mentioned Ryan, she paused for a moment. She originally wanted to introduce Ryan as the security deputy of Flash Town, but she quickly realized that Ryan's strength had already exceeded her previous expectations. How could he still be just a town security deputy? So she only mentioned Ryan's name, without explaining his role. After a brief greeting, Darius and Rom both looked serious and bowed deeply to Ryan, saying, Lord Ryan, the Norton tribe thanks you for your help. Next, more than 10 barbarian captains and elites also bowed and saluted Ryan. High Priest Rom, clan leader Darius, brave warriors of the barbarians, you are too kind. Ryan said, feeling good about the straightforward and honest nature of the barbarians. He quickly helped them up. Lager is my good friend. It was just a small favor, he added. Good friends? It probably isn't that simple. Many barbarians exchanged glances after hearing this, but their smiles couldn't hide their feelings. After all, in relationships between men and women, only two kinds of bonds would make someone risk their life in battle. Either they are close relatives or lovers, and not just ordinary lovers. So, the High Priest Rom and the clan leader Dalius looked at Ryan with kind, fatherly smiles, as if they were caring for his son's future. This made Ryan feel overwhelmed and a bit uncomfortable. After arriving at the central tent of the Highland Yak caravan, Dalius, who was badly injured, needed treatment. Meanwhile, High Priest Rom was busy comforting the wounded soldiers and the families of those who had died. Lager took on the important task of hosting and accompanying Ryan and the other distinguished guests. Soon after, Anna looked at Lager and Ryan, then quietly took Melita, who was eager to hear gossip, and led her away. Now, inside the tent, only Lager and Ryan remained. Lager looked at Ryan with her beautiful eyes, never blinking, and her mind was filled with many thoughts, like new shoots after spring rain. Compared to the Ryan she remembered, the Ryan in front of her was much stronger and taller. Even among the barbarian tribes, Ryan's height and build were quite impressive, second only to a few like Dalius, who was 2.5 meters tall. Ryan's strength had also grown beyond her expectations. Lager, what are you looking at? Ryan asked, noticing her staring at him with a fixed gaze. He stepped closer and waved in front of her pretty face. Ryan, thank you. Do you know? When I faced that ancestor dragon, I thought I'd never see you again in this life. There's no need to thank me, Ryan replied. By the way, why didn't you write to me before? When I returned to the cold wind tundra, I planned to pass the trial, get promoted, and then find you in Meist, Lager explained. But I was lucky and succeeded in the trial, got promoted, and by then, my tribe had already started fighting the Black Flame cult in small skirmishes. I couldn't leave during such chaos. After all, the Norton tribe is where I was raised. So why didn't you write to me? Ryan asked. Lager lowered her head and replied softly. I thought I couldn't let you worry, and I didn't want to drag you into it. So, The next moment, he felt a gentle touch on his lips as Lagré unexpectedly kissed him. Ryan, please forgive me, Lagré said with a blushing face, looking at Ryan with deep affection. Yes, but your apology isn't enough for compensation. In the evening, at the Norton tribe camp, around the bonfire. Lord Ryan, what are your plans next? Chief Darius asked with a smile. I plan to visit the Winterhold Academy and together with the wizards there, find a way to quickly defeat the ancestral dragon Coralhus, Ryan said while glancing at Melita. Melita smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, I previously invited Lord Ryan, hoping he could help us at Winterhold Academy to defeat that ancestral dragon. Yes, this dragon has an extraordinary ability to recover. If we delay too long, it will be a big problem, said High Priest Rom, nodding. The Norton tribe is very grateful for Lord Ryan's help. If you go to defeat the ancestral dragon, the Norton tribe will support you fully. Lagré, select 20 elite warriors from the tribe to assist Lord Ryan in this task, Chief Darius said with a wave of his hand. Ryan looked at Lagré, hesitating. If it were someone else, Ryan would refuse without hesitation. But since Chief Darius wants Lagré to lead the team, it clearly means he wants Lagré to accompany him. From Ryan's perspective, he naturally doesn't want Lagré to take risks, but he can't bring Anna without including Lagré either. Lord Ryan, our migration destination is the Jikar Valley at the northern end of the cold wind tundra, very close to the ancestral dragon Coralhus's territory. So, helping you is also helping ourselves, Rom, the High Priest, advised. All right, I appreciate the support from the High Priest and the Chief, Ryan nodded, agreeing. Lord Ryan, if you want to thank someone, then drink this cup. Chief Darius laughed loudly. Next, the Norton tribe's celebration began with singing and dancing. Ryan was naturally toasted repeatedly by the barbarian warriors. Under Gale's encouragement, Anna drank a small amount of milk wine in the lively and cheerful atmosphere. Her face turned slightly red, her eyes looked dreamy, and she soon became sleepy. Melita's alcohol tolerance was surprisingly good. That night, Ryan returned to his tent and was not heavily affected. Alcohol is like a low-level toxin, and under his resistance to toxins, no matter how much he drank, Ryan remained in a slightly tipsy state. At this moment, Ryan calmed down and carefully checked the hints about the Dragon Man's second form that appeared after the battle ended during the day. He directly switched to the attribute panel to look more closely. Mutated Dragon Bloodline Pure Effect greatly increases affinity for water, fire, and earth elements, grants top-tier talents such as Danger Perception, Dark Vision, Weapon Mastery, Extraordinary Insight, Great Strength, Steel Body, and Dragon Roar allows transformation into the first and second forms of the Mutated Dragon Man. Mutated Dragon Man First Form, Dragon Warrior Form. Mutated Dragon Man Second Form, Dragon General Form. When activated, the body size increases further based on the first form, with a hardened surface, providing super defense and resistance. It is immune to low and mid-level toxins and diseases, and immune to sorcery damage below 40 degrees. Note: duration is related to bloodline concentration and physical condition. Bloodline concentration still hasn't advanced. It's still at the pure level. But Dragon General? Ryan raised an eyebrow. This title sounded much more impressive than Dragon Warrior. Additionally, there's a popular saying from his previous life: a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. Immediately, Ryan began to read carefully, word by word. His immune to sorcery damage below 40 degrees? Does that mean I can almost immune to most level 1 sorcery? Ryan's eyes lit up. Previously, when transforming into a Dragon Warrior, he was immune to 0-level sorcery. Now, as a Dragon General, he is almost immune to level 1 sorcery. This second form is quite powerful. Furthermore, will the body size increase again? This instantly sparked Ryan's desire to test it out. Thinking for a moment, Ryan opened the tent and walked out quickly. Soon, as Bloodfeather soared into the sky, he arrived at a hillside on the side of the cold falling mountains. He found a relatively flat spot near a high mountain lake and controlled Bloodfeather to land there. Under the starlight, Ryan jumped down from the eagle beast and reached a clearing by the lake. He took off his white wizard robe, leaving only his shorts. His damaged mithril-engraved plate armor hadn't been repaired yet, so he naturally wasn't wearing it. Ryan took a deep breath of fresh air and silently began to focus on transforming into his second form. Suddenly, his entire body started to change rapidly and violently. He saw his hands suddenly grow larger, with rougher, thicker skin on the palm, and large dragon scales appearing on the back of his hand. In his first form, his hand still showed some human features after deforming, but now, his hand was completely like a beast's claw. Clap. Ryan casually turned around and instinctively swung his tail through the air. He looked back and saw that his tail, which was only about 1 meter long in his first form, had now grown over 3 meters. Its shape had also changed, becoming thicker and stronger, with 3 sharp spikes at the end. The spikes were piercing, crossing the tail in a crisscross pattern. It looked like a single spike had pierced through the tail, exposing 2 sharp ends, but it was actually naturally formed. This effect was like stabbing with 1 spike and creating 3 blood holes. Ryan tested it and found he could control his tail very precisely. Just a thought was enough to decide whether to swing or strike. Smack. 2 large rocks on the ground nearby were instantly shattered into fragments. His agility was comparable to having a 3rd limb. Is this like having an extra limb beyond the 4 limbs? The 5th limb? Ryan wondered aloud. At this moment, Ryan also touched his head. When he transformed, he felt like he had grown horns on top of his head. He wasn't sure what kind of horns they were. Are these bull horns? Ryan first felt 2 sharp, towering horns growing on either side near his temples, similar to bull horns. No, there's more in the middle. But soon, he felt the bumps again on his forehead, roughly between the 2 large horns, slightly forward. There were also 3 sharp, smaller horns. These 3 horns were not arranged in a straight line but in a triangular pattern. Not growing much, but one grows 5? As for height, Reen estimated that in his Dragonman general form, he was about 7 or 8 meters tall, nearly doubled from his Dragon Warrior form. If a goblin appeared in front of him now, Reen could kick it to death with 1 kick. It was like an adult kicking a young child in kindergarten. Thump, thump, thump. However, Reen didn't have a clear picture of his overall appearance at the moment. He immediately took a step, causing a loud vibration, and walked to the nearby mountain lake. The green mountain lake was clear and shiny, like a mirror reflecting the starry sky. Under the night glow, the green had a deep, dark hue. As Reen approached, the surface of the lake rippled slightly, but it didn't affect his current observation of his second form. His horns pointed straight up, his face fierce, with claws, scales, and a spiked tail. Is this still a human? Reen looked at his completely non-human form and felt somewhat speechless. Maybe it's because I was baptized with the blood of a melee-type dragon, so I keep heading further down the melee path? It's not necessarily a bad thing. This fits well with my current epic profession, King of Blades. However, if there's a future form that can be enhanced towards a wizard, that would be perfect. Reen thought briefly and transformed all the hardened pure gold in his hand into a large two-handed sword. Unfortunately, in his second form, this sword was at most a dagger. There's not enough metal. At least 200 or 300 kilograms of hardened pure gold are needed for me to wield a great sword in my Dragonman general form. But there's a way to solve it. Maybe mix in some steel to add weight, Reen pondered. After all, with so much hardened pure gold, he wasn't sure if the division stock would be enough even if he returned to the sword holder division. Steel, on the other hand, was easier to gather. Dragonman general form combined with the King of Blades combat skills. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Reen briefly sensed that in his second form, his fighting power roughly doubled compared to his first form. This means that if his normal combat strength is 100, then in his first form it's about 200, and in his second form it reaches 400. Now, if I encounter that ancestor dragon Coralhus again, hee. Previously, Reen was slightly weaker than the ancestor dragon Coralhus, but by catching him off guard, he gained the advantage of the first strike. That's also why Reen didn't rush to pursue him immediately. Now, he's confident he can directly defeat the enemy's strengths head-on. Huh? Suddenly, a strong feeling of weakness hit him. Reen noticed his size shrinking quickly back to human form. How long did this second transformation last? About 30 seconds. His size keeps getting bigger, and his power keeps increasing, but the duration gets shorter and shorter. Shaking his head, Reen rode Bloodfeather and returned to the tent at the Norton tribe camp. Late at night, suddenly, a corner of Reen's tent was pulled aside, and a fiery, beautiful figure slipped inside. Who is it? But in the next second, that familiar aura made Reen react instantly. Shoo. It's me. MMM. Nearby, inside another tent, Melita, a skilled mage with keen senses, faintly heard some kind of female call outside. She couldn't help but rub her eyes and sit up to listen carefully. Soon, she pinpointed the direction, and her fair face turned red. Although she hadn't eaten pork, she had seen pigs run before. Melita naturally recognized the sounds. Ugh, that's way too loud. Honestly, Lord Reen is too careless about disturbing others. Huh? Miss Anna is right next to me? Melita looked at Anna, who was peacefully sleeping after drinking, and felt quite surprised. If it's not Miss Anna, then who could it be? Melita frowned. Could it be that wild girl? It seems her name is Lagri. All right, the barbarians are indeed quite open-minded. This made Melita, who loves gossip, suddenly very excited. She was about to get up and listen in secretly, but thinking about Ryan's strength, she was afraid she would be discovered just by getting close, which would be awkward. After some thought, Melita could only slightly open a small gap in her tent and try her best to listen carefully. Here, a long passage is omitted. After 3 fierce battles, Ryan looked at Lagri lying in his arms with a smile. The sleeping barbarian girl looked relaxed and peaceful, her beautiful white skin exposed in front of Ryan. Her golden hair was wet with sweat and messy, hanging loosely. Her delicate face mixed with a wild aura, creating a special charm. Thinking about the exciting fight just now, a smile appeared on Ryan's face. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Oh no, I forgot to go back. Lagri suddenly opened her eyes wide and quickly sat up, starting to put on her clothes. Ryan was naturally awakened by her movements. Unable to persuade her, Lagri looked around and hurriedly ran out of Ryan's tent. But coincidentally, someone was also coming out of the tent opposite. Lagri immediately turned around and slowed her steps. Huh, Lagri, you woke up so early. Are you here to find Ryan? Anna, who was still sleepy, saw Lagri suddenly appearing nearby and asked, Oh, good morning. Anna. Yes, Lagri blushed but pretended nothing was wrong as she greeted Anna. Indeed, Miss Anna is so innocent. TSK. You don't know how wild this barbarian girl was last night. Melita shook her head secretly while watching this scene. After a while, Anna returned to her tent. At this moment, Anna noticed Melita's slightly tired face and asked curiously, Melita, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you sleep well? I remember you went to bed early last night with me. Really? Is it that obvious? Melita replied absent-mindedly, then immediately used an ice crystal spell as a mirror to check herself. Oh my. It's really obvious. Melita looked at herself in the ice mirror with a rather discouraged expression. Did you not sleep well yesterday? Yes. Lately I've been having trouble sleeping and dreaming a lot. Don't worry. Don't stress about things at the academy. Ryan will take care of it. Anna suddenly seemed to realize something and said. She thought Melita was worried about the safety of Winter Fortress Academy. Yeah. Melita felt a mix of amusement and helplessness at Anna's reassurance. Actually, it was Lord Ryan who gave me dark circles. Melita thought to herself. After breakfast, at the center of the Norton tribe's migration team, led by High Priest Rom and Chieftain Darius, a group of skilled barbarians was seeing Ryan off. Lord Ryan, we wish you a safe journey. By the way, this is a small gift to show our thanks. High Priest Rom handed Ryan a black bag from a tray held by a young barbarian girl nearby. The bag contained soul energy crystals, which we seized after many battles with the Black Flame cult. They used these to hire powerful wandering mages. This is too valuable. High Priest, you are too kind. Ryan was surprised and waved his hand to refuse. The Norton tribe had suffered many battles, losing nearly a third of their population. They needed money now, and these soul energy crystals meant a lot to them. Lord Ryan, please accept it. I no longer need to use these crystals, and others hardly do either. High Priest Rom pointed to the strong-looking barbarian warriors nearby, clearly skilled in strength-based combat, and said, This. Ryan frowned slightly, understanding in his heart. That's true, it's quite honest. All right, I will take the soul energy crystals, but I have a gift for you as well. Please accept it. Thinking for a moment, Ryan took the black bag with the crystals and then took a shining ingot from Bloodfeather, which he had exchanged at the Sword Bearer Division, and handed it to High Priest Rom. This is a shining ingot, made from high-purity holy stone. Darius, the chieftain, exclaimed before Ryan could finish. Yes, according to your explanation, it's a holy stone mixed into weapons to create shining stone weapons. These are very effective against evil creatures. Ryan smiled and said. Darius and Rom looked at each other and sighed. Well, all right. Honestly, Lord Ryan, this is truly a gift the Norton tribe cannot refuse. In their fight against the Black Flame cult, low and mid-level barbarian warriors did not have an advantage. But if they had many weapons made of glowstone, the situation would change completely. Seeing this, the barbarian girl Lager looked at Ryan with even more gentle eyes. However, when it was time to ride their mounts, Ryan hesitated again. The 20 elite fighters supported by the Norton tribe all rode Frost Wolves and knew the location of Winterford Academy, so Lager didn't need to lead the way and could catch up later. The problem was here. Originally, Ryan was riding with Anna and Melita on blood-winged hawk eagles. Now, Lager was added to the group. But the barbarian girl was not in a hurry at all, smiling as she looked at Ryan. Melita, maybe you should sit in front of me. Anna kindly helped Ryan out of trouble. Oh, okay. Miss Anna. Melita nodded helplessly, knowing the close relationship between the two women and Ryan. She obediently sat in the front. Behind her were Anna, Ryan, and Lager in order. Fortunately, all three were girls, and with Ryan acquiring a glowstone ingot, the blood wings didn't seem too difficult to handle. After several hours of flying, the distant ice plains appeared before everyone. On the snow-covered frozen ground, a tall white tower stood quietly, with some small houses faintly dotted around it. Is this Winterford Academy? Anna looked around curiously. Yes, Miss Anna. This is Winterford Academy, the strongest wizard school in the north. We mainly recruit ice-type wizards. Since ice wizards are rare, we also accept a few from other schools, but overall, the number is small. From afar, Ryan saw the white wizard tower rise from the frozen ground like a spike. Around the tower, a white cold wind seemed to swirl, probably some kind of protective spell, and it looked quite powerful. This was Ryan's first time seeing another wizard school, and he was quite curious. It also made him think about what his own school, the Baishio Construct School, might look like. As Bloodfeather approached, more details of the wizard tower appeared before Ryan and the two women. The tower seemed to be made entirely of pure white ice blocks. The base was wide, and the top was pointed, giving a very stable impression. On the tower, mysterious and complex runes occasionally glowed, emitting powerful energy waves. An outsider bird of prey. Prepare to defend. No, there are people above. Sending a warning signal. Flying Knight from outside. You have entered the Winter Fortress Academy's territory. Please state your purpose. Ryan saw a large white bird resembling an owl, carrying a white-robed male wizard, rushing toward them. The voices earlier came from this person. Huh, this is a rare ice-plane giant owl, Anna said softly, her eyes bright as she looked at the flying mount. Michael, it's me, Melita. Melita, sitting at the front, immediately greeted. Huh, Melita? Sure enough, the male wizard named Michael, following the sound, saw a familiar face at the front of the blood-feather-horned eagle. It seemed that he had also received a message from the academy. Seeing someone from her school, Michael's expression relaxed a lot. By the way, Michael, this is Lord Ryan. I specially invited him to help us deal with the ancestor dragon Carouse, Melita quickly introduced. Huh. Michael looked suspiciously at Melita and then at Ryan and the others sitting on the eagle. Lord? What lord? The young man in front, dressed in a white wizard robe, looked less than 20 years old. The two women were about the same age. None of them looked like important figures. From their aura, they seemed to be only first-level wizards. They were weaker than himself by quite a bit. Dealing with the ancestor dragon Carouse. What a joke. Melita, you weren't there during the battle between the academy and the ancestor dragon Carouse, so maybe you don't know much about Carouse's strength. Fighting him, a first-level wizard can do very little. What's needed is high-level combat power. Think about it. Your mentor, Dean Battleov, was seriously injured, which shows how strong Carouse is. But since he's your friend, you should treat him well, Michael said in a deep voice. I also need to invite Lord Luther. Goodbye. After speaking, without waiting for Melita to say anything else, Michael quickly controlled the ice-field giant owl and flew away. Michael, you. Melita was so angry she couldn't speak. I wasn't at the battle scene at Winter Fortress Academy with the ancestor dragon Corahus, but I was elsewhere, watching Lord Ryan repel Corahus's attack on the barbarian tribe. Silly Michael. It makes me so mad. Melita cursed Michael in her heart more than 100 times. Lord Ryan, please don't mind. Our Winter Fortress Academy welcomes you. Michael must have gone crazy today. Melita forced a small smile and apologized sincerely to Ryan. It's fine. Ryan waved his hand and said. He wasn't very concerned about the attitude of Winter Fortress Academy. The reason was simple. He wasn't invited by the academy, but came because of a deal with Melita to help them. As for killing the ancestor dragon Corahus, after gaining the ability to transform into his second form, Ryan believed he could defeat Corahus alone. So, facing Melita's anger, Ryan remained very calm. Soon, Ryan and the others, led by Melita, arrived at the side building of Winter Fortress Academy, which was used to entertain guests. Lord Ryan, Miss Anna, and Miss Lager, please rest for a while. I will report your arrival to the mentor, Melita said with an apologetic look and bowed slightly. No problem, Ryan nodded. His room was right in the center of Anna and Lager's rooms. The room was decorated quite uniquely, with walls in natural wood color, hanging decorations like reindeer antlers, polar bear skins, and ice insect specimens, all representing the features of the ice plane. Ryan thought for a moment and took out the black bag given to him by the high priest of the Norton tribe. When he opened it, 3 soul energy crystals quietly lay inside. Not bad. There are actually 3. Previously, Ryan had killed that high priest and only obtained 5 crystals from him. Considering that most wandering mages would use their crystals immediately after obtaining them, the Norton tribe must have killed at least 10 wandering mages to gather 3 crystals. If we calculate based on a 4% increase, I can improve my atomization progress by 12%, which is pretty good, Rain said with a slight smile. Without much hesitation, he decided to absorb these 3 soul energy crystals immediately. He held the 3 crystals in his hand and quickly activated the advanced meditation method called Steelheart. As the crystals resonated with the meditation technique, strange transparent energy began to emit, and the system prompt sounded, ding. Detected soul energy crystals that can enhance mental atomization. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note, system absorption can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Yes. Instantly, Rain felt the silver mist in his mind start to increase rapidly, expanding into a larger area. Now, nearly half of his mental sea was filled with the silver mist. At the same time, he felt a refreshing clarity rising in his mind. Rain glanced at the system panel. Mental, 64, atomization 53%. Huh? Before, it was 42%. With 3 crystals, even at the minimum 12% increase, it should have reached 54%. Why is it only 53% now? Rain quickly realized that the atomization progress was less than he expected by 1%. So, one soul energy crystal only boosts progress by about 4%? Indeed, as the atomization process advances, the effect of these crystals gets weaker. After reaching over 50% atomization, the effect might only be around 3%, Rain thought to himself. But he wasn't unhappy. The 3 crystals were a gift from the Norton tribe, a pleasant surprise. Plus, his atomization progress had already exceeded 50%, which was unimaginable before he set out. He initially expected it would take about a year to reach the threshold of becoming a second-level liquefied wizard. But with his current progress, he could reach that level in 6 months or even a few months at most. This speed was extraordinary. Of course, this was mainly because the system absorbed the soul energy crystals without any side effects, which was a huge advantage. After all, for top aristocrats in the Empire, giving outstanding heirs some soul energy crystals was not a big deal, but the side effects could not be eliminated. Based on the calculation that each point of fogging increases the power of witchcraft by 0.5 points, Ryan's current magic strength is about 26% higher than when he first became a wizard. This increase in magic power is quite significant. At this moment, Ryan remembers the record of his battle with the ancestral dragon but hasn't checked it yet, so he begins to review it now. Congratulations! You have defeated a strong enemy and gained 13 gold skill points. Congratulations! Your hidden will attribute has increased. The experience needed to level up the King of Thousand Blades, Epic, to level 9 is very high, so he didn't level up this time, but he gained quite a few gold skill points. Adding his remaining points, Ryan now has an impressive total of 49 gold skill points. His remaining attribute points and skill points haven't changed, remaining at 8 and 2 respectively. Ryan had already planned how to use the gold skill points, but previously he didn't have enough points to do so freely. Now, I can make some upgrades. With his current strength, during fast-paced battles, the demands for casting magic increase. If a spell takes too long to cast, it loses much of its practical value. Generally, an ordinary person's reaction speed is about 0.2 seconds, but Ryan has read reports from his past life indicating top athletes can react in about 0.1 seconds. In this world, 0.1 seconds is only the reaction speed of a third-level knight squire, but after reaching extraordinary levels, knights can react in about 0.05 seconds. This means that if Ryan wants his magic and close combat skills to work smoothly together, he needs to further reduce his spellcasting time. For example, the spell Metal Barrier, which currently takes 0.25 seconds to cast and is at level 12, is still not fast enough. By investing 8 gold skill points into the level 1 spell Metal Barrier, Ryan instantly boosted it from level 12 to level 20. In that moment, a vast memory related to the spell Metal Barrier flooded into Ryan's mind. For a brief moment, Ryan felt as if he had entered a mysterious space where he practiced the spell Metal Barrier for over 100 years. The incantation became almost instinctive, and he was able to compress the syllables into faster and faster speeds. In the end, Ryan only moved his lips slightly to complete the spell. After processing the memory, he noticed that the casting time for the level 1 Metal Barrier had been shortened from about 0.25 seconds to around 0.04 seconds. This was fast enough that even a real knight wouldn't be able to react in time. Ryan was very pleased with this improvement. Using the same method, Ryan applied it to the magic sharpness, investing 4 points of gold skill points. As a result, sharpness increased from level 16 to level 20. The casting time also shrank from about 0.1 seconds to roughly 0.04 seconds. For these 2 level 20 spells, Ryan could say he had achieved a state where magic responds instantly to his thoughts. With a thought, the magic would be cast immediately. As for his other spells, Ryan planned to improve them gradually and find the most useful ones during battles to upgrade further. His normal skill points were limited, so he focused on a few of the most practical spells. Deep in the icy plains, amidst the snow-covered glaciers, hardly any green could be seen. This place was even colder and more hostile than the frosty tundra. In a tall cave on a white glacier, a huge ancestor dragon was devouring a creature similar to a seal, clearly a Koraus. Nearby, white furred bear monsters on the ice were lining up with struggling sea cows and seals, waiting their turn. After being injured, Corals needed to eat a lot of food to help heal faster. This important task naturally fell on the shoulders of the white-furred bear monsters, his followers. These foods don't contain enough energy. I need better food. Corals' chest heaved, and suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed inside the ice cave as he spoke. The white-furred bear monsters looked at each other in confusion, and even the bear priest looked troubled. Food on the ice plains was already scarce, and they had worked hard to hunt seals and walruses. They had barely eaten themselves while hunting and transporting the prey, and now, to their surprise, Lord Corals was still dissatisfied. While the bear monster priest was feeling helpless, suddenly a white-haired bear monster hurried over and reported, "Great King, Lord Diarm is here to visit." Diarm is also an ancient dragon wandering the ice plains, but only about 20 meters long. Usually, it wouldn't dare to approach Coraheus, but hearing that Coraheus was badly injured, it dared to come. Clearly, this visit was to learn about Coraheus's condition. "Oh, let it in." Coraheus's huge dragon eyes flashed with a light, as if thinking about something. "Lord Coraheus, I heard you were injured, so I came to check on you," said a normal-sized ancient dragon, approaching with heavy footsteps. It folded its wings and entered the cave. "Yes, those savage humans hurt me badly." Coraheus pretended to be weak, showing the bloody side of its back to Diarm. "Huh, are savage humans really that strong in battle?" At first, Diarm was confused, but after carefully examining the wound and confirming that Coraheus was indeed badly hurt, it felt more confident. "Yes, Diarm. If you're interested in capturing savage humans, you can try. They are now in the canyon on the east side of the Cold Fall Mountains." "Lord Coraheus, since you're injured, I am even less capable," Diarm thought, feeling a bit itchy. It had always admired how Coraheus could gather so many bear monsters as followers. Even when injured, the bear monsters helped hunt tasty prey, so Coraheus didn't have to do everything himself. That was the life of a dragon. Unlike itself, which still had to hunt and work hard. After my attack, their strength was greatly damaged. "With your strength, you have a good chance," Coraheus said with a tempting smile. "Also, I have a sure way to succeed." "Come closer," Coraheus whispered. Diarm looked at Coraheus, who was still quite injured, but couldn't resist the temptation. It stepped a few steps closer. "Well, there's a member of the savage tribe who is very strong. My injury was caused by that person." As Coraheus continued to speak, Diarm listened intently and moved even closer. In an instant, Coraheus opened its huge, blood-filled mouth and lunged forward, suddenly biting into Diarm's head. Coraheus, 3 times larger than a normal ancient dragon, immediately shattered Diarm's head with its powerful jaws. Then, it swung its short, thick neck vigorously, tearing Diarm's head off and chewing it down eagerly. For a moment, Diarm's headless body twitched and struggled violently. It was clear Diarm hadn't expected Coraheus to be so cunning, nor that it would attack its own kind. Smack! Coraheus devoured its fellow's body with big bites. Nearby, the white-furred beast men stared with wide eyes, looking stunned. This, Coraheus, the king, actually ate its own kind. The ancient dragon lord? That's incredibly ruthless. Coraheus's mouth, covered with blood and flesh, curved into a slight smile, showing satisfaction. It could feel that each bite of flesh brought it powerful energy, warming its stomach and helping its wounds heal faster. There was another benefit it sensed too. Eating its own kind would increase its bloodline concentration, which meant its strength would grow stronger. Although eating its own kind had many advantages, it was also a serious taboo among dragons, and other dragons would attack it if they found out. But Coraheus didn't care. In the remote icy plains where dragons rarely ventured, as long as it kept quiet and its followers didn't reveal anything, no one would know about this. "Bug, you're doomed," Coraheus thought proudly, recalling the figure that had wounded it. "Very soon, it will be over. I will take a rest now. You all keep watch on the migrating barbarian tribes and that human who wounded me. When I wake up, they will face pain and death." Coraheus ordered its white-furred beast men. "Yes, Your Majesty Coraheus," they replied respectfully. Meanwhile, at Winter Fortress Academy, there was suddenly a knocking at Rain's door. "Knock, knock, knock. Lord Rain, are you there?" It was Melida's voice. Just a moment, Rain, who had just finished some upgrades, opened the door. Merida held a sheepskin scroll in her hand and stood nervously at the door, saying, "Lord Rain, the mentor is holding an urgent meeting. You may need to wait a little longer for your appointment. By the way, here is the map of the former residence of the second-level liquefaction wizard known as the Cutter." I will give it to you first. The improved metal magic, the cutting web, should be inside the old residence. Thank you. As the Dean of Winter Fortress Academy, your mentor is very busy, I understand, Rain said with a slight smile, not minding. He wasn't particularly eager to meet Marita's mentor. However, he was quite interested as he took the sheepskin scroll from Marita. Just as he was about to open the scroll to look at it, suddenly, a sound like fireworks exploded in the sky, and 3 snowflake-shaped patterns appeared above. Huh? Lord Rain, this is an emergency summons from Winter Fortress Academy, Marita quickly explained, her face changing. Immediately, a commotion arose in the corridor, and many white-robed wizards with ice crystal patterns on their chests appeared, most with serious expressions. Along the way, Rain learned from Marita that most of the wizards at Winter Fortress wear white robes, with ice crystal patterns on their sleeves and chests. First-level wizards have 1 ice crystal, second-level have 2, and the highest, like Marita's mentor, the Dean of the Academy, has 3, representing a powerful third-level crystallized wizard. Apprentices are marked with snowflake patterns, with 1, 2, or 3 snowflakes indicating first to third-level apprentices. Marita, why aren't you going to the gathering? Michael, who had met her before, looked at her in surprise. What's wrong, Michael? Just now, the Academy received the latest news that the ancestor dragon, Coralhus, was injured suddenly yesterday and has returned to the cave in the ice plains to recover. Dean Batilov and the senior leaders decided to summon all the official wizards immediately. We should take this chance to eliminate the ancestor dragon, Michael said excitedly. No wonder I couldn't find my mentor earlier. They must have been in an emergency meeting, Marita muttered to herself. Marita, aren't you coming? Michael urged and hurried away. I'll be right there. At this moment, Anna and Lagri naturally heard the noise and came out of the room. Lord Ryan, perhaps you 3 should. Melita hesitated and looked at Ryan. After all, since Ryan arrived at Winter Fortress Academy, he hadn't received the respect he deserved. In Melita's view, it was normal for Lord Ryan to be a bit emotional. So, in this situation, she naturally wanted to see what Ryan thought. Let's go and take a look. Ryan waved his hand with a smile. Great. I thought you might be angry. Melita immediately smiled happily. When the 4 of them arrived at the training ground of Winter Fortress Academy, they saw a group led by an old man with a white beard, who was a second-level liquid mage, talking to a middle-aged knight. Near the knight was a strange flying mount, larger than a griffin, with a very unusual appearance. It had 2 different heads. One looked like a lion, the other like a goat. Its body was also split similarly, with the front half having fierce lion-like claws, and the back half with goat-like hooves on each side. It also had bat-like wings, making it look very fierce. Close by, about 21st-level mages listened respectfully, while hundreds of apprentice mages looked much more excited than serious. Lord Ryan, that is my mentor, Dean Batilov. Melita pointed at the old man with the white beard and introduced him to Ryan from afar. Ryan examined him. The old man didn't hide his strength. Judging by his aura, he was definitely a third-level crystal mage. This was normal. A dean of a mage school would need to have crystal-level strength to command respect. However, his aura seemed a bit obscure and not very smooth, probably because of the injuries he mentioned earlier that hadn't fully healed. That knight is Lord Luther, the Chimera Knight. It is said he has qualified for this year's Dragon Knight Reserve Assessment. Chimera Knight? Ryan nodded as he looked at the 2-headed monster. He also participated in the Dragon Knight Reserve Assessment? What a coincidence. Ryan was planning to take part in this year's Dragon Knight Reserve Assessment as well, so he could see how strong Lord Luther was, he thought. Wow, I didn't expect to see a chimera here. I thought only Ferdinand Forrest had chimeras. Anna blinked her big eyes and carefully examined the chimera. Oh, does Ferdinand Forrest also have chimeras? Ryan asked curiously. Yes, actually, in ancient times, chimeras were exclusive flying mounts for elves. Over time, they spread to others. Anna nodded and explained. Adult chimeras are roughly between level 1 and level 2 mages in strength. But this ice plane chimera and the forest chimera have changed quite a bit. They are like subspecies, Anna added after some consideration. Miss Anna is truly knowledgeable. Melita praised. Ryan and his group didn't cause much fuss upon arrival. Since everyone looked young, and Anna and Ryan were both dressed in white mage robes, they looked like students from Winter Fortress Academy. However, Ragriai's wild girl warrior look attracted many eyes. Melita, you're here. Join us. All level 1 mages are going out this time, a young male mage greeted. Oh, is this your helper? She looks pretty strong. Rare to see a wild girl warrior, he said with a smile. And she's very beautiful. Melita, if you don't mind, could you introduce her to me? The male mage asked cheerfully. Cruz, shut up and stop talking nonsense. Melita quickly shot a glance at Ryan, her heart pounding. Cruz, you fool, if you make Ryan angry, you're done for. Huh? Cruz, the male mage, looked confused. Sorry, I have no interest in you, Regray said seriously. Cruz's face immediately showed embarrassment, and he walked away sulkily. Lord Ryan, please don't mind Cruz. He thinks he's handsome and charming, but he's actually a good person, Melita said nervously. Just as Melita was looking for the right moment to introduce Ryan to her mentor, it seemed everyone had arrived. Soon, the deputy dean, a beautiful woman, began a brief pre-battle briefing. This time, level 1 mages will mainly intercept the white-haired bear monsters. That is Korahias' lair, and there are quite a few white-haired bears. As for the ancestral dragon, that will be handled by Dean Battlelove and us. After hearing the battle plan, the level 1 mages all breathed a sigh of relief. Their strength was limited, and facing the ancestor dragon, they knew their magic wouldn't do much damage to its strong defenses. Melita, you and your friends will join Team 1 to handle the white-furred bear monsters on the left side of the nest, Krutz said and hurriedly left. Huh? Lord Rain is going to deal with the white-furred bear monsters? Melita's eyes widened in surprise, looking at Krutz, who was giving detailed orders to the level 1 mages. But Rain smiled. For him, this was actually a good thing. Back then, Melita had promised to help Winterford Academy kill the ancestor dragon, but she never said how she would help. Logically, according to the Academy's plan, Rain helping to block the white-furred bear monsters was part of the agreement. All he needed to do at the end was to get some dragon blood. Melita, if Winterford Academy can handle the ancestor dragon, that's a good outcome. Well, I hope so. Lord Rain, let's go first and discuss later. Melita sighed after hearing this and didn't insist on changing the battle plan with Krutz. Don't worry, Melita. If anything happens, do you really think Rain would just stand by and watch? Anala gently tugged Melita's sleeve to comfort her. That's true. Melita suddenly understood something, her eyes brightening as she nodded. Winterford Academy kept many Icefield giant owls, usually 2 official mages riding one. After the battle plan was set, more than 10 Icefield giant owls and a strange Icefield chimera flew towards the target, the ancestor dragon Caraxus's nest. Because the griffin's speed was a bit slower, Rain was riding with the 3 women, hanging back on Blood Feather. This made many of the Academy's official mages feel envious. Riding with 3 women? Is this for battle? About 2 hours later, when everyone arrived near Caraxus's nest, they noticed that the number of white-furred bear monsters around had suddenly decreased significantly. Huh? There are fewer white-furred bear monsters. Did they suffer heavy casualties from frequent fights? No. If the ancestor dragon is indeed injured, most of the white-haired bear monsters should be inside the nest, responsible for defending it. This is their duty as followers. That's right. We will know once we check the entrance of the nest. As the Icefield giant owl landed, a few white-haired bear monsters nearby didn't even have time to warn and were quickly defeated. Led by the senior members of the Winter Fortress Academy, everyone advanced rapidly and reached the main entrance of Korahias' nest. At this moment, Rain and his group also arrived at the nest entrance. Although called a nest, it is actually a huge glacier cave. Moreover, because the ancestor dragon Korahias is especially large, the cave is about 50 meters high and over 30 meters in diameter. At this time, the white-haired bear monsters seemed to react. Inside the cave, roars sounded one after another. Then, a dense group of white-haired bear monsters rushed out and organized a defense at the entrance. Seeing this scene, Batterlove and Veldy exchanged a smile and said, "It seems Korahias is indeed badly injured. Look, the density of bear monsters here is much higher than outside. Also, based on Korahias' temper last time, he would have come out to fight if he saw us provoking him at the entrance. This shows that he is probably seriously hurt this time." Hearing their analysis, Luther, a Chimera Knight holding a large spiked shield, looked slightly more relaxed. The tense mood of the level 1 mages behind them also eased. Great. However, be careful. Even if the ancestor dragon Korahias is badly injured, his desperate counterattack is not something you can withstand, Veldy, a beautiful woman, warned the level 1 mages behind her. Your main task is to deal with the white-haired bear monsters, not to seek the title of Dragon Slayer. Soon, the battle began. Led by the two legendary tier crystallized mages, Battlerlove and Luther, the Winter Fortress Academy's mages fought with great momentum. Various ice shard spells, ice arrows, and even level 2 magic like Blizzard raged inside the cave, causing the white-haired bear monsters to retreat repeatedly. For a time, the battle advanced rapidly, unstoppable. Minter, I have something important to report to you. Melita finally managed to squeeze beside her Minter. Melita, you're here too, Battlerlove said as he looked at his apprentice and nodded. Master, I specifically invited. Just as Melita was about to introduce Ryan to her master, a loud roar from deep inside the cave suddenly echoed through the area. Roar. It's Coralhus. Battlerlove's face turned serious. He said to Melita, Melita, let's talk about this later. Lord Ruther, I will need you to take action now. Understood, Director Battlerlove. Ruther, holding a spiked shield, nodded solemnly. Verdi and the others summon ice and snow elements to support Lord Ruther. Yes, sir, replied Verdi and the other level 2 liquid mages, nodding in agreement. Seeing that his master was too busy to pay attention to him, Melita was getting anxious and pacing nervously. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared, shaking the ground slightly, the ancient dragon Coralhus. Battlerlove and the others looked at the emerging dragon with joy because they clearly saw a scab on its back. The last time Battlerlove fought Coralhus, the injuries were not on the back, indicating this was a new wound. Normal mages knew that the back of an ancient dragon was one of its most heavily protected areas, so attacking there was unlikely. It seems the opponent has been hurt, Verdi and others said happily. Great. Ruther also showed a small smile. If Coralhus is injured, his strength would be weakened, reducing the danger for everyone. The mages of Winter Fortress, you are asking for trouble. Seeing that the approaching figures were from Winter Fortress, Coralhus's slit pupils flickered a few times. In an instant, it seemed to come up with a plan. It pretended to be furious and said something angry, then subtly stepped back slightly without leaving any traces. This scene was clearly observed by Battlerlove, Ruther, and the others who were paying close attention. Director Battlerlove, I will go first. Ruther saw the situation and didn't hesitate. He dropped a quick sentence, then immediately gripped his spiked shield and rushed forward. But in the next second, something shocking happened to everyone present. Bang! Coralhus swung his large claw, which was as big as a door panel, forward without retreating, and suddenly struck the spiked tower shield. With just one hit, he knocked the legendary flying knight, Luther, flying to the side. It was as easy as a tiger swatting a rabbit. Luther was thrown like he was hit by a train, quickly embedding into the icy wall of the nest. The surrounding ice cracked open like a huge spider web. This showed how powerful Coralhus's casual strike had been. Impossible. Barataf was shocked, his eyes wide, and his white eyebrows and beard flew up. How can he be so strong? The beautiful woman Verdi also had her mouth slightly open, looking stunned. According to their plan, the legendary Luther, holding the spiked tower shield, should be able to block the injured ancestor dragon Coralhus without much trouble. It might be difficult, but after a few seconds of using some negative energy magic on Coralhus, they should be able to hold their own. Then, the wizards from Winter Fortress, led by him, could calmly cast their magic attacks. As long as they stayed steady, the other side probably wouldn't have a chance to turn the tide. But what's going on now? A legendary knight couldn't even withstand one attack? How can they fight like this? Dean, look, Coralhus's wounds have actually healed? Verdi's beautiful eyes were fixed on the scab on Coralhus's back. It seemed that because of his recent attack, the scab had fallen off, revealing new flesh that had already healed completely. What? How can he heal so quickly? That's impossible. No, his aura is even stronger now. Barataf, who had fought Coralhus directly, felt this most clearly. Earlier, because Coralhus deliberately hid his strength and he thought Coralhus was injured, Barataf didn't notice the difference. But now, with the Ancestor Dragon's attack, his full power could no longer be hidden. In an instant, Barataf's heart sank like falling into an abyss, sinking lower and lower. Last time, he had fought with all his strength but only managed to cause both sides to suffer, ending in a draw. Currently, he is still injured and not fully recovered. In contrast, the other side has healed and even become stronger. How can this be fair? Seeing this scene, all the wizards present felt a heavy cloud of gloom. It's over. At the front, Luther, who was trapped in the icy wall, was struggling to climb out, feeling cold inside. I should have been more careful. He was invited by the Winter Fortress Academy to hunt the dragon. He almost wouldn't have agreed so rashly. The Academy clearly told him that the ancestral dragon, Kolos, was badly injured, making it a rare opportunity. He thought that before participating in the Dragon Knight Reserve selection, he could take this chance to earn the honor of Dragon Slayer. Because in the eyes of the 5-colored dragons of the Empire, killing an evil dragon would give extra points in the selection. But unexpectedly, instead of killing the dragon, he might have risked his life here. Everyone, retreat quickly. Batalov, the Dean of Winter Fortress Academy, who had rich battle experience, saw that things were hopeless and made a quick decision, shouting loudly. He immediately began chanting spells, seemingly trying to protect the Academy wizard's retreat. 3 huge ice spikes, about 7 or 8 meters long, appeared out of nowhere and attacked Kolos. But Kolos sneered and quickly used his claws to block the ice spikes. In the next second, he crushed them suddenly. Despicable bug, do you think you can escape? Looking at the fleeing wizards, Kolos showed a mocking expression. This time, all of you will be buried here. Death is your only fate. Scream in pain. With the ancestral dragon's chest resonating like a loudspeaker, its deafening roar echoed inside the nest. Roar. A mouthful of icy blue dragon breath swept around. The situation suddenly turned worse, making Melita at the back of the team look anxious. Just as she was about to ask Lord Rain to help, before she could speak, she saw a white figure flash past. While all the wizards ran toward the cave entrance, that swift figure moving against the flow of air was so striking. Lord Rain. Melita's beautiful eyes lit up, and tears of gratitude almost welled up. Other wizards from Winterford Academy, including Michael, looked at Ryan in surprise as he charged toward the ancestral dragon, Korahus. They wondered if he had lost his mind. A first-level wizard daring to challenge Korahus? Are you crazy? Curious, they unconsciously slowed down and turned to watch Ryan. At this moment, the ancestral dragon Korahus was mockingly watching Luther, who had been struck by its icy flames and turned into an ice sculpture. Luther, a legendary knight, naturally had some secret tricks up his sleeve. Although he couldn't move now, he was emitting a yellowish glow, which was a magical light that kept the cold damage of the icy flames away from his body. However, compared to Korahus's powerful flames, this yellow magic light seemed fragile, like a candle about to go out. Korahus liked creatures that could resist a little, as they brought it some fun, but there was no risk of losing control. It planned to let the small creature in front of it continue to despair a little longer. As for itself, it intended to deal with the old man with the white beard who had hurt it last time first. When Korahus's vertical pupils fixed on Batakov, the injured third-level crystallized wizard, he felt a sudden chill in his heart. He knew that this time, it would be very hard to escape alive, even if he fought desperately, unless the others from Winterford Academy sacrificed themselves to cover him. But as the Dean of Winterford, he simply couldn't do that, especially since he had initiated this plan himself. Now, Batakov couldn't say he didn't regret it. Sigh, he should have been more careful. Suddenly, Korahus's huge dragon body froze. Its vertical pupils crossed Batakov and the other second-level liquidation wizards, such as Verdi, and looked toward a rapidly approaching figure at the entrance of the nest. It's you. When Korahus recognized the person, it was Ryan, who had previously ambushed and seriously injured it. Anger surged in its heart, and it roared loudly. But in the next second, Korahus thought of something and secretly rejoiced. Its strength had greatly increased this time. It had originally planned to find an opportunity to seek revenge on the barbarian tribe and Ryan, but unexpectedly, Ryan had come to it voluntarily today. Such a good opportunity, where could it be found? Today, the old man with the white beard had come. This guy is here too. Today is truly a happy day for Korahus. Despicable sneak attacker, this time I will eat you. The ancient dragon Korahus growled softly. Suddenly, powerful sound waves shook the nest, and ice chunks fell from the glacier walls at the top. Last time, Korahus noticed that the human named Rain seemed to have a strong dragon bloodline within him. It could feel that if it swallowed Rain, its strength might grow even more. So now, Korahus looked at Rain with a greedy, food-like desire. Luther, Baderloff, and Wordy looked confused, watching Rain suddenly attract all of Korahus' attention, not understanding what was happening. Seeing Korahus angry, it seemed like the reason for his rage was just about losing his mate. Huh, Has the opponent's strength also increased? Interesting. As Rain approached, he immediately felt a change in Korahu's aura. His opponent's aura was clearly stronger than during their last fight. This made Rain's fighting spirit even stronger. Because he was also getting stronger. Phew. The ancient dragon Korahu launched an attack on its own. This time, it was furious, swinging a heavy claw at Rain, with even more power than before when it attacked Luther. But Rain used Shadow Step and quickly dodged the attack. Boom. Korahu's giant claw struck the glacier wall, creating a burst of white, icy debris and ice shards, smashing part of the glacier completely. For a moment, ice chips flew everywhere, and white fog filled the air. This made the first-level mages from Winter Fortress Academy, who were retreating, unable to see what was happening in the battle. Rain's hands suddenly transformed into large swords, activating weak spot control, and delivered heavy strikes to Korahu's side belly. ZZZ sparks flew, but the wounds only deepened a few inches. Its defense has improved a lot. Clang, clang. ZZZ Rain's figure flickered, creating several afterimages, stabbing or slashing at different parts of Korahu's, but with little effect. For an ancient dragon like Korahu's, with nearly half-meter thick skin even at its weakest points, these attacks were like a drizzle, insignificant. Despicable attacker, is that all you've got? Although Korahu's several claw strikes failed to hit Ryan, seeing that Ryan could hardly hurt him made him feel more relaxed. He said mockingly, "Use your transformation ability. Maybe it will bring me some fun." "Oh, as you wish." Ryan squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Transformation?" Adilov and the beautiful woman Verdi exchanged surprised glances. They saw shock in each other's eyes. The sudden appearance of this young man had already brought them great surprise. The battle might not turn around, but with this young man's help, the situation wouldn't collapse quickly. But just now, what did they hear? This young man can transform? Suddenly, amidst the astonished gazes of Luther and the senior officials of Winterhold Academy, Ryan's body began to change dramatically. His head sprouted horns, a tail grew from his tailbone, his white wizard robe instantly tore apart, muscles inflated like balloons, and scales covered his entire body. In almost an instant, Ryan's size increased several times. Korahu, with his vertical pupils, looked at the transformed Ryan and showed a surprised expression. Was this guy this big last time? It didn't seem so big before. When Ryan charged again to Korahu, his size had grown to about 8 meters. Although he was still quite smaller than Korahu, it was enough to be impressive. This made Korahu unable to ignore him anymore. It was like a person fighting a cat. Although the cat's claws were sharp, people wouldn't worry too much, just a few scratches. But now, the cat suddenly doubled in size and became a lynx. That was a different story. The threat increased sharply, especially when Ryan held a large sword weighing around 300 kilograms, mixed with hardened gold. Over 5 meters long, Korahu's vertical pupils contracted sharply. So big. Two enormous creatures, one large and one small, immediately fought fiercely. For a moment, the nest was filled with deafening roars and flying ice shards. It was impossible to see clearly how the two giants fought. Although Korahu's strength, thanks to his massive body weighing over 100 tons, still greatly surpassed Ryan's smaller size and quick movements made a difference. The Dragon Man's combat skills are unstoppable. The Dragon General Rain, who used Shadow Step, swung his sword and immediately cut a deep, nearly 1 meter long into Korahu's belly. Blue blood and other fluids burst out instantly. When Korahu, in pain and furious, clawed back, Rain, who had transformed into a Dragon Man, had already appeared behind him. Thud! The 5-meter-long sword pierced over 2 meters deep. After pulling it out quickly, blue dragon blood splattered all over Rain. Roar! Korahu rolled in pain, smashing into the ice walls around him, causing large sections to collapse. At this moment, Melita, Anna, and Lager rushed to Barathaf's side. She hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Minter, Vice Dean Wordy, the ancestor dragon, is injured. Rain was the one who heard it. Huh, that is Lord Rain? Hearing Melita, they both turned to look at her, then pointed at Rain, who was fighting the ancestor dragon. Seeing her nod, they became excited. Melita, why didn't you say this earlier? Vice Dean Wordy exclaimed. Yes, with such strength. Among the young people of the entire empire, he's among the top. Most are very proud and arrogant. We've been quite rude this time. I'm afraid Lord Rain will be very upset with Winter Fortress Academy. Barathaf nodded in agreement. This made Melita feel annoyed. Minter, I didn't want to say it earlier. It's because you two never gave me a chance. Forget it. Let's not think about that now. Rain is fighting Corahis fiercely. First, we need to rescue Lord Luther. Then, see if we can help Lord Rain. Barathav quickly decided what to do next. Given how intense Rain and Corahis' battle is right now, their quick shape-shifting makes it very risky for outsiders to cast magic without hurting themselves. I don't believe you can hold this transformation for long. When you're exhausted, that will be your end. Roar. Corahis roared angrily. It seems that a hidden, powerful technique was used. The wounds on Corahis' body, recently struck by Rain, began to grow pink flesh, showing signs of rapid healing. Within just a few seconds, his injuries had mostly healed. This made Rain narrow his eyes. Actually, Corahis' guess was correct. Rain's second form, the Dragon General, can only last 30 seconds. Its larger size and increased strength consume a lot of energy. More than 20 seconds had passed, so logically, he should be close to running out of stamina and returning to his normal form. Luckily, he had plenty of energy points stored. As Rain added a point to his mental strength, a warm flow pumped from his heart and quickly spread through his body. Instantly, he felt renewed strength everywhere. He then maintained his Dragon General form again, continuing to use top-level skills to fight the Ancestor Dragon Corahis. Sharpness Technique. Every time Rain transformed his weapon into a sharp tool, he instantly added level 20 Sharpness Technique to increase its damage. Armor Breaking Strike. At the back of Corahis' right knee, a giant spear pierced out, creating a large, basin-sized hole. Next, Rain used Shadow Step to quickly change position. Before Corahis could attack, he moved behind it to its belly. His weapon transformed again into a giant axe. Sharpness Technique. Quick Slash. Clang. He struck Corahis' relatively soft belly with a top-level axe technique, almost performing an appendicitis-like surgery. This caused Corahis to roar in pain and quickly start using internal energy to heal its wounds. The fight kept repeating like this. After Rain used his fourth energy point, Corahis' stored energy seemed to run out. Its wounds healed more slowly, and Rain's eyes lit up. At this moment, Corahis looked at Rain with no joy or hunger, only intense fear. It wanted to escape. It couldn't keep fighting like this anymore. After using the energy stored from the last encounter with a similar creature, I surprisingly exhausted it during this battle. Still, I couldn't defeat the monster in front of me. Come to me, my servants, fight to protect your king. The ancestral dragon, Corahis, began summoning the white-furred bear monsters, his followers, to help defend against Ryan. Whether out of loyalty or fear of Corahis' long-standing authority, the bears, who had been attacking the Winter Fortress mages, heard his call. They obediently split off a group and charged toward Ryan. However, these bears were naturally intercepted by Balataf and Verdi. Just kidding. If the main battlefield is weak, that's one thing. But if even Corahis' followers can't be stopped, then the annihilation campaign launched by Winter Fortress Academy is a joke. Seeing this, the ancestral dragon Corahis could only flap his fleshy wings quickly and take off. He planned to break through the ice wall at the top of his nest and escape swiftly. Trying to run now? Too late. In an instant, Ryan understood his opponent's plan. He rushed toward Corahis, whose rough dragon claws now bore a layer of sharp blades and claws. Sharpness Technique. Rapid Cutting. In a flash, Ryan's claws moved swiftly, creating a flurry of slashing shadows. He tore off most of the right wing of Corahis, which was flapping open, leaving only a few thin wing bones. Like a kite with broken wings. Corahis had just shattered the ice wall at the top of his nest and was about to flap away, but now he fell again, falling like a Boeing 787 in a crash. Boom. Suddenly, a large crater was created on the ground inside the nest, and white mist swept around. Just as Ryan was about to deliver a fatal to Corahis, he suddenly heard the dragon begging for mercy. Wait, human warrior, I am willing to surrender. The great Corahis is willing to obey your commands and serve you as my master. Corahis lowered his head, battered and exhausted, with no strength left. Serve me as your master? Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly. This is something to consider. Lord Rain, be careful, Corahis is very cunning. Badalov shouted from afar. Go away. Suddenly, just as Rain was lost in thought, Corahis suddenly opened his vertical pupils wide and swung his claws heavily at Rain with all his strength. But even faster, a dark streak of light flashed by, and a giant spear pierced through Korahias' jaw and into his head. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Korahias maintained his fierce clawing pose, but he stopped moving. The ancestor dragon Korahias is dead. Rain, having fought many battles, was experienced. How could he not be cautious of Korahias? When he pulled out his spear again, a faint blue stream of dragon blood poured over him like a small waterfall. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. The host has been baptized by the blood of the giant ancestor dragon Korahias. It was found that some dragon gene fragments can be absorbed. Do you want to absorb them? Note, absorbing these dragon gene fragments can significantly increase the host's dragon bloodline limit. This made Rain pause briefly, because the wording had changed. From a large amount to some, but then Rain suddenly understood. He had absorbed Korahias' genes before, so this was a second absorption. Most of the gene fragments were probably repeats. In the next second, Rain chose yes. Just like last time, he immediately felt a burning sensation on his skin, as if something was starting to seep into his body. The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations. Your dragon bloodline concentration has increased to rich. Congratulations. With the power of your bloodline, you have awakened the top-tier talent, rapid regeneration. Not bad. Finally, I have increased my dragon bloodline to meet the requirements for the Dragon Blood Mage class change, Rain thought happily. He had completed the first of the 3 main requirements for becoming a Dragon Blood Mage. Meanwhile, the giant ancestor dragon Korahias, who had been causing chaos in the icy plains and cold wind tundra, finally collapsed at Rain's feet. Great. Luther, who had just escaped from an ice sculpture, was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing this. After experiencing this battle, he realized that survival was the most important thing. As for who killed Korahias, it no longer mattered much to him. Moreover, Lord Rain's strength was well known. Why would he compete with such a powerful warrior for the title of Dragon Slayer? Only a fool would do that. All the bear monsters, including the white-haired bear priest, looked at Rain, who held a giant sword, stood 8 meters tall, and radiated a strong dragon aura. They suddenly felt fear and admiration. Their bloodline had been engraved with worship for strong beings, especially for dragons. That's why they chose to submit to the ancestral dragon Korahias. But now, Korahias was lying in a pool of blood. For them, they had witnessed the rise and slaughter of the new king. Lord Rain is truly amazing, Melita said sincerely, impressed by what she saw. High-ranking officials from Winter Fortress Academy, like Badalov and Veldy, looked at each other briefly before quickly regaining their composure. They stepped forward quickly and said, Lord Rain, I sincerely apologize for the previous neglect of Winter Fortress Academy. Badalov slightly bowed and said, Director Badalov, you're too kind. As the head of Winter Fortress Academy, it's normal to be busy. Besides, Lady Melita's arrangements were very thoughtful. Please don't worry about it. At this moment, Rain also returned to his normal form from his Dragonman general shape. Lord Rain, thank you for your generous help in rescuing Winter Fortress Academy from danger. Veldy, a beautiful woman, stepped forward and performed a wizard's bow to thank him. However, her beautiful eyes subtly lingered on Rain's distinctive wrinkled shorts. Rain waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, the surrounding white-haired bear monsters burst into noise, spontaneously gathering around him. Be careful. Everyone became tense. The bear monsters were quite strong, and with their large numbers, fighting them would be tricky. Just as Rain's gaze sharpened, thinking they might attack collectively, hundreds or thousands of bear monsters suddenly dropped their weapons and knelt down before him in submission. Great King, please accept our loyalty. The Ice Plain Bear Monster Tribe is willing to serve you as their master. The white-haired bear monster priest led the way, crawling forward and speaking softly. Then, a wave of loyalty declarations echoed through the nest, lingering in the air. Great King, please accept. Wow, this is the first time I've heard of a white-haired bear monster willing to serve a human, Melita gasped in surprise, whispering to herself. Her gaze toward Ryan grew more admiring. Has any human ever gained the loyalty of a bear monster before? Even the Empire's Dragon Knights? Anna asked curiously. In fact, if a Dragon Knight comes, they can naturally earn the loyalty of the bear monsters. But there's a detail, these monsters actually serve the dragons under the Dragon Knight, not the knight himself. Velty, the beautiful woman, explained with a smile. But Lord Ryan is different. His shape-shifting ability makes the bear monsters think that Ryan is actually a human transformed from a dragon. So, they're loyal to him personally, she added. I see, Ryan nodded. Interesting, He hadn't expected that the Dragonborn general form could bring him a group of followers. After a moment of thought, Ryan decided to accept these white-haired bear monsters as his followers. Although the ice plain has sparse vegetation and almost no green in sight, many special herbs like ice-cap grass and snow lotus only grow there. Some rare minerals, like cold iron ore, are also found only in this region. Organizing ordinary people to find or mine these resources would be extremely difficult. Not only would it require a lot of effort and resources, but the countless wild animals and fierce beasts on the ice plain could ruin the plan entirely. But the bear monsters are different. They are native to the ice plain, numerous, widespread, and have a sense of smell far superior to humans. They are the best searchers on the ice. Moreover, these resources are almost useless to the bear monster tribes themselves, and they wouldn't secretly hide them. As long as Ryan offers some benefits, he can motivate the bear monsters to help him. Good. I accept your loyalty. Everyone, stand up. Ryan nodded and said loudly. At that moment, Ryan caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of the ancient dragon corpse still flowing with faint blue blood, and a sudden idea flashed through his mind. He suddenly remembered the third requirement for the Dragon Vein Sorcerer class change, a complete essence of dragon blood. The ancient dragon in front of him was just what he needed. As for whether the ancestral dragon's blood essence system recognizes it, only trying will tell. Rain waved to the Bearman priest wearing bright feathers on his head and asked, "What is your name?" "Honored King, I am Yuar-Yusin, in charge of our tribe's rituals," the Bearman priest replied happily upon seeing Rain. He quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply. Rain looked over this white-furred bearman. He was about 1.8 meters tall, which was quite short compared to other bearmen who often stood over 2.3 or 2.4 meters. However, among the many white-furred bearmen present, he seemed to be the leader, probably because he was the tribe's priest. That made sense. He appeared to have strength roughly equal to a second-level liquid mage, quite formidable. Since he wouldn't stay long on the ice plains, Rain decided to give him some commands to see how well he could follow and how efficient he was. Good. Yuar-Yusin, organize some people with ice buckets and help me collect Kola Hyas's blood, Rain ordered the newly arrived Bearman priest. Yes, my lord, Yuar-Yusin bowed again and stepped back. Under Yuar-Yusin's command, the white-furred bearmen began placing the freshly carved ice buckets under the ancestral dragon's wounds to collect blood. Some also scooped up the blood that had dripped onto the ice surface. Seeing this, Rain nodded slightly. It was clear that ordinary bearmen had the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old child, but this priest's intelligence was much higher. That was good because it meant he could understand more complex commands. Meanwhile, Luther, a Chimera Knight, looked on with envy as Rain seemed to start dealing with the ancestral dragon's body. He said, "Lord Rain, the ancestral dragon Kola Hyas is very large. You might want to keep its head. Perhaps you could hang it on the wall of the banquet hall as a sign of your strength." "That's a good idea," Rain replied with a smile. At this moment, the beautiful woman Verdi blushed slightly and quickly glanced at Rain's lower body, then said, "Lord Rain, are you planning to deal with the dragon's body? The dragon's skin is very elastic. Maybe you could consider making a suit of armor from it. Good elasticity? Inner armor?" Rain naturally noticed the subtle glance from the beautiful woman earlier. When he heard her words, he immediately understood Verdi's meaning and nodded. After all, the design of the wrinkled shorts was a bit too niche. Leather shorts might be better. At this moment, Anna stepped forward and handed Reen a new set of white wizard robes, helping him look more proper again. "Lord Reen, do you have any specific plans for using the dragon corpse?" The Dean of Winter Fortress Academy, Batalov, slowly approached and asked with a smile. "Well, to be honest, besides the dragon blood, I don't have any particular plans." "Dean Batalov, do you have any suggestions?" Reen thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. His current strength, especially after transforming into the dragon-human hybrid form, was comparable to a legend-level expert. However, in terms of knowledge and background, he was far inferior to Batalov, a third-level crystallized wizard who had lived for over 100 years. The ancestor dragon may be weaker than a true giant dragon, but it is still full of treasures. Dragon skin can be used to make top-quality leather armor, and dragon tendons are the best material for bowstrings and magical bows, Batalov explained with a smile. Additionally, I wonder if Lord Reen has heard of the Dragon Soul Elixir? Dragon Soul Elixir? Dean Batalov, are you talking about that ancient potion that greatly enhances mental power? Isn't it said that its recipe has been lost? Luther suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. Haha, Lord Luther, you are indeed knowledgeable. Yes, that ancient dragon soul elixir. I dare say, even within the Royal Alchemy Association, the recipe for this ancient elixir is probably unknown. Several years ago, I happened to find a recipe for the dragon soul elixir during an exploration of an ancient site, Batalov said, stroking his white beard with a smile. It has only one effect, which is to greatly boost mental power. It works very well even for third-level crystallized wizards. Batalov began to explain the ancient dragon soul elixir in detail. After listening, Reen learned that this dragon soul elixir didn't require the actual soul of a giant dragon, but rather the brain of a giant dragon. Perhaps calling it the dragon brain elixir would be more accurate. Reen was naturally very interested in this ancient elixir that could significantly increase mental power, especially when hearing that the second-level liquefied wizard and even the third-level crystallized wizard have very strong effects. His eyes brightened. One of the main conditions restricting his transition to the Dragon Vein Wizard is mental strength. He needs to reach the third-level crystallized wizard as soon as possible. If he has the so-called Ancient Dragon Soul Potion, his progress would be much faster. However, besides the main ingredient, Dragon Brain, we also need other rare materials like purple lotus flowers, nightmare vines, and lava hearts. Currently, Winter Fortress Academy is still collecting these. So, Lord Ryan, I have an idea. If you agree, perhaps our two families can work together to make the ancient dragon soul potion. Based on the brain capacity of the ancestor dragon, we could make at least 5 doses. Batalov looked at Ryan and shared his idea. By the way, the ancient dragon soul potion is most effective the first time it is taken. Its effects decrease significantly afterward, he added, seeming to remember something. Ryan thought for a moment and agreed, nodding. Of course, then I'll leave the production of the ancient dragon soul potion to you, Dean Batalov. He didn't have the recipe for the potion himself and had no way to make it on his own. Plus, gathering the other rare materials was also time-consuming and difficult. Actually, if he hadn't acted quickly to kill the ancestor dragon Kolos, preventing huge casualties at Winter Fortress Academy, Dean Batalov might not have even revealed that he possessed the recipe for the ancient dragon soul potion. Don't worry, Lord Ryan. I will personally take charge of this. After all, I also need the ancient dragon soul potion to see if I can take another step forward, Batalov said with a bright smile. Dean, you might have a chance. The beautiful woman Verdi nearby immediately reacted and exclaimed happily. I have some insights, but breaking through is still very difficult. Batalov nodded and smiled. That's great. The senior members of Winter Fortress Academy cheered in celebration. Congratulations, Dean Batalov. Ryan also smiled slightly and congratulated him. Advancing from a third-level crystallized wizard to a fourth-level wizard would be a huge step. That level of power is almost equal to the Empire's Dragon Knights, a legendary combat force, but such wizards are extremely rare. He had previously heard that General Edward had arrived unexpectedly early. It seemed that over 70% of the guardians of the Dragon Empire were Dragon Knights, while the others were fourth-level mages. Lord Ryan, compared to you, I am not worth mentioning, Batalov said with a wave of his hand and a bitter smile. According to Melita, you are about 20 years old. You may not know, but I have taken 159 years to go from a mage apprentice to where I am now. Even so, in the history of Winter Fortress Academy, that is considered a very fast promotion. Dean Batalov, you are flattering me, Ryan said, unsure of what to say. Indeed, compared to him, Batalov's current strength was just slightly below the peak of legend, which might cause some trouble for him, but he would never be a match for Ryan after transforming into a Dragon Man general. Also, Ryan roughly knew how difficult it was for a mage to advance. The later the stage, the harder it was. But 159 years was quite fast, which surprised him a bit. It showed how difficult it was for a mage to keep advancing and reach the level capable of challenging the 4th-tier Dawn mage. Fortunately, he had a system that greatly shortened this promotion time. At this moment, Melita suddenly stepped forward and pointed at the dragon corpse being processed. She looked serious and said, Lord Ryan, Mentor, I think you both need to see this. Huh? Curious, Ryan immediately followed Melita and Batalov to the belly of the ancestral dragon. They saw that the dragon's stomach had been cut open, revealing scattered large bones that hadn't been fully digested. Is this? Ryan was puzzled for a moment. Lord Ryan, A few mages from our academy have identified this as the bones of the ancestral dragon, Melita said solemnly. Ryan raised an eyebrow. He immediately understood Melita's meaning. You mean Cora Haas might have eaten a member of its own kind? Ryan looked at Melita. Yes. Ryan waved to the nearby orc priest, who was directing other white-haired bear monsters. The orc quickly ran over and bowed respectfully, saying, Great King, what are your orders? Urizen, do you know that Cora Haas has previously swallowed a member of its own kind, an ancestral dragon? This is indeed true. Lord Diarm was eaten by Lord Coralhus before. Urizen, the bearman priest, spoke openly without hesitation, since Coralhus is already dead and there's nothing to hide. Hearing Urizen's answer, everyone was surprised. Such a cruel creature. If other dragons find out, Coralhus would surely be hunted down and killed, Veldy said with admiration. Yes, he's both fierce and cunning. I can't understand how such a sneaky creature appeared among the ancestor dragons. Bathalov shook his head in amazement. Most ancestor dragons are violent, but not very smart. Compared to the 5-colored dragons of the Empire, ancestor dragons are much less intelligent, like an adult versus a 7- or 8-year-old child. Because of their weaker minds, ancestor dragons can hardly use magic and mostly fight with physical attacks and dragon breath. This is why the 5-colored dragons look down on these less evolved ancestor dragons, even considering them more like beast-like creatures. Since it was his first time inside a dragon's lair, Ryan carefully handled the corpse and then, with Anna and Lager, wandered around the nest. Well, Ryan, look. That huge patch must be snow moss, right? It's very rare outside. Anna, a druid, pointed excitedly at a corner of the glacier wall. That's different. Anna said as she hurried over, squatted down, and picked a plant. Her brow furrowed. Miss Anna, if I'm not mistaken, this isn't ordinary snow moss. It's a very rare and precious type called dragon saliva moss, said Bathalov, the dean of Winter Fortress College, who approached and examined it carefully with a smile. As an alchemy master, he was even better at identifying herbs than the young druid Anna. Oh wow, dragon saliva moss. That's extremely valuable, Anna exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at the white, mushroom-like herb in her hand. Soon, everyone noticed that inside the nest, there were several other herbs mutated by dragon energy, each one incredibly rare. This made Ryan's smile grow even wider. Now, these treasures naturally belong to him. I don't know if it's because Cola Hughes has just recently recovered, but the nest doesn't contain the legendary shiny dragon treasure. Instead, there are only some shiny knight armor, weapons, and a few hundred coins. Looking at the old-fashioned design of the armor, it seems to be recent equipment. Rain naturally isn't interested in these things. Hey, Rain, what's that? The barbarian girl Ragray pointed at the ground deep inside the nest. Rain looked where Ragray was pointing and saw a faint golden glow shining on the ground on the north side of the nest. This, such a big piece of gold, or, note, exposed lump of pure gold, shaped like a dog's head. Luther recognized it immediately and was surprised. But then he suddenly thought of something and quickly started digging to check. Sure enough, there was a rich gold deposit. Luther said excitedly. A rich gold deposit? Rain raised an eyebrow and stepped forward to look. When they heard about the gold deposit, Bartolov, Verdi, Anna, and others gathered around. It is indeed a rich gold deposit. The gold content here exceeds 40%. Judging by its color, it's about 60% pure gold, Bartolov, a third-level crystallized wizard, confirmed after examining it carefully. Everyone discussed quickly, analyzing the situation. Adding rich before gold deposit means this mine's gold content is much higher than usual. Most of the gold veins here are exposed on the surface, making mining easier. Also, rich deposits often contain some rare minerals that are even more valuable than gold. Hearing Luther and Bartolov's confident statements, Rain's eyes lit up. He waved again at the distant bearman priest Urizen and asked, Urizen, did you know there was a rich gold deposit here? My king, I really didn't know. For us, gold mines are not as useful as food. Urizen looked confusedly at the freshly unearthed gold lump. All right, no problem. You go to your work, Rain thought deeply. Whether on the knight path or the wizard path, advancing requires a lot of resources. That means having money helps improve strength more efficiently. At this moment, Luther seemed to have an idea. He shook his head and sighed. Lord Rain, what a pity. This place is deep inside the ice plain, so it's unlikely we can get miners here. But with such a large piece of gold, we might as well take it with us. If the gold vein was in the cold wind tundra, he would have spent a lot of money to mine it. But this rich gold deposit is too remote. Not to mention the dangers lurking on the way here, and the difficulty of transporting supplies for the miners. Even a large piece of gold, about the size of a basin, isn't very useful to someone like Luther. Yes, it's a pity. Lord Rain, not only can we not mine here, but we probably can't melt the gold either. Balataf looked around the icy walls and shook his head. The glacier's nest has a very low temperature. Setting up a furnace to melt the gold directly would be inefficient and risky of collapse. Most likely, the gold ore needs to be mined out and taken outside before melting. If the refined gold bars are transported, the ice plain giant owl from the Winter Fortress Academy could help a little, Balataf added. No, perhaps the ogre bears can do it, Rain smiled. He pointed behind Yu's son, and soon, a bear ogre guard handed him a rough iron stick. Rain took it, and in an instant, the iron stick transformed into a miner's pickaxe. He even carefully covered the top of the pickaxe with a small layer of hardened fine gold to prevent excessive wear during mining. Yusin, let your people try, Rain said. Yes, my king, Yusin replied. Soon, a strong bear ogre started mining with a clanging sound. Within just a few minutes, the bear ogre had dug up quite a bit of gold ore. Luther's eyes nearly popped out. Can they do this? Let the fierce white-furred bear ogres mine. Balataf and Wordy exchanged surprised looks. They saw shock in each other's eyes. They had heard of ice plain goblins mining, but never of ice plain bear ogres mining. At the same time, they quickly realized what this meant. It represented a huge business opportunity and endless source of gold. Lord Rain, there's only one problem left to solve: melting the gold. Luther smiled and said, maybe this matter. Just then, Ryan waved his hand and said, melting is not a problem. Ragray, leave the melting issue to the Norton tribe. Okay? Of course, it won't be for nothing. The Norton tribe will get their share of the profit. Ryan turned to the barbarian girl Ragray beside him and smiled. Yes. Of course. Ragray was surprised, feeling like she had been hit by a lucky break from the sky. She didn't expect Ryan to entrust such a big benefit-related task to her Norton tribe. Her gaze toward Ryan grew more affectionate. Whether it was the Chimera Knight Luther or the people from Winterfort Academy, they were all clever. Seeing Ryan's attitude toward the barbarian girl Ragray, they understood his meaning immediately. They stopped talking right away. Merida looked at Ryan with admiration, her eyes almost popping out. Oh my, Lord Ryan is so strong, handsome, and caring. It's over. It's really over. She felt she had completely fallen for him. Everyone, it seems we can now discuss how to use the gold mine, Ryan said with a slight smile. Of course. Everyone nodded and praised. Thanks to Ryan, the savior leading the effort, the main points were quickly agreed upon. They tentatively decided that several groups would jointly handle mining, transportation, and sales of the gold. In general, Ryan's side, including the white-haired bear monster, would be responsible for mining. The Norton barbarian tribe would build furnaces outside the cave and do the smelting. Winterfort Academy would send people for transport and the final sales would be handled by Luther's family, the Snader family. Duke Snader is the governor of the main province in the Empire, and Luther is his second son. As for profit sharing, Ryan would get 40%, and the other three groups would each get 20%. Once the main plan was set, Ryan had already contacted the beautiful woman Jennifer to send someone responsible for the detailed operations. After all, he couldn't spend all his energy on business matters. What? That's wonderful. I didn't expect that the Black Flame cult's High Priest Erickson had already been killed by you, Lord Ryan. Thank you so much, Luther said happily. He had just learned this news. It is important to know that Erickson's strength is slightly above his. This is why, even though the Man province has fallen to 3 counties, the Snyder family has not taken any action. Mainly because before the Empire Guardian arrived, the Snyder family lacked the power to deal with the Black Flame cult that occupied Man province. I will communicate with my father immediately and quickly organize the elite to stabilize these 3 counties, Luther said, looking at Ryan with increasing gratitude. Lord Luther, this is what I, as the Empire's sword-bearer, should do, Ryan replied with a smile. What? Lord Ryan, you are a sword-bearer? The beautiful woman, Vertimai, widened her eyes in surprise. Yes, Ryan nodded. The others didn't ask further, but naturally assumed that Ryan was a powerful member affiliated with the Sword-Bearer headquarters in the Imperial capital. It's a joke. How could someone as impressive as Lord Ryan be part of a branch at the provincial level? Hearing Ryan's words, others like Batalov and Luther also looked at him with surprise. If the previous cooperation depended mainly on Ryan's personal strength, now it included some additional elements. Unconsciously, the cooperation among the parties had greatly strengthened. Ryan, this news is very important for the tribe. I want to go back to Jekyll Creek Valley first to report to the High Priest and the tribe leader, Lagray whispered excitedly to Ryan. The molten gold mine doesn't require many people, but we need to plan ahead and prepare smelting agents, charcoal, and build the furnace, Lagray added hurriedly, fearing Ryan might disagree. That's fine. After I return from Howling Wind Fjord, I will come to Jekyll Creek Valley to find you, Ryan nodded. Then I will leave the Frost Wolf Knights with you. Lagray knew Ryan's next plans involved heading to Howling Wind Fjord to seek a metal-based magic, which might require extra help, so she offered proactively. No need. I wouldn't feel at ease if you traveled alone. With 20 Frost Wolf Knights, it will be much safer. Ryan waved his hand and refused without hesitation. Don't forget, I am now the king of the bear monsters. If I really need help, I can summon far more than 20 people, Ryan said jokingly when he saw Lagray still wanting to speak. This made Lagray and the others laugh. That's right, we forgot. Now you're the king of the bear monsters, Lagray said with a smile. Soon after, Lagray left with 20 elite barbarians who had just arrived riding frost wolves, leaving the ancestral dragon's lair and heading back to the new camp of the Norton tribe in Jekyll Valley. At this moment, Luther seemed to remember something. His face became serious. He said, Lord Ryan, are you planning to go to Howling Wind Fjord? The situation there is quite unstable lately. Oh, could you tell me more, Luther? Ryan asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course. Recently, there have been signs of activity from the sea god cult in that area. The thick-shelled lobster people tribe there has been subdued. Now, there have been several small battles between them and the guards in Fjord County. So, if you go to Howling Wind Fjord, you might encounter the cult members directly. Clearly, Luther's family, as the ruling family of the Man province, has very good information. Luther, if we ride flying mounts directly to our destination and be careful, do you think we won't be noticed? Anna asked. Miss Anna, you might not know this. Many of the sea god cult members keep sea eagles as pets, both for communication and as warning signals. So, even if you and Lord Ryan ride griffins, there's a high chance you'll be detected before reaching the area. Even if you are lucky and not discovered, if you stay too long, the cult members might sense blood and quickly gather like wolves smelling prey. I'm not worried about Lord Ryan's strength, but the sea god cult also has experts and uses strange and diverse methods. We need to be very careful, Luther patiently explained. I see, Anna nodded. Lord Ryan, I really apologize. I didn't expect such a situation to happen, Melita said nervously and feeling embarrassed when she heard this news. Although she didn't know about this when she made the original plan with Ryan. The problem is that now, Ryan has fulfilled his promise to her by defeating the ancestor dragon Koraus. But there has been an unexpected change. For a moment, Melita's face turned red, and she looked a bit confused. Melita, the appearance of the sea god cult has nothing to do with you, Ryan said, waving his hand to dismiss the topic. Earlier, when they were on the road, he learned that Melita had been outside for quite some time and had not returned to Winter Fortress Academy. It was normal for her to be unaware of this situation. Also, before he came to Koraus's lair, Melita had already given him a sheepskin scroll, a map. As for the sea god cult, Ryan looked thoughtful. According to the Empire map given by Olena, the Howling Wind Fjord is next to the junction of the Summer Sea and the Frozen Sea, about 7 or 8 provinces away from Roseby County in the Munster province, separated by a sea area. He didn't expect the sea god cult's influence to expand so rapidly, almost covering all the northern coastal areas of the Dragon Empire. It's likely that the southern coastal regions of the Empire have also been infiltrated or disturbed. In terms of coverage, their strength might even surpass that of the Black Flame cult. This also shows that the Empire's current turmoil won't be settled quickly. It indirectly confirms what Admiral Edward and Bishop Cheyenne said, that even with the most optimistic estimates, this chaos will last for quite a while. This made Ryan feel a growing sense of urgency. Even the joy of defeating the ancestor dragon Koraus was somewhat diminished. But it's not that he wants to take risks voluntarily, but he has a reason he must go. Metal magic is rare, and this time it was an attack involving metal magic. Rain was encountering it for the first time. If he didn't retrieve it, he would probably feel uneasy for a long time. Back in Munster, I didn't face the sea god cult directly, but now in the cold wind tundra, I have this opportunity, Rain thought to himself. Melita, I shouldn't interfere in your affairs with Lord Rain, but this time, it seems you've caused some trouble for him. Lord Rain, if it's convenient, could you tell us why you're heading to Howling Wind Fjord? First, Bathalov scolded Melita, then turned to Rain to ask questions. Besides Anna, only Luther and a few other top officials from Winter Fortress Academy were present. With the gold mine as a connection, the three parties shared mutual interests to some extent. Rain smiled and said, "There's nothing really secret. Actually, Lady Melita knows the most about this. Maybe she should tell everyone." Melita had just been scolded by her mentor and hung her head, but seeing Rain's relaxed tone made her feel even more grateful. She quickly adjusted her attitude and began to speak. "Mentor, Lord Luther, Vice Dean Wordy, here's what happened. I should have guessed. It turns out that Lord Rain is going to find the old residence of the Splitter, the Level 2 liquidation wizard Otakar," Bathalov said with a look of realization. The others also looked surprised, understanding. After all, during the fight, Rain's powerful melee skills amazed everyone, and his skillful use of metal magic left a deep impression. Looking for offensive metal magic was a natural conclusion. "Oh, Otakar?" Rain raised an eyebrow, noticing Bathalov's choice of words. It seemed the Dean of Winter Fortress Academy was quite familiar with this wizard nicknamed Splitter. "Yes, Splitter is actually Otakar Fry. He became famous in the north only about 30 years before me. He's a rare metal wizard, but unfortunately failed to reach level 3 crystallization," Bathalov recalled. "However, his old residence might have a very troublesome situation," Bathalov frowned, seeming to remember something. "Oh?" Everyone looked at Bathalov curiously. In fact, besides his famous splitter web, he also has another little-known weapon. Otakar has a group of four-eyed giant moths. Maybe you're more familiar with another name for them, Soliter moths. Soliter moths? Are they the kind that like to eat spirits? Luther frowned. Exactly. It seems Lord Luther has heard of them too, Bathalov nodded. Of course, the soul-devouring giant moth is almost a nightmare for knights. It is immune to physical damage, and I've also heard that even magic damage doesn't work very well against it, he said. Yes, the soul-devouring giant moth is a strange creature that is partly spiritual. It resists physical damage and is also quite resistant to magic of different types. Only spells that directly hit the soul can easily defeat it. Bathalov nodded and approved. But spells that directly hit the soul are not easy to obtain. Such magic is probably the most valuable level among dark magic. I haven't heard much about it, the woman Verdi sighed. That's true, the others nodded in agreement. A soul-devouring giant moth? Spells that directly hit the soul? That would be perfect for the soul-shattering impact. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Bathalov, Luther, and a few others looked at Ryan. Although they had seen Ryan's nearly unmatched close combat strength in this battle, they still believed Ryan mainly followed the knight's path, with magic as a secondary skill. They worried that Ryan might suffer a big loss when facing the physically immune soul-devouring giant moth. Lord Ryan, why don't you wait a bit longer? After I recover, I'll go with you, Bathalov suggested proactively. Well, Lord Ryan, I might not be able to handle the soul-devouring giant moth alone, but I can hold off the sea god's cult nearby, Luther quickly added. Ryan thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. Bathalov Dean, Luther, I believe I can solve this problem myself. But I might need Bathalov Dean to provide more detailed information about the soul-devouring giant moth, he added. The others looked at each other in surprise, puzzled for a moment. But since this involved Ryan's secret weapon, he naturally wouldn't share too many details. Of course, no problem, Lord Ryan. However, we might need to return to Winter Fortress Academy first. All the relevant materials are in the library there, Bathalov said after regaining his composure. All right, thank you, Dean Bathalov. Ryan nodded slightly in thanks. After dealing with the dragon corpse and gold mine matters, Ryan and his group spent several more hours in the ancestral dragon's nest before leaving together for Winter Fortress Academy. Before leaving, Ryan also gave some advice to Yusin, the white-haired bear monster priest, and left a way to contact him. A few hours later, everyone arrived at Winter Fortress Academy. Since Battlerlove did not know Ryan's strength and identity before, he was assigned a simple guest room. This time, the Academy arranged the only 2 luxury suites for Ryan and Anna. The luxury suite includes a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and a small training room with complete facilities. Inside the suite, Ryan finally had time to check some of his changes. After the mutated dragon bloodline reached the rich level, he gained a top-tier talent called Fast Healing. Mutated dragon bloodline, rich effect, greatly enhances water, fire, and earth element affinity, and grants top-tier talents such as fast healing, danger perception, dark vision, weapon mastery, extraordinary insight, great strength, steel body, and dragon roar. It also allows transformation into the first and second forms of a mutated dragon man. First form of mutated dragon man, dragon warrior form. Second form of mutated dragon man, dragon general form. But it seems that rich isn't the main focus of the bloodline. And increasing bloodline concentration has an immediate effect on boosting my strength. It looks like I can still strengthen and improve my bloodline by absorbing genes from other dragons. Although raising the bloodline concentration makes it harder to shift again, this path isn't at its end yet. I should keep an eye out for news about other dragons or dragon descendants. Ryan clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power in his body, and thought to himself. Then, he looked over his previous battle prompts. Congratulations! You defeated a powerful enemy and gained 19 gold skill points. Congratulations! Your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations! Your King of Thousand Blades, epic, class level has increased. With the battle against Cora Hughes, the King of Blades, epic, class successfully reached level 10, granting Ryan 1 more attribute point and 1 skill point. Adding these to his remaining points, he now has a total of 5 attribute points and 3 skill points left. After spending 12 golden skill points last time, he gained 19 more this time, bringing his total to a new high of 56 points. Seeing so many golden skill points, Ryan couldn't help but think deeply. Such a large number of golden skill points. Previously, I needed them to break through the transcendent combat technique level, and there are other uses too. Right, when I fused similar transcendent combat techniques, I also used a lot of golden skill points, like merging the giant bear sword technique with the Arcadia sword technique, or combining the night breathing technique. Could it be that when it comes to magic, that can only be used to improve breakthroughs? Thinking for a moment, Ryan decided to try again, to see if there was a trigger condition that would unlock other options. He focused his attention on the level 20 skill sharpness technique and planned to add points again. Ryan allocated 1 golden skill point to the magic sharpness technique, which successfully advanced it to level 21. Suddenly, the system detected that the host's magic sharpness technique has reached level 21. Would you like to unlock the modification restrictions for this magic? Yes/no. This modification will cost 7 golden skill points. Note: after modification, the magic will be better suited for the host to use, with increased power, attack range, or other aspects. Note: the level of the magic will not change after modification. I didn't expect that I really need to meet some trigger condition to do this. Ryan suddenly felt like he was about to hit the jackpot. After modification, will the power, attack range, or other aspects improve? This is great. Ryan couldn't help but feel very happy. He was no longer the commoner from half a year ago. He knew very well that increasing the power of magic was quite difficult. So, without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Meanwhile, a large amount of information about the improvement process of the witchcraft sharp technique began flooding into Rain's mind. It was as if Rain had spent over 100 years in a mysterious space, making adjustments to his own casting habits and physical condition, fine-tuning the sharp technique to better suit himself. During this time, Rain didn't know how many times he failed or how many attempts he made. After absorbing this memory, the system prompted him again. Ding. The host has completed the improvement of the witchcraft sharp technique. The new magic model has been successfully adjusted, increasing its power by 17%. 17%? Rain's eyes lit up immediately. This increase is not a small amount. It's like boosting the mental fogging effect by 34%. This made Rain look at the level 1 witchcraft metal barrier with even more enthusiasm. Since the sharp technique is just a level 0 witchcraft, could a level 1 witchcraft work even better? There was no need to guess. Rain had enough gold skill points to test this directly. After adding one more gold skill point to his level 20 metal barrier, the system prompted again, detected that the host's metal barrier has reached level 21, unlocking the restriction for improving this witchcraft. Would you like to improve it? This will cost 13 gold skill points. Note: after the improvement, the witchcraft will be better suited for the host to use, with increased power, attack range, or other aspects. Note: having gained experience, Rain immediately chose yes. Suddenly, a large amount of information about improving the defensive witchcraft metal barrier flooded into Rain's mind. A few seconds later, the system prompted him again. Ding! The host has completed the improvement of the witchcraft metal barrier. The new magic model has been successfully adjusted, increasing its power by 18% and its range by 25%. There's not much difference in the power increase. Last time was 17%, this time 18%. That's normal. It's just a fine-tuning based on the improvement. If the increase was 50 or 40%, that would be strange. The range of the witchcraft has also increased? Suddenly, Ryan's eyes lit up. This made him understand more clearly the sentence in the note: power, attack range, or other aspects will be improved. After a moment of thought, Ryan focused on the Paladin's skill panel, specifically the description of the spell Metal Barrier. Level 21 Metal Barrier effect uses a certain amount of mental energy to drive a specific metal shard model, which floats within a 2-meter radius around the caster and blocks any attack intended to harm the caster. Sure enough, the previous description was 2 meters, but now it's 2.5 meters, a 25% increase. The improvement of the metal barrier made Ryan quite happy. To test the effect, he quickly went to the small training room in his suite. With a slight mental shift, 3 slightly larger kite-shaped shields appeared around him. The most obvious change was the range, which increased from 2 meters to 2.5 meters, giving him more space to use his weapons. Could I also improve other spells? No, wait. The upgrades for these 2 spells used 22 gold skill points. Originally, he had 56 skill points, but now only 34 remained. This was a bit frustrating. Ryan's expression changed slightly. I thought I could use them freely, but it turns out I need to plan carefully. For now, I'll pause on further upgrades. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. Come in. Lord Ryan, sorry to bother you. Unexpectedly, the visitor was Ms. Verdi, the Vice Dean of Winterford Academy. Ms. Verdi, please come in. After some polite exchange, the beautiful woman smiled and explained her purpose. Lord Ryan, during the process of defeating the ancestor dragon Coralhus, we are grateful for your help. Melita told me you have a need for soul energy crystals. Here are 5 crystals, on behalf of Winterford Academy to thank you. Ms. Verdi placed a small dark brown wooden box on the coffee table with a smile. This is too valuable. Actually, I have an agreement with Melita from your academy. So Winterford Academy doesn't need to thank me specially for killing Coralhus, Ryan said, waving his hand to decline. Lord Ryan, if it weren't for your timely intervention, the Academy would have suffered heavy losses this time. This is also the unanimous opinion of Dean Batalov and us, so please accept this. The beautiful woman, Verdi, insisted. Well, all right, I will accept it. Lord Ryan, I won't bother you any longer. The woman smiled slightly and left. After Verdi left, Ryan opened a small wooden box. Sure enough, inside were 5 soul energy crystals, lying quietly. Looks like the wizard school is quite wealthy. For wizard schools like Winterford Academy, soul energy crystals are naturally valuable. Being able to give Ryan 5 at once was very generous. Previously, the Norton tribe managed to gather only 3, which was quite difficult after many battles. If I calculate based on a 4% increase per crystal, I can improve my fogging progress by 20%. Not bad. Ryan's lips curled slightly. After some thought, Ryan decided to absorb these 5 soul energy crystals. After all, as he was about to change to a Dragon Vein wizard, he only had one last condition, becoming a crystallized wizard. Naturally, he wanted to quickly advance to the 2nd level of liquefied wizard. He held the 5 crystals in his hand and quickly activated the advanced meditation technique of the Steel Heart. The system prompt sounded, ding. Detected soul energy crystals that can increase mental fogging. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note: system absorption can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Yes. In an instant, Ryan felt the silver mist in his mind sea begin to increase rapidly. Soon, a new area was expanded within his mental sea. At this point, Nearly 70% of his mental sea was filled with silver mist. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Mental, 68, fogging 68%. Huh? During the previous battle, I gained 4 points of mental strength, and the fogging level increased to 53%. Now it's 68%. So, one soul energy crystal roughly increases fogging by 3%. Based on this, to reach over 90%, I need at least 7 or 8 crystals. No, wait. The effect might worsen again. It seems safer to have about 10 crystals. At this moment, something seemed to come to mind. Rain took out a leather scroll, map, from his pocket and spread it open to examine it carefully. Before setting out, it was important to review the map thoroughly. He saw a prominent red dot located on the coast of Howling Wind Fjord, marked as Frost Cliff. Nearby, there was also a clear sign of a sunken ship. That's a clear marker. Finding it shouldn't be difficult, Rain nodded silently to himself. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door again. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lord Rain. Melita appeared at the door, hesitating in her fitted white wizard robe. She hesitated before continuing, Lord Rain, about that matter. Lady Melita, it's nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it, Rain said with a smile. Oh, and Lord Rain, this is something my mentor asked me to give you. Melita quickly stepped forward and handed a document to Rain. Perhaps because she was nervous, as Melita approached him, she suddenly twisted her ankle and fell onto Rain. Rain's hands naturally reached out to catch the document, but when Melita fell unexpectedly, he instinctively used his right hand to support her. Unfortunately, his hand ended up in an awkward position, just at her delicate and prominent area. Ah, sorry, Lord Rain. Melita was about to get up, but her sensitive spot was touched, causing her to collapse softly onto Rain again. Rain felt as if a warm, soft object was in his arms. However, when he grasped her and sensed something was off, he quickly helped Melita to her feet. At this moment, Melita's face was flushed, and she nearly buried her face in her chest. Thinking about her recent actions, she felt her face burning and thought she looked as if she was offering herself in a moment of vulnerability. But Melita swore it was an accident. Rain, feeling embarrassed after touching her sensitive area, also hesitated. The two of them froze in place for a moment. Then, Rain looked at Melita naturally. She had a proud chest, a curvy waist, and a slender figure with excellent curves. Her wizard robe was the same as before, with a slit at the neckline held in place by a brooch. Even though Melita kept her head down, Rain could clearly see her smooth, white skin. Rain. Melita. You two? Suddenly, Anna's voice came from outside the door. This made Melita almost jump in fright like a rabbit. She quickly bent down, picked up some documents from the floor, and handed them to Rain, saying, Miss Anna, I brought some materials for Lord Rain. Good night, both of you. In the next moment, Melita looked a bit flustered and left quickly. Huh? Melita seems a little strange, Anna said as she stepped into the room through the half-open door, glancing back at Melita. Ahem. Maybe. I'm not sure either. Maybe because of this matter, Rain said, coughing lightly, and gestured to the documents about the spirit-devouring moth. Anna nodded and said, Yes, Melita cares a lot about this. No wonder. The next morning, considering the danger of going to the windy fjord, Rain initially planned to persuade Anna to stay at Winterford Academy. However, Anna said she would wait for him in the nearby forest, so Rain had no choice but to agree to take her along. Rejecting Bartolov's suggestion to have Melita accompany them again, Rain and Anna mounted their griffin. They waved goodbye to Luther, Bartolov, and other senior staff of Winterford Academy. Then, Bloodfeather flapped its wings powerfully, and a faint blue air swirled around them. Whoosh! They soared into the sky, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Among the crowd, Melita couldn't hide her disappointment. Several hours later, Rain and Anna arrived near a forest called Ilgala town. This was the closest town to their destination, just over 100 miles away in a straight line. It was also the last broadleaf forest area. As a druid, Anna felt safe in the forest. Plus, with the warning and support from the Bloodfeather horned eagle in the air, Rain didn't need to worry too much about Anna's safety. Anna stepped forward and hugged Rain, then quickly kissed him. Her cheeks turned red, and her beautiful eyes looked seriously into Rain's. She said, Rain, please be very careful. Don't worry, Rain said, rubbing her hair and smiling. Looking at Ryan's distant figure, Anna felt a bit sad for a moment. She didn't expect that after becoming a druid, her strength was falling further behind Ryan's. I still need to work hard. I must learn to transform into a giant bear and a mighty eagle quickly. Anna waved her small, white fist and secretly made up her mind. Ogala Town is about 100 miles from the frost cliff shown on the map. It is a remote town on the edge of the Fjord County, still under the control of the Empire. Ryan planned to ride a horse from Ogala Town to avoid attracting the attention of the sea god's religion in this area. After all, a flying knight is too noticeable. Also, considering that wearing a silver-carved plate armor or enchanted mithril armor would be too eye-catching, Ryan wore a plain gray-white wizard robe outside, just like before. He didn't carry any other weapons, only a hardened gold-shaped staff in his hand. It looked like a young wizard apprentice. Soon, Ryan arrived at a stable near Ogala Town. Because of the unstable situation, many people were buying horses. "Boss, how much for this brown horse?" Ryan pointed to a healthy-looking brown horse inside the fence and asked. 20 gold coins. I haven't had time to reshoe it yet. If you're not in a rush, you can come back this afternoon, said the stable owner, a short, stocky middle-aged man. He gestured to the price and pointed to the horse's hoof, speaking loudly. "Boss, that's fine. It's 20 gold coins." Ryan smiled slightly and handed over 20 gold coins. Sir, you should be careful. The right hind hoof's shoe is a bit loose and can't support long-distance travel," the stocky owner warned, then took the coins from Ryan. As a business owner, there's no reason not to give a reminder. "Yes, thank you," Ryan nodded. A few other people nearby, who were also buying horses, looked at Ryan pulling his horse away with some surprise. It seemed this young man had urgent matters, but he still needed to fix the horse's shoe, or it could get lame. A horse that is crippled is completely useless. Ryan led the horse and stopped by the roadside next to the stable. He lifted the right hind hoof of the brown horse and took a quick look. In the next moment, magical light flickered in his hand, and a brand-new metal horseshoe appeared in his palm. Gently removing the original horseshoe, Ryan placed the new one on the horse's hoof with his bare hands, then transformed 7 iron nails and quickly hammered them in. It only took a few seconds to replace the horseshoe, much faster than even the most skilled blacksmith. After all, metal magic users don't usually do tasks like nailing horseshoes. The brown horse seemed a bit stunned, blinking its large eyes, and its mind was a little confused. After finishing, Ryan smiled, dusted his hands, and rode off toward the town of Ogala. He planned to first visit the tavern to gather information. From a distance, a middle-aged mercenary, also shopping for horses, watched Ryan's actions with surprise. Was that metal magic, sharp-edge technique, just now? Is the other person a rare metal magic user? No, looking at their age, they're probably a 3rd-level apprentice mage. Could it be that they took a bounty mission? But why would they be alone? However, if they are alone, that might be possible. The middle-aged man quickly judged. Thinking for a moment, after buying 2 horses, the mercenary also headed quickly toward the town. Ogala Town. Inside the bustling Fjord Tavern in the town center, voices buzzed loudly. Ryan found a vacant 2-person seat by the window and sat down. A quick scan revealed most of the patrons were mercenaries dressed in leather armor, chainmail, and carrying various weapons. Strangely, most of these mercenaries had a battle bow on their backs. A few, though not carrying bows, carried thick shields, and their gear varied. Most wore heavy plate armor or a mix of plate and chainmail. There were also a few 2nd- and 3rd-level apprentice mages mixed among them. This made Ryan somewhat suspicious. Could there be a bounty or a mission here? Otherwise, why would so many mercenaries gather? A middle-aged man, smiling, approached Ryan holding a bottle of Stormfire Spirit and said, "Sir, would you like to try some of this local specialty?" Ryan glanced at the other person and immediately remembered that he had seen him at the horse race not long ago. This made Ryan suddenly think of something. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, please sit down." After a few drinks of strong wine and some casual chatting, Ryan learned that the middle-aged man opposite him was named Vandal, the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. This time, they had received a high bounty from the Empire to hunt down sea creatures, and they came specifically to the Howling Wind Fjord area. Ryan understood why so many capable mercenary groups gathered in a small frontier town of the Empire. The Ice Claw Bear mercenary group was searching mainly around the wreckage of a ship at Frost Cliff, which was close to Ryan's destination, less than 10 miles apart, roughly overlapping. Vandal is 37 years old. He became a mercenary at 18 and has a good eye for people. Almost every member of his mercenary group was discovered by him, and he built the entire group himself. Since the time at the horse race, he had thought Ryan was extraordinary and impressive, but Ryan seemed to be shrouded in a fog, making it hard to see his true strength clearly. But that was not a bad thing. Vandal, having been in the mercenary world for many years, trusted his instincts and judgment. At this moment, seeing the atmosphere was right, Vandal took the initiative to bring up the main topic. Lord Ryan, you also took the Empire's bounty to hunt sea creatures, right? If so, why not join our team? Some members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, hearing their leader Vandal's words, found it strange that he suddenly invited a stranger. Although the young man looked like an apprentice wizard, their relatively experienced mercenary group was cautious about adding a stranger before completing a mission. After all, their teamwork was very smooth, and suddenly adding someone could disturb that harmony. Plus, the stranger's background was unknown, which could cause problems for the team. I suppose I am going to hunt sea creatures, Ryan replied. Since leader Vandal kindly invites me, I accept. Although Luther's side has some information about the sea god cult, it mainly covers the general situation. The specific strength and distribution of the sea god cult near Frost Cliff are not very clear. It would be best to investigate on the spot if possible. Rain had the same plan earlier. Vandal was very happy and smiled, saying, "That's great. Lord Rain, cheers. I hope we have a happy cooperation." Cheers, Lord Rain. May I ask, you are probably a rare metal-type wizard apprentice, right? Oh, how does Commander Vandal know that? Rain showed a bit of surprise and smiled. I just saw you cast the sharpness spell at the racetrack. It seemed unusually powerful. Vandal smiled. The other members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group also looked enlightened when they heard this. No wonder their leader suddenly invited a stranger to join the team. It turns out he's a rare metal-type wizard apprentice. That explains everything. Apart from the leader's sister, Georgia, who is an archer and a second-level wizard apprentice, the rest of the team are all warriors and rangers. Having a metal-type wizard apprentice who can cast sharpness in battle would greatly improve the team's strength. This made some members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group less resistant to Rain joining. At noon, Rain and Vandal's mercenary group headed toward the wreckage of the sunken ship. Along the way, Rain learned that not only the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group but also other groups were attracted by the high bounties offered by the main province of the Empire and had come to Howling Wind Fjord. The lively scene in the Fjord Tavern just now proved this. On the other hand, the constant chaos caused by various sea tribes influenced by the sea god cult put a lot of pressure on the Empire's defenses. Commander Vandal, our plan this time is, Rain asked casually. Our goal is to kill 100 thick-shelled lobstermen and bring back their giant claws as proof of the mission, answered a heavily armored knight holding a tower shield with a simple smile. Of course, it would be even better if we could also kill a few more slashing naga, he added with a smile. Slashing naga? Ryan couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "Well, Lord Ryan, have you heard about the slashing naga? They're a high-level sea race, generally stronger than regular knights, and some even reach the strength of great knights. The bounty for them is naturally several times higher than for thick-shelled lobstermen." He added, "But we should be careful if we encounter them." At this moment, the others looked at Ryan with strange expressions. Not everyone in the team was happy about Ryan joining. It seemed that this young wizard apprentice, though rare for his metal affinity, appeared to be inexperienced. Could he have just come from the wizard school to gain experience? An inexperienced wizard apprentice, even with a rare metal affinity, might not be very reliable. The team leader's decision to invite him without asking more questions was questionable. Ryan continued, "I see. Are there even more powerful ones?" A clear voice from behind responded, "Of course. Although Lord Ryan is here to hunt sea creatures, it looks like your preparations are not thorough." A slender young woman, wearing leather armor and carrying a bow, sneered as she approached on horseback. "Otherwise, what if you encounter a deep-sea giant? Wouldn't you be so scared you'd run away?" Georgina, a bow user and level 2 wizard apprentice, disapproved of her brother's decision to invite Ryan. She was annoyed because Ryan, young and dressed in a white wizard robe, was holding an iron staff. Who did he think he was? A legendary ancient wizard like Rockdillo? Most likely, he was just a rookie fresh out of the wizard school. "Georgina, mind your attitude," Vendale said sternly. "Sorry, Lord Ryan. This is my sister Georgina, a level 2 wizard apprentice and a bow user. She's usually spoiled by me and a bit arrogant," Vandale apologized. Ryan waved his hand dismissively and said, "How strong is the deep-sea giant?" he didn't seem very concerned. Well, I saw a battle from afar between the Bloodwolf mercenary group, which is quite famous in the Rinfeng tundra, and a deep-sea giant. They showed very strong fighting power. He continued, moreover, the giant's strength was outstanding. The Bloodwolf group's leader is a seasoned great knight, wielding a tower shield, but he was knocked flying and injured by a single. In the end, after fighting while dodging and losing several members, they barely managed to kill it. If our team encounters it, I fear our chances of winning are slim, and we should avoid it immediately, Vandal said seriously as he mentioned the deep-sea giant. Rain nodded and smiled, saying, then the bounty for this deep-sea giant must be higher, right? Now that I'm here, maybe we can give it a try. Having you join won't really change the outcome much. Of course, it's best not to run into the deep-sea giant, Georgia interrupted, annoyed by her brother's scolding. Newcomer, my brother said your sharpness magic is quite powerful. Why not show us a bit? Hee, I will use it when I face a fight. Showing it now would just waste my energy, Rain replied calmly, not angry because he understood how it felt to have a sister. However, he only waved his hand dismissively, not following Georgia's suggestion. Rain's words made Georgia angry. She snorted loudly, then whipped her horse's reins and rode away. As the group moved toward the wreckage of the sunken ship, the surrounding broadleaf forest gradually thinned out. Soon, they left the woods and reached a muddy area closer to the coast, with low shrubs and grasslands. Rain and Vandal chatted along the way, and Rain quickly learned more about the sea creatures bothering the shore nearby. At this point, Rain started talking about the sea god cult. The hardest to deal with are those cult members. Some of them control sea eagles, but are weaker, so they're easier to handle. We call them eagle riders, and they're roughly as strong as experienced or peak knights. Others, dressed in black robes with a large octopus symbol on their chests, are sea god cult deacons. Each has the strength of a formal wizard and is very tough to fight. But whether it's eagle riders or cult deacons, archers are the best choice. That's why most mercenaries here are archers or rangers. That's the reason. Vandal nodded slightly and turned his head to show why half of the team carried bows on their backs. That makes sense, Rain said, understanding immediately. No wonder he found it strange that most mercenaries in the Fjord Bar carried a bow, while the others carried shields and swords. Captain Vandal, do you know if there are any strong fighters from the Sea God cult nearby? Rain asked again. The Sea God cult is in Haofeng Fjord. In the most famous stronghold there is probably a high-level wizard named Havers, nicknamed Shadow Harfire. He is said to have legendary power, Vandal said solemnly. Recently, he has killed 2 Imperial generals responsible for defending this area, Vandal added. Please don't jinx us. If we really meet the Shadow Harfire, we're all doomed. Georgia, who overheard her brother Vandal talking with Rain, whispered worriedly. Georgia. Vandal turned to scold her. Sorry, Lord Rain. As for other strong members of the Sea God cult, I don't know much. Such information is kept secret even within the cult, and probably the Empire doesn't know either, Vandal apologized. Rain nodded. At this moment, Rain suddenly looked up at the sky. A few seconds later, the alert archer whispered, Captain, it's Ironbeak Sea Eagle. There are eagle riders from the Sea God cult nearby. Everyone be alert, Vandal whispered. Swish. Swish. The members of the Ice Clawbear mercenary group quickly dismounted, their faces serious, drew their bows, nocked arrows, and aimed. Just as I expected, every time we mention the Sea God cult, they show up. It's so frustrating. Georgia muttered angrily while aiming and shooting a glance at Rain. In the distant sky, 2 large dark gray eagles flew toward them. These were the Ironbeak Sea Eagles. Because eagles have much better eyesight than humans, and there are no dense forests to block the view here, the Ice Clawbear mercenary group's position was quickly spotted. The 2 Ironbeak Sea Eagles immediately let out loud calls and then rapidly flew toward the mercenaries. Within seconds, they were circling directly above Rain and the others. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 or 6 archers and rangers from the Ice Clawbear mercenary group shot at the eagles. Everyone's aim was quite good, but Rain could clearly see that after the arrows were shot into the sky, they quickly lost strength. They barely reached the eagles and were easily brushed away by the eagles' wings. Clearly, because the eagles were flying too high, the arrows couldn't keep up. While everyone was at a loss, Ryan walked over to an archer, took an arrow from his quiver, and cast his improved metal magic spell Sharp Edge on the metal arrowhead. To avoid attracting too much attention, Ryan deliberately slowed down his casting, extending the usual 0.04 seconds to about 1.5 seconds. Wow, such a fast spell. Georgia, a second-level apprentice wizard, quickly sensed the magical energy fluctuations from Ryan. Her eyes widened in surprise. When the archer received the silver-glowing arrow, he immediately looked surprised and grateful, saying, "Thank you, Lord Ryan." He then excitedly knocked the arrow and aimed at an Ironbeak sea eagle. In the next moment, the silver glow shot into the sky and instantly pierced the eagle's belly. Chirp with a tragic eagle cry, the hit Ironbeak sea eagle fell straight toward the ground. The other Ironbeak sea eagle was frightened and quickly flew away in the opposite direction. But in less than 2 seconds, another silver streak flashed, and the second eagle also fell from the sky. Is that Sharp Edge? This effect seems too good. Georgia, a second-level apprentice wizard and archer, widened her eyes, gasping in amazement and envy. 1 minute earlier, 10 miles away from the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, 2 men dressed in black wizard robes were chatting. Suddenly, one looked up at the Ironbeak sea eagle and smiled, saying, "Looks like our little friend has found prey again. I wonder what it is this time?" The other replied with a smile. "Is it the Empire's reconnaissance team or those annoying mercenary groups like cockroaches? Let's go and check it out." But in the next second, a sharp eagle cry rang out. Soon after, the two saw Ironbeak sea eagle plunging straight down from afar. "Oh no, my eagle!" One of the sea god cult eagle trainers exclaimed, his face changing color because his eagle had just been shot down. "Bad. There's a sharpshooter." The other also frowned immediately. He was about to his whistle to recall his eagle. But in the next moment, his face also changed drastically because his eagle, like his companions, had been shot down. Knowing that raising a fair hawk is difficult, even within the more developed training system of the sea god's cult, it still takes nearly a year to breed a qualified fair hawk. Ugh. Quick, fire a signal flare so the nearby sea folk can come. Meanwhile, on Rain's side, he was surrounded by members of the mercenary group. "Lord Rain, your sharpness technique is so effective?" The archer who spoke earlier couldn't help but use respectful language, calling him Lord. "Hiki, maybe it's because I have a high affinity for metal elements," Rain said with a slight smile, explaining. The others looked at that archer with envy and also changed their attitude toward Rain. "Is it so casual to say that I have a high affinity for metal elements? Most people aren't wizard apprentices, let alone wizards, but they've all heard about element affinity. Besides, who wouldn't want such a powerful helper by their side?" Immediately, except for Georgie, the other archers and rangers eagerly tried to flatter Rain. Van R., the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, was naturally overjoyed. It seemed his judgment was as good as ever. From the sharpness technique just now, Lord Rain's strength was quite impressive. Even though he's only a third-level wizard apprentice, he's probably not much weaker than a full wizard. Suddenly, Van R., regaining his senses, looked serious and shouted loudly, "Everyone, get on your horses quickly and leave this place. Otherwise, the eagle handlers of the sea god's cult will surround us." The group of more than 10 Ice Claw Bear mercenaries first retraced their steps, then turned a corner once they reached sparse woods, and quickly headed toward their destination. "Hey, Lord Rain, how is your sharpness technique so powerful? And your casting speed is so fast too. How did you train to do that?" Georgie couldn't help but ask as she pulled on her reins and rode closer. "Huh? You're not calling me the newcomer anymore?" Rain smiled and teased. "You, never mind if you won't say." Ryan's words immediately made the young girl's pretty face turn red. She seemed a bit embarrassed and unable to hold her dignity. She huffed proudly and walked away again. Watching this scene, Ryan thought the brother and sister were quite interesting. The brother was calm, experienced, and capable, while the sister was lively and a bit bossy. Their personalities were very different. "Sir Ryan, may I ask which wizard school you come from?" Vandal asked curiously. "I come from the Winter Fortress Academy," Ryan replied vaguely. Ryan didn't see the need to lie. Besides, he really did leave from the Winter Fortress Academy and traveled all the way to the Howling Wind Fjord. Liar. Everyone knows that the Winter Fortress Academy mainly trains rare ice-type wizards. Georgina rolled her eyes at Ryan and interrupted. "Oh, Sir Ryan is from the Winter Fortress Academy? I once dealt with a vice dean from there, a middle-aged woman named W," Vandal said, looking thoughtful. "Are you talking about Vice Dean Verdi?" Yes. That's Vice Dean Verdi. It seems Sir Ryan really is from the Winter Fortress Academy." Vandal nodded repeatedly, and his suspicion eased a bit. If it were the head of the Winter Fortress Academy, Batalov, most mercenaries in the Cold Wind Tundra would know that person. But Vicestine Verdi was much less famous. If you're not familiar, you probably wouldn't know her. Are you really from the Winter Fortress Academy? I just can't believe it. Georgina widened her beautiful eyes and looked Ryan over again, muttering to herself. Ryan glanced at Georgina with a slight smile but didn't bother to explain. His attitude, however, made Georgina feel annoyed and frustrated. Captain, we are approaching the area where the thick-shelled lobster people gather, a scout who had been on patrol said when he returned. From a distance, Ryan saw in the muddy swamp area many large, upright walking giant claw lobsters. They looked nothing like humans at all. In fact, they resembled elongated coconut more than anything else. Their legs had 4 pairs of jointed limbs, their shells stood about a meter tall, and above that were their chests and huge claws. Their eyes, like 2 matchsticks, stood alert, giving them a lively appearance. This thing, I wonder how it tastes when cooked? This was the first thought that came to Ryan's mind after seeing the other person. Initially, Ryan thought the other was some combination of human and lobster, but he didn't expect it to be this creature. Eating it probably wouldn't bother him at all. Lord Ryan, do you need to rest? This thick-shelled lobster has a very tough shell that offers high defense. You might also need to help by using the sharpness spell, Vandal said with a smile. At this moment, the members of the Ice Claw Bear team all looked surprised and understood something. No wonder their leader had been so polite to Ryan, even seeming to flatter him intentionally. With Lord Ryan's powerful sharpness spell, there was no need for sharpening stones or for anyone to wear expensive steel armor and shields in front. Just shoot directly. Everyone, including Georgia, looked at Ryan as if he was a treasure. It's not necessary, Vandal. Shall we start now? Ryan nodded with a smile. That's great. Vandal exclaimed happily. Lord Ryan, could you please do it for me first? Asked the archer who had just successfully shot down the iron-beaked sea eagle. Herb, I already gave you a chance earlier. Others should have a turn too. Someone interrupted him. Yeah, Lord Ryan, give us a shot too. Soon, everyone was holding arrows. Even the 2 shield warriors who handed their knight swords to Ryan, hoping he could help cast the sharpness spell. They were worried that if Ryan's mental energy was drained, it wouldn't be their turn. Georgia also handed Ryan an arrow, but she looked a bit shy, keeping her head down. Clearly, she was reluctant to give in so quickly, but her eager eyes betrayed her. The girl looked like she was pretending to be reluctant, but was actually eager. Ryan couldn't help but find it funny. Everyone, don't rush. Everyone will have a chance. Don't worry, I still have enough mental energy to cast the sharpness spell. Please line up and take turns, Ryan said with a smile. Within seconds, more than 10 people lined up obediently, and Ryan quickly began to recite the spell. Because the sharpness spell lasts for only 1 minute, Vandal saw that 3 archers had already cast it. He immediately led them to attack the thick-shelled lobsterman patrol. Whoosh! An archer released his bowstring, and a silver streak of light shot straight through the hardest part of a lobsterman's chest armor, then exited through its back shell. A one-hit kill. As long as the aim was good, each shot would take down a lobsterman. It was easier than shooting rabbits. Groups of 3 or 4 soldiers repeated this process quickly. Soon, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group caused heavy casualties among the lobstermen in this camp. The lobstermen's strongest defenses, thick shells and giant claws, had no chance to work. They all fell under the improved sharpness arrows. If Ryan hadn't taken a break after casting the sharpness spell over 30 times, the lobstermen in this camp might have been wiped out by the excited mercenaries. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the Frost Fjord, inside a cave at the base of the Frost Cliff. The cave was very spacious, probably carved out over time, forming a hall about 20 to 30 meters high. There were several fire pits around the hall, and many slippery naga and even more thick-shelled lobstermen were on alert. In the center of the hall, there were 4 large stone seats arranged in a semicircle, all fully occupied. The Black Flame Church hasn't sent any news these past 2 days, said the man in the middle, dressed in black robes, in a deep voice. Not sure. Lord Havers, do you think we should wait any longer? Our forces are almost ready, and we could launch a large attack on the Empire. No, that would be too risky. If we do that, we'd be the first to act. The Empire's strength in the Cold Wind Tundra is not weak. We'd face most of their forces, maybe even a counterattack. Haha, let the weak humans handle it. Came a thunderous voice. The rocks on the cave ceiling trembled as the loud voice caused dust to fall from the walls. The weaker armored lobster guards nearby also seemed unable to bear the sound. Their normally upright posture bent, and their stick-like eyes drooped, hiding inside their thick shells. The owner of the sound was standing next to the man in the black robe. He was positioned slightly to the right in the middle, and even the wide stone chair couldn't hold his nearly 10-meter-tall huge figure. If Vandal were here now, he would recognize that this person was a deep-sea giant, much taller than the one he saw last time. Normal deep-sea giants are about 6 or 7 meters tall, but this one was nearly 10 meters. His muscles were very strong, and he held a large, hooked metal hammer. But if you looked carefully, you would see that this was not a real hammer. It was actually a heavy ship's anchor, roughened and polished to look like a hammer. "Commander Duin, please stay calm. We trust your strength, but according to His Holiness the Pope's orders, we should be cautious." Havers seemed to be wary of this deep-sea giant leader, so he spoke in a calming tone, even using the name of the sea god's church leader. "Humph. Waste of my precious time. You can discuss it yourselves. I'm going to sleep now." The giant Duin stood up loudly, and a string of shells and skulls hanging around his neck made a clattering sound. A strong pressure spread out from him. The deep-sea giant leader Duin was illuminated by the firelight, revealing blue skin covered with tiny fish scales. He was mostly uncovered, except for a large patch of seaweed covering his groin area. At this moment, a swift snake-like mermaid rushed in quickly and reporting to the elders, "A follower of the hunting god has arrived. He said his name is Diam, and he is a high priest. Let him come in." At this time, Ashura, the high priestess of the sliding blade mermaid, chuckled like silver bells. She said with a smile, "It seems the Black Flame Church is already prepared. Commander Duin, you might as well listen before going to rest." "Yes, Commander Duin. If I'm right, the Black Flame Church is here to tell us to act immediately." Havers also smiled and said, "Let's hope so." Duin thought for a moment, then sat back down. The sturdy stone seat creaked loudly under him. At this moment, 2 black-robed people with black flame patterns on their cuffs entered. It was Diam and his subordinate. At this moment, Diarm has been promoted by half a level, making him a potential candidate for the high priest position, temporarily leading the Black Flame Church's operations in the cold wind tundra. However, he shows no smile on his face. Thinking about the possibility of facing that monster, Diarm's heart races. "Lord Havers, everyone, I am Diarm of the Black Flame Church." Seeing the 4 high-ranking members of the sea god cult before him, Diarm's eyes brighten, and he feels that coming to the cold wind fjord was the right choice. Except for the elder lobster man on the far right, whose strength seems similar to his, the other 3 are all very powerful. In fact, the person in the middle, wearing black robes and a tall deep-sea giant, seems even stronger than his former boss, High Priest Erickson. "Lord Diarm, are you here to tell us we can start our actions?" "Yes and no," Diarm replies, pretending to think. Hearing this ambiguous answer, the 4 people's gazes focus on Diarm. Then, Diarm begins to explain, "Recently, our Black Flame Church has fought many battles against the Empire, and even High Priest Erickson was killed in action." "What?" Hearing this, Havers, usually calm, shows a clear expression of shock. He has met Erickson before. He also knows that Erickson's strength, even if slightly weaker than his, is only a little. Did the Empire send Dragon Knights? Or other guardians? Ashura, the high priest of the sea god cult, twists her waist slightly and asks hurriedly. "Neither. The opponent is a swordsman." Diarm shakes his head and replies. "A swordsman?" Hearing this, everyone in the sea god cult feels a bit relieved. After all, even the strongest swordsman is not a dragon knight, and if they come from the Imperial Swordsmanship headquarters, they can still fight. "Lord Diarm, please tell us more about this swordsman's strength," Havers says seriously. Of course. Diarm begins to describe in detail. Since witnessing the transformation of Jian Laren into a dragon man and the powerful attack on the ancestral dragon Coralxus, Diarm, as an eyewitness, has been eager to report this important news to High Priest Erickson immediately. But unexpectedly, when he hurried back to the base, he received terrible news that High Priest Erickson and his team were nearly wiped out at the Dragon Tooth Mountain Pass. As the investigation continued, Diam's heart was deeply shaken. He suddenly realized that the person who fought the ancient dragon Korahus was the same individual, and that this person's identity was not what he had thought. He was not a member of the wizard school, but an Empire sword bearer. This kept Diam awake for several nights, unable to sleep peacefully. "Are you saying that this sword bearer named Ryan can transform?" and after transforming, he becomes very powerful, even able to fight the ancient dragon? Deep-sea giant leader Duin asked with interest. Duin's loud voice startled Diam. After regaining his composure, Diam quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I was there at the scene. Ryan even had the upper hand at times." "Interesting. Haha. Finally, I've met a worthy opponent," Duin said with a wild laugh. Suddenly, his thunderous laughter echoed through the cave hall, making Diam feel oppressed and uncomfortable. Leader Duin has fought hand-to-hand against several deep-sea fish dragons, and his record is even better than that sword-bearer. Ashura, the small priestess of the slashing Naga, complimented modestly. "Leader Duin is so strong. That's perfect." Diam felt more at ease after hearing her words. He had been thinking about how to deal with Ryan, but found it almost impossible without high-level fighters. Ryan was not only powerful but also very fast, which meant if Diam couldn't beat him, he could escape. So to deal with Ryan, he needed to find a place where Ryan would have a hard time escaping, or someone who could prevent him from escaping. "Although I have no doubt about your church's strength, the problem is that Ryan's speed is very fast. What if he tries to run away?" Diam asked at the right moment, looking at Havers. This was because, when Diam was at a loss, the Sea God Church had repeatedly sent urgent messages, asking when they could jointly launch an attack against the Empire. Originally, the plan to attack the Icewind Tundra with the Sea God Church was led by High Priest Eriksson, but after his death, Diam took over. Thinking of the Sea God Church, Diam's eyes lit up. "Yes, our church currently cannot send people to deal with this Ryan, so we can use outside help. Let's shift the trouble elsewhere." Although it's not very honest, the Sea God cult will eventually face the Empire, so dealing with Ryan early isn't a big problem. Also, I heard that the leader responsible for the operation at Howling Wind Fjord is a powerful person with the nickname Shadow Heartfire. No matter how fast or strong someone is, if they encounter shadow magic that corrupts the heart, they are as fragile as an egg. Therefore, I believe the key to killing Ryan lies with Havers, not with the deep-sea giant leader Dune. At this moment, a skilled lobster person quickly approached Chief Yakarin, the thick-shelled lobster, and said, "Chief, at the southern camp near the wreckage of the sunken ship, we were attacked by a group of human mercenaries. They are very strong, and many of our people were killed or wounded." "Huh? These stupid mercenaries dared to attack us. They were asking for death." Because Diarm was present, this news was quite upsetting for the Sea God cult, especially for Chief Yakarin of the thick-shelled lobster tribe. "I'll personally handle this, Lord Havers," Yakarin said with a slight bow to Havers at the main seat. It's time to teach those locust-like mercenaries a lesson. But, Chief Yakarin, remember to go quickly and come back soon. We still need to entertain Lord Diarm." "As the host, you can't be absent," Havers nodded with a smile. "Of course, I'll be back in no more than half an hour." "Lord Diarm, please wait a moment," Yakarin said before quickly leaving. At this moment, Ryan, resting nearby, suddenly noticed that the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group looked at him with strange expressions, mixed with some admiration. At first, Ryan thought it was because he helped the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries kill many thick-shelled lobsters. Until a few minutes later, Vandal approached him, somewhat awkwardly, and whispered, "Lord Ryan, you're probably not a level 3 wizard apprentice, but a full-fledged wizard, right?" "Oh, Commander Vandal, how did you find out?" Ryan smiled and didn't mind that Vandal had discovered some of his hidden strength. However, he was curious about how Vandal figured it out. After all, he believed he had tried to hide it well. Don't you think you've used the level 0 magic sharpness too many times? More than 30 times? That can't be the mental strength of an apprentice wizard, even a third-level apprentice." "It's impossible," Vandal said firmly. Ryan thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Yes, he now had 68 points of mental strength. Although using sharpness more than 30 times only consumed about a third of his mental energy, it was almost the total mental strength of a full-fledged wizard. Now it made sense. "Georgina, bring the beginner mental energy recovery potion over to Lord Ryan," Vandal said to his sister. This time, the girl didn't say a word. She lowered her head and looked very obedient. She carefully carried a light blue potion bottle that looked like an ink bottle and respectfully handed it to Ryan. She no longer had her previous proud attitude. She didn't question why her brother was giving such an expensive beginner mental energy recovery potion to Ryan. Ryan smiled slightly and took the potion, saying, "Thank you. No need to thank me. Lord Ryan, I was wrong earlier." The girl's fair cheeks turned slightly red as she apologized softly. Ryan waved his hand. He wouldn't argue with a girl. Besides, she was kind-hearted, just a little proud. After resting for a while, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group launched another attack on the Lobster People camp, using Ryan's improved sharpness magic. Soon, most of the thick-shelled Lobster People warriors were almost wiped out. The remaining weak, old, and sick retreated into semicircular mud huts, afraid to come out. The burlap sacks they brought this time were also full to the brim. Everyone looked happy. They had originally planned for a task that would last 7 to 10 days, but thanks to Ryan, they finished most of it in just half a day and collected nearly 60 pairs of giant claws. Captain, should we move somewhere else? Staying here too long might attract the attention of the sea god cult. A shield warrior from the tower approached Vandal to remind him. Yes, I almost forgot. Vandal, who had been smiling all along, suddenly snapped out of his thoughts, patted his head firmly, and said, "Everyone, pack up the loot and prepare to move immediately." At this moment, Ryan looked up and gazed toward the west, his brow furrowing. "Captain Vandal, tell everyone to organize defenses. It might be too late to retreat. The enemy is already here." What? Hearing Ryan's words, everyone was stunned. Then, including Vandal, they immediately looked toward the west. When they saw the approaching enemies, their faces changed drastically. "Oh my, look at how big that lobster man is." "Yes, and one of his claws is especially huge," exclaimed the best-eyed archer. Everyone focused their attention. Sure enough, a nearly 3-meter-tall giant lobster man stood out among the normal 2-meter lobster men, like a crane among chickens. Surrounding him were more than 10 sharp, shiny lobstermen elite, and even 2 dark-robed guards who seemed to be priests of the sea god cult. They were now charging aggressively toward the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. "Retreat to the right." Vandal saw the number and immediately looked serious. "Not good, Captain. There are lobstermen on both the left and right sides, and even more of them," shouted a team member in the next second. "Hurry, back to the reef rocks and set up a defensive formation." Vandal's expression changed quickly as he issued a new command. "Tower shield warriors, move forward. Archers, get ready." Hearing the orderly commands from the captain, the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group quickly calmed their panic. The worry still showed on their faces. But Vandal knew how to use every advantage to boost the team's morale. He loudly shouted, "Don't panic. Don't forget, we have Lord Ryan with us. Ryan is a proper wizard." Although the team members had suspected before that Ryan might not just be an apprentice wizard, hearing their captain's confident answer greatly boosted their spirits. Because even if Ryan was only a 3rd-level apprentice, the difference in strength between him and a full wizard was huge. "Yes, with Lord Ryan here, we just need to do our part." "Exactly. We can definitely win. Lord Rain, please cast the sharpness spell on the 2 archers first. We need to eliminate the opponent's sea god cultist first. Otherwise, even the shield warriors might not withstand their evil magic attacks," Vandal respectfully said to Rain. He knew that whether they could hold their ground depended mainly on the young wizard Rain in front of him. Of course, Rain nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, on the side of the thick-shelled lobster chief Jacqueline, who was using a 3-sided encirclement tactic, he thought the human mercenary group would be frightened and run away. But unexpectedly, they held their ground behind a solid reef. Interesting. They do have some strength. Attack. With Jacqueline's command, more than 10 elite thick-shelled lobsters charged forward. Next to them, 2 sea god cultists also began to chant spells. But they were very cautious, first casting a water shield-like protective spell on themselves. Whoosh. Whoosh. Just as they finished casting, 5 or 6 streaks of light suddenly appeared in an instant. The 2 cultists couldn't help but smile when they saw this. Trying to ambush? Too slow. But then, the smiles on their faces froze. Because they saw the flying arrows were unusual, the silver streaks on the arrowheads were so obvious and dazzling. This is the sharpness spell. In an instant, they understood why the heavily armored thick-shelled lobsters, known for their defense, were calling for help. Thud. Thud. Continuous piercing sounds rang out. One cultist had already been shot through the forehead and fell straight down, while the other was hit in vital areas like the waist and abdomen by 3 arrows in a row. How could they pierce through in one shot? The severely wounded cultist's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "The power of this." He realized that the opponent's sharpness spell was definitely strange. The water shield defense was pierced by a single arrow, as fragile as a bubble. He had never seen such a situation before. Gurgle gurgle. He wanted to warn Jacqueline nearby, but the second injured cultist was already spewing a lot of blood bubbles and soon followed the first. In an instant, 2 priests of the sea god cult were killed, which made the nearby thick-shell lobster chief, Jacqueline, look unhappy. He was already upset about heavy losses among his own people, and now, with the death of the sea god cult priests, he found it hard to explain to Lord Havers. Human mercenaries, you're asking for trouble. Jacqueline, a tall figure, could no longer hold back. He waved his 2 mismatched, pale blue claws, one large, one small, and charged straight at the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. The group was in high spirits after quickly killing the 2 priests, and their defenses grew tighter. 3 shield warriors led the front, each wielding a knight's longsword enhanced with Ryan's sharpness spell. Behind them stood 6 archers and rangers, with Ryan and Vandal at the back. Ryan sped up his casting of the sharpness spell, nearly casting it every second. If the 6 archers and rangers were like Gatling guns, Ryan was the ammunition belt, firing so rapidly that the thick-shell lobster warriors scrambled to escape. Clang, clang, clang. However, with Jacqueline joining, his shell's hardness and thickness far exceeded that of an ordinary lobster. He endured the arrow rain with difficulty but kept charging forward. He soon realized the key to dealing with this human group. There was something strange about their arrows. He needed to get close. Jacqueline quickly made a decision. Oh, big guy is here. Shield, give me your shield. Vandal, noticing Jacqueline's unusual strength, grabbed a shield and prepared to block. Claw shock. Jacqueline, already at the front of the battle line, suddenly raised one of his enormous, barrel-sized pale blue claws, 3 times bigger than normal, shining with a blue arc. With a flash of blue light, he slammed his claw down heavily onto the ground a few meters in front of the shield warriors. Boom. The ground instantly turned soft and gooey, like noodles, as a powerful shockwave made the 3 shield warriors stagger and wobble. Claw shadow heavy. Swish, swish, swish. Jacqueline then charged forward, swinging his massive claws in 3 lightning-fast strikes. He shattered the 3 sturdy shields, twisting and deforming them, while the 3 shield warriors screamed as they were knocked flying. Fortunately, thanks to the shield tower's defense, no one was seriously injured. However, the left arm holding the shield was clearly twisted and deformed in midair. Oh, the enemy is Jacqueline, the chief of the armored lobster people. Seeing that the opponent had only taken 2 moves to break through his carefully built shield tower defense, and noticing the large and small claws characteristic of the enemy, Vandal immediately thought of something and exclaimed, "Wow, they know me. Then you should know that today is your death day." Jacqueline said in imperfect common language, with a proud look in his stick-like eyes. "I will catch you all and break you in half, making you scream and cry as you die." Huh? There's also a human girl. This is the favorite of Commander Duin. Good, this girl can survive, Jacqueline said happily, waving his huge claws and pointing at Georgina among the crowd. At this moment, the remaining archers and rangers looked panicked. Even the heavily defended shield tower warriors couldn't withstand the enemy's 2 claws. They wore leather armor, but it was impossible to block even a casual strike from the enemy. Although Lord Rain was a formal wizard, at this moment, they were facing a chief-level monster like Jacqueline, the armored lobster chief. A formal wizard would definitely not be his match. He was a near-legendary peak existence. Unless Lord Rain was a second-level liquefaction wizard, he might still be able to save himself. Their team's luck was really bad. Meeting the strongest among the armored lobsters was unlucky. Now, everyone, die. Jacqueline suddenly swung his claws and charged forward. Bang! Vandal stepped forward quickly, raising his shield to resist. But as soon as they clashed, the creaking sound of the shield tower and the boots sinking into the ground made Vandal, who was involved, realize clearly he was no match for the enemy. Jacqueline's strength was just too great. "Run! I can't hold on much longer," Vandal shouted angrily. "Lord Rain, protect my sister." "Retreat? Why should we retreat?" Lord Rain's calm voice came. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Before they could figure it out, they suddenly saw a flash, and Lord Rain's figure disappeared before their eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, Vandal felt a gust of wind brush past his back, and then it seemed something flashed in front of him. Another second passed, and Vandal sensed something was wrong. Because the thick-shelled lobster chief Jacqueline surprisingly did not attack again, and at the corner of his eye, Rand saw his teammates nearby. They looked as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Almost everyone had their mouths wide open, as if they could fit an entire pair inside. This made Vandal a bit confused and unsure of what was happening. He carefully peeked his head out from the top of his shield. Suddenly, he froze too, because Lord Ryan had already appeared in front of him without him noticing, holding a short spear. On the spear, a faint blue liquid was slowly dripping. Meanwhile, the lobster chief Jacqueline was lying on the ground, motionless, but still holding his giant claws in a fighting stance. His two bright, stick-shaped eyes, which were once sharp and lively, had completely drooped. Between his eyes, there was a small round hole in his shell, still bubbling with pale blue blood. Clearly, this was a fatal wound. Vandal knew that this spot was where the lobster's brain was located. But how could this be? Judging by the scene, Lord Ryan must have pierced Jacqueline's giant claw with a short spear, then stabbed again into his shell, hitting the brain, causing this effect. This is the mighty lobster chief Jacqueline, the third-ranked powerful sea creature on the wanted list. Lord Ryan actually killed him with one strike. Oh my, Lord Ryan's strength. In an instant, everyone who regained their senses shouted in surprise. Their eyes on Ryan showed shock, joy, admiration, and other emotions. The remaining thick-shelled lobster soldiers around, seeing this, were stunned by the scene with their stick-shaped eyes. Their mighty leader, Jacqueline, was dead just like that. Suddenly, the lobster soldiers who had surrounded them scattered and fled like frightened birds and beasts. For Ryan, the strength of the lobster chief Jacqueline was roughly at the verge of legendary level, just touching the threshold of legend. Naturally, he was no match for Ryan. Of course, under normal circumstances, the opponent could have fought a few rounds with him. This time, he suddenly used Shadow Step to attack, moving so quickly that it resulted in a decisive strike right in front of him. Lord Rain, you can't be just an ordinary wizard, right? After a full minute, Vandal still couldn't calm his shock and excitement. He stammered as he spoke to Rain. I wanted to stay a little longer with you, but it seems I can't now. Rain looked into the distance toward his destination. The Frost Mist Cliffs were about 10 miles away. He originally came to gather information, and now he had almost finished. Commander Vandal, you all need to be careful. The Sea God's cult is more powerful than you think. I need to go to the Frost Mist Cliffs ahead. Rain smiled and said to Vandal, Lord Rain, are you leaving? You promised to complete the Imperial bounty with us, Georges said, stepping forward with some reluctance. Rain pointed at the scattered bodies of thick-shell lobstermen on the ground, especially the large shell of the lobster chief, Jacqueline, and said, with these, you've definitely exceeded your task of killing 100 thick-shell lobstermen. Lord Rain, shall we go with you? Vandal asked after a moment of thought. That's not a good idea. We might encounter the Sea God's cult ahead. Rain shook his head. He had just noticed that the direction the lobster chief Jacqueline came from seemed to be toward the Frost Mist Cliffs. This meant the cult's main base was probably nearby. His destination might be very close. 15 minutes later, inside the cave hall, Havers and Diam were exchanging ideas peacefully about their cooperation. Suddenly, a frantic thick-shell lobster warrior rushed in and reported, Lord Havers, it's bad. Chief Jacqueline has been killed. What? Havers, usually calm and unemotional, stood up in shock. Jacqueline is dead? How did it happen? Ashura, the high priestess of the slithering Naga, asked quickly, shocked. Meanwhile, Duin, the leader of the deep-sea giants who had been napping, opened his huge lantern-like eyes upon hearing the news. I didn't see clearly. The lobster warrior hesitated, trembling with fear. He indeed did not clearly see how his own clan leader was killed. It was killed by a white-robed wizard. The opponent struck down the clan leader with a single spear. White robe. One spear? Diarm muttered to himself. That sounded somewhat familiar. Loser. Giant leader Duin seemed particularly annoyed with the lobster man who had lost and tried to escape. He extended his large, millstone-like hand and grabbed the thick-shelled lobster warrior. Spare me. With a crisp cracking sound, Duin's large hand tore apart the lobster warrior, spilling body fluids and shell debris everywhere. Havers, I'll go take a look. Knock, knock. Duin, the giant leader, didn't wait for Havers to speak. He grabbed an anchor and stood up, heading toward the outside of the cave. His tall figure caused the ground to tremble slightly with each step. For a moment, no one spoke inside the cave. Diarm from the Black Flame Church, as a guest, naturally wouldn't comment on this matter. Havers, who was always wary of Duin, the deep-sea giant leader who rarely obeyed his commands, was also reluctant to oppose him. When he heard Duin wanted to check, he didn't object. As for Ashura, the beautiful high priestess of the sliding blade Naga, she first glanced slightly to the side at Havers, then looked at the tall figure walking away. She wisely chose to stay silent. A few minutes later, Lord Diarm, maybe we should also go see? Although the Akalan clan isn't the strongest, they're not so easy to kill by humans. Havers pondered for a moment before turning to Diarm and speaking. Of course, it's a good opportunity to observe Leader Duin's strength. As a guest, Diarm naturally followed the host's lead. He was also quite curious about the power of the deep-sea giant and nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, Duin and the others, accompanied by elite guards from the Sea God cult and Sliding Blade Naga, headed toward the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Near the southern camp of the Thick Shell Lobster Men, Reen was saying goodbye to the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Suddenly, he let out a soft sound of surprise and turned his head to look west. The others also instinctively looked in the direction of Reen's gaze. A tall figure approached them from a distance. A shrub over a meter high, just reaching the person's ankles, trembled slightly with each step they took. Oh, this is a deep-sea giant. How can this deep-sea giant be so big? Vandal exclaimed. What? A deep-sea giant? Don't be afraid. Lord Rain is here. Hearing this, the panicked crowd felt a bit calmer. However, after glancing at the exaggerated height of the giant, even those confident in Lord Rain's strength felt nervous. The giant was estimated to be over 10 meters tall. With such a size, could Lord Rain really win? Haha, I finally found you, little mice. I heard you killed Akaran. He was weak, but you still shouldn't have killed him. Now, I will eat your flesh and bones. Oh wow, there's a little girl here too. Nice. A thunderous voice came from the approaching giant, echoing across the wilderness. A natural fear arose in everyone's hearts within the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. It was like mice seeing a cat, facing a predator. Disaster was imminent. Especially the girl Georgia, who was just named by the deep-sea giant. Her body stiffened, and she trembled under the giant's gaze. Only Rain remained calm, even studying the approaching giant carefully. The giant wore simple clothing, with a necklace made of shells and skulls around his neck. His blue skin was covered with fine scales. He wore only a green seaweed or kelp-like cloth as shorts around his waist. Most striking was the giant's weapon, a massive anchor, polished like a heavy hammer, carried on his shoulder. His rugged face and yellow beard made him look strong and fierce. Quite a formidable opponent, almost comparable to the ancestral dragon Kalahias, Rain said calmly as he looked at the approaching giant. He showed no fear, even seeming excited at the challenge. Originally, deep-sea giant Commander Duin's gaze was fixed on the only woman present, Georgia. Now, however, he was naturally attracted to the calm-faced Ryan standing at the front. Seeing Ryan's completely fearless expression, Commander Duin couldn't help but become very angry. Since he arrived in the Howling Windfjord a month ago, every human he encountered trembled and begged for their lives under his power. But the look in this human's eyes made him very uncomfortable. Human, I dislike your eyes. Therefore, the great giant Commander Duin has decided not to eat you but to smash you into a pulp. Scream now. Ha. Duin laughed loudly as he swung a nearly 1-ton ship anchor into the air. Lord Ryan, run away quickly. Such a powerful weapon, dodge it fast. Lord Ryan, get out of the way. No magic defense can block this kind of power. Vandal shouted urgently, worried that Ryan might underestimate the attack and try to defend with magic. He knew that a weapon weighing 1 or 2 tons falling from the sky couldn't be stopped by even a second-level liquid magic shield. A third-level crystal mage might have a chance, but probably not. But Ryan was calm. He quickly took off his white mage robe without looking back and handed it to Georgia, the girl beside him, saying, "Keep this safe for me." In the next second, to everyone's shock, Ryan suddenly charged straight at the deep-sea giant Duin. No. Wait. Lord Ryan, you're supposed to dodge, not charge head first. You're a mage. Are you really planning to fight the deep-sea giant in close combat? Is Lord Ryan crazy? Georgia, the girl, awkwardly held the mage robe Ryan handed her with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. She was a bit scared to see what would happen to Ryan. But the next scene left her completely stunned. Every step Ryan took caused his body to undergo incredible changes. First, his muscles swell and expand. Second, he arches his back and pushes out his chest. Third, he grows horns on his head. Fourth, his skin shows patches of scales. After 7 steps, a humanoid monster appears before everyone. It is slightly shorter than the deep-sea giant leader, Duin, who was attacking. All the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group are now staring with wide eyes, mouths open, frozen in shock, watching this scene. After a few seconds of being stunned, one member finally said, "Oh my, what kind of magic is this? Do you think Lord Rain is even human? Why did he suddenly change into this form?" For a moment, no one knew how to describe Rain's transformation. Many even doubted whether Rain was truly human. Only Vandal frowned slightly, showing a thoughtful expression, because he seemed to recognize this form from a recent message he saw. Meanwhile, Duin, the giant leader, was also staring blankly at Rain. Even the anchor he was about to throw was suspended in the air. When he finally regained his senses, Rain, now transformed into a Dragon Man general, had already rushed in front of him. "Die, monster!" Duin swung his metal anchor heavily at Rain. Bang! But just as he swung at a small angle, the anchor was caught firmly by a dragon claw about the size of a millstone. Just as Duin was about to strike harder, he suddenly realized that the metal anchor in his hand was rapidly becoming lighter and changing shape. It turned out that Rain, holding the metal anchor, was using his innate magic, metal deformation magic. In fact, any other metal-type mage, unless they had solidified their metal deformation magic as a permanent skill, wouldn't be able to do what Rain was doing now. Rain transformed the 1-ton metal anchor into a large 2-handed sword in just 1 second, while Duin was only holding the anchor's handle. "Wow!" The members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group exclaimed in surprise. What just happened? The ship's anchor suddenly transformed into a large sword in Lord Rain's hand. Was this magic? It was almost like a miracle. "Georgia, is there such magic?" Vandal asked his second-level wizard apprentice sister. There is one called metal deformation magic, but it can't be done that quickly, and the anchor weighs about a ton. To reach Lord Rain's level, a proper wizard would need to time it by the minute. Georgia thought for a moment and explained. Everyone was silent, unsure of what to say. Just as Rain was about to deliver a heavy with his great sword to the giant Dern reacted quickly. He immediately dropped the anchor handle, grabbed Rain around the waist, and slammed him onto the ground. In such close combat, Rain's transformed double-handed sword became a burden, and he was quickly thrown aside. The two started fighting fiercely. They were both large, like giants compared to ordinary people, and now they looked like street thugs fighting with fists. Of course, the fight was much more intense, with dirt flying and dust rising everywhere. A few lobster-like creatures that couldn't dodge were accidentally hit and turned into a mess of crushed shells. Dern struck Rain hard in the waist with a punch, but thanks to his muscles and dragon scales defense, it only caused slight pain. Rain's quick claws, however, scratched against Dern's dense blue-scaled skin, but were heavily blocked. It seemed Dern's body had a faint blue energy that resisted his sharp claws, leaving only 5 thin blood streaks on his chest. Snick. Bang. Bang. Close combat was exhausting. In less than 2 minutes, Dern was panting heavily, while Rain, after a third power-up, fully recovered his stamina and kept attacking in his Dragonman general form. Now, he was riding on Dern's back, aiming at his huge head, and occasionally unleashing his top-secret move, Heavy Punch Combo, making Dern cover his head and defend. "Human, you." Bang. A punch hit Dern's eye socket. "You've angered me." Duin's anger grew even more. Bang. Rain's fist hit Duin's chin, cutting off his words again. Angered. Bang. Great. Bang. Duin. Bang. Rain kept punching, making Duin unable to say a single complete sentence. "Human. Bang. You bang." With each heavy hit, Duin's hands, which were holding his head, loosened, revealing a weakness. Rain struck Duin's temple again, causing him to see stars. Duin finally couldn't take it anymore and started to scream. "Stop, bang. Stop, bang." Duin, the leader of the deep-sea giants, suddenly changed his attitude completely. "You want me to stop? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? At least give me 2 more punches first." This scared Duin and made him anxious. He felt that if he kept going, he might be beaten to death by this guy. "Admit defeat." Bang. "Admit defeat." Duin hurriedly begged for mercy. When Rain stopped, Duin's head was swollen like a pig's, but he was actually crying tears of joy. He had survived. It was so hard to believe. Everyone watching was naturally stunned. Vandal swore he had never seen such a satisfying fight in his life. Punching a tough, 10-meter-tall giant into begging for mercy? Even fairy tales of bards wouldn't write it like this. He didn't even dare to dream of it. He had already decided that maybe he could spread the story of Lord Rain beating the deep-sea giant leader doing. Soon, bards would sing about it in the Windy Fjord area. It wouldn't be long before it spread across the entire Rime tundra. Meanwhile, the strong ground tremors and Duin's whimpering caused Havris, Ashura, and Diarm to change their expressions drastically. That's Duin's voice. Who could make Duin beg like that? Ashura, the beautiful priestess of the slashing Naga, had no smile on her face, only a rare look of seriousness. Although the deep-sea giant leader Duin is very rude, his strength is undeniable. Even Ursula admits she is not his match. But now, from the sound of his voice, Duin seems to be losing, even begging for mercy. At this moment, Havas's thoughts are almost the same as Ursula's. Who exactly is the enemy? Who could force deep-sea giant leader Duin to this state? The group quickly speeds up and soon sees two huge figures. 10 minutes earlier, the proud deep-sea giant leader Duin was now beaten so badly that his face was swollen like a pig's head. He was being pressed down and beaten by a giant dragon man. When Diarm saw this figure, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost, and he muttered, That's Ryan. How did he get to Howling Wind Fjord? If it's not Ryan, then who is it? Remember, Ryan's dragon-human form left a deep shadow in Diarm's mind. He would never forget it, even if he turned to dust. Back then, the ancestor dragon Coralxus was beaten like that. And the good situation of their church was also ended by this very person. Ryan? Lord Diarm, is this the Ryan you just told us about? Havas asked seriously after hearing Diarm. Yes, Lord Havas. This dragon man is Ryan in his transformed state. His strength is very powerful. Diarm nodded heavily and subtly moved back. Havas now understood why Diarm looked so scared when mentioning him earlier. Indeed, someone who could fight Duin, the leader of the deep-sea giants, and hold his own in close combat, was someone he had never seen before in all his years. Duin became the leader because of his exceptional fighting ability, making him the strongest among hundreds of deep-sea giants. Otherwise, the position would have been taken by someone else long ago. He also witnessed Duin fighting a 20-meter-long fish dragon in the sea. That's why Havas was so afraid of Duin. But what was happening now shocked him even more. Are you two about to support Lord Dunn? Otherwise, I'm worried. At this moment, Diarm quickly reminded them, having just regained his senses. After all, the sea god cult is not just Duin. Havers and Ashura are also present. The outcome is truly uncertain. On the other side of the battlefield, the members of the Ice Clawbear mercenary group naturally saw the approaching enemies. Quick! Lord Rain, be careful. The Shadow Heart Igniter Havers and the High Priestess of the Slippery Fin Naga, Ashura, are here. Vander shouted. Although they couldn't intervene in such a high-level fight, they could still warn others verbally. What? Hearing their leader's words, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Doesn't that mean the top 2 wanted criminals from the Howling Wind Fjord list are both here, plus this deep-sea giant who is no less than them? Oh my. Brother, can Lord Rain hold them off? Georgia asked anxiously. Impossible. Too difficult. Shadow Heart Igniter Havers is a 3rd-level crystallized wizard, a legendary expert. In just a few months after arriving at Howling Wind Fjord, he has already killed 2 Imperial generals, with impressive achievements. Do you know why he's called the Heart Igniter? Because his signature magic is Mind Shock, a very rare 3rd-level shadow magic. It's very hard to learn. It can directly attack a person's mind. If you can resist it, that's good. But if your mind isn't strong enough, you could die instantly under the Mind Shock, no matter how strong your external defenses are. Is it that terrifying? Yeah, that's why Havers is called the Heart Igniter, Vander nodded solemnly. Moreover, even if Lord Rain can resist Havers' Mind Shock, the current 3-on-1 situation is extremely dangerous. Because even if Lord Rain's mind is strong enough to withstand Havers' attack, he will likely be momentarily stunned, maybe for 4 or 5 seconds, or even 2 or 3 seconds. In such a fast-changing, intense battle, that's a huge weakness. If others seize the opportunity to attack together, Lord Rain might be in serious trouble. Although Vander didn't continue, the implications were clear. However, the current Ice Clawbear mercenary group can only hope that Ryan will win. Otherwise, they might face an outcome more painful than death. Ryan naturally noticed the large group of followers of the Sea God cult and the Sliding Naga arriving. The Sliding Naga look similar to ancient Blood Curse Naga but are much smaller in size. Male Sliding Naga are about 2 meters 2 or 3 tall, while females are even more slender. The leader, a six-armed Naga, also appears to be female. However, Ryan's focus is on the man in the black robe at the front. He radiates a strong aura, comparable to a third-level crystallized wizard. This person is likely Hafus, the leader of the sea god cult in the Howling Wind Fjord, known as the Shadow Heart Igniter. Attack. Hafus commands. The members of the sea god cult begin chanting spells. Despite fearing Ryan's power, the sliding Naga rush forward bravely. Colorful magic spells rain down like a meteor shower toward Ryan, who is in his dragon general form. The spells are dense and powerful, but Ryan's current defenses, especially against magic, are nearly immune according to system descriptions. Therefore, attacks from first-level wizard spells or curses do little damage to him. Only exceptionally talented spells might cause him slight pain. In response to the cults, Ryan quickly counterattacks. He grabs a discarded ship anchor sword and rushes toward the enemy formation. High-level water healing spell. The beautiful high priestess of the sliding Naga, Ashura, quickly finishes her chant. She points her finger at Duin, the heavily injured deep-sea giant leader. A shimmering stream of water, like a transparent python, swiftly wraps around Duin and begins healing his wounds. Hafus, the Lord, this Ryan is very fast. We need to find a way to slow him down. Dien faced the incoming rain, and although he was startled, he quickly regained his composure. Don't worry, Lord Dien. Ashura, prepared to attack his legs, Hafus said to the nearby Serpent Naga high priest. The Serpent Naga, like the ancient blood-cursed Naga, was skilled in melee combat and water magic, making it an excellent partner in battle. Yes, my lord Hafus, Ashura replied sharply, drawing two slender knight swords. Mind shock. As Hafus cast his signature spell, a dense black mist suddenly appeared and swiftly entered Rain's Dragonman body. Rain, who was sweeping his sword at the Serpent Naga, suddenly froze. Ashura quickly moved in a snake-like pattern, creating a series of afterimages and attacking Rain's left knee at high speed. But the fight wasn't over. To ensure safety, Hafus shouted loudly, Hurry, Dune. The enemy has been hit by my mind shock. They will be stunned for a few seconds. Take this chance to kill him. Dune, who had just been healed by Ashura's advanced water magic and had mostly recovered, thought quickly. A fierce look flashed across his face. He swiftly stood up, grabbed a huge stone, and charged at Rain. He wanted to avenge the humiliation of begging for mercy just now. Seeing the three legendary fighters attacking Rain with such power, others nearby, including Vandal, watched with wide eyes and a pounding heart. Lord Rain, you must hold them off. At this moment, Rain's mind seemed to enter a strange space filled with endless ghosts and vengeful spirits rushing toward him, biting and tearing at his body in his spirit form. But Rain was surprised to find that, perhaps because his willpower was strong enough, these ghosts and spirits' attacks only caused a tingling sensation like mosquito bites. So this is easy. Roar. With a mighty dragon roar, ripples suddenly erupted in the air. The countless ghosts and spirits caught in the ripples seemed to be hit by a shockwave from a cannon and vanished into nothingness. Immediately, Rain felt a flash of bright white light before his eyes, and his consciousness returned to his Dragonman general form. At this moment, Ryan felt a sharp pain in his thigh. He saw the High Priestess Ashura, holding two knightly swords, piercing through his dragon scales and steel defenses, injuring him. He also noticed Dune, the leader of the deep-sea giants, preparing to launch a giant stone attack nearby. When Ashura saw Ryan's eyes clear up, she was immediately shocked, quickly releasing her swords and retreating rapidly. As Ryan turned around quickly, Dune, holding a giant stone high above his head, froze completely, cursing Hafus loudly in his mind. Is this 3 seconds? It only took 1 second for him to recover. What kind of terrible move is this? At this moment, Dune's swollen face forced an awkward smile towards Ryan. But Ryan knew well that this was a trap, taking advantage of Dune's moment after being hit by a mental shock. Since that's the case, I won't let you go. With a flash of silver light, Ryan's double-handed sword, enhanced with an improved sharpness technique, stabbed directly into Dune's chest. When Ryan pulled out his sword, a fountain of blood shot out from the wound near Dune's heart. Dune's large, lantern-sized eyes widened suddenly as he looked at Ryan, staggering a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. First one. You actually killed Dune. Ashura, the beautiful high priestess of the sliding blade Naga, immediately turned pale with shock. She desperately retreated backward. Ryan shook the bloodstains off his double-handed sword, smiled at Ashura, then took a big step forward, chasing her at an even faster pace. Why your leg? Ashura's eyes widened in surprise. She had clearly stabbed twice. She looked at Ryan's left knee, which should have been badly injured, but to her astonishment, there was no wound at all, only faintly visible pink new skin growing. Soon, Ashura retreated into the team that had been traveling with her before the sea god cult, but her sense of danger grew stronger and stronger. Dune's death, and Ryan's quick escape from his deadly move, the mental shock, left Havuz equally shocked as he watched Ryan. He couldn't understand why Ryan's mental will was so strong, almost like those of the ascetics. But at this moment, he had no time to think further. A huge metal sheet, about 4 or 5 meters in diameter, was coming down on them. It was Ryan who transformed his ship anchor sword into a device similar to a fly swatter, with hollowed-out sections to reduce air resistance. When it struck, except for Havers and Ashura who narrowly dodged, 7 or 8 other priests of the sea god cult and elite slippery Naga fighters were instantly turned into a mass of bloody flesh. Smack! Everyone was immediately stunned by this scene. Both the priests of the sea god cult and the slippery Naga fighters panicked and ran in all directions. Meanwhile, Ryan was staring at Ashura, who had just wounded him, and was relentlessly chasing her. Ashura screamed sharply as her figure suddenly split into 3 identical shadows, each rushing in different directions, forward, left, and right. But Ryan continued to swing his giant fly swatter heavily. Seeing her own shadow escape beyond the reach of Ryan's metal bat, Ashura was overjoyed, thinking she had finally escaped. However, her subordinates, the slippery Naga fighters, looked at her with fearful eyes. A few of them seemed to want to warn her, opening their mouths as if to speak. But it was too late. Suddenly, Ashura felt a blackness above her head as something heavy struck down. Rapid Current Shield. Ashura quickly cast her second-level innate magic, Rapid Current Shield, causing multiple whirlpool-like high-speed water shields to surge from various directions around her. Smack! Ashura let out a scream. Her Rapid Current Shield instantly shattered under the weight of the enormous fly swatter. Although she was not turned into a bloody mess, she was knocked several decimeters into the ground, with broken muscles and fractured bones. Her 3 arms and snake tail on one side of her body were noticeably flattened and deformed. Unlike other minor enemies, Ashura's body was quite resilient. She survived and even pushed out a human-shaped bulge from the thick metal plate. But under Ryan's metal deformation magic, she quickly repaired herself. At this moment, she finally saw clearly that the square metal paddle in Rain's hand had somehow transformed into a 3-leaf clover shape, covering both her clone and her true body completely, destroying them in one strike. No wonder the look others had given her just now was so strange. Originally, Diam, who was at the back of the Sea God's church team, had already turned and was fleeing westward, with no thought of fighting Rain. His face was pale, and he muttered to himself, "I knew it. I knew it. Rain is a demon from the endless abyss. Whenever I encounter him, it's never good news. I must run quickly." Meanwhile, Havuz also launched several powerful attacks in quick succession. Dune was already dead, but Eshla absolutely could not die. So, in just 2 or 3 seconds, he used multiple spells to try to slow down Rain's attack or interfere with it, using spells like Slow and the second-level spell Shadow Flame, as well as the third-level spell Shadow Cage. But either the damage was minimal, or Rain easily broke free. For a moment, Havuz had no way to deal with Rain, who was in his highly resistant Dragonman general form. Summon torrential water elementals. Facing Rain, who had already rushed up to her, Eshla's survival instincts kicked in again, creating a miracle. She cast a summoning spell that normally took over 5 seconds, but she compressed it into just 1 second using some costly method. 2 humanoid water elementals, each over 3 meters tall and made of flowing water, appeared beside Eshla, seemingly trying to block Rain's attack. Interesting. Rain smiled and quickly raised his 3-leaf clover flail. Including Eshla herself, she and the 2 water elementals all held their weapons tightly, ready to defend. From Eshla's expression, she seemed confident she could withstand Rain's strike. She had already blocked a strike from Rain just moments before. To her, transforming his weapon into a flail broadened its reach but weakened its power. She believed that with the help of the 2 water elementals, she could resist this attack. But in the next second, Eshla's eyes widened in horror. Because she saw the metal weapon above her head suddenly turn into a heavy hammer, enhanced by some top-level secret technique from Rain, and then violently strike down on her. Boom! The water surged and splashed everywhere. The two rushing water elementals couldn't withstand half a second before being turned back into their original forms by Rain's heavy, high-speed hammer weighing a ton. The beautiful, slippery Naga high priestess, Ashura, was also turned into a pile of flesh. When Rain lifted the hammer, he saw that the ground, about 4 or 5 meters deep, was now a mess of dirt and body parts, like a scene from a mural. At that moment, 3 transparent soul images appeared, floating from the bodies of Ashura and the 2 water elementals that had died. They dragged long flames behind them, circled Rain a few times, and then entered the head of the hammer. Huh? Even summoned elemental creatures have soul energy? That's pretty good. Rain looked at this scene with a slight smile in his heart. Meanwhile, the members of the Ice Clawbear mercenary group saw Rain display such great power, killing the deep-sea giant leader Duin and the Naga high priestess Ashura. The once formidable Sea God's Church team was now left with only Havers, a lone figure. Their faces turned red with excitement, as if they were witnessing a divine being, and they stared at Rain with admiration. Is he even human? Brother, do you think it's possible that Lord Rain is actually a divine being in disguise? The young girl Georgia was now completely stunned. At only 18, she had never seen someone as extraordinary as Rain. What had happened in just a few minutes shattered her previously naive worldview. I don't know, but even if he is, he might be a dragon god's incarnation, Georgia's sister said, making Vandal think for a long time before finally uttering a few words. Because even he, who had seen many things, was thoroughly shocked by Rain's combat strength. Although he instinctively felt that Rain probably had nothing to do with divine beings, he then thought that his sister's words might have some truth. After all, if he were human and so young, could he really have such power? When Rain focused on Havers and said second, Havers couldn't help but feel cold and trembling. It wasn't that he lacked combat experience, but he had truly never encountered someone as crazy as Rain. He is very large, like a deep-sea giant, but much faster. He can easily use various close combat techniques, carrying such a huge body and a 1-ton weapon. Each of his special attacks is as powerful as a 3rd-level magic spell. His body also has very strong defense. 1st-level magic can't break through, and 2nd-level magic is greatly weakened. Even his signature 3rd-level magic, Mind Shock, doesn't cause much trouble for his opponents. Havers thought about retreating, but as the leader of the Sea God cult in the Howling Wind Fjord, he had lost many subordinates, including his deputy, the slithering Naga high priestess Ashura, and the armored lobster chief Yakarin. Now, his forces had suffered heavy casualties, and retreating would leave the remaining troops without support. He also didn't believe he couldn't defeat Rain, but doing so would cost a lot, and he was unsure whether to fight or hold back. However, Rain's comment about the second one hit a nerve in Havers. Enraged, Havers sneered and said, "You're Rain, right? Do you think you've won?" Then he shouted, "No one can save you now." Havers quickly pulled out a white fishbone spike, about 20 to 30 centimeters long, with a sharp end and a blunt end. He then stabbed the sharp end into his own chest and began to chant loudly, "Come. All marine creatures nearby, listen to the command of the god of the abyss, and destroy him." The white fishbone, infused with Havers' blood essence, emitted a bright red glow. Suddenly, a huge, subtle aura spread out. Havers pointed at Rain, and within 100 meters, the cultists, the terrified slithering Nagas, and armored lobsters, all with bloodshot eyes, seemed to lose their reason and turn to attack Rain again, fighting with reckless abandon. Even knowing they might lose, they charged forward without fear. Nearby, on the beach not far from here, turtles the size of millstones, long sea snakes several meters long, and smaller creatures like fiddler and mudskippers also seemed affected by this dark magic, rushing toward Rain. Hundreds and thousands of enemies surged toward Rain like a wave. I don't believe you can use your transformation without hesitation. When you're exhausted, that's your end. Havus, with red eyes and a slightly crazy laugh, said loudly. Meanwhile, the Dragon Man general form of Rain looked at the scene in front of him and showed no reaction. It was as if the attacks coming at him were just harmless pests. At this moment, the members of the Ice Clawbear mercenary group watching nearby were sweating for Rain. When the young girl Georgina couldn't help but want to warn Rain, suddenly, Rain's deep voice sounded. "Havus, maybe you don't know this. I'm least afraid of that. It's group attacks." Yeah. As Rain roared loudly to the sky, a clear and powerful dragon roar echoed across the wilderness. A huge white wave of energy, visible to the eye, burst out from Rain's open mouth and swept around in an instant. But that wasn't the end. The 8-meter-tall dragon-man general form of Rain held a large sword with both hands and spun around 360 degrees like lightning. In an instant, hundreds of four-cornered darts shot out from the sword. This was Rain's long-lost ultimate sword technique, Blade Storm. The giant sword, combined with Rain's towering height, made the Blade Storm even more powerful, reaching a completely different level. In a flash, the attacking group of hundreds of brave Naga, armored lobstermen, and sea god cult disciples was cut down as easily as harvesting wheat. The enemies closest to Rain suffered the most brutal fate. They were hit simultaneously by the four-cornered darts and sound waves. Their skulls exploded, and many had darts piercing their faces or bodies. All those enemies that had been attacking in waves from the mountains and fields were wiped out in Rain's combo attack. Only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats remained. Oh my! This is too amazing. Just as the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group cheered and marveled at Rain's incredible power, Havuz, with a sinister smile, said, "Hee, Rain, you've fallen into a trap. Look at your feet." Rain's surroundings were filled with the corpses of Naga and lobstermen, bleeding profusely. Interestingly, this blood seemed to be reacting to some kind of call, emanating a strange and special aura. "Great Lord of the Undersea Realm, your followers beg you." Havers quickly began to recite a prayer. A strong, oppressive aura started to spread, making Ryan feel overwhelmed, along with a thick, binding sensation growing more noticeable. Ryan's pupils shrank, and he immediately remembered something. A few months ago, when he fought the obese and bloated Black Flame cult leader during a ritual, the opponent was praying and seemed to invoke the will of a mighty being. But compared to that time, Ryan's strength had increased greatly. Although he felt a strong pressure now, he could still handle it. However, Ryan was confident in himself but not foolish enough to let the opponent finish the prayer. If the opponent summoned the attention of a powerful being who knew how much strength they might unleash, Ryan's mind moved slightly, and the secondary goddess metal hidden in the pocket of his wrinkled shorts was activated. A rich blue light instantly covered his entire body, which was the divine magic goddess's protection embedded in the metal. Ryan felt a sudden relief. Whoosh! In less than half a second, Ryan appeared in front of Havers, who was still praying, and slammed down a heavy hammer. How can the power of confinement fail? Havers was filled with shock and anger, staring at Ryan as if he had been drenched with a bucket of cold water from head to toe. Boom! Before he could stop praying and counterattack, Havers was knocked into the muddy ground of the hammer pit and merged into the earth. The oppressive aura also suddenly disappeared. Ryan naturally reverted from his Dragonman general form back to his normal shape. Looking at Havers, who had been turned into a pile of flesh, Ryan felt a bit regretful. He had hit too hard. If the opponent had any loot, it was probably all destroyed. What a pity. "Lord Ryan, are you all right? This is your wizard robe." The young girl Georgina respectfully handed over the white wizard robe Ryan had entrusted her to keep. "Thank you. I'm fine." Ryan nodded slightly. "Captain Vandal, please arrange for someone to clean up the battlefield." "Don't worry, Lord Ryan. We will gather your loot properly." "Yes, those sea creature corpses. You weren't just accepting the Empire's bounty mission, right? Remember to collect the proof." "Lord Rain, are you saying that the credit for defeating these sliding blade Naga and sea god cult disciples belongs to us?" Vandal was surprised at first, but then quickly understood and spoke excitedly. "Yes," Rain nodded with a smile. For him, these things didn't matter much, but for the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, fighting was meaningful because of this. Hearing Rain's words, Vandal, Georgia, and others looked surprised and excited. Wow, this is such a big fortune. Although they didn't include Dune, Eshela, and Havers, they could still make their mercenary group very rich, and enough to last over 3 years. "Lord Rain, I represent the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group and would like to join your command." "I hope you." Vandal's face became serious as he spoke earnestly. "Is it because of these things you're grateful?" "There's no need." Rain waved his hand firmly. "No, it's not. With the Empire's situation becoming more unstable, you might not be living in the Rhinewind tundra and may not know. Your strength and character have deeply impressed us. So, we want to serve you efficiently and also seek your protection. As long as you don't mind our low strength, that's the wish of everyone in the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group." Vandal nodded slightly, placing his right hand over his chest and saluting. Rain looked around at the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Every one of them was looking at him with bright, respectful eyes. This made him nod slightly in his heart. Although the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group was far weaker than him, they were top tier in their level. The recent gold mine and the supplies transport from the Norton barbarians needed reliable people, so he could include them under his command. He even considered bringing the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group directly to the Minster province and having the beautiful woman Jennifer manage them. All right, I accept, Rain said with a nod. Thank you, Lord Rain. Everyone cheered happily. While Vandal and the others were packing up the spoils, Rain looked over his previous battle notifications. Congratulations. You defeated a powerful enemy and gained 27 gold skill points. Congratulations. Your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your King of Thousand Blades, epic, class level has increased. With this fight against Korahis, the King of Thousand Blades, epic, class level has successfully risen to level 11, granting Rain 1 additional attribute point and 1 skill point. After subtracting the 4 attribute points he used during the battle, he now has 2 attribute points and 4 skill points remaining. Additionally, after spending 24 gold skill points last time, he gained another 27 this time, bringing his total to a new high of 61 points. In just half an hour, the entire battlefield was cleaned up by the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Especially the spoils for Rain were thoroughly cleaned and collected without a trace. Since Rain's goal was to explore the old residence of the Splitter, after gathering the spoils, he headed toward the nearby destination, with the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group following closely behind. However, Rain was quite surprised to find that, following the map, he had actually arrived at the old lair of the Sea God's cult in Howling Wind Fjord. The Sea God's cult priests and the Sliding Blade Naga who had been guarding the area were initially confused when they saw Rain, not understanding what was happening. But upon seeing their leader's corpse, they scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Rain naturally did not pursue these insignificant enemies. I didn't expect the place I was looking for would be right here. Isn't this supposed to be the old residence of the Splitter, the level 2 liquidation wizard Otakar? Rain quickly frowned and said, because if the old residence had been discovered and modified by the Sea God's cult beforehand, the metal magic model cutting web he was seeking might have already been dealt with by them. This meant that his trip to Howling Wind Fjord might have been a wasted effort. Soon, Rain found a captured Sea God's cult priest and began to ask questions. Sir, this place was indeed the old residence of a wizard a month ago. When we explored here, we also encountered a very troublesome soul-devouring giant moth. It was only through the combined efforts of Lord Havers and Lady Ashura that we managed to eliminate these soul-devouring moths. Regarding the relic of the wizard you mentioned, it seems Lord Havers has stored it in a small wooden box, probably in the storage room. The prisoner pointed to the left side of the hall and said so. I didn't expect the devouring spirit moth to have already been defeated. And this is indeed the place he was looking for. What a coincidence. Immediately, he ordered Vandal to open the door to the storage room on the left side of the cave hall. Inside, various combat supplies were piled up, such as knight swords, tridents, and scattered armor. Ryan quickly found a wooden box in a corner. Opening it, Ryan raised an eyebrow and showed a happy expression. Besides an old sheepskin scroll, there were also 10 soul crystal fragments. When he looked at the sheepskin scroll, he saw the large characters cutting web written on it. It turns out to be a level 2 metal-type magic? Ryan's eyes lit up with surprise and joy. When Melita mentioned it before, she didn't specify what level the cutting web magic was, and Ryan had thought it was a level 1 magic. But it's actually a rarer level 2 metal-type magic. But this is good news. Unfortunately, I can't learn it right now. Performing level 2 magic requires reaching a state called spiritual liquefaction, which is a prerequisite for learning level 2 magic, Ryan thought to himself. At this moment, Georgia, the girl nearby, curiously wandered around. This was her first time in the so-called storage room of the Sea God cult. She casually flipped through a rather old book among some clutter, dusted it off, and then saw the large characters on the cover. She softly muttered, Otakar's diary? Just as Ryan was about to open the sheepskin scroll to check the level 2 metal-type magic cutting web, he suddenly froze. Otakar? Isn't that the real name of this splitter? Ryan immediately turned to look at Georgia and said, Georgia, please show me that diary you're holding. Of course, sir, Georgia replied, sticking out her tongue a bit, feeling a little shy. She quickly ran over and respectfully handed Ryan the unopened diary. Without Lord Ryan's orders, don't touch anything here. Brother Fandor quietly whispered in George's ear. I just flipped through it casually. Lord Rain wouldn't mind. The girl Georgia looked at her brother, who had become a loyal supporter of Lord Rain, feeling quite speechless. As Rain turned page after page, his eyebrows gradually relaxed, and eventually, an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. After flipping through about 10 pages, Rain let out a long sigh. He closed the diary and stood up. Perhaps, the biggest game this time was not the second-level metal magic cutting web, but this diary. It turns out that the cutter Otakar was not born into a wizarding school. He was originally just a wandering apprentice. But he was one of those extremely lucky people. Favored by the goddess of luck, during his third-level apprentice stage, he explored an ancient ruin and unexpectedly obtained a fragment of an ancient wizarding tradition. Yes, it was not a single spell or potion formula, but a tradition that included multiple spells and step-by-step training experience. If such a thing happens among 100 apprentices, only a few might have it. But this tradition was perfectly suited for him, which was very rare. Such luck was probably 1 in 1,000. After practicing himself, Otakar discovered that his incomplete tradition contained a powerful spell. A spell attack, simply put, is an attack formed by combining 2 or more spells, cast in a specific way, greatly increasing the spell's power. Otakar's incomplete tradition included a combination of the second-level metal spell Cutting Web and the zero-level spell Sharpness technique, forming a powerful spell attack. This is a very simple metal spell combo, involving only 2 spells, one of which is a zero-level spell. Of course, even this simplest spell combo has requirements. It must be made into a natural talent spell, and the casting time of the zero-level spell Sharpness technique must be compressed to within 0.1 seconds. This is why Rain couldn't help but smile when he saw this. It was practically a spell attack tailor-made for him. Seeing it, anyone would be happy and laugh. It is important to know that Otakar, after becoming a second-level wizard and solidifying the Cutting Web as a natural talent spell, spent a lot of time practicing the Sharpness technique. Rain, however, could skip this process. Once he solidified the Cutting Web as a second-level talent spell, he could perform combined magic. In the end, he mastered this recorded combination spell, but others did not know. So, to outsiders, Otakar's Cutting Web seemed very powerful, and they thought he was naturally talented. This earned him the nickname the Cutter. Actually, this is because metal element wizards are rare, and even fewer know that Sharpness technique and Cutting Web can form a combination spell. Therefore, even if some wizards were suspicious, they would attribute Otakar's success to his outstanding talent, believing he had modified and improved the power of the second-level metal spell Cutting Web. If it weren't for the fact that Rain was at the Sea God's cult's old base in Howling Wind Fjord, where further research was not suitable, he might have immediately immersed himself in studying it. Rain was afraid he would forget to eat and sleep, completely absorbed. Georgina, thank you very much. This diary is very helpful to me. Please help me continue searching for information related to Otakar, Rain said, holding up Otakar's diary with a smile. Of course, Lord Rain. These are your spoils, and I just happened to find them, Georgina replied excitedly after hearing Rain's praise. She even slightly tilted her head to glance at her brother. Look, she even criticized me, but Lord Rain praised me. Vandal looked at his sister, feeling both amused and helpless. At this moment, Rain smiled and said to Vandal, Captain Vandal, try to carry away the most valuable and lightweight items here. We will retreat in half an hour. Yes, sir, Vandal responded respectfully, slightly bowing. Half an hour later. Although Georgina searched carefully, she still couldn't find anything more valuable among the clutter. The potion formulas she found were only a few, and Rain glanced at them briefly before giving up. They were all apprentice-level potion formulas. Of course, it's very likely that more valuable formulas had already been sent away by Havers. This diary of Othakar's, as a record kept by a metal-type wizard, is probably not very important in the eyes of people like Havus. That's why it was casually discarded here. Soon, more than 10 warhorses, fully loaded with spoils and mission certificates from the Slashing Naga and Thick-Shell Lobster people, headed back to the small town. The heaviest loads were 3 simple carts pulled at the end of the team, each carrying 2 piles of blood and earth mixture dug from the ground and the large head of the giant leader doing. The 2 blood and earth mixtures were from Havus and Eshela, 2 meatball-shaped corpses. Since they were mixed with compressed earth, they were quite heavy. According to Vandal, although heavy, they were worth transporting to claim a big reward from the Empire. As for Duan's head, even though it was just a head, it was over a meter long and as big as a large barrel, making it quite heavy. Luckily, all 3 carts were covered with cloths, or they might have scared many passers-by along the way. Even with the covers, the strong smell of blood and the seafood aroma from the large claws and the sacks on the horses' sides mixed together and spread out, attracting curious looks from many people. This situation continued until everyone reached Ilgara town, reaching a peak of excitement. Hey, Vandal, are you guys from the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group going fishing? You smell so bad. A burly, scar-faced man with a square iron shield approached, showing obvious disgust. Spencer, your mouth is even more stinky than the smell. Vandal immediately retorted. But after they got closer, they exchanged heavy pats on each other's backs and burst into hearty laughter. This is how rough mercenaries greet each other. Vandal, looks like you had a good haul this time. By the way, did you hear? Big news. The ancestor dragon Caraxes was killed by a noble. Everyone was talking about it just now. Spencer shared this big news with Vandal. Are you talking about the ancestor dragon Caraxes? The mutated ancestor dragon that even Lord Batalov, the Dean of Winterford Academy, couldn't handle? Vandal looked surprised. He originally wanted to share his legendary experience with the other person, but unexpectedly, the other person told him an astonishing piece of news first. Yes, it is said that a person named Lord Rain directly fought and killed the ancestral dragon Korahias, and also gained the loyalty of several clans of Icefield bear monsters. Now, this suddenly appearing Lord Rain is called the King of Bear Monsters and Dragon Slayer. This news is spreading among Winter Fortress Academy and nearby forces. Huh? What's his name? Lord Rain? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, including Vandal, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. See? Shocked, right? Spencer was very pleased to see their stunned expressions. He was also very shocked when he heard this news. That was the ancestral dragon Korahias, a highly respected figure in the Cold Wind Tundra and Icefield regions. Even Lord Batalov, who was quite influential there, couldn't handle him. But, in the next second, Spencer found it strange because everyone, including Vandal, seemed unable to help but glance at a young man in a white wizard robe in their group. Spencer examined Rain from head to toe. He couldn't tell how strong Rain was, so he quickly stopped paying attention. However, he was very curious about what exactly was in the cart behind his old friend Vandal, especially why it smelled so bloody. Spencer walked over to the cart. Before Vandal could stop him, he suddenly pulled back the cover. He and a few people beside him stared, and in the next moment, they were so frightened their faces turned pale. They took several steps back and fell to the ground in a tumble. Wow, what the heck? What is this? On the cart, a huge head appeared before everyone's eyes, especially those lantern-like angry eyes that seemed to stare blankly at Spencer. The sense of oppression was so strong that it immediately overwhelmed everyone's hearts. No wonder Spencer, who was quite powerful just moments ago, almost lost his soul in fear. The surrounding mercenaries also looked like they saw a ghost, retreating in fear. Is this a giant's head? It has a sea smell. It should be the head of a deep-sea giant. But even a deep-sea giant's head isn't this big, is it? Yes. The last time the Blood Wolf mercenary group brought back the head of a deep-sea giant, it wasn't even half this size. Could it be a leader among the deep-sea giants? When did the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group become so strong? Suddenly, everyone around started whispering quietly. Farther away, other mercenaries and wizard apprentices also gathered around, curious. Even the guards patrolling Ilgara town, intrigued, moved closer. A middle-aged man with a mustache, riding a horse and dressed in noble hunting clothes, looked down from above and was deeply impressed by what he saw. He turned to a guard nearby and asked, "Go find out what that mercenary group is called." He muttered, "A legendary deep-sea giant. Could it be Duan, the leader of the deep-sea giants, who was just announced as second on the bounty list?" However, without Ryan's permission, Vander wouldn't reveal Ryan's identity. They explained to others that they were lucky to have encountered a strong fighter who defeated the deep-sea giant leader, and they just happened to pick up the leftovers. But Vander's explanation made the people around envy and drool with admiration. When Ryan returned to the forest and reunited with Anna, the happy Anna, like a light butterfly, threw herself into Ryan's arms. Seeing this, the others in the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group were fine, mostly thinking that this girl was probably Ryan's beloved. But Georgina, the girl, felt a bit strange. After all, a boyfriend like Ryan was every girl's dream prince. Of course, this feeling of jealousy was quick to come and go. Anna had only known Ryan for a short time, so her jealousy quickly disappeared. After holding Ryan tightly, Anna noticed there were others behind him. Her face turned slightly red with shyness, and she gently stepped back from Ryan's embrace. Of course, she was also curious why Ryan had been gone most of the day and brought back 10 strangers. Anna, this is Vandar, the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. This is his sister, Georgina. Ryan introduced them one by one. Compared to Vandar, Anna was naturally more interested in Georgina, who was about her age. She looked at her with curious eyes, studying her from head to toe. Big sister Anna, hello. It's an honor to meet you. Georgia slightly bowed and gave Anna a polite lady's greeting. Hello, Georgia. I'm glad to meet you. Anna was still unsure why the other person was so respectful, as if she were dealing with a very important person, but she smiled and greeted back. After some polite talk, Ryan and Anna rode the blood-feather horned eagle back to Winter Fortress Academy first. The Ice Claw Bear mercenary group followed shortly after on horseback. Vandal and his team watched the soaring blood-feather horned eagle, feeling quite emotional. Back at Winter Fortress Academy, Ryan, Batalov, and other senior members of the Academy briefly discussed their trip to Howling Wind Fjord. Soon, Melita brought some information about a magical attack technique, a combined magic spell, and placed it on Ryan's desk. Ryan carefully read through the materials. After half a day of deep thought, Ryan decided to choose the cutting web as his second-level magical skill. He had considered other stronger metal-based combined magic spells, but after reviewing the information, he realized such spells are rarely passed down, especially metal ones. Ryan couldn't afford to delay his promotion just to find a stronger spell that would be a distraction from his main goal. According to ancient texts, many magical attack techniques were discovered by chance during ancient wizard battles, which gave Ryan a faint suspicion. However, he could only verify this after reaching second-level Liquid Wizard. Since Cutting Web is a second-level spell, he needed to upgrade himself to a second-level Liquid Wizard first. Ryan opened a wooden box, took out 7 soul energy crystals, and quickly activated the advanced Iron Heart meditation. The system then prompted, ding, detected soul energy crystals that can increase the degree of spirit fog dissolution. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note, system absorption can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Yes. Immediately, Ryan felt the silver fog in his mind rapidly increase. Soon, about 90% of his mental space was filled with silver fog. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Mental strength, 73, atomization 92%. Huh? During the last fight, I added 5 points to mental strength, and the atomization level increased to 72%. Now it's at 92%. So, with 1 soul energy crystal, the increase is less than 3%. Thinking for a moment, Ryan used up the remaining 3 soul energy crystals in the wooden box. Soon, he pushed the atomization level of his mental power to 98%, surpassing the minimum requirement of 90% for level 2 liquefied wizard, with 8 points to spare. After some thought, Ryan borrowed 2 more soul energy crystals from the Winter Fortress Academy, finally reaching 100% atomization. Naturally, he chose to break through. Starting promotion. Ongoing transformation. In an instant, Ryan could clearly feel that the original mental energy crystal in his mind, which had a base, was undergoing a drastic change. On top of his existing first-level innate wizardry, there was now a smaller but more complex 3-dimensional structure. It was made of highly refined mental energy crystals, with intricate patterns on the surface. This was the level 2 metal-type wizardry cutting web. To put it simply, it was like changing from a single-layer cake to a double-layer cake in 3 dimensions. Around this 3-dimensional structure, the dense silver mist that once surrounded it seemed to vanish, shrinking rapidly. If observed carefully, one would notice that the silver mist didn't disappear but gradually turned into a small silver liquid, swirling around the double-layer cake. This is probably the tangible form after mental energy liquefaction. While Ryan was pondering, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Detected that the host is breaking through to level 2 wizard, unlocking the improved restriction for innate wizardry metal transformation. Do you want to upgrade this wizardry? This upgrade will cost 17 gold skill points. Note, after the upgrade, the innate wizardry will be more suitable for the host to cast, with increased power, attack range, or other aspects. Hiss, unexpectedly, Innate wizardry can only be upgraded during promotion. Ryan's eyes lit up instantly, understanding now. Because when he upgraded the wizardry sharpness, he had already considered this question. If other wizardries can be upgraded, why not innate wizardry? But he later discovered that, due to the solidification of crystals in his mental sea, he couldn't improve his magic. Now it seems that improvement is possible, but only under strict conditions. Only when breaking through can his innate magic be improved. Great. Lean was very happy that he could improve his most frequently used innate magic, metal transformation. Without hesitation, Lean immediately chose yes. Once the promotion is complete and the crystals stabilize again, he won't be able to improve it anymore. In simple terms, if he misses this chance, there won't be another opportunity. Suddenly, a large flow of information about the improvement process of the innate magic metal transformation flooded into Lean's mind. It was as if Lean had spent over 100 years in a mysterious space, refining his magic habits and adjusting the magic model of metal transformation to better suit himself. As he made these adjustments, the strange, rapidly forming two-layer mental crystal in his mental sea also underwent synchronized fine-tuning. Soon, the system prompted again, ding. The host has completed the improvement of the innate magic metal transformation. The new magic model has been successfully adjusted, increasing magic power by 19% and reducing mental energy consumption by 23%. Lean's eyes lit up. This boost is impressive. Not only does it increase the magic's power, but it also further reduces mental energy use. Amazing. Originally, the mental energy consumption for innate magic was about 1/10 of that for non-innate magic of the same level. Now, it has been reduced again, reaching about 1/12 or 1/13 of that. The improvement of the innate magic metal transformation was synchronized with his promotion to level 2 liquid mage. Once the improvement was complete, the promotion was nearly finished. The system kept prompting. Host's mental power has greatly increased. Activating liquefaction. Ding. Successfully promoted to level 2 mage. Mental strength plus 15. After obtaining the second level talent spell, cutting web. A few minutes later, when Ryan opened his eyes again, he felt his perception of the world had become even deeper. If before, when he advanced to a formal wizard, his awareness was like lifting a veil or mist from the world, now it was as if he was using a magnifying glass to observe and sense everything around him. Whenever he wanted, he could perceive a tiny point the size of a needle or the faintest movement nearby. A few minutes later, Ryan focused on the system panel. Since he had advanced to his second-level wizard without changing his profession, the Warhammer Wizard panel hadn't changed much. He first checked the system prompt. My mental strength has increased by 15 points? The other attributes haven't improved, which makes sense. It's just an upgrade, not a profession change, so some differences are normal. Then, he glanced at the attribute panel. Mental strength, 88, liquefied 1%. Finally liquefied. Ryan activated the first layer of the Steel Heart meditation method. As expected, the increase in mental power and the refining effect decreased significantly, and its role in promoting liquefaction was barely noticeable. It looks like I need to visit the academy soon. To keep improving as a second-level liquefaction wizard, the second layer of the Steel Heart meditation is essential, Ryan thought. Next, his main concern was the second-level talent spell. He quickly found the new icon at the top of the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, Profession panel. The icon shows a simple metal grid made of 9 horizontal and 9 vertical lines crossing to form a basic metal web. Below it, there is a description. Second-level talent spell, Cutting Web Effect. Uses a small amount of mental energy to solidify the spell model, activating surrounding metal particles to strengthen metal wires and quickly form a web to attack enemies. Materials needed. Any metal wire. Note: the power of the cutting web depends on the strength of the metal wire and is inversely proportional to the attack range. After repeating the incantation several times, Ryan went to a small training room nearby to try out this new talent spell. He first used the metal deformation technique to shape a several-meter-long iron wire. Then, with a slight thought, he cast the cutting web spell. Instantly, the metal wire in his hand quickly broke into more than 10 pieces and formed a straight-line net, which shot toward the wooden in front of him. Shoo! Although the wooden was very tough, most knights could only leave shallow scratches with full effort. But under the attack of the second-level spell Cutting Web, the metal net passed straight through cutting it into dozens of evenly sized square pieces. With a loud, the seemed to be disassembled in an instant and shattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, Ryan smiled slightly and nodded. He expected this level of power. Although he only used ordinary iron wire as the material, the energy particles from the metal elements made it incredibly powerful. Even a wooden like this was easily destroyed. A normal flesh and blood creature would be torn apart instantly. But Ryan was testing the spell's strength, so breaking it apart like this wasn't ideal for measuring its true power. After a moment of thought, Ryan covered another intact wooden with a hardened, refined gold armor that had been shaped through deformation. Then he began testing again. Shoo! This time, when the cutting web hit the armored wrapped in refined gold, the net didn't cut all the way through but penetrated about 2/3 of its depth. Ryan repeated the test several times, then carefully examined and estimated that the power of his cutting web spell was roughly between 70 and 75 degrees. To note, typical second-level spells usually have a power range of about 60 to 100 degrees. Although he had just reached the second-level liquefied mage stage, thanks to his high affinity for metal elements in the advanced meditation method Steelheart, his second-level spell power was quite impressive. It exceeded the 60 to 70 degree range, reaching above 70 degrees. But don't forget, he only used ordinary iron wire as the spell material, and the power of the cutting web spell is related to the material used. Ryan then shaped a new metal wire from refined gold, and once again tried the cutting web spell. Shoo! This time, the hardened fine gold net still didn't cut through the completely, but it reached about 4/5 of the way. It felt like with a bit more power, it could cut through the ironwood covered in hardened fine gold. However, the current power clearly seemed to have increased. Ryan stroked his chin and estimated the strength. Using hardened fine gold wire as the material for the spell, the power of this magic should fluctuate around 80 degrees, plus or minus 3 degrees. In other words, the change in metal material affected about 10% of the power of the secondary spell cutting net, which is a significant improvement. Every small increase in spell strength is hard to come by. Next, Ryan tried other rare metals, such as mithril and enchanted silver, as spell materials. But most of them didn't perform as well as hardened fine gold. For example, mithril was about the same, because although mithril has excellent elemental energy permeability, it's quite soft, so overall, it was just average. Plus, mithril costs 5 or 6 times more than hardened fine gold. Clearly, choosing hardened fine gold as the spell material is a better option. Enchanted silver was more interesting. Instead of increasing power, it actually decreased it, even worse than iron wire. Ryan quickly realized that this was because enchanted silver has high resistance to various elemental energy particles. When casting this spell, it's considered a poor quality spell material. After trying various materials, the main event was coming up. Ryan felt a faint excitement. He was about to test the power of his spell attack. Cutting net. Sharpness spell. As Ryan's deep voice sounded, the dark metal net suddenly glowed with a silver light. Spell attack. Deadly cut. A shimmering silver metal net shot forward toward the hardened fine gold. Sizzle, a very sharp cutting sound rang out. The silver net's glow dimmed quite a bit, but it instantly pierced through the hardened fine gold and slammed into the wall behind it. So powerful? Before testing, Ryan had reinforced the hardened fine gold to prevent accidents. In his view, this thickness could withstand a spell attack of around 100 degrees, which is about the limit for a secondary spell. But unexpectedly, his newly mastered spell attack tore through it easily. Oh no. When Rain looked again at the metal mesh penetrating the training room wall, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ah. A sharp, somewhat familiar female voice rang out. Crash. The wall, struck by Rain's magic attack called Deadly Cut, collapsed loudly, revealing a misty surface behind it, resembling steam from a bathroom. A slender, fair-skinned figure was faintly visible within the fog. Meanwhile, in Ogala Town, after half a day of packing, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group had just finished organizing their belongings in the inn and was preparing to head to Main City, the capital of the Main Province, to deliver the severed head of the deep-sea giant Duin, along with the bloodied remains of Havus and Eshla. Since Ogala Town is a small place, rewards listed on the bounty board that are high-level must be handed over at the county seat or higher. The reason for transporting the items to the Sword-Bearer branch in Main Province comes from Vander's reminder to Rain. Bounties bring in gold and honor for mercenaries, but for sword-bearers like Rain, they can exchange them for many merit points and mission medals. Rain wasn't sure exactly how many he could get, but with General Edward's backing, His trip to the cold wind tundra was official. This meant he had a solid reason to exchange for mission rewards. Recently, his merit points had been running low, so this was a good opportunity to replenish them. Ahead in the team, Vandar was riding alongside the burly Scarface Spencer, chatting. "Vandar, are you planning to quit being a mercenary?" Spencer asked in surprise. But then he seemed to think of something, nodded, and continued. "Well, with your luck this time, if it were me, I'd quit too." Just as Vandar was about to share some secrets with his old friend, a luxurious carriage stopped not far ahead, accompanied by a fully armed squad of cavalry. Clearly, their destination was the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. "Everyone, stay alert," Vandar ordered. The first task given to him, in the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group by Lord Rain, was crucial. Nothing could go wrong. Vandar, the emblem on the carriage, is the crest of the Darrell family from Fjord County. Next to him, Spencer frowned slightly after a quick look and said in a deep voice, "Is that the Darrell family from Count Darrell?" Vandale also looked serious and replied, "Exactly. Vandale, I think the other side isn't here to make friends." Spencer nodded and warned seriously. Vandale knew about the Darrell family. They were related to Count Darrell, the ruler of Fjord County, and were the most powerful family in the area. His face looked a bit grim. As a mercenary leader for some time, Vandale was familiar with the dark tactics of the Empire's nobles. So he guessed the Darrell family's intentions. However, things have changed. If this had happened before, he might have worried or hesitated. But now, as someone who recently joined Lord Rain's forces, he saw no need to fear a county-level noble family. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward approached with a smile and said, "May I ask, who is Vandale, the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries?" "I am Stees, the steward of the Darrell family." Both Spencer and Vandale had their own strong presence, making it hard for the steward to tell which one was the actual leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. "I am," Vandale said in a deep voice. "Count Darrell is on the carriage. He wishes to speak with you alone," the steward said with a smile. "All right," Vandale nodded expressionlessly. Although he had a rough idea of the other party's purpose, this was something he couldn't avoid. He decided to face it openly. After all, how could he report to Lord Rain otherwise? Inside the luxurious carriage, an elderly noble with white hair and a middle-aged man with a mustache sat on one side. Vandale had never seen Count Darrell before. But clearly, the white-haired elder was Count Darrell. Based on their similar features, Vandale guessed they were likely father and son. After nodding slightly, he sat on the other side. The elder first looked Vandale over. Then, the mustached man smiled slightly and said, "Leader Vandale, hello. I'm Camacho, and this is my father, Count Darrell. Good afternoon, gentlemen." "Leader Vandale, I'll be straightforward. I heard you're lucky to have found those items on the cart," Camacho said frankly. "Yes," Vandal nodded. To avoid revealing Lord Rain's specific situation, he had indeed mentioned this before, explaining why they could gather these items. "Sir Vandal, do you know the value of these items?" "Of course, they are among the top 3 bounties in the Huafong Fjord," Vandal nodded. At that time, Montgomery had already been uncovered by Spencer, and many people saw the head of the deep-sea giant leader Dune. Soon after, the remaining 2 carts items also caused a lot of talk, with many rumors. Clearly, the 2 people in front of him must already know what the remaining 2 carts items are. As the most powerful people in Fjord County, it's not surprising that Vandal knows. "Very well, since that's the case, I might as well be straightforward. Sir Vandal, if you truly achieved victory through strength and obtained these spoils, I believe no one would envy the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. But if it's the goddess's favor—" "Sir Vandal, you should know that the goddess's favor isn't eternal," the middle-aged man with a mustache, Camacho, said with a smile. He was confident he could persuade the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group in front of him, Vandal. After investigation, he found that the other was not a vassal of any noble family nor a white glove handling dirty work for powerful factions. The other had no strong backing or connections with baron families. At this level, that was a joke. However, he learned through reliable channels that the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group was quite united and had strong combat power. Even if the Daler family sent their elite troops, they would likely suffer significant losses. That's why they were having this conversation. "Lord Camacho, please tell me your purpose directly," Vandal said with a serious expression. "Captain Vandal, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group needs to make a public statement that they found the spoils originally belonging to the Daler family. Of course, the goddess's favor is also a blessing. We promise that the physical rewards from the Empire's bounty, such as gold coins, will be paid to you in advance. Additionally, we will provide some high-quality weapons and equipment to the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, Camacho said with a smile. In Camacho's view, these conditions were already very sincere. The Daler family has given up part of the reward money to gain the agreement of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. In a way, the mercenary group has used this opportunity to connect with the noble Daler family, which is something many mercenaries dream of. Sorry, Lord Camacho, I cannot agree to your condition, Vandale said with a shake of his head. Huh? Camacho's smile froze, and his face suddenly looked a bit displeased. At this moment, Count Daler, an old man with white hair combed back, waved his hand and interrupted the conversation between the middle-aged man with a mustache and Vandale. He said in a deep voice, Captain Vandale, are you sure you've thought this through? Don't bring disaster to your small mercenary group. Count Daler's eyes narrowed, and his commanding presence, built over many years of high status, suddenly burst out. Most people would tremble in fear. I've made myself very clear, Count, Vandale replied calmly and confidently. However, he decided to give a little warning. Also, even though I found the items, if the big boss who cleared out the Sea God cult stronghold comes back to claim the loot, it's not impossible. Vandale's words made Count Daler and his son exchange worried looks. They looked at each other silently. For a moment, no one in the carriage spoke. Two lords, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave, Vandale said with a slight bow, and then got off the carriage on his own. Father, do you think Vandale's words are true or false? I don't think it's very likely. If the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group really knew someone of that level, they wouldn't have been stuck in the eastern part of the frosty tundra for so many years. Your analysis makes sense. But is it that important? Right now, what matters is that with the items on the cart, the Daler family can take a big step forward. So, we must do this, Count Daler said proudly, looking at his eldest son. I've already contacted Lord Luther. With the strong support of the Snyder family, our Daler family will surely go further. Understood, Camacho said with a sudden realization. This was also why he admired his father. When it was time to be ruthless, he never hesitated. Once our carriage leaves, we must act immediately. Delay could be dangerous, Count Daler said in a serious tone. Yes, I will make arrangements right away. Camacho nodded. When Vandal returned to the team, everyone gathered around him. Vandal, what is the other side aiming for? Old friend Spencer asked. Exactly what you think, Vandal replied. Are you not going to accept? Spencer looked at Vandal's serious expression and immediately hesitated. Things seemed to be heading in an unexpected direction. Because Vandal used to handle such situations easily, he would sometimes give up some benefits but always come back smiling. Yes, Vandal nodded. Spencer was speechless for a moment. After thinking, he said seriously, Vandal, I know your gains this time are valuable. If I were you, I wouldn't be willing to give up so easily. But I still suggest you think carefully. The other side is the most powerful noble in Fjord County. Giving up some benefits might not be a bad thing for you or the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, Spencer advised. He knew well what it meant to refuse an influential count of the Empire. Brother, is the other side from the Daler family? Georgina and others naturally sensed something was wrong and asked. Get ready for battle. This journey probably won't be peaceful, Vandal sighed. Not just on the road, but right now. Commander, look. A bowman looked ahead with a serious gaze. They saw that the luxurious carriage of the Daler family had already moved far to the side, and suddenly 2 squads of well-armed elite guards appeared around them. Behind these guards, several level 3 wizard apprentices in robes followed. Everyone, prepare for battle. Vandal's eyes sharpened as he shouted. He really didn't expect the other side to turn hostile so quickly. Just as both sides were tense and ready to fight, suddenly, a large 2-headed flying creature appeared in the sky. It had 2 heads, one looked like a lion, the other like a goat. Its body was also split. The front half was lion, with strong, sharp claws. The back half was goat, with 2 very sturdy legs. Its wings resembled those of a bat, without feathers, looking fierce and wild. Both Vandal's Ice Claw Bear mercenary group and Count Daler's guards looked up at the strange creature in the sky. Oh, Vandal, this is Lord Ruth, the titled knight's 2-headed chimera. Spencer was amazed when he saw the distinctive flying creature in the sky. Unexpectedly, the Darrell family called in Lord Ruther for your prize. Lord Ruther? Is he the famous chimera knight from the Tundra region? Georgia asked with a pale face. Yes, Lord Luther is the second son of Duke Snyder, the governor of the Man province. He is legendary and nicknamed the Chimera Knight. Spencer sighed and explained. The second son of the highest official of an imperial province has also arrived? Does this mean there is the will of Duke Snyder behind this? At this moment, the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, who were not originally panicked, suddenly became restless. However, after witnessing the deaths of Dwayne and the others, the members, who had gained much experience, were a bit nervous but quickly calmed down. Brother, do you think Lord Rain can? Georgia frowned slightly. I don't know. Vander also felt uncertain about the current situation for the first time. If it were a county-level force, Vander wouldn't worry too much, but Luther is different. His own strength alone could easily destroy the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Moreover, Luther's noble background might make Lord Rain wary as well. Even if Luther kills everyone, Lord Rain probably wouldn't make enemies with such a small mercenary group over this. Vandar believed that if he really died, Lord Rain might not avenge him, but he would take good care of his sister and the other members. In the sky, Luther, on the two-headed chimera, was rushing toward the town of Ogala. In the past 2 days, based on the news Rain had told him, the high priest and some leaders of the Black Flame cult had been killed. So, he immediately returned to Man City and organized the recovery of 3 counties, including Offering County. Without the high-level power of the Black Flame cult to match him, the recovery operation went smoothly, and the overall situation was quickly under control. This made Luther feel even more grateful to Rain. The recovery of these 3 counties was very important for the reputation of the Snyder family in Man Province, and it also protected his father, Duke Snyder, from further imperial scrutiny. Half an hour ago, he learned that Rain had already gone to Howling Wind Fjord, so he immediately decided to come and meet Rain. After all, Rain had helped him and greatly assisted the Snyder family, so he needed to show his gratitude. Additionally, there was the cooperation over the Cola Hughes Nest gold mine, which made Luther realize that this young Lord Rain was someone he and the Snyder family must build good relations with. At this moment, the lion-headed nose of the two-headed chimera twitched, and it let out a low growl. Karini, you say you smell the blood of a powerful creature below? Luther asked with slight surprise. Luther naturally saw that there seemed to be 2 groups confronting each other below, but since he was eager to find Rain, he paid no attention to the small incident happening there. However, the fact that even Karini sensed the blood of a strong and threatening creature meant something special. A legendary creature is worth everyone's attention. So Luther controlled the chimera beneath him, circling down toward where Vandal was. Huh? Is that the crest of the Daler family? Luther caught a glimpse of a symbol on the armor of one of the groups with his peripheral vision. As the second son of the highest administrative officer of the main province, Luther was naturally very familiar with the crest of powerful local families in the province. By the way, yesterday Count Daler contacted me, saying he had prepared a gift that I would definitely be interested in. Luther suddenly remembered something and muttered to himself. He then descended toward the Daler family's group. Lord Luther is here so quickly? Could it be that he guessed what gift we prepared for him? Count Daler and Camacho exchanged glances, both showing happy expressions. Clearly, this was good news. It meant that Lord Luther was very interested in their gift. Father, it seems we might avoid unnecessary casualties. Honestly, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group is quite strong. If we forcefully eliminate them, the losses will be significant. But with Lord Luther here, the situation will be very different. Once the other side sees Lord Luther, they might not even have the courage to resist. The middle-aged man with a mustache said happily. Yes, that's right. Let's go and welcome Lord Luther. Count Daler smiled and was the first to get off the carriage, walking quickly toward the descending two-headed chimera. Camacho followed closely behind. Huh? Count Daler is here too? Luther's eyes brightened slightly, and he looked a bit surprised. A governor from a nearby city had come here specially, which clearly indicated something important was happening. Haha, Lord Luther, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly, Count Daler laughed loudly. At the same time, he casually glanced at the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. However, he was slightly disappointed that, although there was some chaos, they did not panic. This was different from what he had expected. Lord Luther, the gift we prepared for you is on the cart over there, Daryl said meaningfully. A few dozen meters away, Spencer saw this scene and was shocked. It's over. This Lord Luther is definitely here to support the Daryl family. Brother, what should we do? Lord Rain isn't here. If Lord Luther makes a move, we... George's pretty face showed worry, and she looked anxious. Although she believed that if Lord Rain were here, no one could take the items from the cart, the problem now is that Lord Rain was not present. Georgia, you and the others go ahead. I will stay here, her brother said. Brother. George's eyes widened, clearly understanding what her brother meant. Captain. The others called out one after another. I'm just preparing for the worst. If something happens to me, you must report it to Lord Rain. I believe Lord Rain will take good care of you. Vandal waved his hand and said. Vandal, is the Lord Rain you mentioned the one who defeated the ancestor dragon Caraxes? Spencer, nearby, was stunned. At this moment, Vandal naturally didn't need to hide anything from his old friend and nodded. I knew it. How lucky you are. It turns out all this was done by Lord Rain. Spencer suddenly understood everything and shouted loudly. The conversation here was overheard word for word by Luther, who was nearby and very powerful. Hearing this news, Luther's face showed a strange expression. After thinking for a moment, he did not ask Count Dyrell directly but immediately started walking toward the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Are you saying these things were killed by Lord Rain and entrusted to you to transport to Main City? Luther asked the somewhat nervous Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Yes, Lord Luther. Vandal stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Nonsense, Vandal. You clearly said earlier that you were lucky and just picked up some things. Now you're changing your story. Camacho interrupted immediately. My brother didn't lie. When Lord Rain defeated the other person, we were all there. Georgina said angrily, blushing. Lord Luther, what they said cannot be trusted. Wait. Luther waved his hand to stop Camacho from speaking further. Then, with a kind smile, Luther turned to Georgina and asked, Little girl, tell us, how did Lord Rain kill the deep-sea giant leader doing? Seeing this scene, Count Daler's face changed. Because he remembered a recent rumor about a man named Rain who had defeated the ancestral dragon Caraxes. Lord Luther, Lord Rain transformed into a huge creature, what I think was a dragon man. Georgina, excited and eager to tell the important figures about what happened, blushed. Nonsense. How can a person turn into a dragon? Camacho muttered. Humph. If Lord Rain were here, you wouldn't dare say such things. Georgina snorted and continued her story. So, Lord Rain not only defeated Duin but also killed the high-level sea god cult wizard Shadow Heartburner Havers and the Naga High Priestess Ashura? Luther was both surprised and happy. He was amazed at Rain's strength. Defeating the ancestral dragon Caraxes was a one-on-one fight, after all. But defeating Duin and the other three was a three-on-one challenge, which is much harder. According to this girl's story, Rain cut through them like cutting vegetables, destroying 3 legendary fighters. Additionally, Luther was pleased because Rain had eliminated the threat from the sea cult in the Howling Wind Fjord, which was a big help to the Snyder family. Yes, Lord Luther, Georgina nodded firmly. Bragging has its limits. Everyone knows Duin and the others are at legendary strength. Even you, Lord Luther, wouldn't dare say you could take on 3 at once. And you just said Rain could do it? Camacho was not stupid and immediately noticed what he saw as a flaw in the situation. No, I believe her. Before Georgina could speak, Luther nodded confidently and said, Lord Ryan has the strength. Huh? Lord Luther? Camacho also sensed something was wrong. Why was Luther suddenly defending an outsider? Suddenly, Vandal walked over to the 2 carts and lifted the cover. A strong smell of blood filled the air. 2 humanoid figures, like murals, were carved into 2 compressed lumps of earth. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, who were responsible for moving the carts, were still shocked when they saw this. After a while, the white-haired Count Darrell recovered and stepped forward with a grim expression, saying, Lord Luther, I think the key issue is that even if what they say is true, how can they prove that the items on the cart were entrusted to them by Lord Ryan and not stolen? Lord Ryan is so powerful, why would he need them to transport things? That doesn't seem right. Yes. Suddenly, Luther's gaze toward Vandal sharpened. The aura of a legendary strong person made everyone present feel breathless. Stealing Lord Ryan's spoils requires blood to wash away the shame. Lord Luther, I completely agree with you, Camacho said with a bright smile, both proud of his father's quick thinking and supportive of Luther's recent statement. I also agree with what Lord Luther just said. At this moment, Vandal smiled as he took out 2 objects from his pocket. One was a transparent, diamond-like circular badge, and the other was a letter. Vandal handed the transparent badge to Luther and said, Lord Luther, Lord Ryan has obtained the magic he wanted and has already returned to Winter Fortress Academy. Also, this is proof given to me by Lord Ryan. He told me that once I arrive at the Swordsman Division in Man City, I can show his swordsman badge. This. Camacho was a bit stunned. He didn't expect that Vandal was truly entrusted by Lord Ryan. Lord Luther, you should also know Lord Ryan's strength. I think unless Lord Ryan willingly gives us the badge, we probably won't be able to get it. Well, maybe not. The young girl just said that Lord Rain transformed, so perhaps this badge fell off him. Count Daler's eyes sparkled as he continued to argue slyly. Clearly, he was not willing for this matter to end easily. Haha. And here is a letter proof that Lord Rain came to the Tundra province for official business. Vandal handed the letter to Ruther. Ruther opened it and saw it was signed by Admiral Edward from the Munster Sword Bearers Division. The authenticity of the letter was unquestionable. As for Lord Rain's strength, missing one item might happen, but missing two items was almost impossible. Moreover, Vandal claimed that Lord Rain was here looking for that particular magic. So, everything was now very clear. Count Daler, was this your plan all along? Ruther asked angrily, glaring at Daler and Camacho. Is this theft? And, are you stealing from my good friend Lord Rain's belongings? That, Lord Ruther, please hear me out. It was a misunderstanding, Daler stammered, sweating heavily on his forehead. Camacho was even more surprised. He saw that the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, which he thought was just a simple force, actually had powerful backing. And this backing was not ordinary. Yes, Lord Ruther, I believe this is a misunderstanding. Camacho quickly explained, though everyone could tell he was pale and weak. Humph. If Lord Ruther hadn't arrived just now, you would have attacked us and stolen Lord Rain's loot. Georgina, who was nearby, felt very pleased seeing this scene. But when she saw the other side still trying to argue, she loudly scolded them. Count Daler, I will discuss this with you later. Also, this matter will surely reach Lord Rain's ears. Think about how you will explain yourselves to him. Members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, I will now arrange our next steps, Ruther said with a smile, turning to Vandal and others. Major Hoy from the Man City Sword Bearers Division is my good friend. I will contact him in advance and report Lord Rain's loot as quickly as possible. Then I will trouble Lord Luther, Vandal said with a slight surprise, then quickly agreed happily. With Lord Luther, the Chimera Knight, escorting, there was no need to worry about safety later. Even if the Daler family dared, they wouldn't dare attack Lord Luther. Winter Fortress Academy. Inside Anna's room, the bathroom wall had collapsed. Reen looked apologetic and said to Anna, Anna, I'm really sorry. I was just testing a new spell, so... A new spell? Anna looked at Reen with confused eyes and asked, Is that the level 2 new spell, Web of Cutting? Reen nodded. Liar. You just learned it half a day ago? That's a level 2 spell. Anna rolled her eyes at Reen, clearly not believing him. Even the most talented wouldn't learn a level 2 spell in half a day. Usually, wizards need a month or even several months to research and master such spells. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Anna, are you okay? Suddenly, Melita's hurried voice came from outside. Apparently, she heard the noise of the wall collapsing and rushed over immediately. I'm fine, Anna quickly replied, worried that Melita might come in at any moment, and tightened her bathrobe. Miss Anna, what happened just now? Melita asked outside the door with confusion. Fine? But there was such a loud noise just now. Are you really okay? Could someone have entered and taken Miss Anna hostage? Melita couldn't help but worry. Anna also didn't know how to explain and softly said to Reen, Reen, what should I say? Cough. Melita, it was just me applying too much force, causing the wall to damage. We'll need to repair it tomorrow, Reen said with a wry smile. Reen is here too? But isn't this Miss Anna's room? Melita was momentarily stunned but then felt a huge relief. That's fine then. With Reen here, Miss Anna's safety is definitely assured. At worst, she might suffer a little loss. All right, Lord Reen, with you here, I feel reassured. Outside the door, Melita's light and cheerful laughter could be heard. Soon, the sound of quick, graceful footsteps gradually faded away. It's all your fault, making me lose face in front of Melita. Anna suddenly remembered something, and her fair face instantly turned red as she playfully scolded Ryan. But Anna forgot that she was currently in a delicate, water lily-like state, with her soft and tender demeanor, which was incredibly tempting to a man. Immediately, Anna felt her mouth being covered, and she had a sensation of not being able to breathe properly. A few minutes later, the two separated. Anna, Can I help you dry your hair? Yes. Anna responded with a soft sound, barely louder than a mosquito. At this moment, Anna lowered her head. Her beautiful eyes seemed clouded with mist, her cheeks flushed, whether from the kiss or the heat in the bathroom. She wasn't sure. Hearing Anna agree, Ryan's face lit up with joy. He embraced Anna again and used his fire magic, the high-temperature field. Anna naturally felt the energy change around her, but right now, she only felt her body was soft and relaxed. Being held like this by Ryan was very comfortable. As long as Ryan didn't do anything else, she was willing to stay like this forever. Moreover, Anna felt a special sense of safety in Ryan's embrace, something that Aunt Delana or anyone else couldn't give her. Ryan gently shook Anna's beautiful hair. Under the effect of the high-temperature field, the rapidly moving warm air quickly dried her wet hair. Ryan, what kind of magic did you just use? The warm wind feels so nice. Anna half closed her eyes, lying in Ryan's arms like a small cat being loved and petted. It's a high-temperature magic field. Fire magic? Won't it burn my hair? Anna said this softly, but her gentle tone showed no real worry. Of course not. I will control the temperature. Okay. Anna's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. Does it feel comfortable? Yes. Your bathrobe is a bit wet too. Should I warm it up for you? Anna instinctively felt a little uncomfortable but wasn't sure how to refuse Ryan, so she hesitated. Since leaving Shining Gold Town, she has always liked Ryan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come back from Ferdinand Forest to find him. So, when facing Ryan, the girl didn't want to say anything that might be seen as rejection. Ryan glanced at the shy girl and knew it was time for him to take the initiative. Some things, like getting shy and reserved Anna to agree, are not easy. Sometimes, a girl's silence and shyness are the best way to show her feelings. Don't worry, I'll just help you dry your bathrobe, Ryan said, implying he would just stand at the door and not go inside. Okay. Anna believed him completely and immediately hugged Ryan tightly, feeling very touched. Ryan, your hand is so warm. The girl trembled slightly and said. At this moment, Anna realized she might have made a decision that could lead her into trouble. Warm is good. If it wasn't warm, I couldn't dry your bathrobe, Ryan replied. But, Ryan, your hand. Why is it moving higher? Anna nervously twisted her graceful body and said playfully. Well, then I'll go lower, Ryan said with a smile, not in a hurry, like a wolf facing a little lamb. Okay. Anna's mind was already cloudy, thinking only that she wanted Ryan's hand to leave that place. She nodded in agreement without really listening. But in the next second, Anna suddenly trembled all over. It turned out the tower had been stolen. Can't leave it here, she said. Then should I put it back? Ryan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Anna naturally thought he meant putting his hand back on her waist. Although women's waists shouldn't be touched casually, it was better than leaving the tower high up. Okay, good. Your hand. Why did it go down again? Anna suddenly jolted as if electrocuted. A few minutes later, Anna couldn't help but cover her face and cry. She felt so embarrassed. I really didn't mean to. Anna looked at Ryan, feeling shy and wishing she could disappear. Ryan gently kissed the girl's forehead and said, You don't understand. You have a treasure body type. I found a treasure. Huh? A treasure? Anna blinked with teary eyes, feeling confused. She didn't quite understand what connection she had with the treasure. Absolutely true. Ryan's words immediately made Anna feel more relaxed. Ryan, I need to change into a bathrobe. I can't wear this anymore, Anna said shyly, trying to get up. No need. Remember, I have a magic high-temperature field that can dry things, Ryan replied. Well, okay then. Anna moved slightly, realizing her body was indeed weak and soft, so she didn't insist further. But within 2 minutes, Anna started trembling again and pouted. It's not just drying. Not drying? Huh? Anna didn't quite understand what Ryan meant, but soon she did. And so, some things naturally happened. Note, 1,000 words omitted here. Anna, who had transformed from a druid into a water element wizard, cast shimmering rain on Ryan multiple times. In response to Anna's kindness, Ryan naturally returned it. After several hours, the entire battlefield was a mess, and Anna looked like a cooked lobster, occasionally trembling. Fortunately, Anna had already been promoted to a full druid. Thanks to her extraordinary physique, she gradually felt alive again. Anna suddenly realized that the spot her finger touched had turned into a waterbed. Almost no dry spots remained on the sheet. making her instantly so embarrassed she felt like she could dig out a noble mansion with her toes. Ryan, standing nearby, naturally wouldn't let Anna be so embarrassed alone and quickly comforted her. After a long while, Anna finally understood that her body was what they called a treasure body type. Ryan, do you really like me this way? Of course. Honestly, no man would dislike it. Ryan nodded confidently. This finally eased Anna's worried heart a little. Later, after Ryan spent quite some time showing his feelings through actions, Anna also finally let go of her worries and started responding gradually. For a moment, silence spoke louder than words. The next morning, Ryan went to the magic power testing room at Winter Fortress Academy. Of course, Melita had thoughtfully arranged a private room for him. Since the last time he didn't fully test the power of his magic attack, this time Ryan planned to measure it precisely. Knowing your own strength is very important in battle. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Ryan silently recited a spell, and suddenly, the energy particles around him, which were related to metal, began to fluctuate intensely. Cutting web. Sharpness spell. With continuous casting, a large dark metal net suddenly appeared in front of him, shining with a bright silver glow. Magic attack. Deadly cut. A shimmering silver metal net shot toward a large metal cylinder in front of him. A sharp cutting sound rang out. The silver net instantly embedded itself into the surface of the heavy metal cylinder, which weighed several tons. The originally smooth surface of the metal was quickly scored with intersecting lines, forming a net-like pattern of cuts. At the same time, the heavy metal block shook back and forth a few times along the track, but it didn't move much. This wasn't because Ryan's magic was weak. Rather, his attack was focused on sharpness and cutting, with the power compressed to a certain level. Next to him, a stone slab displayed a large 3-digit number, 111. Sure enough, it exceeded 100 degrees. Ryan was already aware of this, but seeing the number still surprised him. Normally, the power of a second-level spell ranges from 60 to 100 degrees, while a third-level spell is around 120 to 200 degrees. The actual power can vary greatly depending on the type of magic, magic tools, and other factors. So, even compared to a third-level spell, Ryan's attack was quite close in strength. As expected, this is indeed a powerful magic attack, almost a one-hit kill move against similarly ranked wizards. However, just now, Ryan faintly felt something strange, that his metal transformation magic seemed to fit naturally with the deadly cutting attack he just used. Of course, this was just a feeling, or rather, Ryan only caught a hint or a clue. Because when he used his first-level innate magic, metal transformation, to turn the hardened fine gold in his hand into metal wire, he inexplicably sensed a natural connection with the two quick spells he cast afterward. This made Ryan pause and think deeply. His first-level innate magic is metal transformation, which is neither a defensive nor an offensive first-level metal magic. Not to mention modern wizards, even ancient wizards rarely have such a magic. This makes Ryan almost unique in this regard. In other words, Ryan cannot find any information about a similar situation anywhere. Right now, he faces a question. If his first-level innate magic is metal transformation, what kind of deadly magic attack can he build? Ryan frowned slightly, pacing back and forth in the testing room, crossing his arms. If I research it myself, it will be a huge project. Looking back to ancient wizards, it would take decades or even longer to develop a new magic attack. Soon, feeling somewhat unwilling, he began to try casting these 3 spells repeatedly: metal transformation, cutting net, sharpness technique. After several attempts, suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding. The host has grasped the prototype of a liquefaction attack. Would you like to spend 28 gold skill points to refine and perfect it? This is possible? Refine? Ryan's eyes widened in surprise. Immediately, he was overjoyed and chose yes without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of combined memory of these 3 spells flooded into Ryan's mind. It was as if he had been practicing these spells in a mysterious space for 100 years. When Ryan opened his eyes again, his understanding of these 3 spells had completely changed. He realized how to adjust and cast these spells in sequence, merging them into one, creating a deadly attack. Ding. Refinement successful. The host comprehended the metal-based liquefying killing move, multiple cutting nets. Multiple cutting nets? Ryan couldn't hold back his excitement and immediately began to try it out. Metal transformation technique. Cutting net. Sharpness technique. With a wave of Ryan's right hand, 3 tightly aligned metal nets suddenly appeared before him, and almost at the same moment, they shone with a bright silver glow. Wizard skill, multiple cutting nets. These 3 shining silver metal nets rushed toward another metal cylinder directly ahead. Swish, swish, swish. The smooth surface of the large metal block was instantly cut into crisscrossing straight lines. Next to it, a stone slab displayed a number that nearly made Ryan gape. 143. Wow, that's the power of a level 3 wizard skill. For several days, Ryan practiced the new liquefying attack while exploring the magnificent glaciers near Winterford Academy with Anna. Until this morning, Ryan received a message from Yusin, the white-furred bear monster priest. Meanwhile, in Munster, underground at the Sword-Bearer Division, the intelligence hall was brightly lit, with dozens of staff moving busily back and forth. A chubby, bald middle-aged man named Colin was comfortably sipping tea in his office. Lord Colin, ever since Lord Ryan joined our division, our intelligence work has become much easier, said a pretty young female staff member, bending down to pour Earl Grey tea for Colin. Yes, the intelligence work is still busy, but not as urgent as before. The Black Flame cult was wiped out by Lord Ryan, and the Serpent cult hasn't dared to invade Munster province for a while. Now, only the coastal regions of Rosby and Maesta counties, where the Sea God cult is active, still cause some trouble. Colin nodded in agreement. Just as the female staff member was about to say more, perhaps to praise her superior, suddenly there was a knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. A blonde female staff member hurried to Colin's office door, wearing small leather boots, and knocked briskly. Come in. Lord Colin, here is an important official letter from the Sword Bearers Division of the Man Province. The blonde female staff member reported quickly. Man Province? Colin was surprised. There is no Man Province around the Munster region. Could it be the Man Province located in the distant northern border of the Empire? That northern border? Yes, Lord Colin, the Man Province in the cold wind tundra, the blonde staff member nodded confidently. Why did they send us this official letter? Read it aloud. Colin rubbed his forehead, which was already shiny from sweat, feeling quite puzzled. He had been the deputy in the intelligence hall of the division for many years, but he had never received an official letter from Man Province. Usually, they only received reports or notices from nearby regions. To the esteemed Munster Sword Bearers Division, your division's star-level sword bearer, Lord Ryan, cleared the Sea God cult stronghold in Howling Wind Fjord in Man Province, killing the high priest known as Shadow Harfire, as well as the leaders of the deep-sea giants, Dune, and the high priestess of the slippery blade Naga, Ashura. In total, 3 legendary enemies were defeated, and the urgent crisis in Man Province was resolved. We hereby thank you. Man Province Sword Bearers Division. Signed by General Hoyi. This document is in 2 copies. The other has been sent to the Sword Bearers headquarters. The blonde professional read aloud clearly. Wow. When did Lord Ryan go to Man Province? And he even killed 3 legendary enemies from the Sea God cult? Colin was so shocked that he jumped up from his large chair, spilling hot Jotun red tea onto his belly without noticing. Right now, Colin's head was buzzing, and he couldn't quite believe what he had just heard. Read it again. Colin took a deep breath, eyes wide with urgency, and asked the blonde staff member in front of him. Yes, Lord Colin. Never mind, don't read it. Give it to me. I'll look at it myself. Colin stepped forward and took the letter, reading it himself. Wow. Lord Ryan actually killed 3 legendary enemies in Man Province. Colin gasped in amazement. The 2 female staff members nearby exchanged glances, both looking equally shocked. They clearly understood what a legendary enemy meant. I didn't expect that Lord Rain from our branch would be so powerful. Does anyone know when Lord Rain went to the Man Province? Yes, there was a message from Deputy Director Alina at the task hall a few days ago. She said Lord Rain was on official business in the Man Province, authorized by General Edward. By the way, Lord Colin, you happened to be resting that day, so you might not have noticed. The female staff member who was pouring tea thought for a moment and then explained. No wonder. Colin nodded with a smile. He kept looking at the official letter repeatedly, feeling strangely happy. Wait, this is bad. Colin suddenly changed his expression and whispered in alarm. What's wrong, Lord Colin? Lord Rain has really made our Minster Sword Bearers branch famous this time. Why is it bad? The blonde female staff member blinked in confusion. Yes, Lord Colin, Lord Rain is so strong. Isn't that a good thing? The other female staff member also looked puzzled, not understanding why their boss was so alarmed. Lord Rain killed 3 legendary fighters. That's definitely a good thing. But the Man Province Sword Bearers branch also sent this news to the Sword Bearers headquarters in the Imperial capital at the same time. Colin's face grew serious. Are you saying? The blonde female staff member's eyes widened suddenly, realizing something. I understand now. The headquarters will immediately notice Lord Rain, and then... Oh no, that means the headquarters order will be coming soon. Another female staff member quickly understood the key point and knew why their boss said it was bad. Exactly. This time, even General Edward might be powerless, Colin sighed. He knew very well that not long ago, the Sword Bearers headquarters in the Imperial capital had sent an order regarding Lord Rain. At that time, they still believed Lord Rain had potential as a star-level fighter. Back then, General Edward politely refused, saying Lord Rain was still young and lacked strength, so he needed training. The headquarters didn't pursue it further. But this time, no one could stop it. Killing 3 legendary fighters, what's there to train? Even the highest-level golden grade sword bearers at the headquarters are only legendary fighters, maybe even weaker than Lord Rain. This talent, this strength, do you still need to train the Munster Sword Holders Division? Are you aiming for the sky? Just as the 3 of them sensed that something was wrong, another female staff member arrived at the door, knocked quickly, and said urgently, Supervisor Colin, there is an urgent dispatch from the Imperial Capital headquarters. Read it. Colin immediately had a bad premonition. Surely it can't be so soon. It is to promote Mr. Rain Karen, a Diamond Star Sword holder of the Munster Division, to a gold-level sword holder, and he is required to report to the sword holders' headquarters in the Imperial Capital within 1 month. Issued by the sword holders' headquarters of the Dragon Empire, signed by Marshal Alfred. What? It's really happening. Colin looked shocked, sat down heavily in his chair, and appeared lost and distracted. And it's personally signed by Marshal Alfred. Sigh. It's been hard enough for the Munster Division to produce Mr. Rain, and now he's leaving, Colin muttered. He knew very well the importance of Rain in the Munster Sword Holders Division. He is the backbone. With Rain around, the high-level combat strength of the Munster Province Sword Holders Division had a pillar, a source of deterrence. Now, the pillar is being taken away by the headquarters. Holding 2 official documents, Colin couldn't help but feel very regretful. Forget it. The headache-inducing matters are better left to General Edward to worry about. As the leader, he's the one who suffers the most. Colin once again tugged at the few hairs on his head, looking distressed, and said, immediately combine the official letter from the Man Province with the urgent dispatch from headquarters and report it to General Edward. Understood, Lord Colin. The blonde female staff nodded slightly and then quickly walked away, twisting her slender waist. In General Edward's office. This is just too exaggerated. Elena's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the first official letter before her. Lord Rain is truly incredible, having killed 3 legendary strongmen of the Sea God cult and Man Province in 1 battle. Moreover, Rain's rapid improvement in strength is even more terrifying, almost more frightening than the teachings of the goddess cult. However, this is obviously good news. Why does General Edward look so serious? Elena wondered silently. When Olina saw the second official letter, she couldn't help but exclaim, General, is Lord Rain about to leave our division? She finally understood why Marshal Edward had asked her to come to the office so early. It turned out that Lord Rain's achievements in the Man Province had been noticed by the Empire's sword-bearer headquarters, which had issued a transfer order. Yes, that's why I asked you to come, Edward replied. Sighing, the Marshal said, I knew sooner or later we wouldn't be able to keep Rain, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Sir, is there no chance at all? Could we contact the Duke to delay the transfer a bit longer? Elena asked, frowning thoughtfully. The order was personally signed by Marshal Alfred. Edward shook his head. Hearing this, Elena realized that the decision was final. There was a moment of silence in the room. Elena, although losing Rain is a big loss for the division, it's actually good for him. Please contact Rain quickly and have him return to Monster early to prepare. Understood, sir. I will contact him right away, Elena nodded. Indeed, this transfer was a good thing for Lord Rain. He would be promoted 3 levels at once, from a Diamond Star Sword Bearer to a Mithril Sword Bearer, and his treatment and status would improve several steps. Plus, the headquarters had more special items to exchange, and with Rain's talent, his strength might increase again. Sigh, I just hope Lord Rain will come back to Munster more often in the future. Alina thought. Halfong Fjord. Near the wreckage of the sunken ship, the waves rhythmically crashed onto the beach. On the sandy shore, many fiddler were foraging near their burrows. Suddenly, it seemed as if they sensed something and quickly scurried into narrow caves. On the coast, a large splash of clear water suddenly rose nearly 2 meters high, then quickly transformed into the shape of a human woman. If such control could be achieved by most water element mages, then the next scene was truly astonishing. The other person's body, originally clear and transparent like seawater, suddenly seemed to undergo a transformation. It changed from water into a real, flesh-and-blood human woman. Even her long black robe looked like it was made of silk. If someone saw this scene, they would surely call it a miracle. In fact, it was indeed a miracle, because this was a manifestation of the will of Hela, the sea goddess of the underworld, projected into a physical form. A few minutes earlier, during a prayer at the headquarters of the sea god cult, Hela, who was slightly awakening, noticed that the faith power in the Bay of Storms was rapidly fading. Among those faith followers was a very important believer, deep-sea giant Commander Duin. Using the prayer ritual at the cult's headquarters, she projected a strand of her willpower downward. The girl in the black robe looked around with her beautiful eyes, then moved lightly and arrived at the place where Ryan and the other strong fighters of the sea god cult had fought before. However, the area was not empty, it was quite lively. Right now, the center was occupied by private soldiers from the Daler family, while the outer ring was filled with various mercenaries. They were searching for the spoils that Ryan and the Ice Clawbear mercenary group had not had time to take away, such as weapons and jewelry belonging to the sea tribes. The girl in the black robe looked from afar. It seemed she deliberately restrained her aura, so Hela's arrival did not disturb anyone. Suddenly, she vanished and appeared in front of a private soldier nearby, who was on guard and had the Daler family crest on his chest. Before the soldier could react, several thin black water streams, like fine threads, entered his ears, nose, and mouth, then further into his brain. As the private soldier's eyes rolled back and he twitched uncontrollably, a series of memories flashed through the black-robed girl's eyes like slides in a projector. Carmacho, is it? Hela thought thoughtfully. To find Ryan, who had killed many of her followers, Hela knew the simplest way was to locate the most powerful person in this area and ask him. Most importantly, her projection was constantly consuming energy. Even a true god could not sustain it for long, so she needed to find Ryan as soon as possible. In the next moment, she appeared about 10 meters away. After a few blinks, she was already out of sight. Ilgala town. In the most luxurious mansion, which was originally the town mayor's residence, Camacho, representing the Daler family, arrived. The town mayor of Ilgala, recognizing the importance, politely stepped aside. Inside the banquet hall, Camacho was hugging 2 charming dancers, his face flushed as he drank heavily. The situation had completely gone wrong. After being sharply scolded by his father, Count Daler, Camacho felt very upset. The problem was, Luther's words before leaving kept him worried. He didn't know what he might face next. Lord Ryan, what kind of noble is he? Just an outsider, Camacho muttered angrily, drinking. Lord Luther actually helped outsiders instead of us, the Daler family. He cursed under his breath. Suddenly, a girl in a black robe appeared at the half-opened door. Tell me, where's Ryan? She asked in a clear voice. If Camacho hadn't been drunk, he would have noticed something special about her voice. But he had drunk too much. You're asking me? Who should I ask? He slurred, turning away. But then he realized no one should be able to come in without his orders. Who was that? He quickly turned his head and saw a beautiful girl in a black robe standing at the door. How did you get in? Camacho asked, studying her with suspicion. That doesn't matter. Tell me, where's Ryan? The girl, transformed into Hela, stepped closer. Do you know Ryan? You asked too many questions. I'll handle this myself, she said, stepping forward. Suddenly, black threads made of water appeared and entered Camacho's mouth, nose, and ears. Camacho was unable to move. His eyes rolled back, and he trembled violently. Scenes of him confronting the Ice Clawbear mercenaries, the bodies of Duin's 3 men, Main City, Ryan, Winter Fortress Academy, and others flashed through Hela's eyes. She looked northwest, nodded slightly, then turned and left. However, this violent memory search seems to have some after-effects. The usually clever Camacho now looked like he had a seizure, with his mouth crooked, drooling, trembling uncontrollably, and struggling to stand up. Meanwhile, Two brightly dressed and makeup-heavy dancers had already fainted nearby. At the same time, near the Acme Glacier Valley outside Winter Fortress Academy. This valley has over 10 small streams formed by melting glacier snow, flowing through it. On both sides of the valley, dense meadows and bushes grow because of the streams, creating a beautiful scene. This scenery only appears during the limited months after the flower month. In the following seasons, cold weather causes the snow and ice to stop melting, and these streams quickly dry up. Right now, Ryan was walking with Anna through this picturesque landscape. Ryan, has the gold mine started operating smoothly? Yes, the Norton tribe has arrived, and they have begun smelting the gold. Ryan nodded, summarizing the progress based on Uruzan's letter. Hearing this, Anna looked curious. Has Nardri come back? Just as Ryan was about to answer, he suddenly turned his head behind him. He saw a girl in a black robe appear unexpectedly about 20 meters away behind him, which made him narrow his eyes and become very alert. He had just recently advanced to a level 2 liquidation mage, greatly improving his perception, but the strange approach of the girl at a distance of several dozen meters went unnoticed by him. He only sensed her presence thanks to his danger awareness just now. Clearly, something was wrong. Huh? Hella was slightly surprised. Her perception was very sharp. But that didn't matter. Who are you? Ryan released Anna's hand and quickly turned around to be on guard. Anna immediately noticed Ryan's tense body, a state of extreme alert, which made her look at the girl in the black robe with some confusion. She didn't understand why Ryan was so tense. Yes, tense. A word that, in Anna's view, shouldn't describe Ryan. You chose a good place. It's beautiful. If you rest here forever, it might be a kind of luck, Hella said, lifting her bare foot and stepping into the nearby stream. While Anna was still thinking about the other person's words, she suddenly froze. Her big eyes widened as she stared blankly at the scene before her. She saw a small stream suddenly cut off in the middle. Within a few hundred meters, there was no water on the stream bed, and the water that used to flow there transformed behind the black-robed girl into a figure very familiar to Ryan, that of the deep-sea giant leader, Dern, who was 10 meters tall. Sea God Cult. The other person didn't say any spell but did this calmly, which greatly surprised Ryan. No, it's not the Sea God Cult. I am their god. The black-robed girl smiled slightly. Before she finished speaking, Dern, made of flowing water, charged at Ryan with big strides, swinging a fist as large as a water bucket, smashing down heavily. Boom. Splashes of water and dirt flew everywhere. Ryan quickly moved his body, sending Anna to the side. Just as he was about to fight back, he was suddenly kicked in the waist by a slender, fair foot. Ryan was instantly sent flying dozens of meters like a cannonball. You killed my followers. If you are willing to submit, I might spare your life, she said. Submit or die. Hella gently withdrew her foot and smiled softly. A powerful, overwhelming aura swept around as Hella spoke, making it seem like only the black-robed girl existed in the world. That really hurts. Ryan felt like his lower back was about to break. But despite the pain, after taking that kick, Ryan realized a problem. Her strength didn't seem as powerful or unbeatable as he had imagined for a god. If she were truly a divine being, she would have been dead long ago. Also, Ryan knew that when the Emperor of the Empire ascended to semi-divinity, several true gods only sent their avatars. So, the person in front of him probably wasn't an avatar either. The answer was obvious. She was either a saint descending or just a fragment of her will projected here. But either way, it didn't seem like a hopeless situation for him. However, he still needed to be sure. Sorry, I won't choose either of you, Ryan said, rubbing his waist and squinting at the black-robed girl. You hit me very hard, so I have to hit back. Huh? Hella, the goddess of the dark sea, was stunned. Although her faint projection of will did not possess the full wisdom of her true form, she was caught off guard when she heard Ryan's words. God struck you, a mortal, and you still want to fight back? Is that a normal way of thinking? The person in front of her must be a madman. Ryan suddenly took off his white wizard robe, revealing a muscular body. Then, he quickly underwent a fierce transformation. His body suddenly expanded, his skin turned gray and thickened, and small dragon scales appeared all over his surface. At the same time, his human nails became sharp and thin, like those of a raptor. A powerful tail, several meters long and covered with dragon scales, quickly grew from the base of his spine. Roar! As Ryan transformed into a Dragon Man general, he roared loudly and charged at the girl in the black robe. Huh? Dragon Man transformation? Are you a descendant of the Dragoon royal family? Hela was quite surprised when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that the one who killed her followers in the Howling Wind Fjord area would be a member of the Dragoon royal family. Even Carlos Dragoon wouldn't be so rude to a true god. But before she finished speaking, Ryan, in his Dragonman general form, turned the hardened gold in his hand into a heavy hammer and slammed it down on Hela. Dune, who had turned into a stream, hurriedly tried to block but was shattered along with his right arm by Ryan's strike. "You!" Hela exclaimed angrily. She pointed her toes and swiftly punched Ryan's 8 or 9 meter tall abdomen. Bang! In an instant, Ryan, who was about 8 or 9 meters tall, was knocked back 10 steps by a powerful, focused strike. His abdomen was in pain like being cut by a knife, but his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Just now, he deliberately provoked her. The force behind her attack was strong but not enough to defeat him, which proved his earlier judgment was correct. Her true form was likely just a faint projection of her will. This means he could fight. Ryan looked at Hela with a fighting spirit in his eyes. In the next second, he charged again at the black-robed girl who had transformed into Hela. Hela, however, disliked Ryan's gaze, which was full of eager curiosity and surprise, but lacked any sense of awe. This made Hela even angrier. She reached out and plunged her hand into the water stream of the giant Dune. Suddenly, the water flowing around Dune was pulled toward Hela's body as if by a powerful force. At the same time, Hela, the girl in the black robe, began to swell like a balloon. As the two forces clashed, a 10-meter-tall girl in a black robe appeared in front of Ryan. Human, in the eyes of a true god, you are just a slightly stronger ant. Hela's cold gaze sharpened as she swung a heavy fist at Ryan. Because she had grown larger, her punch was much stronger than before. However, growing bigger also had disadvantages. With the same amount of energy, her punch was a little slower, allowing Ryan to barely track her attack. Ryan crossed his arms in front of him and used all his strength to block Hela's punch. Bang! Soft, layered force from Hela's water stream fist transferred to Ryan's arms. Thump, thump, thump. Ryan's balance wavered, and he stepped back 5 large steps, each leaving a deep footprint in the valley. Still, he managed to withstand the attack. Huh? Hela thought that even if Ryan's arms weren't broken, he would at least be knocked down. She didn't expect his skill to absorb the force so well. He was able to weaken her powerful, soft punch through footwork, muscle vibrations, and scale movements. Hela didn't know that close combat was Ryan's greatest skill as the epic king of 1,000 blades. Even in ancient times, very few battle masters in the ancient giant demon empire held the title of king of 1,000 blades. All of them were extremely resilient and skilled in combat. Like sword saints among humans, they dared to face gods and fight with their blades. Though Hela was surprised, she didn't stop her attack. The next moment, she suddenly threw a water stream spear, about 4 or 5 meters long, directly at Ryan. Whoosh! Ryan narrowed his eyes, and the enchanted mithril in his hand instantly transformed into a shield, blocking in front of him. The magic metal shape-shifting technique was executed smoothly, like flowing water. Although Ryan's timely and proper defense prevented a direct hit, the kite-shaped shield was still pierced instantly. The force attached to the water stream spear caused him to retreat 2 steps again. But being passive and taking hits was not Ryan's style. He saw Ryan's hardened gold essence also change into a spear. With a quick turn, he twisted his hips and threw it sharply at Hela. A loud whooshing sound rang out. The black-robed girl transformed from Hela was pierced through her waist and abdomen, creating a large hole, but she immediately recovered to her original form. It seemed Ryan's attack didn't cause much damage, but in fact, it touched the sensitive spot of Hela, the goddess of the dark sea. She didn't expect that this insignificant mortal dared to attack her with a weapon. "Mortal, you are too bold and reckless." Her angry voice echoed through the valley. As soon as she finished speaking, Hela suddenly appeared with an extra water knight's longsword in her hand. The sword instantly extended several meters and slashed toward Ryan. Ryan stacked several shields together, slightly bent his knees, and bowed to resist with all his strength. Boom! Hela's sword shattered 3 of Ryan's enchanted mithril shields, but Ryan used the momentum to bend his knees, not retreating but rushing forward. He engaged in a fierce fight with Hela. At the start of the battle between these two giants, the intense noise was even faintly detectable from the Winter Fortress Academy dozens of miles away. In a nearby room, the recently healed Battlelove suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "Such a strong aura. No, this kind of energy. This is..." The white-haired Battlelove quickly rushed out of the room. Meanwhile, the vice principal of the Winter Fortress Academy, the beautiful woman Verdi, also appeared in the corridor with a shocked expression. Principal, did you also feel it? Verdi asked nervously. The powerful aura just now, though distant, and the fleeting pressure made even the experienced second-level liquefaction wizard Verdi feel a chill in her heart. This is a natural fear that low-level beings have when facing high-level beings. Like the vibrations caused by an elephant walking, which scare the ants into thinking there is an earthquake. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an avatar or projection of a certain deity appearing somewhere near the Akhmoy Glacier Valley, Batalov said seriously, nodding. But it's strange, the projection of this unknown deity seems to be fighting, and the energy fluctuations are quite intense. Batalov frowned, puzzled. Because even a deity's projection, if they hide their aura intentionally, would be hard for someone of their strength to detect. The sudden, strong fluctuations just now made them realize the presence of the other. Huh? Fighting? In the Akhmoy Glacier Valley? That's bad. Lord Rain might be there. Verdi, the beautiful woman, suddenly remembered something, her face turning pale as she exclaimed. What? Batalov gasped in surprise. Marita, who hurried over, also heard Verdi's last words and quickly nodded. Master, Vice Dean Verdi is right. Recently, Lord Rain has been walking with Miss Anna in that valley. What's happening there? Batalov, who had been worried about avoiding trouble, now frowned deeply, lost in thought, but soon he made a decision. Let's go. Let's check it out. Also, notify everyone. Full alert at the academy. Activate the defensive magic array. Although many tactics and preparations are useless against a deity, if it's just a projection, it can still be somewhat effective. Soon, led by Batalov, a group rode several giant icebergs, quickly flying toward the Akhmoy Glacier Valley. Because they were close, in less than half a minute, the valley was right in front of them. What shocked everyone was that two huge black-gray figures were fighting fiercely in the beautiful Glacier Valley. The once flat, greenish meadow was now full of craters, one after another, at least dozens. 7 or 8 small streams had dried up. Some had stopped flowing because large craters upstream blocked the water, while others simply vanished. Even from above on the giant icebergs, they could see how enormous these two black-gray figures were. The speed of their fight was lightning fast. So, besides Dean Batalov, the other people at Winter Fortress see two large blurry figures fighting fiercely. That's Lord Rain, and it seems he's losing, the beautiful woman, Vertimai, exclaimed with wide eyes. As an experienced second-level liquidification wizard, she could barely see one figure clearly, which was vaguely Rain in his transformed form, while the other was too unfamiliar for her to recognize. Melita, on the other hand, couldn't see their shapes or faces at all. That's right, Dean Batalov, with white hair and a serious face, nodded as he looked at the two figures. Minter, is there anyone else in the Rhineland tundra who can fight Lord Rain like this? Melita asked curiously. She hadn't heard her Minter talk to Vertimai just now, and with her limited experience, she couldn't tell who the other person was just by their aura. For Melita, both Rain and Hela were beings on a much higher level. No, not in the tundra. But the opponent comes from above. Batalov pointed to the sky and said seriously. Are you saying the opponent is a deity? Melita's eyes widened in surprise after thinking for a moment. Yes, I can't reveal their name, but they probably come from the ocean. Batalov, who was knowledgeable, had already guessed the opponent's background from Hela's black-robed girl form, the dried-up stream she absorbed, and her masterful water magic. But at the same time, this made the head of Winter Fortress feel a storm of shock in his heart. Is the sea goddess Hela also awakening? Does that mean the Empire's situation will become even more turbulent? Right now, if we shift our view to look down from the sky at the picturesque Akhmoy Glacier Valley, the scene still looks quite strange. A 10-meter-tall girl in a black robe and a slightly shorter giant dragon man are fighting fiercely. Although Hela has mostly been suppressing Rain, Rain relies on his top talent, the dragon-blooded body, plus dragon scales for protection, making him tough. A few minutes have passed. He has many wounds, some with broken dragon scales and bloody flesh, but his injuries aren't serious overall. At the same time, Rain's previous ability of rapid healing, gained from his increased bloodline concentration, has played an important role. His wounds are constantly growing new flesh and healing quickly. Bang! Hela's long water sword was blocked by Rain's shield, causing him to retreat several steps. However, this time, Hela did not pursue. So, the fight between the two giants paused briefly. Good talent, mortal. I give you one last chance. Submit to me. I can forgive your rudeness just now, Hela said, her eyes now carrying an inexplicable meaning. Far away, in Madeira at Winter Fortress Academy, a group of people watched this scene in shock. Especially Melita. She never expected that the deity fighting Rain would be such a beautiful girl in a black robe. Well, although the girl's figure was quite large. And she just heard something. Lord Rain received an invitation from a deity? Oh my. If it were her, she might become a devout follower immediately. This is an olive branch offered by the gods. Submit? Perhaps, if you submit to me, I might consider it, Rain said calmly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Rain wasn't intentionally provoking, but he had accidentally found a weakness in his opponent. This girl seemed used to being high and mighty, with very low tolerance for any provocation or challenge. When angry, her attacks became chaotic and less precise, making her easier to deal with. But to outsiders, Rain's words didn't seem like that at all. Hearing Rain's confident words, even the level 3 crystallized wizard, Badikov, was stunned. Is this what a person should say? Facing the sea goddess Hela demanding his submission, Rain instead told her to submit to him. Forget about strength for now. Just this bold response. Who else in the Dragon Empire can match it? Unaware ant. You have angered me. Hela, transformed into a black-robed girl, trembled with rage and shouted. She casually waved her hand, and hundreds of water arrows flooded toward Rain. Iron Wall. Rain's hardened mithril in his left hand quickly transformed. In an instant, a tower shield appeared, and he used the top-tier shield technique, Iron Wall, to protect himself. Metal Barrier. At the same time, the 4 demonized silver falcon-shaped shields protected vital parts of his body. The flow of metal magic used to create them was smooth and impressive. Bang, bang, bang. A dense barrage of water arrows struck the shields repeatedly, causing Rain to retreat step by step under the relentless impact. But as time passed, Rain clearly felt the opponent's strength weakening. This was evident from the change in the black-robed girl's height. Her form shrank from 10 meters to nearly 9 meters, almost matching Rain's height. Indeed, even a projection of a true god's power weakens quickly over time, and with energy depletion, Rain thought happily. Seeing Hela's power diminish, Rain quickly focused on restoring his stamina. As his mental strength increased to 89 points, a warm flow suddenly surged from his heart, filling him with vitality and strength. In the next moment, Rain stomped heavily on the ground, causing the grass to explode outward. The powerful recoil pushed him forward forcefully, charging straight at the black-robed girl transformed from Hela. His shield rapidly transformed into a sharp blade with claws. Rain was determined to fight hand-to-hand. Shadow Step. Heavy punch combo. Rapid cutting. For a moment, Rain, in his Dragonman form, exhausted all his stamina and used various top-tier techniques to fight back against the black-robed girl, who was actually Hela, the sea goddess. This scene stunned everyone at Winter Fortress Academy. Is this? Master, did I see it right? Is Lord Rain gaining the upper hand? Melita stammered in shock. Fighting a deity? This was truly a rare sight. Meanwhile, Badalov was also deeply shaken. He didn't catch every word of Melita's question. He had fought alongside Rain before, but he remembered that during the battle against the ancestral dragon Corylus, Rain's metal magic was somewhat flawed and didn't blend well with his excellent close combat skills. But now, Rain's metal magic not only had significantly increased power but was also executed with such smoothness that metal magic and close combat had almost become perfectly integrated. Sichh. Rain's constantly changing weapon sometimes cut into or shattered Hera's large water body. Although it seemed ineffective, Rain could feel that each time Hera reformed her body, it used up some energy. Additionally, each hit seemed to make this high and mighty deity furious, causing her to lose more of her reason. At this moment, Hera's size had shrunk to less than 8 meters, even shorter than her Dragonman form. The situation had turned around. Blasphemer. Die. Hera was clearly angered by Rain's counterattack, shouting furiously. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy appeared. Hera's body transformed into a huge cone-shaped water flow, rushing directly toward Rain. Iron Wall. Metal Shield. Shadow Step. Whoosh. All 5 shields in front of Rain shattered. He also suffered a wound about the size of a bowl on his chest, pierced by Hera's attack. However, the black-robed girl Hera transformed into was also hit by Rain's punch to the head and exploded with a loud bang, splashing water everywhere. Just as Rain thought Hera would gather her water body again, she disappeared completely. The warning bell in his mind gradually quieted down. Hmm? Could it be that her projection energy is exhausted? Rain looked around cautiously and thought to himself. After several more minutes of careful vigilance, Rain finally confirmed that Hera was probably gone. Pant, pant. Rain quickly ended his Dragonman general form, gasping for air. The wound in his chest was rapidly healing with new flesh. Just now, he had almost exhausted all his remaining attribute points. If the fight had gone on any longer, the outcome might have been uncertain. Rain decided that next time, he must save more attribute points. At this moment, Badalev and others, who had been watching from afar in the sky, quickly commanded the Icefield Giant Eagle to descend slowly. Meanwhile, Anna hurried over and arrived beside Rain first. Anna looked at Rain's injuries with concern, then stopped immediately. She quickly recited a spell, and green light flickered in her hands. Green leaves emitting a faint green glow began swirling around Rain's body, curling upward like green vines. Next moment, green leaves automatically covered the wounds that Rain had not yet fully healed. Especially around his waist and abdomen, where new flesh was growing, the green light was strongest, and the most leaves covered the area. Rain felt a cool sensation spreading from his wounds all over his body. He looked down and saw that even the most serious wound on his waist and abdomen, which was a penetrating injury, was already starting to scab quickly thanks to Anna's natural magic healing combined with his own top-level talent rapid healing. His injuries were no longer a big problem. "Lord Rain, are you okay?" Marita quickly ran over and asked with concern. "I'm fine. Just a small injury," Rain waved his hand and said. "Director Badalov, Lady Wordy, why are you both here?" "Lord Rain, your fight was so loud that we couldn't miss it." Lady Wordy looked at Rain with a smile that didn't hide her surprise. The young man in front of her, who was not even half her age, had just defeated a projection of a god in the battle. "Lord Rain, I suggest we return to the academy first. Winterford Academy has high-level magical defenses, and even a god's projection wouldn't be so easy to break in," Badalov said. "No, thank you, Director Badalov, but I don't want to cause trouble for Winterford Academy." Rain shook his head. The other party just claimed to be a deity worshipped by the sea god cult. "Director Badalov, that should be the legendary sea goddess Hela, right?" Rain openly mentioned Hela's name without fear of trouble. After all, that battle had already made a serious enemy of him. He didn't think the other side would let him go easily. Since that's the case, there's nothing he's afraid to say. "Yes, that's probably her," Badalov nodded solemnly. "I once read some records about her in ancient texts. The one we saw just now matches her in many ways: black robes, a young girl form, water magic, and so on. Plus, Lord Rain said that she admitted it herself, so it must be her," Badalov added. Rain nodded. He also knew a saying: gods are not inclined to lie to mortals. "Yes, it seems I need to return quickly to the core territory of the Empire. Anna, let's go now." Rain turned to Anna and said. At the Munster Sword Division, Rain had looked up some information about gods. One secret is that gods who share the same divine domain are usually enemies. So, in a city with the monsoon and ocean goddess temples, it wouldn't be easy for the undersea goddess Hera to appear. If she did appear, she would quickly attract the attention of the monsoon and ocean goddesses. Of course, if they were in the imperial capital, relying on human strength alone could make Hera wary. The 2 or more imperial guardians would be enough to make her, still not fully revived, retreat. Moreover, there is an even more mysterious figure, the Emperor of the Dragon Empire, who recently became a semi-divine but is badly injured. "Rain, aren't we going to find Logri among the Norton tribes?" Anna asked. "Now is not the right time." Rain shook his head. "Gods use mysterious methods. If he has some hidden mark from Hera on him, going to the Norton tribes could bring disaster to the barbarian tribe in Logri." Rain didn't want to take that risk. "Melita, help me find a girl named Logri among the Norton barbarians," Rain said after some thought. A few minutes later, Badalev and others from the Winter Fortress Academy rode their giant icebirds back, while Rain and Anna rode blood-winged hawk eagles heading south. At that moment, in the Glacier Valley, a transparent human-shaped figure suddenly emerged from a stream and instantly transformed into a girl in a black robe. It was Hera, whose energy had greatly weakened. She hadn't died or disappeared. She only left the valley center and hid in the small stream. This was because her projection's energy was almost completely drained. Hera knew that fighting Rain again was pointless and would only humiliate herself. A god trying to hide and not attack. with Rain's current strength, couldn't be detected. Now, the black-robed girl, Hera's form, looked at the distant blood-winged hawk eagle, her eyes flickering with unknown thoughts. To the south? She disappeared into the stream again, and the next moment she appeared several miles away in another stream. Her direction was still southward. Moreover, her speed was several times faster than that of the blood-feather horned eagle beast. Meanwhile, on the back of the blood-feather horned eagle beast, Ryan was checking the battle prompts from before. Congratulations. You defeated a strong enemy and gained 24 gold skill points. Congratulations. Your hidden will attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level has risen. With the battle against the Shadow Sea Goddess Hela over, Ryan's King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level successfully reached level 12, earning him 1 more attribute point and 1 skill point. After subtracting the 2 attribute points he used during the fight, he now had 1 attribute point and 5 skill points remaining. Ryan frowned slightly because the remaining attribute points were too few. However, it was not difficult to improve. Since he had switched to tailoring but hadn't had time to level up, he was still at tailoring level 1. This meant that by increasing his tailoring profession level, he could gain a good amount of attribute and skill points in a short time. As for the gold skill points, after spending 28 last time, he had 16 left. This time, he gained 27 more, bringing the total to 40. After some thought, Ryan decided it was necessary to visit Man City first, at least to inform Luther about what was happening here. Luther was his partner in the gold mine, and the Snyder family, which he belonged to, had been operating in Man Province for many years. This matter might be very important to them. He also didn't know if Lagree, after receiving the news, would immediately set out to meet him in Munster. If Lagree planned to stay here for a while longer, he would need Luther to properly look after Norton tribe. For barbarians, they lacked good weapons and enough food, despite their strong bodies and fighting skills. If he could help in these areas, the entire Norton tribe's combat power would be further improved. So, Ryan controlled the blood-feather horned eagle beast, adjusted its direction slightly, and sped southwestward. At this moment, Anna, riding on the back of the winged beast, asked worriedly, "Rain, was that really a divine clone just now?" "Not exactly a clone, just a projection of Hela, the undersea goddess worshipped by the sea god cult," Rain replied casually to comfort Anna. But Anna became even more worried. Even in Ferdinand Forest, within the Druid circle, whenever gods are mentioned, even the powerful elven elders look serious and speak carefully. After a while, Anna softly said, "Rain, even if your enemy is truly a god, I will stand by your side." Hearing this, Rain felt warm inside and couldn't help but smile. He teased, "Anna, are you flirting with me?" Rain's playful smile made Anna's fair face turn red with embarrassment. Although she had already been intimate with Rain, she was still quite shy. But Rain's teasing eased her worries a lot. Soon, the blood-winged horned eagle flew into the sky above Man City. At that moment, 2 griffin knights on patrol quickly approached. One of them, seeing Rain's blue-purple winged beast, muttered, "Why does that other look so familiar?" "Fighter, please identify yourself or your origin." The other griffin knight shouted. "I am Rain, a sword-bearer from the Munster branch," Rain replied. "What? You were Lord Rain?" Both knights widened their eyes in surprise. The other quietly mumbled, "No wonder, so that's the blood-winged horned eagle." Seeing how shocked the 2 griffin knights were, Anna and Rain were both confused. After a quick conversation, they finally understood. It turned out that a day earlier, the Ice Clawbear mercenary group had safely delivered the heads of the deep-sea giant Duin, High Priest Havers of the Sea God cult, and the High Priestess Eshla of the Slithering Naga to Man City. Thanks to the arrangements by Chimera Knight Luther, Duke Snyder took this matter very seriously and held a parade in Man City. Now, almost everyone in Man City had heard of Rain's name. "Perfect. I have an urgent matter to see Lord Luther. Please, can you two lead the way?" "Of course, Lord Rain. Please follow us." Hearing Rain's words, the 2 of them naturally did not dare to delay. They immediately led the way toward Duke Snyder's residence. Half an hour later, inside Duke Snyder's estate. "What?" Luther looked shocked and stared at Rain. "Lord Rain, what did you just say? You fought with that member of the Sea God cult?" Even with Luther's strength, hearing this news made his head buzz. Remember, that is a divine being. Even if it was just a shadow of their will, he didn't think he had any chance of defeating them. But Rain had actually done it. "Yes, Lord Luther, you heard correctly. I would never joke about such a thing. By the way, please quickly inform the leader of the Sword Bearers Division in the Man Province. I think this news is very important for them too. When they arrive, I will tell you all the details. Of course, Lord Rain. I will send someone to notify the Man Province Sword Bearers Division right away. About 15 minutes later, a loud cry of a griffin echoed above Duke Snyder's estate. A middle-aged man, about 40 or 50, tall and strong, dressed in the Empire's general's uniform, leapt gracefully off the griffin. He was followed by a man and a woman. Lord Rain, this is General Hoi. These two are the heads of the Man Province Sword Bearers Division. General Hoi, this is Lord Rain I mentioned to you before. Lord Rain, I've heard a lot about you, General Hoi said warmly, shaking Rain's hand. Hello, Lord Rain. The man and woman behind Hoi bowed slightly and respectfully. Rain nodded. Although he felt that these two were overly respectful to him, after all, they were leaders of the Sword Bearers Division, and there was no need to show such respect to a sword bearer from the distant Minster province, even if he was a star-level sword bearer. Half a day later, a slender girl in a black robe arrived at Beverly Hills. She looked at the tall Beverly Hills and the wind eagles flying across the sky, then nodded slightly. This is the place. As her figure flickered, she quickly moved toward the large nest of the wind phoenixes deep in Beverly Hills. Surprisingly, despite this being an obviously alien creature, all the wind phoenixes seemed instinctively afraid, avoiding it and not daring to attack. Even the stronger male hunting wind phoenixes would immediately step aside when the creature approached. The rarer mutated wind phoenixes showed a more human-like gesture, bowing their heads slightly. The girl in the black cloak also slowly approached the deepest part of the wind phoenix nest. Great goddess of the dark sea, what brings you here? The wind phoenix queen looked at her and was momentarily stunned, showing a surprised expression. But she quickly regained her composure and spoke. I want you to do me a favor. A human is about to pass near Beverly Hills. Help me eliminate him. Huh? The wind phoenix queen looked confused. The dark sea goddess, Hela, was much stronger than her, yet she wanted her to help kill a mere human? However, due to the ancient alliance of the Wind Phoenix clan, the queen had no right to refuse. The person has a trace of my aura. With that, I can sense where he is, Hela said, extending her fair hand. A small crystal made of black water floated up and slowly drifted toward the Wind Phoenix queen. A crystal of divine power? The queen's eyes lit up with joy. But after a moment of thought, the queen shook her head and said, Great goddess of the dark sea, although I cannot refuse your request due to the ancient alliance, I have an agreement with the Dragon Empire. I cannot personally take action to deal with this human. So, I am honored to accept your divine crystal, she added. The Wind Phoenix Queen was a powerful epic-level warrior, but for the Dragon Empire, which had more than 24 dragon knights, her strength was not the key. The most important thing was her speed. Known as the Lightning Walker, her speed was unmatched. The nickname Lightning Walker Trist was famous among all epic-level fighters, which is also why the Wind Phoenixes could build their nest in the Beverly Hills area. The Empire is not one to back down easily. After several failed attempts to suppress the rebellion, they finally reached an agreement with Queen Fengping. Trist, this divine crystal is a gift from me. You may send your subordinates to deal with this human. I hope you won't treat this lightly, said Hela, the goddess of the dark sea, glancing deeply at Queen Fengping. By the way, this human can transform into a dragon man and is skilled in close combat. As soon as she finished speaking, Hela's illusion of a black-robed girl suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared before Queen Fengping's eyes. Skilled in close combat? That's perfect. As my tribe is good at fighting that way, Queen Fengping Trist muttered to herself while picking up the floating divine crystal. She understood why the goddess Hela had come to find her. But there was still one question. What exactly did this human boy named Ryan do to make a deity so concerned? After thinking for a moment, Trist shook her head, unable to figure it out. She then ordered aloud, Send Merrick here. Yes, your majesty. Meanwhile, in Man City, inside the Snyder family residence. After some greetings, Luther arranged for everyone to meet in a smaller, more secretive conference room. General Hoi, Lord Ryan. This room is protected by multiple magic formations that prevent eavesdropping and spying, effectively blocking distant surveillance. Ryan nodded, having heard of such protective formations. Of course, if the opponent is a true deity or a very powerful avatar, these protections are almost useless, like paper. But if it's just a projection of a god or a saint's descent, they work very well. As everyone took their seats, Two department heads behind General Hoy quickly took out notebooks and pens, recording everything very seriously. Seeing Ryan look a bit surprised, the capable woman smiled slightly and said, "Lord Ryan, what you're discussing is very important. According to the Sword-Bearers rules, any matter involving deities must be reported immediately to the Sword-Bearers headquarters." "I see," Ryan nodded thoughtfully, understanding the importance. "Lord Rain, to give you a more accurate report of the situation you encountered, please don't mind if Leonardo and Liana ask some questions that might seem a bit rude." General Hoy smiled and said, "Of course not. I understand. It's all work." Rain replied with a smile. Then, Rain began to speak slowly, including Knight Luther, who listened carefully beside him. "After all, this involves information about a recovering true god, and it's important to pay attention." 10 minutes later, a capable young woman named Liana looked confused and asked, "Excuse me, Lord Rain, you just said you refused the other person's offer." They got angry, but as far as we know, even a projection of a true god is usually very wise. Usually, it's hard to get angry with just a few words. "So, how did you make them so angry? Did you say something or do something?" Everyone nearby, including General Hoy, nodded slightly at Liana's question. They were also curious about this. After all, Hela, the goddess of the undersea, has been famous since ancient times. Among the many gods recorded in imperial texts, she ranks among the top. How could she be so easily emotional and thus affect her strength? That doesn't seem right. Rain hesitated. It wasn't that he forgot, but looking back now, what he said at the time seemed, how to put it, a bit arrogant. At least, it might give outsiders that impression. But after thinking for a moment, Rain decided to tell the truth. After all, if what he said could help the Empire find a weakness of this god, that would be great. "Actually, I didn't say much. The other person said either submit or die. I told them I wouldn't choose either. Then I said, you hit me very hard, so I have to hit back. And then, they got very angry." Rain shrugged. "Huh?" Everyone present was stunned, including Leonardo and Liana, who were recording. Both stopped writing and looked up, eyes wide in shock, staring at Rain. After a few seconds, General Howe was the first to recover and loudly exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Lord Rain, you truly deserve the title of the Empire's finest sword-bearer." "Huh? General Howe, I think you're mistaken. I am still a star-level sword-bearer. Only the headquarters has the gold-level sword-bearers." Rain was now confused. "Haha. Right. I almost forgot. Lord Rain, you might not have received this news yet," General Howe said with a smile, turning to a middle-aged man nearby. "Lord Rain, one of these documents is a formal letter just received from the Munster branch today. The other is an attachment, your promotion order from the sword-bearer headquarters," said the middle-aged man named Fionardo, respectfully taking out 2 official letters from his briefcase and handing them to Rain. Rain raised an eyebrow and immediately looked over the documents. First, the promotion letter, hereby promoted. Report within 1 month. Second, the letter signed by General Edward. It returned to Munster as soon as possible. Prepare for the assignment. After quickly reading both documents, Rain nodded. He finally understood why both General Howe and the 2 department heads of the sword-bearers treated him with such respect. It turns out his official position had been transferred to the Empire's sword-bearer headquarters, and he was now at the highest administrative level among all sword-bearers, gold level. No wonder. "Are you going to the Imperial capital?" "Yes, I have to go. Also, my advanced meditation method, the second layer of the Steel Heart technique, is still with the Academy." Rain thought to himself. He had planned to visit the Imperial capital, Tamriel, soon, and now it seemed like the perfect timing. After reading the documents, Rain continued to describe the battle situation. A few minutes later, the capable young woman Lyanna asked again, "Lord Rain, based on your account, it seems the enemy's final attack used most of its projected energy on offense. Although powerful, it was clearly reckless. It's hard to understand why that person did this. Did you say or do anything that might explain it?" Because the opponent's behavior was very inconsistent with the records of the sea goddess Hela in ancient texts. According to ancient records about Hela, the stories depict her as rational, proud, and wise. However, in Ryan's description, she is completely different. Ryan really felt a bit embarrassed to speak this time. Seeing Ryan's expression, everyone became even more curious. Could it be that this Ryan, Lord Ryan, did something unusual? Cough. "Lord Ryan, if it's about your privacy and you don't want to share, that's okay," General Howe said, offering a polite way out. Although he was curious too, Ryan's current status as an Imperial gold-level sword-bearer meant he deserved respect, even from him. It's not that. I just spoke a little arrogantly back then. By the way, since you two are recording, remember to note that what I said was meant to provoke the other person. Of course, Lord Ryan. Liana and Fionardo quickly agreed. Well, the other side tried to recruit me again and asked me to submit, but I said, maybe if you submit to me, I might consider it. When Ryan said the last part, his face involuntarily turned slightly red. He even felt a bit shy to say it. But Ryan underestimated how powerful that statement was. As soon as he finished speaking, everything around fell silent. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. This time, even the experienced General Howe looked at Ryan as if he saw a flying cow in the sky, completely stunned. Luther was internally shouting, "Wow, Lord Ryan, that was too much. Is this arrogance? Is this a daredevil statement?" Luther searched his mind but couldn't find the right words to describe Ryan's bold words. Cough. Remember to note that I said that to provoke the other person, Ryan said, noticing everyone's reactions, realizing how shocking his words were, and reminded them. Oh, okay. Yes, Lord Ryan, the record keepers nodded repeatedly and hurriedly wrote it down in their notebooks. Lord Ryan, one last question. What do you think of that person's projection overall strength? Fionardo asked the final question. Well, it's hard to say. Based on the maximum energy the opponent can control, it seems they haven't reached epic level. But in terms of magic and extraordinary combat skills, they have already surpassed the limits of crystallized mages or knight titles. Rain recalled the battle and answered carefully. Forgive me for asking, Lord Rain, but how did you manage to defeat them? Fionardo asked with a look of confusion. Because Rain was strong, but not an epic-level expert. If what Rain said is true, and the opponent is so powerful, it means only epic-level fighters like the Empire Guardians could stand a chance. Others, including Rain, would not be able to win. Maybe it's because my body is special. I have tough skin and good stamina, which made the energy of the projection consume too much, Rain said with a slight pause. He briefly mentioned his system and stamina recovery points, but he didn't go into details. Yes, I can confirm that. Lord Rain has a special physique, as shown in the fight against the ancestor dragon Cola Hughes, Luther added in agreement. Then there's no problem. Thank you very much for your honest report, Lord Rain. We will report this information immediately, Fionardo said with a slight bow. By the way, Lord Rain, here are your badge and official letter. Luther remembered something and took out a transparent, round badge and a letter, handing them to Rain. The Ice Claw Bear mercenaries are still in Marne City. Would you like to meet with them? Luther added. No, just tell Luther and Vandal to handle it. I plan to return to Monster right away, Rain shook his head and said. His badge was still the star-level sword holder badge. As for the gold-level badge, it could only be changed at the sword holder's headquarters. Lord Rain, are you planning to return to Monster immediately? When Goy and Luther saw Rain's plan, they immediately understood why he was doing this. That's fine. Lord Rain, do you need to gather anything before leaving? Goy asked proactively. If there are rare metals at the Marne branch, I'd like to gather some, Rain thought for a moment and said. Of course, it's a small matter. Liana, please record what Lord Rain needs to exchange and help process it quickly. General Hoy agreed immediately. Yes, my lord. 1 hour later, Rain had replenished nearly 100 kilograms of various rare metals, such as hardened fine gold and enchanted silver. Not only did he fully restore what was used during the battle, but he also gained more than before. It's not that Rain was greedy. Rather, the size of his weapons and armor when transforming into a Dragon Man, as well as the use of metal-based magic, all require more metal supplies. Fortunately, the blood-feathered eagle beast is known for its great strength. Speed isn't its strong suit, so being a bit slower doesn't matter as long as it can fly. After saying goodbye to Luther and others, Rain and Anna rode the eagle beast and flew again toward the southern sky. In the sky above Beverly Hills, hundreds of wind eagles were circling. Among them, a particularly large golden-winged wind eagle, known as the Heartbreaker, was at the center. It was the mutated wind eagle leader, Merrick. Originally, after receiving a mission from its queen, Merrick planned to follow the guidance of the divine crystal and actively seek out Rain. But just as Merrick was about to depart, it was surprised to find that Rain was quickly heading toward Beverly Hills. This meant there was no need for Merrick to attack first. Rain was already walking into a trap himself. However, Merrick, loyal to its queen's orders, would not take any chances. It gathered thousands of wind eagles under its command. Even if Rain was very strong, as long as he wasn't an epic-level hero, Merrick was confident he could defeat him. After all, thousands of tribesmen, each with a wind blade, could pile up and kill Rain. Meanwhile, Rain was riding on the eagle beast, thinking about his battle with the shadow of the sea goddess Hela. It was like reviewing a fight. At the start of the battle, the Hela projection, unprovoked by Rain, was extremely difficult to deal with. Its magic and extraordinary combat skills were all at his fingertips. The connection between its combat techniques and magic was so seamless that Rain felt like he was fighting a high-performance robot. All his responses seemed to be anticipated by the opponent. Until the other person's emotions started to fluctuate, their attack became more powerful, but the precise coordination between moves, like gears fitting perfectly, was lost. This gave Ryan a chance to counterattack. Looking back, there are two main reasons he was able to win. First, he is very tough, thanks to his top-tier steel body and rapid healing abilities, which come from the bloodline of the mutated dragon. Second, after advancing to a level 2 liquid mage, his mental strength increased further, allowing him to sense and catch his opponent's attacks. If he had still been a level 1 mage, this fight might have been much harder. These 2 points also determine the areas Ryan needs to strengthen in the future. First, his mental strength needs to be improved, especially to speed up the liquefaction process. He must quickly go to the repair construction school and ask Master Magaro for the second level of the Steel Heart meditation technique. This is also one of the prerequisites for changing his class to a Dragon Vein mage. Therefore, speeding up the liquefaction process is the top priority. Second, he should find opportunities to increase the concentration of his dragon bloodline. After joining the Sword-Bearer headquarters, he might deliberately seek out dragon or dragon-blooded monsters for missions. Finally, Ryan plans to learn the fighting style of the sea goddess Hela, integrating metal-type magic into his combat. Of course, this is a huge project, and he needs to study more ancient texts and consider which spells and moves fit best. There's no rush. For now, he has enough rare metals to practice his liquefaction attack, multiple webs, and incorporate it into his fighting style. This will help balance his close combat and ranged attacks. As time passes, the two see a towering mountain range ahead. In the middle of the mountains, there is a gap with a faint purple glow, which is the purple tumor forest of Beverly Mountain Pass. Ryan immediately controls Bloodfeather to descend slowly. Because of the blue-purple mixed hawk eagle and Ryan's white mage robe, their features are very obvious. Plus, the recent battle wasn't long ago, still fresh in their minds. They quickly realize that the person coming is the same Imperial sword wielder from last time. Soon, the garrison at Beverly Mountain Pass sends someone to report to their superior. "Haha, Lord Rain, I didn't expect to see you again so soon," said a tall, broad-shouldered knight with a thick beard, walking quickly and greeting warmly. He was the same knight who helped interrogate the Black Flame cult members last time, and also the highest officer guarding Beverly Hills Pass, Gray. "Miss Anna, hello." "Hello, Knight Gray," Anna replied with a slight smile. "Would you like to come over and sit with me for a while to rest?" "Lord Gray, I'm afraid we can't. We need to leave immediately." Rain politely declined Gray's offer with a smile. "That's too bad." "Lord Rain, Miss Anna, I will accompany you," Gray said flatteringly. Since witnessing how strong Lord Rain is at such a young age, Gray knew that if he had the chance, he definitely wanted to build a good relationship with him. "That would be helpful, thank you." Rain looked around but did not refuse. At this moment, a long line of caravans and travelers was waiting outside the pass, all trying to cross through Beverly Hills Pass. With guards leading the way, their speed would be much faster. For Rain, the sooner he returned, the better. As a member of the Empire's military, he deserved this convenience. Hearing Rain agree, Gray waved his hand excitedly. Immediately, a group of guards stepped forward to clear the way, escorting Rain and his group quickly through Beverly Hills Pass. But halfway through the journey, suddenly, a few crows flew across the sky, accompanied by rough caws, swiftly passing over their heads. "Huh? Rain, something seems off ahead." The crow's call suggests there are many wind pheasants gathering up ahead, Anna frowned slightly and whispered to Rain. As a druid, she naturally studied various bird calls. Wind pheasants gathering? Rain looked into the distance. This area was already their territory, and many wind pheasants were gathering, so it didn't seem strange. However, When he focused more carefully, he sensed something was wrong, because both in front and to the sides, weak threatening feelings were coming from the air. At this moment, far in the sky on both sides of Beverly Hills Pass, countless small gray dots suddenly appeared, rising into the air and rushing straight toward their position. So many wind pheasants? Many guards exclaimed in surprise. The travelers and guards inside the passage looked panicked and frightened. Why are there so many? Knight Gray looked seriously toward the sky. Lord Ryan, this doesn't seem right. I've been stationed here for over 2 years, and I've never seen so many wind pings attack at once. Seeing this, Ryan understood immediately that they were coming for him. Lord Gray, they are probably coming for me. Please protect Anna on the side. After a moment of thought, Ryan decided on a plan. The empty-winged hawkbeast couldn't outrun the fast wind ping, especially since this time the blood-winged hawkbeast carrying Anna and him would be almost full load. Running was definitely not an option. Even if they could run some distance, they would be quickly caught. Moreover, he had no intention of running. Don't worry, Lord Ryan. Quickly, Miss Anna to the nearby cave for safety, Knight Gray said to his subordinate immediately. But he himself kept a team of elite guards beside Ryan, not leaving his side. Prepare the purple tumfruit. At this moment, Ryan realized who was behind the trouble. It couldn't be someone from the Empire. If it were, the Empire would have already made the wind pings avoid the Beverly Hills nesting area. It also couldn't be the Black Flame cult, because when he killed the High Priest Erickson at Beverly Hills, no wind ping came to help. So, it must be the sea goddess Hela causing trouble. Besides her, Ryan couldn't think of anyone else with such power to command the wind pings to attack him. Chirp, chirp. Thousands of wind pings circled above Ryan's head. Soon, a giant golden-winged wind ping, several times larger than a normal one, appeared overhead. The nearby caravan and Imperial guards all changed color and shouted in alarm. This is a mutated wind ping leader, the Heartbreaker Merrick. It's extremely fast, and it likes to fly quickly over its prey's waist and abdomen. The wind blades on its wings can cut through prey instantly, spilling intestines everywhere, one caravan guard said with a pale face. Yes, that's right. After that, the prey usually dies from fear and pain. Another caravan leader, also pale, nodded in agreement. Melrick, your attack on Beverly Hills is a declaration of war on the Fompin clan and the Empire? The bearded Knight Gray scolded angrily. Heh, don't threaten me with such words. The bird-headed golden Fomping sneered in a human-like way. If we're declaring war, it would be our queen who does it, not me. And do you think I don't know about the agreement between my clan and the Empire? The treaty only restricts our queen from taking action freely, but it doesn't limit us. Now, leave immediately. Of course, if you want to die with this human, I will make it happen, Melrick said with narrowed golden eyes. As expected, they came for me, thought Rain silently. Why you? The highest officer of the Beverly Hills Guards, Gray, blushed at the provocation. Just as he was about to speak, Rain patted his shoulder calmly and said, Leave this to me. Don't worry. Then, Lord Rain, be careful, Gray replied, calming down instantly after hearing Rain's steady tone. He suddenly remembered that this young wizard was very powerful. Last time, he had quickly taken care of the evil cult's high priest with ease. Although Fomping is strong this time, he trusted Lord Rain. Indeed, staying here now would only cause more casualties and serve no purpose. Retreat. Gray sharply waved his hand, and the guards quickly withdrew to the side. Good decision. Melrick, the heartbroken one, chuckled proudly at the sight. In its view, Rain was already trapped. The Imperial guards at Beverly Hills had also backed away, leaving the enemy more isolated and with no hope of turning the tide. Soon, it would be able to bring back Rain's head and earn the Queen's praise. Chirp destroy him, when blade killing formation. To prevent delays and possible accidents, Melrick loudly called out and launched its attack. At the same time, it flapped its enormous wings. In the next second, 2 crescent-shaped, pale blue air streams, each over 3 meters long, appeared at the tip of its wings, like 2 blue lightning bolts, and shot directly at Rain. Melrick's first attack sounded like a horn of charge. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dense flocks of wind phoenixes, which began to chirp in unison. They quickly followed their leader's movements, unleashing wind blades to attack Ryan. Although their wind blades were weak, only about a meter long, and some phoenixes could only release a single blade, their numbers were enough to pose a threat. In an instant, Ryan's vision was filled with countless light blue wind blades coming at him like a storm. Seeing this disaster-like scene, the caravan guards and travelers nearby were already trembling with fear. Even the guards of the Empire, who trusted Ryan, couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. While everyone watched closely to see how Ryan would respond, he suddenly shouted, "Shadow Step! Metal Shield!" In that moment, Ryan created several ghostly images of himself, each one lifelike and difficult to tell apart from his real body. At the same time, four dark silver shields made of enchanted mithril appeared around him, protecting him from the attack. However, the number of wind blades was overwhelming. Even with 9 copies of himself distracting the blades, both his real body and his copies were almost completely covered by the barrage of attacks. Each copy was targeted by dozens of wind blades. Many blades struck the ground around him, causing dust and smoke to rise. The force was so strong it was like cannonballs plowing the earth. Amid the chaos, Merrick, known as the Broken Heart, nodded with satisfaction. This was his confidence. He believed that as long as the opponent wasn't an epic-level powerhouse, facing thousands of wind blades, there was no way to survive. Suddenly, strange sounds came from the smoke and dust. Merrick narrowed his eyes and carefully observed through the haze. He saw that the wind blades attacking Ryan's body were almost completely blocked by the 4 shield-shaped defenses. Any blades that slipped through the gaps in the shields were shattered by Ryan with his bare hands. "Not bad speed," Merrick exclaimed, surprised by Ryan's series of shadow images and quick movements. What Merrick didn't notice was that, with Ryan's swift maneuvers, the massive army of wind phoenixes in the sky was also starting to move. Soon, the formation of the Wind Eagles changed from a circular pattern attacking from all directions to a dense fan-shaped spread led by Ryan, who was positioned at the tip of the fan. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but smile. As the saying goes, if you don't return the favor, it's not polite. Being passively attacked was not his style, so now it was time for Ryan to fight back. Metal transformation technique. Cutting net. Sharpness spell. Ryan quickly recited the spells. Before his eyes, 3 tightly packed dark metal nets appeared almost out of thin air. Instantly, the nets shimmered with a bright silver glow. Magic attack. Multiple cutting nets. With a heavy wave of his right hand, the 3 shining silver metal nets shot forward in a fan shape into the group of wind eagles in the air ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ryan, experienced in battle, timed his magic attack perfectly. It happened during the moment when most of the wind eagles had already used their wind blades once but had not yet used a second time. This allowed the first metal net to be partially broken by the combined attack of many wind blades, but the following 2 nets, which were even sharper and more solid, were unstoppable by the wind eagles. The 2 subsequent silver nets slammed into the dense group of wind eagles with force. Suddenly, the wind eagles screeched in pain, suffering heavy casualties. Limb and wing injuries, torn flesh and blood, and countless scattered feathers rained down like a storm of birds. The once dark mass of wind eagles was torn apart by Ryan's multiple cutting nets, creating a huge hole. Through this hole, the blue sky was clearly visible. Most importantly, Ryan's attack completely shattered the morale of the wind eagles, causing them to flee in panic. In an instant, the situation reversed. Great. Gray, with a bushy beard, turned red with excitement and shouted happily. "That was amazing. As expected of Lord Ryan. Lord Ryan, keep killing more." Other guards from the Empire also praised enthusiastically. They had no good feelings toward these wind eagles guarding the Beverly Hills entrance and hoped Ryan would kill more of them. "You're asking for death." Merrick, nicknamed the Heartbreaker, widened his eyes sharply and showed fierce anger when he saw this scene. Originally, it planned to have thousands of wind phoenixes work together to use wind blades, at least to severely injure the current enemy, Rain, and also to test the other's strength. But unexpectedly, the wind blade killing formation not only failed to hurt Rain, but his counterattack was so fierce. He suddenly used a metal-based magic attack he had never seen before, which crushed at least hundreds of wind phoenixes under his command. This made Merrick feel a sharp pain in his heart. It's important to know that most of Merrick's wind phoenixes are related to him by blood. Some are descendants, others are ancestors. Although they are not as strong as Merrick, their loyalty is unquestionable. They are the core of his Wind Phoenix army. Additionally, Merrick also sensed that Rain's recent magical attack had a relatively weak energy fluctuation, roughly within the power range of a 3rd-level magic. As one of the 4 leaders of the mutated Wind Phoenixes, known as the Broken Heart, Merrick was not afraid at all. Not to mention Rain was not yet a 3rd-level crystallized mage. Even if he was, Merrick could defeat him with one strike. Suddenly, a streak of blue-gold light shot down from the sky. The light rushed straight toward Rain's position at a speed like a 2-colored lightning bolt. Merrick, breaking the sound barrier, created a white ribbon of air that cut through the purple tumors on both sides, splitting them in half. On the ground, a patch of grass several meters from Merrick was cleared like a lawn mower had passed, leaving of bare soil. The power of this strike was clearly immense. "Be careful." Anna's small mouth opened in surprise as she exclaimed. Lord Rain, be careful. Gray, with a bushy beard, saw this scene and turned pale, shouting a warning. If he had faced such power, he would definitely have been killed. He was unsure whether Lord Rain could withstand it. Merrick was using his signature move, the deadly wind wing cut, his ultimate attack. He spread his nearly 10-meter wings, each gathering a thick, intense blue energy blade. Facing Merrick's fierce attack, Rain's pupil shrank. The intensity of the energy on Merrick's wings exceeded that of several 3rd-level crystallized mages he had fought before, almost reaching legendary peak level. Dragonman General Form. Metal Transformation Technique. Iron Wall. Metal Barrier. Roar. With a loud, fierce dragon roar, veins bulged on Rain's neck, his muscles swelled, and his white wizard robe instantly tore apart, bits of fabric flying everywhere. His exposed skin began to thicken and darken, dragon scales appeared, his eyes changed from horizontal to vertical pupils, his fingertips grew sharp and long, and the last segment of his tail vertebrae quickly protruded and grew into a thick, powerful tail. The 4 kite-shaped shields of the metal barrier and the tower shield in his left hand lined up in a straight line in front of Rain. Meanwhile, his right hand held a huge single-edged battle axe. In an instant, a fierce-looking dragonman wielding an axe and shield appeared before Merrick. Merrick was not afraid at all. Instead, he sped up and aimed to cut Rain in half at the waist while he was in his dragon general form. Merrick had great confidence in his ultimate move. He once defeated a legendary ironhide Tyrannosaurus, known for its defense, with a single strike that cut into its abdomen and spine, killing it instantly. Bang, 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 bang. For sharp sounds in quick succession, the hardened golden shield, formed from transformed precious metal, was almost instantly split in half by Merrick's large wings infused with wind energy. Only the thick tower shield, blessed with the top-tier skill Iron Wall, slightly slowed Merrick down for a moment. But it still couldn't stop him. Just as Merrick's giant wings were about to cut through the tower shield, suddenly, a huge dragon claw covered in scales pressed firmly against his iron beak and head. Huh? Are you giving up your hands? Merrick thought silently. Because Merrick's iron beak was the most concentrated point of his ultimate move Wind Wing Cut, and the strongest. At that moment, a silver arc flashed from the base of Merrick's right wing, moving upward in an instant. That silver light was the top-tier axe technique Flash Cut, wielded by a single-edged giant axe. In an instant, the shield shattered, and the wings were split apart. Just as Merrick's iron beak pierced into Rain's dragon claw palm, Merrick felt a sharp pain in his left wing. His left wing was cut, throwing his balance off, and his ultimate move Wind Wing Cut was naturally interrupted. Soon after, Merrick's speed dropped significantly. He saw darkness in front of him. His head and iron beak were both caught by Rain's claw, and he couldn't even scream. In the next second, another silver arc flashed. Immediately, Merrick felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then, he sensed his body lighten as if something had leaked out from inside him. At this moment, the scene before everyone was this: a huge, fierce dragonman holding the upper body of the transformed Wind Phoenix leader Merrick with one claw, while on the ground were bloody, severed golden Wind Phoenix limbs and various intestines and organs. Although the dragonman's left claw was also bleeding, it did not weaken its fierce aura. People always cut through the broken hearted. When Ryan released the dragon's claw, a loud thud sounded. Thud. The upper half of the mutated Wind Phoenix leader Merrick fell heavily to the ground. Even with his strong vitality, after being cut in half at the waist, his once bright eyes now looked very dull, as if his life was fading. He opened his beak slightly, as if wanting to say something, but then tilted his head and stopped moving. The words he wanted to say remained unspoken. At this moment, Ryan looked up. The Wind Phoenix flock circling above his head saw their leader being defeated and dared not stay. They immediately scattered like frightened birds and beasts. After all, they came to attack Ryan, not because Ryan attacked the Wind Phoenix nest. So their fighting spirit was weak. Soon, the Wind Phoenix above Ryan's head dispersed. At this point, Ryan quickly returned from his Dragon Man general form to his human form. Suddenly, Ryan noticed a black, translucent crystal slipping out from the edge of Merrick's broken beak. At first, Ryan thought it was some kind of core inside Merrick's body, but with a little attention, he realized that the black crystal seemed to contain a highly condensed, high-level energy. Moreover, the black crystal faintly emitted a vast, powerful aura. What moved Ryan even more was that this aura felt somewhat familiar to him. Huh, what is this? Ryan's eyes lit up as if he remembered something. He immediately bent down to pick it up. When he held the black crystal, the system suddenly prompted, "Ding." Detected a divine strength crystal that can enhance the liquefaction of mental power. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note, system absorption can remove impurities and absorb it all at once. Huh, divine strength crystal? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Although he had never seen such a thing before, based on the words divine power and the familiar aura he sensed, Ryan had already made a rough judgment. This should be something from the goddess Hela of the undersea abyss. Merrick probably relied on this item to determine my location, Ryan thought silently. Besides, this explanation seemed the most reasonable. He couldn't think of why a windrock, even a mutated one, would have this object. If it was indeed the handiwork of goddess Hela, that would explain everything. Additionally, regarding the system prompt about whether to absorb it or not, Ryan hesitated for a moment and chose yes. Because absorbing it through the system could directly remove impurities and harmful elements, Ryan was not worried about any negative effects. Moreover, if this object acted like a locator, it would be better to absorb it early, eliminating a hidden danger. In an instant, the black crystal disappeared from Ryan's hand, and a wisp of black smoke rose from his palm, drifting away with the wind. At the same time, Ryan seemed to hear a fleeting female scream, perhaps an impurity or a mark left by goddess Hela of the undersea abyss. He then felt an unusually hot current suddenly seep into his palm and rush straight into his mind. In a very short time, Ryan sensed the silver liquid in his mind increasing at a visible speed. Soon, it went from being unable to even contain the crystal to resembling a pond, with the double-layered crystal floating up and down within it. His mental strength also became more refined. Compared to before, with the same amount of mental energy consumed, Ryan could now mobilize more energy particles. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Mental strength, 90, liquefied 27%. Wow, an instant increase to 27%? Ryan gasped in surprise, eyes wide open. He looked again at the 27% liquefaction progress, feeling it was almost unreal. Such an increase was too exaggerated. If the mental power fogging process of a level 1 wizard usually took 10 years for most wizards, then liquefying mental power was a long process that could take 100 years. Even talented young wizards at the level 2 liquefaction stage often needed 10 or 20 years to advance, yet Ryan had only become a level 2 wizard a few days ago. In the blink of an eye, the liquefaction process is nearly 1/3 complete. And this is still without having obtained the second level of Rain's advanced meditation method of the Iron Heart. Based on the increase in liquefaction level, which boosts the power of magic by 1 point per level, the magic Rain is currently casting is about 30% stronger than when he first became a second-level liquefaction wizard. This item called Divine Power Crystal is incredibly powerful. Rain suddenly realizes he doesn't hate the sea goddess Hela as much anymore. In fact, he even kind of likes her, as long as she can provide him with more Divine Power Crystals next time. However, this item seems very rare. From the system's description, Divine Power Crystal, it can be guessed that it might not be a divine item, and perhaps it cannot be made at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have heard of it during his time in the Sword Bearers Division. After returning, he needs to check the library for more information. If there is a way to find or exchange for this item, his goal of becoming a crystallized wizard would be within reach very soon. The scene where Rain just absorbed the energy happened in an instant. The people nearby still had wide eyes, staring at the scattered remains of the Wind Phoenix and the famous broken heart Merrick. But they didn't notice the changes happening with Rain. At this moment, Anna quickly stepped forward and handed Rain a brand new white wizard's robe. The crowd nearby finally snapped out of their surprise and began to discuss loudly, "Oh my, is Merrick, the broken heart, really dead?" Many exclaimed. "Hey, do you know who this young man is?" A traveler asked curiously. "Not sure. To be able to kill the mutated Wind Phoenix leader Merrick at such a young age, he must be a powerful person from the imperial capital. That's right. Among all the strong fighters in the Caspias province, none seemed to match this young man's profile. An elder merchant nodded in agreement. And even in the faraway Mosul province, no one has heard of such a young top-tier expert. Another merchant leader shook his head and said, he came from the distant Mosul province and had never heard of such a young top-level powerhouse. A convoy guard captain kept frowning, seeming to think deeply. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and excitedly said, wait, I think I've heard of this noble person before. The dragon transformation just now reminds me of a friend who once mentioned that in the Coldwind Tundra, there is a young Lord Rain who transformed into a dragon and defeated the ancestral dragon Corylus. Corylus? The mutated ancestral dragon? That's a nearly legendary ancient monster. A traveler familiar with the situation exclaimed in surprise. Lord Grey, do you know who this noble person is? An elder of the convoy respectfully asked Grey, the bearded man next to him. Everyone had seen Grey's enthusiastic attitude just now. When it came to understanding the origins of this young powerful person, Grey was the most knowledgeable. Of course, this is Lord Rain, the sword-bearer of the Empire. I can't tell you more details, Grey said proudly, raising his head. So, he's the Empire's sword-bearer? No wonder. This must be someone from the sword-bearer headquarters in the imperial capital Tamriel, a branch leader. I've never heard of anyone so strong, an elder familiar with the sword-bearers said. Suddenly, the Beverly Hills Pass became as noisy as a marketplace. Meanwhile, Rain, the person involved, had put on a white wizard robe. Under the protection of Grey and his men, he quickly reached the other side of Beverly Hills Pass. Lord Grey, after I leave, you should be more cautious. I worry that the Wind Eagle clan might take out their anger on you, Rain warned thoughtfully. Don't worry, Lord Rain. I've already reported what just happened. Grey patted his strong chest confidently. The Empire isn't just us here. You know, nearby there's also an Imperial Guardian who stays in Danyar City, watching over the Queen of the Wind Eagles. Grey whispered the last part. Huh, nearby there's an Imperial Guardian? Rain thought to himself. He didn't really know this, but from Grey's expression, he seemed to have known all along. That was probably an overthought. Then I'll be at ease. Lord Grey, see you next time. Safe travels, Lord Rain. Rain and Anna mounted their blood-wing-horned eagles once again. As the blood feathers soared into the sky, Ryan quickly flew toward the southern horizon. But after just 5 minutes of flying, he sensed a colorful light rushing toward him from his right side. Judging by its trajectory, it seemed to be coming from deep within the Beverly Hills Mountains. Moreover, the speed of the other side was astonishing, making Ryan very nervous. Knowing that the speed of the Heartbreaker Merrick was not even at his full strength when using Shadow Step, the speed of this colorful light was actually more than twice Merrick's. Such speed and momentum. Ryan realized there was only one likely explanation. It must be the Queen of the Wind Pheasant clan, a legendary warrior known as the Lightning Walker Trist. It looks like I have to use that move, Ryan's eyes flickered. This spirit-shattering impact, a core skill from his Warhammer Mage abilities, was his current secret weapon capable of injuring even legendary warriors. Because the damage from spirit-shattering impact is real damage that cannot be blocked by physical or elemental energy. Even legendary warriors would likely suffer serious injuries after being hit by it. At that moment, he could fully activate his Dragomant general form and stand a good chance of winning. But, facing the Queen of the Wind Pheasant clan, I can't fight her in the air. Just as Ryan was about to descend quickly, a loud roar of a dragon suddenly sounded nearby. Roar! A huge silver dragon soared into the sky, rushing toward him at high speed. Ryan looked carefully. It was a silver dragon, similar in shape to the Red Queen Minya's red dragon Tassa, which he had seen before, but it was more slender, more streamlined, and faster. Compared to the side attack from the Wind Pheasant Queen, Trist, it was only slightly behind. In just a few seconds, 2 beams of light, one silver and one colorful, almost collided just a short distance to Ryan's right. Trist, you've crossed the line. A slightly old voice came from the silver dragon. It was spoken by an elderly man holding a twisted gray wooden staff, wearing a gray wizard robe. Deep wrinkles on his forehead showed he was very old. Walker Mace, are you trying to stop me? The human in front of us killed Merrick, my subordinate. He must pay the price. The first to arrive in front of the silver dragon was a bright and beautiful figure. Soon after, A clear female voice came from nearby. This strange situation was because the other person's speed had greatly exceeded the speed of sound, so they appeared first visually, and only later could their voice be heard. Reen's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at this bright figure, feeling surprised. Because the other person no longer looked like a wind phoenix, and if you had to say what resembled a bird, it would only be the dazzling feathers and the bright feathered headdress on her head. This was very different from the appearance Reen had guessed for the Wind Phoenix Queen. He thought that the Wind Phoenix Queen, Strist, was a much larger Wind Phoenix than the Heartbreaker Merrick. But it turned out she was a very beautiful human woman. Strist had a curvy figure, fair skin, and deep, sparkling eyes. Her bright feathered dress gave her a unique aura. Additionally, logically, the Wind Phoenix Queen should be very old, but it seemed that time had left no mark on her. Is Merrick dead? Hearing Strist's words, Walkermass, the protector of the Empire, looked at Reen with a puzzled expression. He had just noticed Reen but never thought that such a young person could kill the mutated Wind Phoenix leader Merrick. Merrick, nicknamed Heartbreaker, was a legendary peak existence with extremely fast speed. Even if Walker personally fought, it would take some effort to defeat him. Protector, this is Reen from the Empire's mysterious sword division, saluting you, Reen said as he bowed to Walker, Massachusetts. You're a sword bearer? Walker Mass raised his white eyebrows with a slight smile. It turned out Walker Mass was also a sword bearer of the Empire. Of course, he was a noble son who joined the sword bearer headquarters in Tamriel, the imperial capital. But this did not affect his good impression of Reen at first sight. Because even among the top protectors of the Empire, there were quite a few sword bearers, and due to shared experiences, they generally got along well and had a tradition of unity. Yes, sir. Line also smiled and took out the badge of a star-level swordholder and the promotion order from the Imperial Swordholder headquarters, handing them to Walker Moss. Quickly glancing at the information on the official letter, Walker Moss looked at Line with more admiration. He didn't expect this young man to single-handedly dismantle the Sea God Cult's stronghold in Howling Wind Fjord. No wonder he received Alfred's praise and was promoted to a gold-ranked swordholder. A young gold-ranked swordholder? Could it be that another protector of the Empire is emerging among the swordholders? Thinking of this, the wrinkles on Walker Moss's face almost turned into a smile like a sunflower. Seeing this scene, Queen Fengping's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She naturally knew the background of her old rival and was very familiar with his subtle expressions. It was clear he was showing appreciation for talent. Because the young man in front of her was a swordholder from the Dragon Empire, just like her old acquaintance. This put Queen Strist in a difficult position. If she made a move, Walker Moss would definitely intervene to stop her. Even if she could kill the young man, the 1,000-year-old agreement between the Fengping tribe and the Empire would be broken. Was it worth sacrificing thousands of her people just to kill this boy? This was a question she, as the tribe leader, needed to consider. But if she retreated now, as the queen of the Fengping tribe, her dignity would be gone. Additionally, she couldn't sense the divine power crystal that the sea goddess Hela had given her earlier from this young man. She had just checked the location of Marek's body and confirmed the crystal was no longer there. This was maddening. Although Strist really wanted to ask this young troublemaker where the divine power crystal had gone, she knew she couldn't ask such a question in front of her old rival. If she did, it might backfire. Walker Moss, I will give you this face today. Hearing these words, Anna felt a bit more at ease. The aura of Queen Fengping was too strong. Even the blood-feather horned eagle beast was trembling. Walker Moss also let out a sigh of relief. Strist, nicknamed Lightning Walker, was incredibly fast, even he found it hard to keep up. If a fight broke out, he could only hold her back. But protecting the young man in front of him was beyond his ability. But in the next moment, as Trist's deep blue and gold eyes looked at Ryan, she suddenly shouted, mental shock. Instantly, an invisible wave surged toward Ryan. Suddenly, Ryan groaned softly, feeling as if needles were stabbing his head, and he swayed unsteadily. Seeing this, Walker Mars immediately understood what had happened and angrily shouted, Trist, you're playing with fire. Walker Mars, did you see me make a move? I didn't move at all, Trist said with her arms open and an innocent look on her face. You. Walker Mars was so angry he puffed out his cheeks and glared. Just as he was about to speak, Trist waved her hand, stretched lazily, revealing her graceful figure, and said, Walker Mars, let's just forget about this for now. But next time, it might be different. You should tell him not to come to Beverly Hills again. Trist knew that this was her limit for now. If she made another move, she was afraid she would cross the old man's bottom line. Moreover, she was confident in the power of her recent mental shock. Even a third-level crystallized wizard, caught off guard, would be heavily injured by her attack. Although this human boy was talented, his strength definitely hadn't reached the level of a third-level crystallized wizard. If he was hit by her attack, he wouldn't become a fool, but it would take him decades to recover. A genius like that would almost be considered lost. Since that was the case, her goal for this trip had been achieved. "Ryan?" Anna asked anxiously. Ryan shook his head. Although his head still ached sharply, he seemed able to bear the pain. However, the feeling of being suddenly hit with a heavy was very unpleasant. Ryan looked at Trist walking away and couldn't help squinting his eyes. He believed it wouldn't be long before he returned to Beverly Hills. When he did, he would find this Wind Phoenix Queen and have a serious talk about today's events. "Just now, you were hit by one of Trist's special abilities, mental shock." "Huh? I didn't expect you to recover so quickly." "It seems your willpower is extraordinary," Walker Mars said, looking at Ryan with surprise. He had thought that the young sword wielder Ryan in front of him would be heavily injured. After all, mental trauma is much harder to heal than physical wounds. I didn't expect that the young boy named Rain would surprise him again. His willpower seemed very strong. "Rain, you look like you're not even 20 yet. You're quite the rare genius. By the way, you said you're from Munster? From your appearance, you don't seem to be a descendant of Duke Fiera, the real name of the Munster Duke," Walkermass said with a hint of doubt, muttering to himself. "Lord Walkermass, the Duke has taken good care of me. He is a respected elder," Rain smiled and replied. "Elder? Haha, right? Are you planning to return to Munster first? Remember to say hello to Duke Fiera for me. The last time I saw him, he was only about 14 or 15 years old." Walkermass laughed heartily, with a look of nostalgia. "Also, Rain, if you go to the Imperial capital, remember to visit the Staiva family when you have time. That's Pascal's scale," he added, smiling as he took out a silver-white dragon scale and handed it to Rain. "Certainly. Thank you, Lord Walkermass, for your help this time," Rain said respectfully as he received the silver dragon scale. At the same time, he marveled at Walkermass's age. The other person actually called the Duke of Munster, who was in his grandfather's generation, Fiera. The last time he saw him was at least 40 or 50 years ago. Is this the sense of time of a high-level wizard? How old must this guardian be? Soon, Rain and Anna bid farewell to the Imperial Guardian Walkermass and set out again for Munster. Half a day later. "Look, Rain, the Falling Hammer Mountains." Anna pointed with her fair hand at the jagged, gray-black mountain peaks that looked like blades, full of excitement. "Yes, after passing through the Falling Hammer Fortress, we're close to Munster," Rain nodded with a smile. Last time he passed through the Falling Hammer Fortress, there was a bit of a story. Because of a lava creature uprising, he had to fight many lava snakes and two-headed lava dogs along the way. He wondered if everything would go smoothly this time. When Rain gently guided the griffin to land, he saw that the road to the Stonehammer Fortress was filled with caravans and travelers. Apparently, since his last visit, the underground lava monsters in the tunnel had been completely cleared by the Empire. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many caravans. So, Ryan and Anna smoothly passed through the Stonehammer Fortress. After several hours of flying, the tall and familiar Hoskiga mountain range finally appeared in their view. Along the mountains, the city of Munster also came into sight. A few minutes later, they reached Ryan's home. "Big brother, he's back." Mint, who was playing with the spirit hound Cookie in the front yard, was the first to see the griffin land. However, her first hug was for Anna. "Anna, sister, I missed you so much," Mint said, nuzzling against Anna's chest and acting cute. "Mint, I missed you too," Anna replied affectionately, giving Mint a loving kiss, her eyes full of care. Ryan's return was a big event. Soon, the house became lively. After having dinner with his mother Emma, his father old Ryan, and others, Ryan went alone to the study. As for the sword holder division, he planned to deal with it tomorrow. Right now, he needed to think about some things. Before heading to the imperial capital of Tamriel, he needed to organize some preparations and matters. Another important thing, perhaps the most urgent, was that he needed to accumulate some attribute points first. After the battle with Hellas Projection, Ryan realized that for someone tough like him, having enough leftover attribute points was very important. The method was simple, just level up the tailor profession. Not only would he gain a good amount of attribute points, but he could also increase his skill point reserves. As for skill points, Ryan considered that upon arriving at the Imperial capital, whether to upgrade the second level of the Steel Heart meditation or learn new magic, both would require skill points. Following the principle of having enough food at home, no need to worry, Ryan planned to spend these half-months quietly leveling up his tailoring skill. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As the door opened, Jennifer, a beautiful woman he hadn't seen in a long time, appeared at the door of the study with a gentle smile. Today, she wore a one-shoulder, sky-blue silk gown that showcased her curvy figure. Because it was a one-shoulder dress, a large expanse of her fair, tall chest was visible. On her swan-like neck, there was a shining pearl necklace. The pearls were large and perfectly round, clearly valuable. The long dress and pearl necklace matched well, giving an overall sense of elegance and luxury. "Dear, you're finally back," she said softly. "I've taken care of everything you asked me to do last time. Also, I found something I think you'll like," Jennifer said as she walked in smiling. "Oh, the thing I asked about last time? Is it the rare ingredients for the secret potion?" Ryan thought for a moment and looked surprised. He chuckled. "The ingredients for the secret potion are rare, but I've collected 13 sets this time. And there's more. Guess what?" Jennifer, the beautiful woman, took out a brown wooden box from behind her and shook it. "More surprises?" Ryan smiled too. He remembered that last time, he asked Jennifer to use the top channels of Axon Auction House to gather items related to dragons, like dragon bones and dragon blood. But he didn't feel any of that inside the box. So, it must be something to do with boosting mental power. Huh? This is. Ryan's senses, through the wooden box, detected a familiar aura. Huh? Jennifer, where did you get the soul energy crystal? Ryan asked in surprise. Soul energy crystals are very precious. Even in the sword bearers division, they are not exchanged easily. They sometimes appear at big auctions and sell for a high price. Ryan didn't expect Jennifer to get one. He was surprised. "Oh dear, you guessed it?" Jennifer's beautiful eyes looked at Ryan with surprise. She thought Ryan would never guess. First, the soul energy crystal was not something Ryan asked her to look for last time. Second, she saw it by chance on an auction list and paid a lot to get it. The list was submitted by a branch in Dorne County. It was a record of a fallen count's family's treasures, planning to auction them at Axon Auction House. When she saw the list of soul energy crystals, she thought for a moment and realized that these crystals could be very useful for Ryan. She immediately stopped the auction for this item and paid 40% more to buy it directly. This is a privilege she has as a shareholder of the Minster Auction House. Within the Minster territory, as long as she wants an item, she can often secretly buy it early by paying a higher price. Of course, other shareholders also have this right. Ryan took the wooden box and opened it. Sure enough, inside were 3 neatly arranged soul energy crystals. He picked up one crystal, thought for a moment, and used it. The effect of the soul energy crystal is to speed up the vaporization and liquefaction of mental power. Previously, Ryan used these crystals during the first stage of vaporization. Now that he has entered the second stage of liquefaction, he hasn't used any yet. He wanted to see how well the crystals help with liquefaction. Ding! Detected a soul energy crystal that can improve the liquefaction of mental power. Would you like to accelerate absorption? Note, the system can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Yes. Instantly, Ryan felt the silver liquid in his mind start to increase. But this growth stopped in less than a second. Clearly, the effect of the crystals during the liquefaction stage is not as good as during vaporization. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Mental, 90, liquefaction 28%. Only a 1% increase each time? Ryan raised an eyebrow and thought to himself. During the vaporization stage, one crystal could increase from 5% at the start to about 3% later, which was quite good. I didn't expect the increase during liquefaction to be so much less. But from another perspective, to improve liquefaction by 1%, even a second-level wizard with different talents might need several months or even years. 3 crystals increasing progress by 3% is already quite good. After thinking for a moment, Ryan picked up the remaining 2 crystals from the box and activated the advanced meditation method, Steel Heart. In an instant, he absorbed both crystals completely. The mental attribute on the panel now clearly shows 90, liquefaction 30%. Seeing this, the beautiful woman nearby was stunned. She is now a shareholder of the Axon Auction House in Munster. Her horizons have broadened, and she has learned a lot about the secret knowledge of wizards that she previously knew nothing about. Huh. Isn't it said that a soul crystal can only absorb one soul at a time, requiring a long break to remove impurities? Why does it seem that her deer has absorbed 3 at once? My special physique allows me to absorb more than ordinary wizards. Ryan naturally noticed the doubt in the beautiful woman's eyes and casually explained. I see, dear. That means this soul crystal is very beneficial for you. The woman suddenly brightened, as if she had thought of something. Because of Ryan, her status in Munster province has risen. Previously, as a baroness, she was just a wealthy widow with no worries about food and clothing. But since she clung to Ryan's support, she realized that the view from the top was truly breathtaking. However, Jennifer is very clear about one thing. She is fully aware that everything she has is tied to Ryan. Shared glory, shared loss. So, anything that can improve her man's strength is something she must fight for in business. I will immediately have my people focus on this soul crystal. As long as it enters the auction, I will do my best to acquire it, the woman said seriously, her pretty face firm. Yes, but will this affect the guild's cash flow? Ryan nodded and gently patted her fair hand, speaking with a smile. He knows that even if they can buy it at a premium in advance through the background, it will definitely cost a lot of gold coins. Sometimes, there is also competition with other shareholders. This matter is not as simple as the woman said. Business is like a battlefield, that's what it means. Although he pushed the woman to become a shareholder in the Munster branch of Axon Auction House mainly to let her use her business talent, another goal was to accumulate enough wealth to buy rare resources and support his wizard path. But Ryan never intended to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. He didn't expect to get such good returns so quickly. That was an unexpected surprise. Don't worry, dear. I will handle everything related to business, the woman said. By the way, in a little while, a mercenary group called Ice Claw Bears will arrive in Munster. Please make good arrangements for them. They are quite strong and well known in the northern lands. I think they could be a helpful ally for you. Rain suddenly remembered the Ice Claw Bears mercenary group and told the beautiful woman. Really? That's wonderful. The beautiful woman said happily. Since both the Crowley family and Rain's side have limited background, training extraordinary knights or wizard apprentices from a young age is not easy and takes time. Because of this, Jennifer's many business ideas had to be put on hold without military support. If a strong mercenary group could join the Warhammer and Rose Guild, she could do many things, like opening new trade routes or negotiating the transport of valuable resources. While the beautiful woman's bright red lips pressed against Rain's cheek, and at the same time, Jennifer's large, round hips wrapped in a water blue long dress sat down voluntarily. Darling, I need a little reward. The woman looked at him with big, sparkling eyes. Rain knew exactly what she meant. Here, a long paragraph is omitted. By the way, was the master tailor you mentioned last time named Julius? Tell her to take a few days off and come to the mansion to teach me some formal tailoring skills. Okay. Dear, the beautiful woman replied. She clearly hadn't expected this. Shouldn't her beloved be practicing extraordinary combat skills or magic? Why suddenly start learning tailoring? Last time, making stretchy underwear was for transformation needs. What about now? Could it be that Rain has developed feelings for Julius? After all, she's also a gentle-looking, beautiful woman. The woman immediately thought of many things. Forget it. Tailoring probably needs quite a few supplies, maybe even dyeing. Tell Julius to close her shop for a week starting tomorrow so she can focus on learning tailoring. I'll go to her shop and learn tailoring skills properly, Rain decided, planning to visit her personally. Because, unlike apprenticeship, professional tailoring involves many tools and materials. As for forcing the other party to close their shop, for Ryan, it was just a small matter. These tailor shops are all owned by the Merchant Guild. Compared to improving his strength, shutting down a tailor shop is a very minor issue. As for profit, it's almost negligible. All right, dear, Jennifer, the beautiful woman, naturally had no objections. However, when she thought Ryan might be interested in the gentle Yuli's, she felt a bit uneasy. The next morning, inside Yuli's tailor shop, Ryan, accompanied by the beautiful woman Jennifer, visited the master tailor Yuli's shop. The shop was located on a busy street in the Munster trading district, with many passers-by. Thanks to Yuli's excellent skills, the shop usually did very well. But today was different. A closed sign was hanging at the door, which was very rare. When tall, handsome, and young Ryan entered the shop. All the female staff and some female tailors looked surprised. It was their first time seeing the Merchant Guild's big boss, Viscount Ryan. They didn't expect him to be such a young, handsome nobleman. Respectful Viscount Ryan, good morning, Ulysses greeted him politely, recognizing him immediately and bowing gracefully. Good morning, Viscount, the female staff and tailors responded, bowing after Ulysses. Ryan smiled and nodded. Hello, Ulysses. I might be bothering you during your usual business today. Viscount, your visit is our shop's honor, Ulysses replied respectfully. It wasn't her place to ask why Ryan wanted to learn tailoring. Ryan looked around and saw that the shop wasn't very big, about 70 or 80 square meters. Inside, there were separate areas for ready-made clothing, fitting rooms, and more. As he entered the sewing area, Ryan saw several long tables filled with various raw materials, including common linen, linen rolls, silk rolls, and different kinds of coarse and fine threads. Scissors, tailoring knives, and other tools were everywhere. Ulysses, I want to improve my tailoring skills quickly. Which part do you think I should practice making? Ryan asked directly, without much small talk. Lord Viscount, you already tried making simple clothes like underwear last time, Ulysses said, her face slightly blushing when mentioning underwear. My suggestion is, this time you can start with slightly more complex but still simple items, like a linen coat, Ulysses advised. After getting familiar with that, you can learn to make a linen shirt. Since shirts have collars and require buttons, they are a bit more complicated, but they come in many colors and styles, which is great for improving sewing skills. Also, if you're interested, you can learn how to dye fabrics, Ulysses said enthusiastically, sharing her knowledge about tailoring. All right, let's follow your advice and start with a linen coat. Rain nodded in agreement. With Ulysses' guidance and Rain's quick learning ability, a few minutes later, the system notification sounded. You have made a linen coat, and your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill. Making a linen coat. Your skill in making linen coats has increased. Experience +3. You focused on making a linen coat for 10 minutes. Tailoring experience +1. The imperial capital, Tamriel. Inside the lush, low-density inner ring, there is a luxurious standalone mansion with a sculpture of a scorpion-tailed lion on the gate. Because the capital's population density is much higher than in normal cities, the entire city is divided into several concentric zones: the inner ring, first ring, second ring, third ring, and fourth ring. Beyond the fourth ring are trade zones and civilian districts. For common people, owning a house in the fourth ring is considered the best achievement in their lifetime. The third ring has restrictions on purchasing status, mainly for nobles, church officials, and top merchants. As for the second ring, only high-ranking church members and at least counts can afford property. The inner ring is even more exclusive. Basically, unless you're a duke, it's almost impossible to have a place there. The Dragoon Empire's royal family has a 1,000-year heritage with many descendants. Due to its vast territory, each province's ruling duke in the capital needs a mansion. This also includes high-ranking church officials, guardian families, and iconic buildings like the Cathedral of Cologne in the city. So, living inside the inner ring is a symbol of power and status in the entire Dragon Empire. This mansion in the inner ring belongs to the Delram family, one of the top noble families of the empire. A noble with white hair slicked back sits confidently behind a large mahogany desk, listening to the butler Owen's report. After a few minutes, the old man with white hair slowly asks, "So, you have confirmed that Sam's team was wiped out by a young sword wielder named Ryan from the Munster province?" This old man is Duke Delram, the master behind Sam's team. Although there are more than 10 elite mercenary groups or teams working for him, Sam's team is especially favored by him. Since they died this way, he naturally wants to know what happened. "Yes, sir. We've checked the background and history of the other party over the past few days. This young man has no big background, but he is very talented and has improved quickly. He is now a diamond-level sword wielder in the Munster branch. Also, he has participated in many imperial operations and events. He is appreciated by General Edward, the head of the Munster sword wielder division. We also found out that even Duke Munster seems to like him." Butler Owen reports respectfully. The reason for reporting this after the destruction of Sam's team is because of this. He spent a lot of time assigning people to investigate Ryan's strength and background in detail. In his view, if Ryan only had some skill but no background, he could handle him easily without reporting to the Duke. But since Ryan has an official background as a sword wielder of the Empire, dealing with him becomes much harder. A sword wielder? Now, the highest-ranking family member in the sword wielder position should be Greenwood, right? The old man with white hair frowns slightly and asks. Yes, Duke. It's Lord Greenwood. He is now a silver-ranked sword wielder at the headquarters, just below the highest level, the gold-ranked sword wielder. Since the other party relies on being a sword wielder and feels confident, let Greenwood go and see him. Tell this young man that since he was able to kill Sam, he has good strength. And you also said he is very young. I like talented young people and am willing to give him a chance. If he is willing to work for me instead of Sam, I will overlook what happened to Sam's team. Of course, the elf girl that Sam previously reported about will naturally be sent over. Duke Dram thought for a moment and said slowly, Understood, Your Grace. I will contact Lord Greenwood immediately and set out for Munster as soon as possible. Butler Owen respectfully bowed. What Owen admired most about his lord was this quality. When considering matters, he never let personal feelings of anger or joy influence him. As a leader, Duke Dram clearly recognized Rain's talent, which is why he extended the olive branch. This is also the reason why the Dram family has remained vibrant and prosperous for 100 years. In Owen's view, his task this time is simple. Invite Lord Greenwood to come along. Demonstrate the strength of the Dram family as a top noble house of the empire, and once the other party sees the gap between them, he will offer the olive branch in return. As long as the other person isn't foolish, they will seize this opportunity to serve the Dram family. As for the elf girl, she will naturally be handed over willingly. As the butler of Duke Dram, Owen has seen many such situations. Many of the white gloves currently serving the Duke joined the Dram family in this way. Compared to women, the most important things are the ladder of promotion and endless resources. With strength and status, what woman can't be obtained? Any smart person will understand this. Half an hour later, near the main gate of a majestic building in the inner circle of the imperial capital, a luxurious carriage painted with the sigil of the scorpion tail lion family was parked. Soon, a young man dressed in shining silver knight armor got into the carriage. Young Master Greenwood, I apologize for the disturbance this time, Owen said with a slight bow. Greenwood is Duke Dram's nephew, but he has exceptional talent in the knight path, so he has been carefully cultivated by the Dram family since childhood. After investing a lot of money, rare potions, and hiring many famous teachers, he finally grasped a glimmer of willpower in his early 30s, stepping halfway into the rank of knight. Last year, he was promoted to a silver-tier sword bearer. In the entire Dragoon Empire, Greenwood is among the top few of his age group. Butler Owen, you're too polite. If the family has matters that require my attention, I naturally cannot refuse. However, I have recently been understanding a top-level swordsmanship secret. So, it's best if we go quickly and return quickly. Greenwood, with a handsome face, smiled politely. He has known his uncle's steward, Owen, since he was young. He also knows that Owen is his uncle's trusted aide, responsible for many affairs of the Drum family. Otherwise, if someone else interrupted his swordsmanship practice, he wouldn't look pleased. Of course, I have arranged for the fastest Imperial airship to go to Munster. Also, young Master Greenwood, your main purpose this time is to intimidate. You should be back in the Imperial capital within 2 or 3 days. Good, that's fine, Greenwood nodded contentedly. Due to the turmoil in the Empire this year, the Sword Bearers' headquarters has more missions than usual. Of course, the danger level is also higher than before. But with the full support of the Drum family, he has already accumulated enough medals and merit points to advance to the gold-level sword bearer. This proves the saying, opportunities and risks go hand in hand. The only obstacle is his strength. As soon as he fully understands the light of will, he can reach the legendary level and promote to gold level. Being a sword bearer for so long, advancing to gold level is the goal every sword bearer strives for. And Greenwood is just one step away from this. Young Master Greenwood, here are the details of the target. Owen handed Greenwood a thick stack of documents, which included Ryan's growth history from Meister County to Munster, his outstanding achievements, and more, all quite detailed. Even Ryan himself would likely praise this report. Almost all of Ryan's activities, except for what he did in the Cold Wind Tundra, have been thoroughly investigated. The reason they didn't investigate in the Cold Wind Tundra isn't because Owen's investigators were lazy. From a logical investigation standpoint, although the target left for a few days to go to the Cold Wind Tundra, since all his growth history was in Munster province, the focus of the investigation naturally remained there. It wouldn't make sense to travel thousands of miles to the northern border to find out what he did in just 2 days. That would be illogical and very time-consuming. Oh, so he's a diamond-level sword bearer. No wonder my uncle wants me to go personally. Greenwood glanced at the first page and nodded. Then, he quickly looked through the materials. After a few minutes, Greenwood closed the file and said, "He's under 20, but with this talent and strength, coming from a common background, he's already quite impressive. Later, I will talk to him. If he's willing to follow me, I can arrange to transfer him to the swordholders' headquarters." Haha, of course. It's rare to find someone Mr. Greenwood admires. I think the Duke will agree too, the butler Owen said with a smile. Yes, Owen. Let's set out now, Greenwood replied. Of course. We're heading to the airship platform, Owen responded. Meanwhile, in the Ulysses tailor shop in the Munster trading district. With Ulysses guiding him, Ryan managed to raise his tailoring profession level from LV1 to LV2, 17/300, in just over an hour, gaining a point of attribute and a point of skill. Next to him, there were about 50 linen coats, which were Ryan's work. However, Ryan noticed a problem. It seemed that because linen coats are easier to make, even though he was very skilled, the experience gained from making each linen coat was not high. This means that if he wanted to quickly level up his tailoring skill, he needed to choose more difficult items to craft. After thinking for a moment, Ryan said, "Ulysses, teach me how to make a shirt now." "Oh, yes, Lord Viscount." Of course, Ulysses replied respectfully. She thought Ryan was a natural tailor. He learned to make linen coats immediately, and practicing a few was enough. There was no need to keep practicing linen coats. Moreover, linen material and style are only suitable for commoners. Nobles would never choose to wear them. It wouldn't be meaningful for the Viscount to master this skill. "Sir, I suggest you start with silk fabric. Perhaps you could even make a shirt for yourself," Ulysses smiled and suggested. "That works," Ryan nodded. Silk is much more expensive than linen, but the material loss isn't a concern for Ryan. Additionally, higher quality materials, if successfully crafted, might give more experience points. Next, under Ulysses's full guidance, after 10 minutes, Ryan's system prompted, "You have crafted a silk shirt, and your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill. Making silk shirts your skill in making silk shirts has increased. Experience +7. You focused on making silk shirts for 10 minutes. Tailoring experience +4. Exactly as I thought." Ryan's eyes brightened. Compared to linen coats, silk shirts are more complex to make and use more valuable materials, giving several times the experience reward. Then, Ryan compared a few linen shirts side by side with silk shirts. He found that upgrading from linen to more expensive silk increased the experience reward, but only by about 20 to 30%. This means the system's experience points mainly depend on the difficulty of making the item. Shirts require making collars, cuffs, and attaching buttons. These seem to be the key reasons why silk shirts give much higher experience rewards than linen coats. If that's the case, Ryan thought. After making more than 10 shirts, Ryan believed he had a basic grasp of how to make a standard silk shirt. Turning to Ulysses, he said, "Ulysses, can we add some difficulty or patterns to the basic shirt?" Of course. Usually, for noblemen's shirts, we add silver and gold threads to the collar and cuffs. For more advanced designs, we can embroider family crests or symbols on the chest using gold and silver threads. Of course, although gold and silver threads are soft, sewing with them is quite difficult. It's much harder than normal fine thread. You might fail the first time, but that's normal. Ulysses didn't understand why Lord Ryan suddenly wanted to try something so challenging, but she knew that as long as she supported her lord's wild ideas, she wouldn't question him. Lady Jennifer had already told her this repeatedly. So, Ulysses spoke openly and fully. She also hinted at sewing with metal threads, to prepare for possible failure. She worried that if the young lord failed and couldn't accept it emotionally, he might take his frustration out on her. Silver and gold thread? Isn't that just metal wire? When Rain heard Ulysses's words, his eyes brightened. He was very familiar with her. Not only familiar, but also very skilled. One step in the magic attack multiple web cuts requires instantly transforming into many thin metal threads. Rain only glanced at the neatly arranged gold and silver threads on the table, remembered their length and thickness, and in a blink, turned some of his mithril into matching mithril threads. This scene immediately stunned Ulysses and the other female tailors. This. Ulysses's eyes widened, unsure of what to say. At that moment, she realized that her master was not only a noble knight, but also a wizard. Rain then skillfully sewed several mithril threads onto the collar and cuffs of a shirt. Soon, a simple yet noble mithril-embellished shirt was finished. Thinking further, Rain embroidered a family crest of crossed war hammers and swords on the left chest of the shirt using mithril threads. A system notification sounded. You have crafted a mithril-embellished shirt, increasing related insights. You learned a new skill. Crafting mithril-embellished shirts. Your skill level for crafting mithril-embellished shirts has increased. Experience plus 24. You successfully crafted one mithril-embellished shirt. Tailoring profession experience plus 19. Compared to before, the speed at which Rain's tailoring profession level increased was like upgrading from riding a small electric scooter to a Ferrari 458, more than 4 or 5 times faster. Seeing this speed, Rain couldn't help but smile. After several hours, Rain raised his tailoring profession level from LV2 to LV4, 778/1000. Now, with the recent level up, he had a total of 4 remaining attribute points and 8 skill points. As for the golden skill points, the 14 points gained from killing Merrick the Heartbreaker last time brought his total to 54 points. Just as Rain was about to push his tailoring skill to LV5 in one go, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. Lord Rain. No, Master Rain, long time no see. A capable young woman in a tight, floral-patterned narrow skirt and a light red lace blouse, Olenna, appeared at the door. Lady Olenna, indeed, it has been a while. Ryan smiled and made a gesture inviting Elena to a nearby room for a private talk. In the morning, he had already sent someone from Jennifer to inform the Sword-Bearer Division that he had arrived in Munster. Ulysses, I have some official matters to discuss. Let's continue later. Of course, Lord Viscount. Please, go ahead. Ulysses bowed politely, then led a group of curious seamstresses and shop assistants out of the room. Inside Ulysses's workshop, Ryan and Elena sat down. Although Elena found it strange that Ryan came to the tailor shop immediately after arriving in Munster, she didn't ask why. Instead, she brought up something more important. Lord Ryan, you should have received the news, right? Congratulations on being promoted to the highest rank of the Empire's sword bearers, the Golden Steel level. And you received this honor before even reporting to the sword bearer headquarters. Such cases are very rare in the history of the organization. Elena smiled warmly and congratulated him. Thank you. By the way, Lord Ryan, it seems your family doesn't know you're heading to the headquarters? Elena asked with some curiosity. She had just arrived at Ryan's residence and learned that he was staying at Ulysses's tailor shop. From her conversations with Ryan's family, she quickly realized that neither his sister Mint nor his mother Emma seemed aware that Ryan was about to be transferred to the Imperial Capital headquarters. Yes, I just returned from the Rinfrost Tundra and plan to spend more time with my family. I think I'll tell them in about 10 days, Ryan nodded and explained. He had also specifically told Anna about this on the way back. You're very thoughtful. Elena immediately understood Ryan's intention and looked at him with even more admiration. Perhaps, among the Empire, there are few as young and powerful as Ryan who also cares so much for his family. It's a pity Munster is too small. It's truly an honor to work with you during this time, Elena said with a hint of sadness, thinking about Ryan's upcoming departure. Lady Elena, your carefulness and dedication are also my good fortune, Ryan replied with a slight smile. By the way, when will Admiral Edward be available? I want to visit him. Unfortunately, the Admiral went to Rossby County a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. But I hear he should be back soon, probably within the next day or two. Oh, is there an emergency in Rossby County? Ryan asked, raising an eyebrow. According to the previous assignment, Rossby County and his hometown, Mr. County, were both under his responsibility. Yes, the Sea God cult has been very active lately, and since you're away. By the way, the others in your team have also gone on missions this time. No wonder Jennifer mentioned that they were all out on assignments. Ryan nodded in understanding. Lady Arena, please contact Admiral Edward and let him know I have returned to Mr. If there are any tasks, he can reach out to me. Before leaving the Mr. branch, I was still a member of the Mr. Swordbearers. Understood, Lord Ryan. Admiral Edward will surely be very touched when he hears this. 1.5 days later, Vieri, Nero, Angus, and their group arrived at Ryan's residence. Nero, your promotion to full mage must have surprised the captain too, Vieri said with a smile. Yes. When the captain returns from the tundra and finds out you've become a full mage, he'll be very surprised, Evelyn, the red-haired beauty, added with a smile. It was usually their captain who surprised them, but now it was their turn. Lord Vieri, everyone, the Viscount returned yesterday, a guard reported upon seeing the group. What? The captain is back? Yes, Lord Vieri. But the Viscount left early this morning with Lady Crawley. It seems they went to a tailor shop. I don't know the details, the guard said respectfully. Ryan had already gone to Yuri's tailor shop early in the morning to practice tailoring skills, so he was not there. Vieri, no need to worry. It's almost dinner time, and the captain should be back soon, Nero said, glancing at the sky. That's true. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed at the mansion gate. A luxurious carriage was parked at the gate of the mansion. Excuse me, who is this noble looking for? The guard asked as he approached. Seeing this, Lord Dram's butler, Owen, reached to show the family crest, but was stopped by Greenwood standing nearby. The Dram family crest might not be recognized by the other side. Greenwood did not get out of the carriage, but instead handed a silver material sword-bearer badge through the small window of the carriage, saying, "Tell your master, Rain, to come out." This act of staying in the carriage at the gate without stepping out was quite rude. The guards were about to scold him for being so arrogant and rude, but the captain of the guards paused when he saw the badge handed over, which looked very similar to Lord Vieri's badge. Although made of silver and quite similar, it was noticeably larger in diameter. This made the captain uncertain about the visitor's identity, so he turned and hurried into the mansion. Since Rain was often away, when unfamiliar nobles visited, they usually reported directly to Jennifer, the so-called housekeeper, or to Vieri. Today, Jennifer was not present, so the captain headed straight to Vieri. At this moment, Vieri was training with Angus in the combat room. Lord Vieri, outside there is a person, who also seems to be a sword-bearer, but he is quite arrogant. He didn't get out of his carriage, but handed us this badge and told us to have Lord Rain come to see him. Huh? Upon hearing this, the two figures fighting paused suddenly. Even Neoro and the red-haired beauty Evelyn, who were watching, looked surprised at the guard. A sword-bearer? Sending our captain to meet him? Even if General Edward himself came, it wouldn't be this bold, right? A sword-bearer badge? Let me see, Neoro said, seeming to remember something. His expression grew serious as he approached the guard. Huh? This is made of silver. Neoro immediately recognized that the badge handed over was not silver but a rare metal called mithril. As a wizard, he naturally could tell the difference. But mithril, that means only. Neoro's eyes widened instantly. The silver-tier sword holder comes from the Imperial Capital sword holder headquarters, just below the adamantite tier, Neo Luo said in a deep voice. Generally, silver-tier sword holders have strength between a semi-legendary and a beginner legendary level. Of course, if they're the team leader, they tend to be stronger. What? But from their attitude, it seems they are here to trouble the team leader, Evelyn said nervously. Let's go and see first. A few minutes later, Vieri and the others quickly arrived at the mansion gate. Sir, Captain Rain is not at the mansion. If you have any business, please wait in the reception hall, Vieri said politely but confidently. At this moment, Anna also saw the commotion at the mansion entrance and stepped out of the villa. You are Rain's team members. If you're from the branch, your strength is quite good, Greenwood said with a look of disdain, glancing at Vieri and the others. In his eyes, these young people, who seemed like small-town students, were not worth his attention. Huh? However, when the butler Owen saw Anna, his eyes lit up, and he quietly whispered something to Greenwood. Ah, I see. This is simple. The next second, the carriage door opened, and Greenwood moved quickly to Anna's side, startling her. Stop. What do you want to do? Vieri shouted angrily. As Rain's follower, he knew very well Anna's important position in Rain's heart. Annoying. Bang. Bang. In just 2 moves, Vieri was knocked back at high speed and fell heavily to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. Greenwood then calmly took out a white handkerchief, wiped his hands, and said, Didn't your team leader teach you to show respect to those stronger than you? You. Angus glared at Greenwood angrily. Don't be impulsive. Quickly contact the team leader. Neo Luo also looked grim. Since he was promoted to a formal wizard, his perception had greatly improved. Neo Luo could clearly sense that the light on the opponent's fist was not just force but a shining willpower. This meant the person in front of him was at least a semi-legendary level. At this moment, and quickly stepped beside Vieri and cast a healing spell. As the green light flickered, Vieri's injuries rapidly improved. But Greenwood clearly saw this scene and couldn't help but show a strange look. He said, "Miss, I think you need to come back with me to the Imperial capital first." "No way." Vieri struggled to stand up and stepped in front of Anna. Neo, Angus, and Evelyn did the same. "Oh, interesting. But from a strength point of view, you don't have the right to refuse my proposal," Greenwood said with a slight smile. But in the next second, his face suddenly changed. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him and quickly threw a punch. "Huh!" Greenwood's eyes widened as he shouted angrily, crossing his arms to block. Bang! He was pushed back more than 10 steps until he hit the luxury carriage he had just arrived in, barely holding his ground. His hands were still trembling. Crash! The luxury carriage shattered completely from the impact, and the butler Owen ran out of the wreckage looking very embarrassed. "Captain!" Vieri exclaimed excitedly. "Captain!" Neo and others felt relieved. Ryan quickly looked at Vieri's injuries, then raised his head to look at Greenwood, squinting his eyes. He said, "You hurt my people and still have the nerve to say that from a strength point of view. Who gave you the courage?" Ryan's words were almost exactly returned to Greenwood. For Greenwood, who always saw himself highly, this moment felt like being pricked by needles. As a noble born in the Imperial capital, he was experiencing something new, being taught a lesson by a country bumpkin. In the eyes of the people of Tamriel in the Imperial capital, other provinces were considered backward. Many ordinary citizens of the Imperial capital thought this way, so it's easy to imagine how those noble children raised in the Imperial capital saw things. If this news spread to other noble children in the Imperial capital, Greenwood would become the laughingstock of the circle. "You." Greenwood's face flushed red as he glared angrily at Ryan. If not for his trembling hands telling him that the young man named Ryan was very strong and clearly above him, he would have already rushed forward in rage. "You are Ryan. Do you know who I am?" Greenwood forced down his anger and said in a deep voice, "I don't know, but I only saw someone who couldn't even block my punch, and they were just talking big earlier. That's very rude. This is young Master Greenwood of the Drum family, your superior, and a silver-ranked sword wielder at the Imperial Capital Swordholder headquarters." The butler Owen, who was just shocked by Ryan's strength, quickly regained his composure and said excitedly, "You actually dared to attack your superior. Didn't General Edward from the Munster branch teach you to respect your superiors?" Hearing this, Vieri and Neo Luo both frowned and looked worriedly at Ryan. Indeed, this is a difficult obstacle to overcome. Within the Swordholder organization, which is like a military force, subordinates must show high respect to their superiors, such as bowing when meeting. This is a rule everyone must follow openly. Otherwise, the entire combat system would fall apart. If subordinates do not listen to or respect their superiors, how can commands be conveyed or teamwork happen? Although their captain is strong and, from the recent fight, seems to surpass Greenwood, his status is 2 levels below Greenwood's, which is a serious flaw. Evelyn, immediately contact General Edward from the Munster branch and ask him to come here. Neo Luo quietly told Evelyn nearby. This time, Edward was traveling with them on the same Imperial military airship returning to Munster. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be at the Swordholder branch. The reason they didn't dare to attack earlier was because of this. "Yes, I'll go right now." Evelyn nodded firmly. She understood Neo Luo's meaning. Currently, the only person in Munster province who could hold their ground in status was General Edward. As the head of a provincial swordholder branch, his usual rank is equivalent to a gold-ranked sword wielder. Based on Edward's previous appreciation for Captain Ryan, the current situation probably wouldn't get worse. But just as Evelyn was about to turn and leave, Ryan suddenly smiled and said, "Silver-ranked sword wielder? Respect from a superior? Haha, sorry, that means you have even less qualification." Ryan's words made Greenwood's originally gloomy face suddenly smile and say, "So, you think a little strength gives you the right to ignore hierarchy? Haha, I will definitely report this matter to the Sword Bearers headquarters. Don't think that just because someone at the branch is protecting you, you'll get away unscathed. Lord Greenwood, I believe the situation is already quite clear. There's no need for us to argue or exchange harsh words." Owen, the gloomy but clever steward of Duke Drum, said with a sly smile. Although Ryan's strength greatly surprised him, it was obvious that Ryan was not very smart. He dared to break the rules by having a silver-level sword-bearer bow to a diamond-level sword-bearer, which was a serious mistake. No matter how strong someone is, They can be dealt with quickly by using the rules. Owen thought that staying here was just a waste of time. You just said I ignore the hierarchy? Ryan said with a half-smile. Yes. Greenwood saw Ryan's smile and suddenly felt a bad premonition. Good. I am a gold-level sword-bearer. Shouldn't you, a silver-level sword-bearer, bow to me first? Ryan looked at him with a teasing smile. When everyone heard this, except Anna, who already knew the official letter's content, they were all stunned. The whole scene fell silent. Haha, that's the worst joke I've heard all year. You, a gold-level sword-bearer? Owen, the steward, burst out laughing. Now, you've added another crime, faking your identity openly. You all heard it, right? Your captain claims to be a gold-level sword-bearer. You're all witnesses. Don't lie or cover for him later. Owen's face was bright, and his mood suddenly improved. He didn't expect things to turn around like this. He had planned to withdraw to the imperial capital first, report to Duke Drum, and think carefully about the next steps. But now, such a surprising turn of events had occurred. He felt truly lucky. Meanwhile, Neo Luo, Vieri, and others looked worried. They knew their captain might have been transferred to the sword-bearer's headquarters before, but at that time, he would only be a magic iron-level sword-bearer. The person in front of them, Greenwood, was a silver-level sword-bearer, which was above magic iron. Could it be that their captain remembered the level of the sword-bearer at the headquarters incorrectly? Did he mistake magic iron for gold? But that seems impossible. Greenwood, having just taken a hit from Ryan, knew that Ryan's strength was extraordinary. Normally, someone with Ryan's abilities wouldn't speak nonsense. So, when facing Ryan's words, he was quite cautious and asked, You say you're a gold-tier sword holder, but what about your badge? After all, every gold-tier sword holder at the headquarters is a well-known figure. Even in the powerful city of Timris, they are not unknown. But Greenwood had never heard of Ryan's name. The badge wasn't exchanged at the headquarters, Ryan replied. But according to the documents, I have been a gold-tier sword holder since the day I received the order. Huh. No badge, and you still call yourself a protector, the butler Owen said impatiently. In his eyes, Ryan was just stubbornly insisting, arguing with him for no reason. His goal was clearly to avoid admitting defeat on the spot. Ryan is right. The heir of the Drame family has already been promoted to a gold-tier sword holder by Marshal Alfred. General Edward's voice came from the mansion's gate. I have the official document here. Do you want to see it? General Edward strode in solemnly, followed by Colonel Stanley, Elena, and several elite guards. What? Really? Hearing Edward's words, Butler Owen's eyes widened like a startled duck, as if he had seen a ghost. How? How is this possible? He's so young and already a gold-tier sword holder? Greenwood's gaze was fixed on Ryan. He trained hard every day, and the Drame family provided him with rare resources and guidance from many famous teachers. But even so, he was still half a step away from becoming a gold-tier sword holder. Unlike other levels, if one's strength isn't enough, even with enough mission evaluation medals and merit points, promotion to gold tier isn't possible. After all, gold tier is the highest rank in the sword holder hierarchy, representing the face of the sword holder organization, and even the face of the empire. Naturally, they wouldn't allow imposters. And the country bumpkin in front of him was already one? In that moment, Greenwood felt his pride, his self-respect, and his worldview shatter completely. As for Neo Luo and the others, they were initially shocked. Their captain had suddenly advanced 3 levels and became a silver-ranked sword-bearer. However, in the next moment, everyone cheered happily. Clearly, what was once a weakness now became an advantage. Now, it was this guy in front of them who had to worry. Lord Admiral, Ryan said with a slight smile and bowed to Admiral Edward. Then he turned to Greenwood and said, Now, tell me, what should we do about you breaking into my residence and injuring my people? Greenwood hesitated, unable to find words even though the most eloquent butler, Owen, was speechless. After all, Greenwood had clearly started the fight and injured someone, which everyone saw. Moreover, the situation was completely different from what they had expected. If Ryan's identity weren't so complicated, handling this minor incident would be easy. It's like a marquis going into a viscount's house and hitting a servant, an insignificant matter. But now, it's different. It's as if a marquis stormed into a duke's residence and injured a duke's person. Who would accept that calmly? If they let it go, where would the duke's authority be? At this moment, Greenwood not only hated Ryan but also felt annoyed with the butler Owen. How was Owen doing his investigation? Such a huge mistake had occurred. It's like a fierce tiger being described as a little kitten in the investigation report. Remember, this is a silver-ranked sword-bearer, not some ordinary person. Even a duke would have to take him seriously. Sorry, Lord Ryan. After a brief hesitation, Greenwood blushed and quickly bowed, planning to turn and leave. Wait, a polite apology is one thing, but you injured my people. Do you think you can just walk away? Either compensate or, if you can take a hit from me, we'll call it even, Ryan said. He knew that since Admiral Edward had arrived, he couldn't kill Greenwood on the spot. Even because Greenwood was a silver-ranked sword-bearer, it wouldn't be appropriate to seriously injure him in front of Edward. After all, Edward had always admired him, and Ryan didn't want this matter to cause trouble for Greenwood. Greenwood felt like he had never been insulted like this before. The injury of Rin's subordinate, which was already healed by the elf girl, was far less serious than his own. Yet, the other party still demanded compensation from him. Lord Rin, how much compensation do you want? Asked the butler Owen with a serious face. I heard the Dlam family is a major shareholder at the Axe and Auction House branch in Munster. Just transfer 10% of your shares, Rin replied. What? 10% shares? Even a 10% stake in the Munster branch was a large amount, earning a dividend of 100,000 gold coins a year. Owen's eyes widened as he looked at Rin. Oh, wait, I remember now. You guys are here because of the Sam Group, Rin said with a smile. Exactly. Last time, the Sam Group tried to kidnap Anna. If we include that incident, I think all the shares the Dlam family holds in Munster should be used as compensation. That would be barely enough, Rin said. Hearing this, Owen felt speechless. He was completely stunned by Rin's bold demands. At this point, whether it was Owen the butler or Greenwood, they both saw that Rin showed no genuine intention and was clearly making things difficult for them. However, as things stood, Greenwood, who was close to becoming a legendary expert, calmed down. He carefully sensed Rin's strength and realized that the other person did not seem to have reached legendary level. Rin lacked the aura of a knight with shining willpower or the powerful presence of a third-level crystallized wizard. This gave Greenwood a sudden idea. It indicated that Rin's recent attack was likely a martial arts secret technique. Additionally, considering Rin had just been promoted to a gold-level sword-bearer, his strength was probably just entering the legendary realm. In other words, the gap between him and Rin was not very large. Understanding this, Greenwood suppressed his anger and looked at Rin. Lord Rin, you just said I couldn't even block one of your strikes. I really want to try, Greenwood said. Oh, so you choose to take my strike? Rin asked. Yes, Greenwood replied. Clang. Greenwood drew his knightly longsword from his waist. Young Master Greenwood has trained swordsmanship for many years under Sword Saint Leon. Holding a sword and fighting unarmed are two completely different things. Owen, the butler, saw Greenwood draw his sword and regained his confidence. Although Ryan's recent punch was very impressive, Owen believes that Ryan's strength, no matter how great, is not much stronger than Greenwood's. Achieving a one-hit victory is almost impossible. Leon the Sword Saint? Hearing this name, Admiral Edward's brow furrowed slightly. As a high-ranking officer of the Empire, he knows there are only 7 people with the title of Sword Saint, all of whom are protectors of the Empire. Leon the Sword Saint, also known as the title Sword Saint, trained his sword skills in the sea and was promoted to Sword Saint. Even among the 7 Sword Saints, he ranks 3rd in strength, has many disciples, and is not easy to deal with. As for Vieri and others, hearing the word Sword Saint, their faces changed. Although they didn't know as much as Admiral Edward, they understood what it meant to be called a Sword Saint. Since you're ready, I will start now, Ryan said with a slight smile, showing no change in attitude despite Owen mentioning the Sword Saint. The next second, he slightly parted his lips. Metal transformation technique. Cutting web. Sharpness technique. Suddenly, 3 tightly arranged metal nets appeared in front of him. In an instant, the nets shone with a silver glow. Magical attack. Multiple cutting nets. With a heavy wave of Ryan's right hand, the 3 shimmering silver metal nets shot toward Greenwood. The intense magical aura stunned Greenwood. He didn't expect that Ryan, who had just used a top-level boxing technique to push him back, was actually a rare metal-type wizard. And what did the other person just say? Magical attack? Wow. A rare metal-type magic attack, and it even has a magical attack move. Even at the sword-bearer's headquarters, he had never heard of such a thing. Owen, the butler, also widened his eyes and exclaimed, "You're not a knight. You're a wizard." Admiral Edward looked at this scene with a slight surprise. After all, Ryan's fighting style was quite different from before. Previously, Ryan relied on metal transformation technique to quickly change weapons and then used various extraordinary combat skills at will. Although he used magic, it was mainly based on various secret techniques for fighting. But this time was different. The magical attack move Ryan used had power that reached legendary levels. This can be called the true fighting style of a wizard. Neo Luo and others nearby also had the same idea flashing through their minds. They couldn't understand why their captain's fighting style suddenly changed so much. Actually, they underestimated Rain. Rain's Dragon transformation only took place after defeating the corrupted Dragon Agnes to gain his first form. Later, when he went to the tundra and fought Cola Hughes for the first time, he entered his second form. So, everyone present, except Anna, didn't know that Rain actually had a more powerful trump card, the Dragon General form. In that brief moment of distraction, 3 huge silver webs had already appeared in front of Greenwood. Ultimate Sword Technique, Windbreaker Cross Slash. Greenwood gathered all his energy and poured his willpower into his knightly sword. With lightning-fast swings, a long, cross-shaped sword light appeared in front of him and immediately collided with the incoming silver webs. Shoo! To Greenwood's shock, he found that his first sword light couldn't even resist the first silver web's cut and was instantly shattered. Only the second sword light barely managed to counter the first web. But the problem was, 2 more webs were coming quickly, right in front of him. In an instant, his sharp knight's sword was sliced into pieces inch by inch, followed by his right hand, which was wearing a plate armor glove. Ah! Greenwood screamed. His right hand, holding the sword, had already been cut off at the fingers. Stop! We'll pay. Butcher Owen saw this scene and was horrified, shouting loudly. If Greenwood, a key member of the Dram family, died here, he would lose the Duke's trust and likely face death himself when he returned home. The reason was simple. Owen was the one who handled the investigation into Rain. Because he misjudged Rain's strength, leading to Greenwood's death, he would definitely be punished. Now, if Greenwood was only injured and could recover quickly after magic treatment in the Imperial capital, it wouldn't be a big problem. Rain. General Edward also shouted anxiously. Greenwood's identity is very sensitive. He is not only a silver-ranked sword-bearer at the Sword-Holders' headquarters, but also has some connections with the Empire's guardian, Leon the Sword Saint. He is not worried about himself, but about Ryan heading to the Imperial capital soon. If Greenwood is killed now, it wouldn't be a good thing. A sharp metal net stopped just a few centimeters from Greenwood's wide-open eyes. In that moment, the feeling of being pulled back from to the human world made Greenwood, a well-trained silver-ranked sword-bearer, break out in a fine sweat on his forehead. Then he began to breathe heavily. The Dlam family is willing to transfer all shares of the Axon Auction House's Munster branch to Lord Ryan. Are you sure? Of course. Thank you, Lord Ryan, for your mercy. But the transfer of shares still requires the approval of the Duke. So, I need a few days to report to the Imperial capital before proceeding. The nervous but quick-thinking butler Owen said immediately. Good. Ryan nodded. Soon, Owen helped Greenwood hurriedly leave, no longer showing any of his previous arrogance. Captain, do you really think they'll honestly transfer the shares to you? I think that Butler's eyes are shifty. He doesn't seem trustworthy, Neoro said with a slight frown. Since Neoro became a wizard, his perception has become much sharper. He sensed that the other side's agreement seemed too eager. Wouldn't it be better if they didn't transfer the shares? I'm about to go to the Imperial capital. Then I can go to the Dlam family to collect a debt. My interest rate is quite high, Ryan said with a slight smile. Actually, Ryan had one more thing he didn't say. He felt that Anna's mother's disappearance might be connected to the Dlam family. He had already found some evidence of this from his last visit to Sam's group. This time, he kept this as a backup plan. One reason was to be able to approach the Dlam family openly when the time comes. After all, the Imperial capital Tamriel is full of powerful people. It's very important to act with a legitimate reason. Huh? Neoro and the others looked at their captain in surprise. Going to the Imperial capital Tamriel to collect a debt from the Dlam family. If someone else said this in Munster province, they would definitely think that person was crazy. But facing their captain Ryan, who had already created many miracles, they couldn't bring themselves to doubt him. After all, their past experiences told them that no matter how strong the enemy was, they seemed to be no match for their captain. At this moment, Admiral Edward stepped forward, sighed, and said, Sigh. Ryan, the Drum family is a powerful family in the Imperial capital, with deep roots and complex influence. About this time, Admiral Edward hesitated. Never mind, let's not talk about that. But Ryan, I didn't expect you to cause such a big stir in the cold wind tundra in just half a month. Admiral Edward said with a smile. Hearing this, Evelyn and the others looked at Ryan with curiosity. They also wanted to know what earth-shaking things Ryan had done in the cold wind tundra. Why does it seem like their captain has changed completely after just half a month? Not only has his rank risen 3 times, but his fighting style has also changed greatly. Ryan briefly explained the situation in the cold wind tundra to everyone. Although Admiral Edward had received an official letter from the Sword Bearers headquarters about Ryan's promotion and transfer days ago, he wasn't very clear about what Ryan had done in the cold wind tundra. The official letter only mentioned it briefly. Neo Oro, Angus, and others knew nothing about the details. So, when Ryan told them that he first defeated the mutated ancestor dragon Koraus in the cold wind tundra, then swept the sea god's cult stronghold in the Howling Wind Fjord, and killed the 3 leaders, they were all stunned. Including Colonel Stanley and Elena, both looked wide-eyed and mouths slightly open in shock. When Ryan mentioned that on his way back, he fought a projection battle against Hela, the goddess of the dark sea worshipped by the sea god's cult, and drove her back, Admiral Edward, who was experienced, also widened his eyes and his mind buzzed. The others exchanged glances, all showing disbelief. But they knew that Ryan never lied without reason. After all, his solo effort to eliminate the sea god's cult stronghold in Howling Wind Fjord was already enough to earn him a promotion to a gold-tier sword bearer. What's the point of him bragging about this? So what Ryan said was probably true. Ryan, tell us more about the battle with that opponent. Realizing what had happened, Admiral Edward couldn't help but show excitement. He pulled Ryan aside to find a room and wanted him to talk about it in detail. No wonder our captain remained so calm when facing the veteran Duke de Lam or the famous sword saint. Evelyn's beautiful eyes flicked over Ryan, thinking to herself. Meanwhile, Neuro couldn't help but smile bitterly and said to Evelyn nearby, I originally wanted to surprise the captain by becoming a formal wizard, but I didn't expect. Hee, it's because we met such a strange captain, Evelyn chuckled softly, covering her mouth. On the other side, Greenwood, holding his injured hand, quickly arrived at Munster's airship dock with Butler Owen and boarded the next airship heading back to the Imperial capital. Inside the airship cabin, Greenwood's hand had been briefly treated and bandaged. Further treatment would have to wait until they returned to Tamriel in the Imperial capital. Young Master Greenwood, I apologize sincerely. It was my fault for not investigating the situation thoroughly, which caused you to get injured. Owen bowed deeply to Greenwood. But I was surprised that the other person, still young, became a gold-level sword bearer. Owen frowned. This isn't entirely your fault. I didn't expect that he would be promoted to a gold-level sword bearer without even going to headquarters. Such a situation is rare. It might not happen again in 10 years. Greenwood nodded grimly, somewhat accepting Owen's apology. After all, Owen was his uncle's trusted aide, and as Owen said, this was truly unexpected. Young Master Greenwood, could you ask someone at the sword bearer headquarters to find out why he was suddenly promoted to a gold-level sword bearer? Although Owen was the Duke de Lam's butler and had many contacts in the Imperial capital, investigating specific details about a gold-level sword bearer was difficult. It's impossible. Information about gold-level sword bearers is classified, Greenwood replied. Moreover, he has never appeared at headquarters before. The headquarters sword bearers wouldn't know Ryan. Otherwise, I might be able to learn some details. Greenwood shook his head. It seems that only the Duke himself can handle this matter by contacting the relevant leaders at the sword holders' headquarters in the Imperial capital. Owen nodded in agreement with Greenwood's analysis. However, although I am not a match for this Ryan, I understand his strength fairly well. He relies on his incredible talent and is pursuing both the path of knights and the path of wizards at the same time, which is quite foolish. I am sure he has never had a master to guide him, which is why he is in this situation. By the way, Lord Owen, are you really going to persuade my uncle to give up his shares in the Munster branch? Haha, that's impossible. It's just a temporary measure to help us get away quickly. Owen laughed loudly. What if he comes to the Imperial capital and demands his share? Wouldn't that shame the Drain family? Greenwood looked hesitant, caring about family honor. He chuckled. I'm just worried he won't come. But once he arrives in the Imperial capital, he will see what it means to be part of a noble family. Even if he's a gold-tier sword holder, he'll find it hard to make progress. Thinking for a moment, Greenwood's eyes lit up. He asked, What do you mean, Lord Owen? As long as Ryan reports to the sword holders' headquarters in the Imperial capital, I will know immediately. I believe the Duke will then use his connections to assign Ryan some challenging tasks. Exactly. Even gold-tier sword holders are given missions. Moreover, the situation in the Empire has been very unstable over the past 6 months. Many missions are extremely dangerous, and more than 10 gold-tier sword holders have been injured or killed. Greenwood's eyes shone with confidence and a smile, nodding in agreement. To Greenwood, this is the strength of the Drain family as an imperial noble house. Although Ryan has amazing talent, coming from a small town, he would never understand what it means to be part of a noble family. He doesn't need to confront Ryan directly. Over hundreds of years, the intricate network of connections built by the Drain family can gradually lead him to his death, often without him knowing who was responsible until the end. Exactly. After Ryan sacrifices himself, he might even be honored by His Majesty the Emperor. There's a saying, the greatest heroes are those who have fallen. Owen, the butler, smiled slyly. During the following days, Ryan continued to leave early and return late, dedicating himself fully to Ursula's tailoring shop. Of course, he tried to have all 3 meals with his family whenever possible. During this time, Duke Munster, Bishop Scene, and Knight Brandon all invited Ryan to dine together for small gatherings. On the 8th day, Ryan had already raised his tailoring skill to level 9, 22/10,000. Based on previous experiences with blacksmithing, after reaching level 5, you should have received clues or hints about advancing to the next profession. However, even at level 9, he had not received any such hints, which was clearly strange. This made Ryan furrow his brow and think carefully. Since the skill level was now at 9, the long experience bar was filling up very slowly. He estimated that reaching level 10 would take at least half a month, which did not match his plans. He wanted to save up at least 15 skill points before heading to the Imperial capital. 12 of those points would be used to upgrade a secondary witchcraft skill he might learn at the headquarters, quickly boosting his combat power. The remaining 3 points would be used to improve the second level of the Iron Heart meditation technique. After some thought, Ryan suspected that the problem might be due to his limited variety of clothing styles. So far, he had been increasing his tailoring level mainly by making mithril-patterned shirts. Ursula, can you teach me how to make other types of clothing, like pants or gloves? Ryan turned around and asked the gentle, beautiful woman beside him. Of course, Ursula replied. Earlier, Ursula had asked Ryan if he wanted to learn other clothing styles, but since he found that making mithril-patterned shirts gave enough experience and that he became very skilled at it, he naturally didn't want to waste time learning other types. However, now the situation was different. A few hours later, after Ryan mastered several new tailoring techniques, the system finally sent a delayed notification about his profession advancement. You have crafted linen soft shoes, increasing related insights. You have learned a new skill, making linen soft shoes. Your skill in making linen soft shoes has improved, gaining 5 experience points. You successfully made a pair of linen soft shoes, gaining 2 tailoring experience points. You crafted a white woolen robe, which increased your understanding of related skills. You learned a new skill, white woolen robe. Your skill in making white woolen robes has improved, gaining 7 experience points. You successfully made a white woolen robe, gaining 3 tailoring experience points. Ding! The system detected that the host has mastered tailoring skills for 5 different types of clothing, triggering a promotion, Master Tailor. The requirements to become a Master Tailor are 1. Tailoring level 5 or higher, 2. Strength above 7, Constitution above 7, and Spirit above 9. 3. Mastery of tailoring skills for 10 different clothing types. Currently, the conditions are not met. Promotion failed. Seeing this, Ryan smiled slightly. It seems my previous ideas were correct. Huh? Is a master tailor still just an ordinary profession, not extraordinary? Ryan frowned. But soon, his brow relaxed, and he smiled to himself, thinking, that's right, the subsequent promotion of the blacksmith to armorer wasn't extraordinary either. I was just misled by the word master. After spending half a day, Ryan learned 5 more new skills from Uly's, and the system prompted again. The requirements to become a master tailor are 1. Tailoring level 5 or higher, 2. Strength above 7, Constitution above 7, and Spirit above 9. 3. Mastery of tailoring skills for 10 different clothing types. Are the current conditions met? Yes/no to promote to Master Tailor? Note: after becoming a Master Tailor, the original tailoring panel will merge into the Master Tailor Profession panel. Yes. Ding. You have successfully promoted to Master Tailor. Agility +1. Spirit +2. The core tailoring skill, Skillful Hands, has been upgraded to the Master Tailor core skill, Keen Fingers. Interesting, the core skill of tailoring has actually been upgraded. Ryan couldn't help but focus on the new core skill, Keen Fingers, which is described as follows. Core skill, Keen Fingers, active. Effect of Keen Fingers, active when activated, concentration increases, and hand speed improves. Note, the duration of this skill is proportional to the user's physical and mental strength. Out of curiosity about the new core skill, Ryan's mind moved slightly, and he activated the Dexterous Hands core skill. Immediately, the previously sharp perception that allowed Ryan to hear the whispering of the female clerks in the neighboring room and the noise from the street suddenly faded away from his ears. It was as if the whole world had narrowed down to just him, the fabric, and the needle in his hands. At the same time, he could feel his hands moving more smoothly than before. His already high agility made his hand movements extremely fast, and now, with the Dexterous Hands skill active, his speed was so fast it was completely indistinguishable. This speed wasn't chaotic but well-organized and steady. Within seconds, a mithril-patterned shirt was finished. Ulysse, who was nearby and shocked, instinctively picked up the shirt Ryan had just finished in a few seconds. She only glanced at it and immediately widened her beautiful eyes, her small mouth slightly open, and she was stunned. After a few seconds, she murmured vaguely, Lord Viscount, I think your tailoring skills have completely surpassed mine. The shirt's mithril lines, every stitch, were as precise as machine-made, with high accuracy. The two mithril decorative lines on the chest area ran parallel, with consistent spacing from start to finish. Such tailoring skill is something that ordinary tailors, even if they practice their whole lives, might not achieve. Even Ulysse, a talented master tailor, could only produce 1 or 2 garments of this quality under optimal conditions. But she had been learning tailoring since she was 8 years old and was now 42. No, Ulysse, I am still a beginner in tailoring and need to learn some new styles, Ryan said with a slight smile. He had just seen the system prompt indicating that, after becoming a master tailor, the experience gained from making mithril-patterned shirts had decreased significantly. He needed more complex and valuable clothing designs to quickly level up his tailoring profession. However, after some casual chatting, Ryan found that the more intricate styles Ulysse mastered were mostly women's dresses, which required skills in lace, embroidery, and other techniques. This made Ryan frown slightly. After all, it is already quite extraordinary for a nobleman to be a tailor. Spending every day in the tailor shop making women's dresses might seem a bit strange. After thinking it over, Ryan decided to continue making the mithril-patterned shirts. Although it would take more time, his skill was already quite good, and with the new core skills, progress wouldn't be too slow. Of course, the main reason was that he was getting closer to the imperial city of Tamriel. Over the next 2 days, he successfully raised his master tailor profession level to level 4, 3/1000, gaining 3 skill points and 3 attribute points. Now, including the rewards from leveling up his profession, he had a total of 12 remaining attribute points, 16 skill points, and 54 golden skill points. He had basically achieved his planned goals smoothly. At this moment, Ryan was thinking about 2 things. The first was whether to bring Anna with him to the imperial city. For the Drem family, a wealthy noble family in the city that could act freely within Munster City. If Ryan was not there, Vieri probably wouldn't be able to stop them. But bringing Anna along also raised a problem. The headquarters of the Sword Bearers arranged a residence inside the city, which outsiders couldn't enter. So, Ryan needed to find a place to stay in the Imperial City. Of course, the safest option was for Anna to return to Ferdinand Forest. Once he found Anna's mother, he could contact Anna again. The second thing was that a few days ago, the Ice Clawbear mercenary group sent a letter saying they were escorting Lagri, who was already on her way to Monster. But given the timing, Ryan was worried he might not meet her. No, Ryan, I want to go with you, Anna said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Don't worry. If necessary, Tamriel has a residence for our elven ambassador. I can wait there for your news. Really? The ambassador's residence? Yes. Anna nodded firmly. All right then, Ryan agreed. That way, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the safety of the ambassador's residence represented the Empire's reputation and was one of the safest places in the entire Imperial City. The next morning, After a warm farewell with her family, Ryan and Anna boarded the airship heading to the imperial city of Tamriel. On the airship platform, Admiral Edward personally saw them off, and Olenna and Vieri, among others Ryan knew, also gathered to say goodbye. 1.5 days later, the airship was getting closer to Tamriel. At this moment, many people, like Ryan and Anna, had come out of the cabins and were standing at the railing, looking into the distance. "Ryan, look over there." Anna suddenly pointed at a vast, lush forest far away and exclaimed, "Hmm?" Ryan followed Anna's delicate finger and saw in the distance a large network of roads and tall buildings within the forest. Although they were far away, he could still make out that these buildings were tall and of various styles. As the airship approached further, others also saw the city outline becoming clearer and started to gasp in amazement. Inside the cabin, passengers began to come out, and within minutes, the railing was crowded with people. Because tickets for the Empire's airships were expensive, and those on this level were mostly wealthy merchants or nobles, most had seen a lot. Still, when everyone saw this giant city before them, they couldn't help but praise. "Mother, is this Tamriel, the capital of our dragon empire?" "It's so magnificent," said a young girl, just over 10 years old, wearing a white lace dress, with a look of wonder. "Yes, this is Tamriel, and it is also the heart of our entire empire," replied a noblewoman nearby, gazing at Tamriel in the distance. "Every time I see Tamriel from the air, I feel different emotions about this great city," sighed an elderly man with a mustache nearby. He was not visiting the imperial city for the first time, but each time he came, he was amazed by the greatness of civilization and the strength of the empire. "Yes, the imperial capital is truly magnificent," said a middle-aged man dressed in noble hunting clothes, also unable to hide his admiration as he looked at the scene before him. However, Ryan noticed that Anna, while marveling, looked a bit strange. "Anna, what's wrong?" Ryan, do you know what Tamriel means in Elvish?" "Oh, could it be that the imperial city of Tamriel was once an elven city?" Ryan suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, because the pronunciation of Tamriel is quite different from the common language. Also, with his extraordinary eyesight, he has already noticed some buildings with very different styles, cylindrical towers, arches, and pointed roofs. Ryan can even see the intricate and ancient patterns on the exterior walls. These seem to be the writing and architectural styles of the elves. Yes, Tamriel means eternal beauty in Elvish. It was once the imperial capital of the elves in ancient times. But later, due to wars, the elves gradually retreated into the deep forests. This place then became the capital of the human empire, Anna said, sounding a bit sad. "I see," Ryan nodded. "No wonder, the imperial city Tamriel is located in the middle of a vast forest. As the airship gets closer, the roads below become more crowded, filled with various trading caravans and travelers, bustling with activity. Even in the sky, it now feels more crowded. Wow, so many airships. Are they all flying from different provinces to the imperial city?" The young girl pointed in amazement at the scattered dozens of airships in the sky and asked. "These airships vary in size but are all heading toward or leaving Tamriel. In Minter, seeing 3 airships in the sky at once is almost impossible. Usually, only small airships are visible. But now, most of what everyone sees are medium-sized airships, and there are even 2 large ones. Look, what are those? Why are there so many huge holes?" A male noble seemed frightened by something he saw, his voice trembling slightly. Ryan narrowed his eyes and looked down at the ground. Below, near the edge of the city close to the forest, he saw many large, obvious holes in the lush woodland. They had been so focused on the sky that they overlooked the ground. "There's more over there," someone shouted. "Even more inside the city." Immediately, Ryan looked toward the central buildings of Tamriel. He saw that the large, white, spired building with its own walls was still under repair, with many areas still being fixed. The ground showed clear signs of damage, with numerous holes still visible. As the palace extended outward, broken and damaged buildings and unhealed holes could be seen from time to time. Although many people on the airship didn't know what had happened in the imperial capital a month ago, Ryan was very clear. He knew it was a sign of the great battle that had taken place. Soon, the airship began to slow down. In front of them, a huge round tower about 100 meters tall appeared. Clearly, this was the docking point for the airship. Around the docking area, several small black dots flew up and down. These were Griffin Knights maintaining order. Compared to the number of Griffin Knights in Munster, the imperial capital of Tamriel had many more. Occasionally, a squad of griffin knights would fly across the sky. Ryan could see with his own eyes that the large imperial capital of Tamriel had 4 such docking points, each located at the 4 main directions, east, south, west, and north, and each was a tall tower. From different sides of each tower, long bridges extended out, 7 or 8 in total, allowing various airships to dock. As Ryan and Anna slowly descended with the crowd, he soon saw a small man named Matteo waiting at the exit. Next to him stood an older man dressed in a tailcoat, acting as a butler. "Lord Ryan, Miss Anna, at last you've arrived. Everything has been arranged," Matteo said politely. "Thank you, Matteo," Ryan replied with a slight smile. This plan was suggested by the beautiful woman Jennifer, who wanted to send Matteo ahead to prepare in the imperial capital. Originally, the beautiful woman also planned to help Ryan buy a house to settle in. But currently, Ryan's noble title was still only a viscount. His estate belonged to Munster province, and buying a house directly in the crowded imperial capital was difficult. Even with enough money, he could only buy property outside the Third Ring or beyond. Even within the Third Ring, only nobles from the imperial city and surrounding areas could buy property directly, or they would have to pay several times the price, often through investments as wealthy merchants. Ryan thought for a moment and politely declined the woman's plan to buy a house. Instead, he accepted her suggestion to let Matteo go ahead and scout the area. Before coming, during a gathering with Duke Munster, the Duke had offered Ryan the chance to stay temporarily at the Munster family's residence in the imperial capital. Considering Anna's safety and security, Ryan accepted Duke Munster's kind offer. The Bavaria family estate in the imperial capital is located within the inner ring. Its safety is much better than that of the outer ring, and it is close to the sword-bearers' headquarters, making daily travel convenient for Rain. "That's right. I never thought I'd have the chance to come to the imperial capital of Tamriel. Thank you, Lord Rain, for this opportunity," Matteo said excitedly. Although he was originally a young man from the town of Shining Gold, he had been in the capital for nearly 10 days, and every day brought new and interesting things. "Oh, Lord Rain, I forgot to introduce you to this person. This is Lord Olido, the butler of the Bavaria family estate," Matteo said, patting his head. "Good day, Lord Rain." "Good day, beautiful Miss Anna," Olido said with a smile and a respectful bow. "Hello, Butler Olido. Duke's letter arrived early, and I've already arranged your and Miss Anna's residence," Olido added. "Thank you." "Oh, Lord Rain, where is your pet badge? I can help you register it." "The capital has strict rules for managing battle pets," Olido said. "All right, thank you. No need for now. I plan to go around first," Rain replied. Rain brought his blood-feather horned eagle again to the capital. As for the spirit war dog, Cookie, since it was very close to his sister Mint, Rain decided to leave it and the black little horse, Kuro, in Munster. Soon, Rain and Anna boarded a luxurious carriage from the Bavaria family and headed toward the inner ring. Inside the carriage, Butler Olido was talking about some details of the capital. "The airship docks in the capital are much more numerous than just these. That's not counting the royal, military, and sword-bearers' exclusive airship docks," he explained. "Oh, the sword-bearers also have their own airship docks?" Rain raised an eyebrow. "Yes, Lord Rain. By the way, whenever you go to the sword-bearers' headquarters and need a carriage, just tell your servant," Olido said politely. "Thank you, but I'll pass for now. I want to explore a bit first," Rain said. On the way, Rain decided to visit the Bichu Construction School first to find Master Maguro. Because the second volume of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method was very important for his mental liquefaction process. After all, divine power crystals are rare and hard to find. To improve his liquefaction process quickly, the advanced meditation method was the most reliable way. "All right, Lord Rain. There are many interesting places in the imperial capital. You can take Miss Anna and explore around," said Olido politely. This respect was natural because Duke Munster had clearly written in his letter that all requests from the young Viscount Rain should be accommodated as much as possible. If there were difficulties, they should be overcome. If there were problems that couldn't be solved, contact Lord Harlowin immediately for help. Olido, who was in charge of the reception, had never seen his Duke treat a Viscount with such importance, almost more than he did his own son, Harlowin, known as the Gun of Bavaria. The Duke hadn't given many details about Viscount Rain. Olido only knew that Rain was a sword wielder, but even if he was a magic iron-level swordsman, the Duke seemed to value him too much. Although he didn't understand why, Orito would still diligently complete the task given by the Duke. The next morning, as dawn broke, in the luxurious bedroom of the Bavarian residence, Rain gently released his hold on the fair, smooth arm of the girl and began to get up. He planned to go to the Bichu Engineering School today, following the address recorded in the memory crystal. Rain? Anna opened her sleepy, beautiful eyes and asked, Anna, rest a little longer. Later, can you help take care of Bloodwing? I need to visit the school, Rain said. Okay. Come back early, Anna replied. Since she already knew Rain was going to the school, she naturally had no objections. Following the address in the memory crystal, Rain quickly arrived at his destination by carriage. It was located in a quiet alley deep inside a busy area. The shop's iron signboard brightly depicted a large barrel of beer, with a cup placed beneath the tap. The sign read, Krieg Brewing. Although it was still early morning, the shop was already open. Rain looked up and thought to himself, is this a base of the school, or is it some kind of magic effect? A female receptionist approached with a smile and asked, Welcome, stranger. Is this your first time at Krieg Brewing? Yes, I am looking for Lord Magaro, Rain replied. Oh, Lord Magaro? Please follow me, the receptionist said brightly, her eyes shining. Soon, Ryan followed the female receptionist to the basement cellar. She shook a small bell, and quickly, the wooden door of the cellar opened. A middle-aged, disheveled man dressed in a gray wizard robe stepped out and said, Joy, why are you bothering me so early in the morning? But when he saw Ryan and sensed something about him, he immediately rubbed his eyes widened as he looked at Ryan, showing an expression of disbelief. Huh? This gentleman, are you? Although he didn't know Ryan's exact situation, based on the faint but powerful aura he felt from Ryan, even a fool would know that the other person was not a third-level apprentice wizard. At least, he was a full-fledged wizard. I am here to see Master Magaro. Master Magaro? Sir, if you want to enter the school, you need to show your badge. The disheveled man looked at Ryan with confusion. He confirmed he had never seen Ryan before. But since Ryan called Magaro Master, it seemed he was part of the school. Check for me. My name is Ryan. Master Magaro should have already informed the school, Ryan said. Please wait a moment. I will check right away. The man hurried back inside. Less than a minute later, he came out again respectfully and said, Lord Ryan, it has been confirmed. Lord Magaro reported to the academy over a month ago. I will take you into the school now. Thank you, Ryan replied. As Ryan stepped into the cellar, the ground suddenly flashed with a complex pattern of runes. It felt like entering a bubble. After a ripple passed, he disappeared at the cellar door. After a moment of blurred vision, Ryan found himself in an underground hall. Huh? Is this a teleportation array? Yes, this is a short-distance teleportation array. The technology has been lost. It was transported here long ago by powerful members of the school from ancient ruins, the disheveled man proudly explained. Meanwhile, at the Bishu Construction School's base, in a spacious room, a faint tinkling sound could be heard from afar. A group of young people, all dressed in gray wizard robes, both men and women, were rolling up their sleeves and busy working on various shaped metal blocks. Some held hammers, tapping them now and then. Audrey, your metal shaping magic is getting better and better, unlike me. Every time I try to shape metal parts, I can't do it perfectly and need to fix them by hand. Sigh. I feel like I am more of a blacksmith than a metal mage. Oh my, there is still so much to do, and the workload is huge. A short-haired man with chestnut hair, a wizard, complained with a tired look on his face. Joseph, stop complaining. Have you gone a day this month without complaining? Said a tall, graceful girl who looked to be in her early 20s, with a slender figure and a charming face. With all this energy, I should spend more time practicing metal shaping magic, she said, then placed her delicate, fair hands on a piece of metal. As she silently recited a spell, the metal, about the size of a basin, slowly started to change shape. After nearly half a minute, a hollow cylindrical metal part was finished. However, a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Clearly, the metal shaping magic was still very difficult for her. I agree with Joseph. Lately, we have too much work with metal magic, and I haven't even had time to attend the wizard's salon, said another slightly older, more mature female wizard with a confident expression. Hey, did you hear? Paul Nixon from the clay department entered the late stage of the first-level wizard 2 days ago. His mental fog has dissipated by more than 60%. I heard he's only 27 years old. So impressive. The mature wizard shared some gossip. What? He only started at the academy half a year ago, and he's already in the late stage? Joseph exclaimed in surprise. That's not strange. Don't forget, he's from the Nixon family of the imperial capital. He's been carefully trained since he was young. Having such talent and rapid progress is quite normal, the mature female wizard said, giving Joseph a pointed look. By the way, Alicia, who do you think is stronger, Nixon or the new student that Master Magaro recently accepted? Joseph suddenly asked the mature female wizard. Are you talking about Reen, the one Magaro has been mentioning lately? I heard he's incredibly talented and is also a formal wizard, and he's quite young, she replied, pausing for a moment before adding, it's hard to say, but I think Nixon is probably stronger. His family background and bloodline are not something ordinary people can imagine. I think so too. If their talent is similar or even slightly better than Nixon's, it doesn't matter. The other person has guidance from a high-level family wizard and access to rare resources. Joseph nodded, looking envious. That's not necessarily true. After all, no one has seen Ryan, so we can't jump to conclusions, Audrey disagreed, frowning slightly. She was quite curious about Ryan, whom Magaro repeatedly mentioned. From what the mentor said, Ryan's talent was very high. Maybe, after he arrives, he could bring new energy to the metal element. Audrey, that's because you haven't. Joseph was about to say more when suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. All right, if you have free time, spend it making more puppet parts to earn more points for the academy, the voice said. Just then, a short, red-bearded old man appeared behind them unexpectedly. Ah, Mentor Magaro. Joseph exclaimed in surprise, a little nervous. Good day, Mentor Magaro. Audrey playfully stuck out her tongue. The other wizards and apprentices nearby greeted him one after another. Hello, Mentor. Good day, Mentor Magaro. On the way back down the corridor, Magaro shook his head and sighed. These few. Sigh. Joseph is a good person, but his talent is quite average. After 10 years, his mental fog hasn't even reached 20%. Alicia is a bit better, with over 30% fog, but she's already 39, so her progress isn't fast. Plus, she's always thinking about finding a partner, so her focus isn't on studying magic. Only Audrey has the best mental strength talent and the most perseverance, but unfortunately, her affinity for the metal element is average. Sigh. Trevor is about to return from the fiery canyon, but these three don't seem to be able to replace him. Everyone else was still an apprentice wizard, so Magaro didn't consider them. Currently, only these three students had already become official wizards. Speaking of Ryan, should I write him a letter? But he's a sword bearer, and often, he's probably busy. I should wait a bit longer, Magaro thought to himself. Lord Magaro, there is a Lord Rain outside requesting to see you. He says he is your student, but the academy hasn't registered his unique mental signature yet, so you need to confirm his identity again. What? Rain is here? Magaro immediately put down his wine glass and stood up. Rain didn't wait long in the hall. After a few minutes, a familiar old man with a red beard, about 1.50 meters tall, approached happily, walking quickly. Master Magaro, long time no see. Rain slightly bowed and smiled. Ha ha ha. Rain, you're finally here. Magaro exclaimed happily, grabbing Rain's hand and heading inside. If you hadn't come, I was about to write you a letter. Wait, hold on. Rain, have you advanced to a second-level liquidation mage? Magaro, a seasoned first-level mage with keen perception, was so happy he didn't notice at first. But after a few steps, he sensed something was wrong. His student Rain's powerful and concentrated mental energy was already at. Your aura just after entering the academy already surpasses your teacher's. How can I teach you now? Magaro was stunned. Just over a month ago, when he used the advanced meditation technique of the Iron Heart on Rain, Rain's aura was barely at the beginning of first-level mage. But now, he's already a second-level liquidation mage, surpassing him? In Magaro's office. Rain and Magaro sat facing each other. Magaro, excited, said, So, Rain, you've completed the first level of the advanced meditation technique of the Iron Heart. Now you need to learn the second level, right? Yes, Mentor. This time I came to the Imperial capital to join the sect. I want to learn the second level of the Iron Heart as soon as possible. In a few days, I will report to the Sword Bearers' headquarters in the Imperial capital. Huh, you've been transferred to the Sword Bearers' headquarters? And you're so young to become a magic iron rank sword bearer? Magaro looked at Rain with admiration. As an experienced mage, he knew about the sword bearers of the Empire. He understood that promotion in the sect was earned through real battles, similar to military achievements, requiring multiple fights and completing difficult missions to advance. If your strength is not enough, getting promoted may not be a good idea because the tasks you face will become much harder. This is why sword holders are highly valued. Other factors like background matter less. Mentor, I am not a magic iron level sword holder. Ryan hesitated. Huh, are you on a temporary assignment? Admiral Edwards seems to value you, Magaro said with a raised eyebrow, thinking of something, and smiled. I am a fine gold level sword holder. Ryan thought there was no need to hide this from his mentor, because once he reports to the sword holder headquarters, many people will know. Hiding it might cause Magaro to misunderstand and reduce trust, which would be a loss. What? Magaro's eyes widened suddenly, and he shook his hand fiercely. The Bordeaux wine he was holding spilled onto his wizard robe. But he didn't care about the wine and immediately asked, Fine gold-level sword holder? How is that possible? You. The next second, Magaro seemed to realize something, calmed down, waved his hand, and said, You sword holders have confidentiality rules, so you don't need to tell me. I believe what you said. By the way, Ryan, this time you're here to exchange for the second level of the Steel Heart. There's a small problem. Your contribution points to the school are not enough. Oh, contribution points? Do I need to contribute to the school to earn them? Yes, unfortunately, contribution points can't be transferred. Otherwise, I could just give you some. Magaro nodded and said. Actually, this isn't entirely the school's fault. I guess no one in the history of the Bisho Construct School has ever needed the second level of the meditation method so soon after joining, Magaro said with a bitter smile. Mentor, how can I quickly earn contribution points? Ryan understood the school's approach well. Generally, completing school tasks earns contribution points. Since our school isn't known for combat, besides battle missions, there are many crafting tasks. But these are not learned overnight. You need some knowledge of runes. Oh? Crafting? Runes? Ryan's eyes lit up. If it was metalworking, Ryan hadn't found anyone faster than him at transforming and solidifying metal into innate witchcraft. As for runes, although he wasn't an expert, he had at least the level of a beginner rune master. Are you referring to the metal puppets? Rain confirmed. Yes, recently our metal department took a big order from the military, making 100 battle puppets called warhammers. Actually, as a sword holder, you should find it easier to complete school battles, guard, or patrol missions, Magaro thought, which was the opposite of what Rain expected. In his view, it would be a waste for his experienced and strong student to make puppet parts just to earn contribution points. However, you are about to report to the sword holder's headquarters soon. It might be too late to do battle missions now. You can come to the school after your report. Let someone show you around these next couple of days. To Magaro, Rain's rapid progress was astonishing. There was no rush to complete missions for contribution points. Instead, he could leisurely explore. Mentor, I want to ask, how many contribution points are needed to upgrade the Steel Heart to the second level? Not many. The second level of Steel Heart, as a meditation method, requires fewer contribution points than similar level spells. If I remember correctly, it's about 500 points. And for making the Warhammer puppet parts you mentioned, how many contribution points are rewarded? Are you really interested? Magaro looked at Rain with some doubt. Yes, Rain nodded. Different parts have different contribution point values. I will handle the final assembly and debugging. Others will be responsible for making parts, inscribing runes, and so on. Rain, if you're interested, I can arrange for someone to explain the details. Great. Mentor, I'll go take a look now. Rain nodded and was about to stand up. Hey, Rain, are you in such a hurry? Seeing him go now, Magaro shook his head helplessly. All right, I still need to debug these warhammers. Audrey will show you the crafting process. Audrey, Mentor, you called me? A lively-eyed girl entered the room. This is your junior, Rain, Magaro briefly introduced. Earlier, during their chat, they had agreed to keep Rain's identity as a sword holder a secret for now. So, Magaro did not reveal Ryan's identity as a sword holder. After all, being a gold-level sword holder is too rare and sensitive. Ah, you are Ryan? The girl covered her mouth and exclaimed. Her big eyes, which were already quite large, nearly popped out in surprise. Adele, stop shouting. First, take Ryan to learn how to make the battle puppet of the Angry Hammer. If he has any questions, help him answer. By the way, Adele, you can help Ryan with some trivial matters of the school. In a few days, I will increase your contribution points, Magaro instructed. Ah? Oh. Okay. Adele quickly nodded. But inside, she muttered, isn't he my junior? Why do I feel like a babysitter? At the same time, her bright eyes kept glancing at Ryan, full of curiosity. Is this the genius wizard Ryan from the Munster province that the mentor has mentioned countless times? Besides being a bit taller and stronger, he doesn't seem to be particularly special. Wait. Your strength. When Adele sensed Ryan's aura a little, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Yes, Ryan has already reached the level of a second-tier liquidation wizard. Magaro nodded, confirming Adele's guess. Mentor. He. My junior? Adele turned in shock to look at her mentor, pointing her delicate, fair fingers at Ryan and herself. So, she now has a junior who is a second-tier liquidation wizard. No, isn't that higher than the teacher's level? Oh my gosh. Adele felt her head buzzing. Seeing Adele's shocked expression, Magaro rubbed his forehead, frowned deeply, and then turned to Ryan, saying, Ryan, if your second-tier liquidation wizard strength gets out, it will have too much impact within the school. It's better to keep it hidden. Magic? Or magic tools? Magaro looked around and muttered softly. Soon, Magaro's face lit up with joy. He took a grayish-white wizard's robe from a nearby wardrobe and handed it to Ryan, saying, this is a high-level magic tool called the Concealing Cloak. When you wear it, your apparent strength will seem lower, like a beginner wizard, so you won't stand out so much. Thank you, Mentor, Ryan said happily, taking the robe and bowing slightly in gratitude. By the way, Audrey, remember to keep this secret. If it gets out, I'll be the first to find you, Magaro told his valued student Audrey. Don't worry, Mentor. Audrey quickly nodded and replied. All right, Ryan, once you put on the Concealing Cloak, go with Audrey to get familiar with the environment. Yes, Mentor Magaro, Ryan said with a slight bow. Soon, after Ryan put on the Concealing Cloak, he discovered that the high-level magic tool also had a simple stretching function. When he wore it, he didn't feel cramped at all, which made him quite happy. Ryan carefully examined the complex inscriptions on the inside of the robe. He knew the secret was probably hidden in these inscriptions, but with his basic knowledge of runes, he couldn't understand what they said. It looks like I need to find a chance to learn runes properly, Ryan thought to himself. While thinking, Ryan followed the lively girl Audrey out of Magaro's room and into the corridor. This is everyone's office. Only full-fledged wizards have their own offices and laboratories. Apprentices share offices. Audrey pointed to the rooms along the corridor and explained carefully. Her attitude was very serious, as if she was talking to a very important person, not her junior. No wonder. Ryan, a second-level liquid wizard, had completely shocked her. What about Paul Nixon? What about a late-stage first-level wizard? In front of Lord Ryan? No, his junior. Those were all insignificant. At this moment, Audrey finally understood why her mentor kept mentioning Ryan so often. If she had a student like him, she wouldn't stop talking about him all day. Yes, Audrey, besides studying puppet making, what other things do you do at the academy? Ryan asked curiously. Aside from some assigned tasks and duties, we also need to study and practice magic, and teach new members of the metal department, among other things. Of course, Mentor Magaro has already mentioned these miscellaneous matters. Lord Ryan, all of these are entrusted to me. Audrey's lively eyes carefully looked at Ryan and spoke. Just now, she was hesitant to call Ryan her junior and cautiously used the respectful term Your Excellency, also observing Ryan's expression. Seeing that Ryan's face showed no displeasure, she finally relaxed. By the way, although our school leans more toward research in the magical engineering discipline, combat is unavoidable. Especially in the past year, combat missions have increased significantly, with casualties even surpassing the combined total of the previous 10 years. Thinking of something, Audrey's expression became serious as she added. Ryan nodded and continued to ask, what about promotions within the school? The first step is to be promoted to a formal wizard. At this stage, students can choose to stay on. Audrey answered openly, knowing everything about the question. After listening to Audrey's enthusiastic explanation, Ryan quickly gained a rough understanding of the promotion process within the school. If we compare the magical engineering school to a university, Audrey is roughly like a lecturer, and a mid-level first-grade wizard is like an associate professor. Mentors like Magaro are akin to senior professors. As for himself, being a second-level liquefaction wizard, He's roughly like an outstanding young talent, similar to a promising young leader, fully capable of leading a discipline. Additionally, Audrey shared a little secret with Ryan. If a second-level liquefaction wizard like him joins the Mentors team, future resource allocation within the school will favor him more, as an encouragement to discover and cultivate talented individuals. No wonder Mentor Magaro looked so happy when he saw Ryan arrive at the school. This is the manufacturing hall for our metal department. At this moment, the two of them walked along the corridor to the front of a large hall. Since puppets are generally more powerful and larger in size, we conduct the construction of medium and larger combat puppets in this hall. Audrey pointed ahead to a spacious hall supported by several round columns, covering at least a few thousand square meters. With Ryan's keen eyesight, he could naturally see inside. He saw a spacious workshop filled with many iron blocks and various puppet parts, both finished and in progress. Several people dressed in wizard robes were busy working. Looking at our metal puppet workshop, it kind of feels like those big assembly factories from my past life, Ryan thought to himself. This was quite different from his impression of the wizard school. At this moment, a female voice came from the metal workshop. "Sigh, if anyone can do all this work for me, I will marry him." Alicia finished engraving a puppet component with runes, stretched her full figure, and said angrily, Joseph looked at Alicia's beautiful, curvy figure, swallowed hard, and wanted to say something. Nearby, several male third-level wizard apprentices skilled in runes also looked at Alicia, their eyes shining, as they ogled their rose, and swallowed nervously. "Joseph, you can't do it, little sprout." Alicia seemed to notice Joseph's desire to speak, rolled her eyes at him, and said, "Cough." Alicia's words made Joseph blush deeply and almost choke on his saliva. At this moment, Audrey brought Ryan to the entrance of the workshop, immediately attracting everyone's attention inside. "This is the newcomer, Ryan." "Sir, everyone, please welcome him." "Huh? You're Ryan?" Joseph examined Ryan from top to bottom. Thanks to the cloak of concealment, Ryan's aura displayed to everyone was roughly at the early first-level wizard stage. Compared to his young face, it was still quite impressive but not shocking enough to be extraordinary. First-level wizard strength, similar to mine, but his figure immediately outshines me. Joseph thought, "Wow, so tall and handsome. Our metal department finally has someone worth mentioning. Come here, little brother. From now on, if anything happens in the school, your sister will cover for you," Alicia said happily upon seeing Ryan's tall figure, waving at him. Audrey saw Alicia's expression and couldn't help but rub her forehead, thinking to herself, "Alicia, you silly girl." Ryan, however, was unfazed. He smiled and said, "Thank you. I hope we get along well." "Lord Rain, these are the parts we are currently making for the battle golem's hammer," Audrey explained while pointing at the many parts displayed in the hall. "Can you show a demonstration?" Rain looked a bit confused as he examined the parts carefully. Most of them didn't seem very difficult to make. For him, it only took a second to shape the parts, then he just needed to carve inscriptions. "Certainly, Lord Rain." Audrey stepped forward, touched a piece of iron with both hands, and began to reshape it slowly. After about 30 seconds, a hollow cylindrical part was finished. Audrey wiped the sweat from her forehead and was quite pleased with the result. It was made in one go, so no further processing was needed. "Lord Rain, if you master metal shaping magic, you can try to reshape directly, just like I do. Of course, if you're not familiar, you can take it slow at first," Audrey said proudly. "Sir? Since you arrived after us, you're the junior. Isn't that right, Rain Jr.?" Alicia walked over with a gentle smile. "That's right," Rain replied with a slight smile. "Rain Jr., it's almost lunchtime. How about I treat you to a big meal?" "Thanks, but next time I'll treat you. Right now, I want to learn how to make parts for the battle golem," Rain said with a polite smile. "Hee, are you that serious, Junior? If you learn, you could help me out too." "Of course, all the contribution points will go to you," Alicia winked at Rain. Of course, Rain nodded without refusing. It aligned with his goal of earning contribution points for his faction. "By the way, do you need to make all these parts?" "Yes, this part is mine, and that part belongs to Alicia. They are the left and right legs of the battle golem," Audrey nodded. "All right, I'll take these two standard parts to study first. By the way, Audrey, you should go to lunch first. Bring me back a meal later." Lord Rain, about that. Trust me." Okay, Lord Rain." Audrey quickly nodded when she thought about Rain's strength. A few minutes later, inside Rain's room, he looked at the standard parts again, then placed his hand on a piece of iron ingot. In the next moment, a cylindrical part, exactly the same as the puppet component Audrey demonstrated earlier, the angry hammer battle puppet thigh, was transformed. The speed was so fast it was almost instant. It took just a fraction of a second, or about a minute and a half. Compared to that, Ryan's transformation speed was like a Ferrari 458, while Audrey's metal shaping magic was as slow as a turtle crawling. That's why Ryan wanted to send Audrey away. One component gives 10 contribution points. So, 500 points means making 50 of them. That's just a minute. Even considering inscription magic, a basic defense inscription is something I can master. It takes about 2 minutes per piece, so I can finish 100 in just over 3 hours. Ryan's quick calculation made his eyes light up. In fact, the production was faster than Ryan expected. He spent about an hour making a component worth 500 contribution points. Because he became more skilled at making basic defense inscriptions, he improved from about 2 minutes per piece to just over a minute. After finishing, Ryan didn't rush to leave but rested in the room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door opened, and Audrey and Alicia entered, each carrying a meal and a cup of coffee for Ryan. Suddenly, it was as if lightning struck them. They saw the room filled with components. Crash. Oh my gosh. Ryan, you. Both Audrey and the mature, beautiful Alicia stared with wide eyes, looking like they had seen a ghost. What had they seen? Ryan had spent over an hour completing nearly half a month's worth of work they had planned. Higi, metal shaping magic is my strongest witchcraft, so I'm pretty fast. Plus, I happen to know basic defense inscriptions, Ryan said with a slight smile. Alicia, always fond of beauty, no longer cared about the coffee spilled on her clothes. She excitedly ran over to the pile of components and examined them carefully. Oh my. Ryan, you really finished everything. Alicia checked and found each piece was almost identical to the standard parts, and she exclaimed in surprise. Audrey found it easier to accept the scene in front of her once she realized that Ryan was a second-level liquid metal wizard, but she was still quite shocked. Is there such a big difference between a second-level wizard and a first-level wizard? It shouldn't be, Audrey murmured to herself. That afternoon, Ryan obtained the second level of the advanced Iron Heart meditation method he had been waiting for. He looked at the wall clock. It was already 5 p.m. Thinking for a moment, he decided to say goodbye to Maguro. Anna was still at the Bavaria family estate. Since Ryan had already obtained the second level of the Iron Heart meditation method according to his plan, he decided to go back early, take advantage of the momentum, and study it carefully tonight. Minder, I'll head back now. I plan to focus on studying the meditation method, so I might not come to the academy in the next couple of days. Ryan, manage your own time, Maguro said with a satisfied smile. He was very pleased with this student. The carriage of the Bavaria family was still waiting outside the Krieg distillery. After getting on the carriage, it quickly left and returned to the Bavaria estate. After dinner with Anna, Ryan went to his study and took out the memory crystal recording the second level of the advanced Iron Heart meditation method. Soon, a special set of memories appeared in his mind, and Ryan began to carefully understand them. The second level of the advanced Iron Heart meditation method is quite difficult to learn. But once mastered, it can further refine mental power, promote the liquefaction of mental energy, and additionally increase the power of metal-type magic by about 40%. Seeing this, Ryan's eyes lit up. 40%? That's incredible! The first level only increased magic power by about 20%, which was already impressive. Now it's 40. It's important to note that even for first-level wizards, when mental power vaporizes over 90%, the increase in magic power is roughly around 50%. The special effect of the advanced Iron Heart meditation method reaches a 40% boost, which is quite high. Of course, this is only for metal-type magic. But for Ryan, this effect was extremely remarkable. Don't forget, Ryan's affinity for metal is super. Taking the example of the primary metal magic metal barrier, when I first became a level 1 wizard, my defense was about 40 degrees. Now, after some calculations, multiplying by my mental strength increase of 1.5 times and then by the 1.4 times boost from the Steel Heart special effect, my defense has directly risen to 84 degrees. It's important to know that typical level 2 magic has power ranging from 60 to 100 degrees. If I successfully master the second layer of Steel Heart, I can almost treat level 1 magic as level 2 magic. Although a level 2 liquefaction wizard casting level 1 magic is naturally much stronger than a level 1 wizard, the power usually stays around 50 to 60 degrees, just reaching the lower limit of level 2 magic. But Rain is different. Once he masters the second layer of Steel Heart, his level 1 metal magic will reach the mainstream strength of level 2 magic. This is due to his affinity for metal elements combined with an almost custom-made advanced meditation method, creating a powerful, synergistic effect, more than the sum of its parts. It's comparable to some top-tier advanced meditation techniques that allow practitioners to develop special magic. As Master Magaro said, this advanced meditation method is especially suitable for those with a high affinity for metal elements. It really fits me perfectly, Rain thought happily. Calming his mind, Rain focused deeply and began practicing seriously according to the requirements of the second layer. Unlike the first layer, which had only 36 three-dimensional symbols of will, the second layer's 3 symbols are more complex, making it much harder. If your mental strength isn't enough, just looking at this 3-dimensional pattern can make you dizzy. Rain carefully counted. The second layer's pattern is made up of exactly 60 symbols of will, almost 2/3 more than the first layer. It's easy to imagine how difficult it is to visualize all of this in your mind at once. Wow, this is tough. For an average level 2 liquefaction wizard, getting started must be extremely difficult. Rain nodded to himself. But my mental strength is much higher than others, so I should learn faster. Rain looked at his attribute panel, where his mental attribute was a high 90, giving him confidence. Of course, if I want to go faster, I still need to rely on the attribute points I saved earlier. Immediately, Ryan began visualizing the 3-dimensional structure of the second layer in his mind. 1 hour later, after trying more than 20 times, Ryan's 90 points of mental attribute proved their worth. He could now successfully visualize patterns made of 55 will runes, with only 5 remaining unfinished. However, after so many attempts, Ryan finally felt a dull ache in his temples. Clearly, this was because practicing the advanced meditation method's second layer consumed too much mental energy. His current progress was nearing his limit. Fortunately, Ryan had previously practiced tailoring diligently in Munster, saving up 12 attribute points for critical moments like breakthroughs or battles. Without much hesitation, Ryan added 1 point to his mental attribute. Instantly, his mental energy increased from 90 to 91 points. At the same time, he felt a wave of clarity in his mind, as if a clear spring had appeared in his mental sea, washing away the intense fatigue. Right then, now in peak condition, Ryan resumed visualizing the complex, 3-dimensional pattern of the second layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. Another hour passed. The first will rune appeared. The 30th rune appeared. And finally, the 58th will rune. Good. Just a little more, only 2 left. Although Ryan felt a dizzying sensation in his head again, he was now just 1 step away from success. There was no reason to give up now. So, Ryan added more points. Half an hour later, Ryan's face lit up with joy as he vigorously punched his fist. In his consciousness, the thin circular base at the bottom of the crystal nearly doubled in thickness. A system notification then appeared. You have practiced the second layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, and your understanding has improved. Your skill, Steel Heart Advanced Meditation, has been upgraded. Experience points +3. Ryan quickly found the skill icon for Steel Heart on his Warhammer Wizard Legendary class panel and checked the description for changes. The new description reads as follows: Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Technique Level 4, 1/1000. With a special effect Metal Control Level 2. Metal Control Level 2, Passive, Effect. Your ability to control metal-based energy particles has slightly improved. Is the first level corresponding to levels 1 to 3? In that case, the second level should correspond to levels 4 to 6. Also, the system description for Metal Control Level 2 has changed from slightly improved to moderately improved. Although Ryan doesn't know how long it takes for other secondary liquid mages in the school to learn the second level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Technique, it probably won't be learned in just a few hours. Such happiness is a pity to share with others. Ryan shook his head and sighed. Feeling happy, Ryan quickly focused his attention on the thicker base in his mental sea. It's thicker now, and because of this, the power of metal magic has also increased. I can try casting magic myself later to compare the power increase. At the same time, Ryan noticed that around the crystal in his mental sea, the silver liquid formed by liquefied mental energy seemed slightly larger, but the volume of the silver mist appeared smaller. He looked at the system panel, and was slightly surprised. The mental energy value on the attribute panel was surprisingly the same as when he first learned the first level, showing a decrease. It displayed mental 88, liquefaction 32%. Previously, before adding points, his mental energy was 90, then increased by 3 points to 93, so it should be 93 now. But it was only 88, a decrease of 5 points. However, the liquefaction progress increased by 2%, from 30% to 32%. It should still be the advanced meditation technique refining mental strength further, removing impurities. With the experience from last time, Ryan was not too surprised this time. After thinking for a moment, he invested 2 skill points into the Level 4 Steel Heart Advanced Meditation technique. As it advanced from Level 4 to Level 6, suddenly, a surge of memories related to the second level of the Steel Heart technique flooded into Ryan's mind. In an instant, Ryan felt as if he was in a mysterious space, experiencing decades of intense practice of the second level of the meditation method. A few minutes later, when Ryan was sketching the second layer of his meditation model again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the visualization process was much smoother than before, nearly 3 times faster. After a moment of thought, he knew he had reached his limit, but his excitement made him want to try again. Sure enough, the system suddenly prompted, "Upgrade failed. You have reached the current limit for the advanced Steel Heart meditation method." However, this was expected. Ryan was not discouraged at all. After some thinking, he decided to go to the sword holder headquarters first thing tomorrow morning. There were 2 reasons. First, the 1-month deadline was approaching. Waiting until the last day or 2 didn't seem appropriate. Second, the exchange hall at the sword holder headquarters probably had many spells and items available for exchange, such as rare metal-based spells. Perhaps he could also exchange for soul energy crystals. He still hadn't used the reward from killing the 3 giants of the Howling Wind Fjord Sea God cult last time, and if he added the investigation report on the Abyssal Goddess projection, he might receive a considerable reward. In other words, his Medal of Task Evaluation and merit points should be enough to exchange for 1 or even several metal-based spells. Compared to this, if he wanted to exchange spells through the school, he would need to accumulate a lot of contribution points. That wouldn't be easy to do in a short time. Unlike the Steel Heart meditation method, the exchange for spells, especially second-level spells, at the school cost thousands of contribution points each. Relying solely on making puppet parts to earn enough contribution points might not be enough, even if he took on all the metalwork tasks himself. Most likely, he would need to go on external combat or guard missions to gather enough contribution points. The next morning, Ryan rode in a luxurious carriage from the Bavarian family and quickly arrived at the sword holder headquarters. As soon as he got off the carriage, he was captivated by the grand entrance. In the center of the main gate was an oval fountain with a tall bronze statue of a man holding a sword, over 10 meters high. The man had a firm face, gazing into the distance, lifelike. Behind him was a very wide gate, guarded by 8 soldiers in full armor, each holding a sword and shield. Based on Ryan's perception and clear feedback, these guards all possess the strength of a 3rd-level Knight Squire. They are just one opportunity away from reaching the level of extraordinary. They lack a chance to obtain a magic potion. There are no signs or written descriptions. Interesting. Ryan nods slightly and walks toward the main door. "Sir, this is the headquarters of the Empire's sword bearers." A guard steps forward politely, noticing that Ryan has just gotten out of a luxurious carriage. Although he is not familiar with the Bavarian family crest of the Serpent Shield, it seems to belong to a duke's family badge. "Yes, here is my official letter. I am here to report." Ryan briefly shows the transfer letter. At first, the guard captain was not very concerned, since every 1 or 2 days, a magic iron-level sword-bearer from a provincial branch would report here. But this time was different. A quick glance revealed the words "fine gold-level sword-bearer," which made the guard captain's heart tremble. His expression changed instantly. He straightened up and saluted Ryan. "Lord Ryan." Ryan waved his hand and asked, "Where should I report?" "Gavin." Immediately accompany Lord Ryan to the administrative building's reception desk, the guard captain shouted. Soon, a capable guard hurried over. "Understood, Captain." "Lord Ryan, please follow me." "Thank you." What Ryan didn't notice was that, among the 8 guards at the door, one of them had a bright look in his eyes when he heard Ryan's name. Half an hour later, at the sword bearer's headquarters, inside a secret silver-level suite, young Master Greenwood, Our family just told me that the young man named Ryan has arrived at the headquarters. Really? Finally here. Greenwood's face lit up with joy. He had been waiting for Ryan for many days. Tell Mia, Nathan, and Chandler to come here immediately. 15 minutes later, a woman, about 26 or 27, dressed in a fitted noble hunting outfit, with a fiery figure and bright red lips, walks into the room chatting with two elegant noblemen. Most sword-bearers wear casual clothes during non-mission times. All three are members of the Greenwood Circle. Among them, Chandler has the lowest family status, but he is also the second son of the Earl of the Imperial Capital. It's not that the Greenwood social circle is very large. These few are nobles within the Imperial Capital, working at the sword-bearers' headquarters, and they are led by him. Inside the headquarters, there are nobles of a higher rank than him, but they are not under his command. Instead, they are the kind who visit him to ask for favors. That person has arrived. Oh, is it the young silver gold level sword bearer you mentioned last time? The one who injured you? Mia, the only woman present, eyes bright with interest. She is quite curious about Ryan, who injured Greenwood. Is his name Ryan? Nathan also asked. Yes, that's right. Then let's proceed as planned. We will make sure he knows that the Imperial Capital isn't so easy to mess with, Chandler said with a gentlemanly look, shaking his red Bordeaux glass and smiling. Mia, you and Chandler should go and approach him first. If you can gain his trust, that would be best, Greenwood said. Hee, no problem. The person is at the reception of the administrative building, right? Chandler, let's go and meet Lord Ryan by chance, Mia giggled happily. Reception area of the administrative building. Because Ryan is a silver gold level sword bearer, the reception is handled personally by the director, Anthony, a middle-aged man with slick back hair. Lord Ryan, due to your outstanding performance in the main province, you cleared the Sea God cult stronghold in Howling Wind Fjord, killed 3 legendary and semi-legendary cult experts, and earned 3 silver medals and 16,500 merit points. And Director Anthony's eyes, which were narrow, suddenly widened. On the wisdom stone in front of him, the word top secret was clearly visible. Most of the content was hidden, only the final reward amounts could be seen. Additionally, you provided some top secret intelligence, earning 1 gold medal and 10,000 merit points. So, Lord Ryan, you will receive a total of 1 gold medal, 3 silver medals, and 26,500 merit points. Do you have any objections to this? Director Anthony asked with a smile. Rain raised an eyebrow and felt a surge of happiness. He had thought that information about the goddess Hela of the undersea might be important, but he didn't expect it to be so valuable. It even exceeded the rewards for defeating the 3 leaders of the Sea God cult. Indeed, matters involving gods are never trivial. Of course not. Thank you, Lord Anthony, Rain said with a slight bow to show his gratitude. At that moment, a female staff member quickly approached. She carried a tray, on which rested a large, golden, round badge about half a hand in size. Rain picked up the gold badge from the tray and handed the star-shaped badge to the staff member. The heavy gold badge had a detailed image of a knight standing with a sword. With his knowledge of metals, Rain knew the badge was made of precious gold. But compared to the honor and authority it represented, the gold itself was not very important. Would you like someone to help you get familiar with the environment, Lord Rain? Asked Anthony, the reception manager, smiling. No need. I can explore on my own, Rain replied with a smile, politely declining. All right then, Lord Rain. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me at headquarters. Thank you. Goodbye, Lord Anthony. A few minutes later, Rain left the reception area. He felt that Anthony's smile seemed very fake and insincere, which gave him a bad impression. But perhaps this was a common trait among bureaucrats in the Empire. He shook his head slightly and paid no further attention. Soon, following the signs, he arrived at the headquarters exchange hall. He was quite eager to see higher-level magic and the soul energy crystals that might be available for exchange. After passing through a long corridor with several turns, Rain reached the special items exchange hall. It was a 3-story building with a white marble exterior. The style resembled the Baroque architecture from his previous life. It featured round columns, prominent wall decorations, intricate patterns, and relief sculptures, making it look grand and exquisite. When Rain entered the exchange hall, he saw that the hall was designed with a high, vaulted ceiling, making it very spacious. Inside, there were many people coming and going. much more than at the Munster branch, at least 4 or 5 times as many. At this moment, every counter in the hall was crowded with people. Additionally, the black smart stone tablet in front of the counters was larger and looked more upscale compared to the others. Before long, it was Rain's turn. A young female clerk stood up with a smile and said, "Hello, sir. How can I assist you?" "I want to check all the metal-type magic at headquarters," Rain said, handing over his freshly created gold badge. "Certainly, sir." "Oh, a gold badge," the young clerk exclaimed, clearly surprised. After a brief pause, she quickly and respectfully took the badge with both hands and placed it into a special slot. "Sir, since you have the highest permission level, you can view all exchangeable items at headquarters. Currently, I have found 4 metal-type magics. Please look at the smart stone tablet," she said. As she finished speaking, the black stone tablet in front of Rain updated with tiny white text. "Sharpness technique. Level 0 magic. Consume some mental energy, using a specific magic model to activate surrounding metal energy particles, increasing the sharpness of a designated metal weapon for about 1 minute. Exchange price. Metal barrier. Level 1 magic. Consume some mental energy, using a specific magic model to drive a certain amount of metal pieces, floating within a 2-meter radius around the caster, blocking any attacks intended to harm the caster. Exchange price. Since Rain had already learned these 2, he quickly skipped over them and focused on the last 2. Metal cage. Level 2 magic. Consume some mental energy, using a specific magic model to activate surrounding metal energy particles, rapidly forming a metal cage around a single target. Exchange price. 2 secret silver medals plus 15,000 merit points. Source: Harsh Ruins. Thorn Iron Ball. Level 3 magic. Consume some mental energy, using a specific magic model to activate surrounding metal energy particles, forming a giant thorny iron ball to crush the target. Exchange price: 3 gold medals plus 27,000 merit points. Source: Olsen Faison. Seeing this, Rain's eyes lit up instantly. Although compared to other branches' magic, the number of metal magic spells is still very small even at the Sword Bearer's headquarters. It is reassuring that there are level 2 and level 3 spells. This makes Ray quite satisfied. The level 2 spell, Metal Cage, seems to be a rare control-type metal magic based on its description. Additionally, he meets the requirements for the exchange, including the task evaluation medals and merit points. This means he can exchange for it at any time. As for the level 3 spell, Thorn Iron Ball, there's no rush. Not only does Ray currently lack enough medals, but even if he had them, he is only a level 2 liquid mage and cannot learn level 3 spells yet. So, Ray looked again at the description of the level 2 spell, Metal Cage, and nodded slightly. Even if this move can be broken free by enemies, delaying just a moment might be enough for Ray's speed to turn the tide of the battle. "Help me exchange for the Metal Cage." "Understood, sir. By the way, can I exchange for soul energy crystals?" "Yes, Lord Ray. The exchange price for a soul energy crystal is 1 diamond star task evaluation medal plus 2,000 merit points." "Huh? Does it still require evaluation medals?" As expected, the price is high. In that case, his mithril medal can be exchanged for 9 diamond star medals. Adding the 2 he already has, he can exchange for a total of 11 soul energy crystals at once. Use the mithril medal to exchange for 11 soul energy crystals. Sir, are you sure you want to exchange the mithril medal for a lower level medal?" The female clerk asked cautiously. The mithril medal is very hard to obtain. Even at the Sword Bearer's headquarters, very few people do this kind of exchange. "Yes. Understood, sir." Soon, Ray happily left the exchange hall with a sheepskin scroll in a wooden box. 5 minutes later, Mia and Chandler hurried into the exchange hall. Chandler approached and, after chatting with a few female clerks, returned and said, "They said the tall young man with a strange face just left." "So fast?" Mia was a bit speechless. She and Chandler had just rushed over from the administrative building's reception. Unexpectedly, Ray was so efficient, he left in less than 10 minutes. "Let's go find him." Mia stormed out of the hall. Half an hour later, "I'm very angry." After Ryan left the reception area, he went straight to the exchange hall. He exchanged something and then left. Later, I asked the guards, and they said he left the headquarters. Mia was furious as she spoke. She had even put on a delicate makeup and sprayed an expensive royal perfume. This perfume is a top-quality blend of rosemary, roses, and jasmine. Mia usually didn't like to use it. Because for a powerful wizard like Ryan, any mind-altering magic is a big taboo. If it failed, the consequences would be serious. That's normal. Someone from the countryside like him comes to the capital, especially knowing there are so many good things at the headquarters. How could he resist exchanging them? Nathan said with a smile. Although Nathan was from a good family, second son of a marquis in the capital, since joining the Sword Bearers headquarters and seeing the special items available for exchange, he also became very interested. Even his noble family found it difficult to get some of those items. By the way, Chandler, since he just arrived, he probably doesn't have many merit points. Do you know what he exchanged? Nathan asked curiously. Chandler was handsome and charming, often friendly with many female staff at the headquarters. I'm not sure exactly, but the item he's holding looks like a sheepskin scroll. It's probably either an extraordinary combat technique or a magic spell, Chandler recalled. Chandler's answer surprised Nathan. Huh? Those two things aren't cheap. Could it be that he accumulated a lot of mission evaluation medals and merit points at his previous division? Nathan looked puzzled. But that doesn't seem right. Stop guessing. Last time, he single-handedly destroyed the Sea God's cult stronghold at Howling Wind Fjord. Naturally, he has plenty of medals and points, Greenwood said with a serious face. Hearing that Ryan exchanged magic or combat skills, Greenwood suddenly felt uneasy. No, we can't let him keep getting stronger. We need to speed up our plans. Stronghold? Even if he killed a legendary cult leader, the reward wouldn't be that big, right? Chandler was surprised. His Silvergrade team had also worked together to kill a legendary cult member in their last mission. There are 3 legendary Sea Gods cult members in that stronghold, Greenwood said with a grim expression. He returned to the Imperial City shortly before hearing news from the butler, Owen. His first reaction was disbelief. He thought it couldn't be true. How could the opponent be so strong? Last time he fought Reen, he lost, but he believed the gap between them wasn't large. But killing 3 legendary cult members in one fight, what does that mean? Owen said that during a dinner with the Duke and a senior leader from the Sword Bearers headquarters, the opponent personally told the Duke that this information was absolutely reliable. What? So strong? Everyone turned around in shock, suddenly understanding why Greenwood valued the opponent so much. This makes things complicated. Do we know what he's good at? He's skilled in metal magic and proficient in several extraordinary combat techniques. He has no obvious weaknesses. However, his mastery of magic is probably stronger than his close combat skills. Greenwood touched his finger, which he had just finished healing. Not sure if it was just his feeling, but although his finger felt fully healed, he often sensed a dull pain, which made him hate Reen even more. A metal mage? That's rare. Mia raised an eyebrow. But you don't need to worry about that. As long as you get close to Reen and gain his trust, that's enough. Greenwood waved his hand. By the way, he hasn't recruited any team members yet. I think it won't be long before Reen starts recruiting. Just spread the word that Reen only got promoted to the gold tier sword bearer by luck. Good idea. No one at the headquarters would risk their life to join a team led by someone not strong enough. Nathan nodded with a smile. Then, you should voluntarily join his team. Understood. When he goes out on a mission, we can deliberately reveal our whereabouts or information to make him unaware. Chandler's eyes lit up. No, it's to sacrifice for the country. Greenwood couldn't help but laugh. I'll have the family assign a task. It will be of the highest difficulty for the gold tier level. Don't worry, I'll have experts nearby. After Reen dies, we can continue to complete the mission. Mwahaha, such a perfect plan. Mia's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. Haha, I told you. I will make him understand what a noble family is. He thinks he's somewhat talented, but doesn't know his limits. Such a small-town youth should just go back to the countryside, Greenwood muttered, moving his still somewhat stiff fingers in annoyance. He had seen Ryan's information and knew that he was from a place called Glittering Gold Town. Recently, he even sent someone to investigate that place, wanting to understand how Ryan had grown up. However, after Glittering Gold Town was attacked by the Black Flame cult last year, most of the local residents were killed or injured, and the investigation ended without results. Wait, there's another issue. According to the rules, a gold-ranked sword bearer is assigned a task once every 3 months. If they complete a task of the same level, the time can be extended. Chandler suddenly frowned and said, No, from the moment he reports today, he's already part of our schedule, Greenwood replied confidently. Very soon, he will go out to complete his assigned task. On the luxurious carriage returning home, Ryan opened a wooden box containing 11 soul energy crystals and grabbed all of them. Ding! Detected soul energy crystals that can enhance the liquefaction of mental power. Accelerate absorption? Note: system absorption can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Yes. Immediately, Ryan felt a part of the silver mist in his mind start to surge and quickly transform into silver liquid. The silver liquid began to increase rapidly, and after a few seconds, the growth stopped. Since there were 2-digit soul energy crystals, compared to the 3 crystals Ryan received from Jennifer last time, he felt a more noticeable improvement this time. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Mental strength, 88, 42% liquefied, only 11 crystals, but only a 10% increase, Ryan thought with a slight frown. No wonder, considering their high price and small boost, ordinary noble children probably can't afford it. Unless they are from top families in the imperial capital. But, for them, the biggest problem is after effects. They can't use them continuously like I do. After each use of a soul energy crystal, they have to stop for a while. After a short while, Ryan, returning to the Bavaria family estate, couldn't resist the temptation of the new second-level magic. After greeting Anna, he went to the study and opened the sheepskin scroll. 1 hour later, in the training room, as Ryan recited the spell silently, a few seconds later, he pointed at a nearby wooden and iron. A flash of dark silver light appeared around and suddenly a square metal cage, like one used to hold prisoners, materialized, enclosing the inside. Wow, this is amazing. Is this the effect of manipulating surrounding metal particles? Anna exclaimed nearby. Plus, it's so thick. Anna stepped closer, inspecting carefully, then used her slender, fair fingers to feel the strength of the metal bars, surprised by how sturdy they were. Ryan nodded with a smile. According to the description in the sheepskin scroll, the thickness of the metal cage bars should be about wide. But the effect Ryan achieved was already as thick as a man's wrist. Ryan knew this was because of his top-level metal element affinity combined with the steel heart meditation technique. At this moment, the system notification appeared. You have learned Metal Cage. Your understanding has increased. You have gained a new skill. Metal Cage. Your Metal Cage skill has improved. Experience +3. Meanwhile, below the legendary Warhammer Mage panel, a new icon appeared. The icon shows a square metal cage with evenly spaced bars. Below the icon, there is a line of small text. Metal Cage LV1, 1/100, LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate a specific magic model, rapidly forming a metal cage around a single target using surrounding metal particles. Note: casting time is 3 seconds. Ryan practiced for a while and noticed a problem. The difficulty of improving proficiency with second-level magic was several times higher than first-level magic. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knocking sound at the door of the training room. Come in. A young man appeared at the door. He was dressed in silver knight armor with gold thread decorations, and from his appearance, he looked quite similar to Duke Minster. This immediately made Ryan guess the other person's identity. Lord Ryan, hello. I am Harlowin. The young man smiled brightly, giving a sincere impression. Hello, Lord Harlowin. Is this Miss Anna? Harlowin nodded slightly toward Anna. Hello, Lord Harlowin, Anna said politely. Huh? This is the level 2 metal magic, metal cage? After greeting, Harlowin's eyes unintentionally caught sight of the metal cage Ryan had cast over the wooden. Immediately, his gaze couldn't look away. Such power. A few seconds later, when Harlowin looked at Ryan again, his attitude had completely changed. Harlowin, nicknamed the Gun of Bavaria, was more talented and stronger than his peers, even surpassing Duke Munster himself, and had legendary strength. A few days ago, he received a message from his father saying that a young man named Ryan was transferred to the Imperial Capital's Sword Bearers headquarters and would stay at his home. Honestly, at that time, Harlowin thought his father might be too polite. His father also clearly mentioned in the letter that Ryan had helped Munster province and the Bavaria family a lot when he was with the Munster Sword Bearers branch, and that this young man was also very talented. But there was no need to be so polite, right? Now, it was clear that Ryan's talent was not just extraordinary, it was top tier across the entire empire. You must know that improving a wizard's strength is even harder than becoming a knight. This young man, at just over 30, was already a level 2 liquidation wizard and a rare metal type. What does that mean? After some polite conversation, Harlowin's eyes lit up as he looked at Ryan and said, Lord Ryan, would you mind if we have a friendly match? Ryan was surprised. He looked at Harlowin's clear and passionate eyes and couldn't help but smile. Interesting. He didn't expect that the eldest son of Duke Munster, the first heir of the Bavaria family, was actually a battle fanatic. Well, with his age in his early 30s, it wasn't surprising he had become a true legend and earned the nickname the Gun of Bavaria. Of course, for the newly met Duke Munster's eldest son, Ryan's senses were quite sharp, and he immediately nodded in agreement. However, before that, Ryan planned to make some improvements. The 3-second casting time of the metal cage is too slow. It can't be used effectively in combat. Fortunately, I can use this opportunity to incorporate this new magic into my fighting system, Ryan thought silently. After all, it's rare to have a legendary-level expert as a sparring partner. Ryan looked at his remaining skill points on the attribute panel. He had 16 points, used 2 on the Iron Heart meditation technique, leaving 14. These were enough to upgrade the level 2 spell Metal Cage. This was also his goal in practicing tailoring skills in Munster. Be prepared. Without hesitation, Ryan invested 11 skill points and 8 golden skill points into the level 2 spell Metal Cage. Suddenly, the spell jumped from level 1 to level 20. In an instant, a powerful flood of memory about the Metal Cage spell flooded into Ryan's mind. For a moment, Ryan felt as if he was in a mysterious space, practicing the level 2 spell Metal Cage continuously for over 100 years. He became instinctively familiar with the syllable compression and hand gestures. A few seconds later, after digesting the memory and regaining his focus, Ryan smiled at Harlow. Harlow only felt that Ryan's smile suddenly radiated a mysterious and profound aura, which made him feel a chill in his heart. Immediately, his respect for Ryan increased by another level. Harlow, shall we begin? Of course, Lord Ryan. I will make my move now. Please advise. Harlow said seriously as he picked up a nearly 3-meter-long lance from the weapon rack nearby. Swish. Harlow took a quick step forward and his spear rapidly toward Ryan. As a knight, closing the distance was necessary. Especially in Harlow's view, Ryan was still an extraordinary wizard. But in the next second, he was stunned. He was also blocked. Because at this moment, he was trapped inside a square metal cage. This is a level 2 spell. Was that instant cast? Your level 2 innate spell is Metal Cage? The prisoner in the cage, Harlowin, widened his eyes in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Just 0.04 seconds earlier, Ryan parted his lips and pointed at Harlowin. Instantly, a second-level magical metal cage appeared. Clang! Harlowin radiated a shining willpower. With a powerful punch from his right hand, even a thin metal fence was instantly deformed. In just 2 hits, he broke free from the metal prison. As a second-level magic user, even after Ryan's enhancements, it was unrealistic to keep a legendary combatant trapped for long. But Harlowin looked very serious. Others might not understand, but he knew very well himself. He had used almost 80% of his strength just to break the cage. Such a strong restraint was almost like a third-level spell cast by a crystal mage. At this moment, Ryan had already finished casting his second-level spell, Cutting Web. A large, shining silver net was heading straight for Harlowin, leaving no room to dodge. Meanwhile, Ryan casually stepped back, creating more distance from Harlowin, and prepared to cast his next spell. After a fierce clash with the sharp metal net, Harlowin was caught again by Ryan's quick-cast metal cage. Since it was a friendly match, Ryan didn't use his most powerful magic, and Harlowin didn't either. Under these conditions, Ryan used 2 second-level metal spells to keep Harlowin from fighting back at all. He simply couldn't catch up. He couldn't catch up at all. For Ryan, the goal of this match was to practice controlling the battlefield using the second-level spell Metal Cage. So he kept testing his new magic. After a few minutes, both of them, holding back, stopped without a clear winner. Harlowin panted heavily, staring blankly at Ryan. This mage talent was even more impressive than what his father wrote in his letter. For several days, the two kept exchanging ideas. Both loved fighting, both from the Munster province, so they quickly became familiar with each other, especially when they talked about Ryan's recent trip to the Man province. Hey, Lord Ryan, do you also know Lord Ruther? Harlowin's eyes lit up. Yes, he's a good friend. He should be arriving at the Imperial capital soon. Ryan nodded with a smile. Is this for the Knight Rider Reserve Training Assessment? He told me last year that he was participating. I didn't expect him to become my competitor in this selection. Harlowin smiled. Lord Ryan, by the way, are you planning to join this batch as well? Harlowin suddenly remembered the newly appeared blood-feather horned eagle in the family estate's animal pen. Yes, Lord Ryan in front of him is also a flying knight, meeting the requirements for the Knight Rider Reserve Training Assessment. Compared to Luther, Harlowin thinks he and Luther are evenly matched. Their combat strength is similar. But for Ryan, Harlowin feels a strange sense of unease. He really hopes not to face him in the selection. Suddenly, the gold badge in Ryan's pocket vibrated slightly. One special feature of the gold badge is that it can send simple specific messages within the Imperial City. This vibration just now indicated that there was a situation at headquarters and Ryan needed to go there. Lord Harlowin, I need to go to headquarters. See you tonight. Of course, Lord Ryan. Feel free. Half an hour later. In the task hall of the Sword Bearers headquarters, inside Anthony's office. Lord Ryan, sorry to bother you while you're resting. Your assigned task has arrived. The person speaking to Ryan is a familiar face, Anthony, the head of the reception. At this moment, Ryan realizes that Anthony also holds the position of deputy director of the task hall. Huh? An assigned task? So soon? I just reported 3 days ago, and now there's a task? Isn't it supposed to be once every 3 months? Ryan raises an eyebrow, looking at Anthony with a slightly unfriendly gaze. This is a directive from above. The rule is indeed to complete a task once every 3 months, but it doesn't specify the exact day within that period. Anthony explains with an awkward smile, pointing upwards. The room falls into silence. Ryan clearly understands that he is being targeted. As for who is behind this, there are several possibilities, but the biggest suspect is naturally the Dlam family. So, what are the details of the task? After a moment, Ryan looks at Anthony's slightly flickering eyes and asks. Anthony chuckled as he quickly handed a stack of documents to Rain. Rain opened the first page and saw a fierce, all-black flying dragon. It looked very similar to a giant dragon, but based on the size notes, it was much smaller, only 12 meters long. Below that, there was detailed information. Venomous flying dragon. Nam province. Estimated strength. Legendary peak. Legendary peak? Sir Anthony, do you think this mission is suitable for me, a newcomer just arriving at headquarters? Rain asked with a half-smile. Well, perhaps because they know you, Rain, are talented and promising at a young age. Anthony wiped sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, trying to think of praise. But he knew there was a problem. This mission to kill the venomous flying dragon is one of the most difficult tasks at the Sword Holders headquarters. If it were any harder, it would be an epic-level mission. That kind of task is handled by the Empire's guardians, not the Sword Holders. What if I refuse? Rain asked with a smile. Rain. Sir Rain, you're joking. Refusing a mission assignment will lead to punishment, Anthony said, his face changing. Fine, I accept. But I need some time to recruit team members. Rain nodded, pretending to reluctantly agree. In truth, when he saw the target was a dragon-like creature, he couldn't help but smile inside. He didn't know what the people behind the scenes were thinking, but if the target was a dragon, Rain would volunteer to do the task even without being asked. His dragon bloodline needed to absorb the essence of powerful dragons to grow stronger. The stronger the dragon, the better the effect. Of course, you can leave within 3 days at the latest. We have a special airship at headquarters that can take you directly to the destination. Good. Watching Rain leave, Anthony shook his head and sighed secretly. What a shame, such a talented young person, and he's offended the higher-ups. He was also helpless. If he disobeyed orders from above, his position could be lost in an instant. Half an hour later, at the Sword Bearers headquarters, in Greenwood's room. Has the other side accepted? Greenwood asked quickly. Yes, they have, Nathan nodded. Good. Now that they've accepted, it's unlikely they'll back out. The plan is halfway successful, Greenwood said excitedly, slamming his hand on the armrest. He had also considered what to do if Ryan refused. In fact, he initially thought Ryan was more likely to refuse than accept the task. After all, this task is quite difficult. What is the task exactly? Mia asked, curious as she saw Greenwood looking so happy and confident. To kill the poison dragon, Greenwood said with a hint of pride, emphasizing each word. What? Isn't that one of the hardest tasks at headquarters? Chandler, standing nearby, was also shocked. He didn't expect Greenwood to have arranged this mission for Ryan through the high-ups. It was almost too unfair. He silently mourned for Ryan in his heart. If a young town guy wants to succeed, he must listen carefully, or he's just asking for trouble. Do I and Chandler still need to do anything? Mia asked, flipping her hair. She thought there was no longer any need for her and Chandler to get involved. Has the news that Ryan only got promoted by luck, not strength, spread? Yes, it's already being passed around at headquarters. Good. I'll need you two to work hard and join the other team when the time comes. During the fight, Greenwood said in a serious tone. Couldn't you wait until he and the poison dragon are badly injured or defeated before sending someone? Mia thought Greenwood's plan was a bit too shameless. The opponent has killed 3 legends. Their strength is not to be underestimated. I want to make sure everything goes perfectly. Don't worry, I'll have strong family members back us up to keep you safe. Also, the reward for killing the poison dragon will all go to you. All right, I agree, Chandler shrugged. Meanwhile, at the Sword Bearers headquarters, in the task hall at a counter, I want to recruit a few team members. Rain handed the gold insignia to the female clerk in front of him and said, Okay, Lord Rain, what is your request? A mithril grade, just 1 skilled person. Priests are preferred. As for the number, 5 people should be enough, Rain replied. When dealing with flying creatures like dragons, unless they are flying knights, ordinary knights are not very effective. Naturally, wizards are a better choice. Also, the headquarters has similar rules to the branch, with a squad limit of 6 people. Understood, Lord Rain. I have already filled out the form, the clerk responded. Good, thank you. That evening, at the Bavarian residence. Oh, Lord Rain, you received your assignment so quickly? Harlow frowned when he heard the news. Although he was not part of the Sword Bearers, as the legitimate son of Duke Munster and a Griffin Knight, he knew well how most of the Empire's organizations operated. He immediately sensed something was wrong. It seems someone is secretly plotting something, he said. It probably is, Rain nodded. By the way, Lord Harlow, do you know about the Drom family? Rain asked after some thought. At first, Rain didn't want to ask this question because he didn't know Harlow's character, and he wasn't sure about the relationship between the Bavaria family and the Drom family. But over the past few days, as they grew more familiar, he learned some things. The Drom family? Harlow's face changed. From what had just happened, he immediately connected it to something. Do you need me to step in and help coordinate? Harlow asked seriously, showing a sense of responsibility. This was a very responsible thing to say, especially since they were in the imperial capital, not Munster. Not everyone would respect Duke Munster. Not for now, thank you, Lord Harlow, Rain said with a slight smile. The Drom family doesn't have much contact with us Bavaria family, but I do know a bit about them. Although on the surface they seem similar to our Bavaria family, appearing as a Duke family, in fact, they have an Imperial Guardian in their family. In this case, we usually call them Guardian families. Even though they are Dukes, there is a big difference. Oh, does the family have an Imperial Guardian? Rain frowned. This was indeed a tricky situation. However, Rain felt no fear at all. Since fighting alongside the goddess of the Dark Sea, he understood his own strength level. Transforming into a Dragonman general was truly legendary. Even powerful epic-level fighters, with their secret weapon, the spirit-shattering Warhammer, did not scare him. He also hoped to find an enemy who could give him a chance to use the core skill of the King of Blades, Blood Rage, especially since his strength had improved quite a bit recently. Yes, besides that, there are several legendary-level advisors in the family. Also, the Dlam family is deeply rooted in the imperial capital and has close ties with many big families. Harlowin explained in detail. Who is that guardian? Rain's main concern was still the guardian. Dragon Knight Pentascork, with the title Storm Cloud. Harlowin said seriously. Storm Cloud? Rain pondered. It's important to know that titles are not given randomly, whether titles, nicknames, or honorifics. For example, Rain's previous nickname, Mace Siegehammer, showed he was skilled with war hammers and possessed great strength. These 2 traits. Also, epic-level fighters are usually given titles. Although the difference between a title and a nickname is just 1 character, the meaning is very different. Pentascork's mount is a mature green dragon named Hazaras. Although it's not very old in dragon years, its acid breath is extremely powerful. Even the splashing acid fog has strong corrosive effects. Additionally, it has the innate ability to release Sleep Poison Cloud, which makes it very difficult to deal with. The title Storm Cloud comes from this ability. As for other details, I don't know much. Harlowin looked serious. I see, Rain nodded. He knew that what Harlowin told him was actually a secret of the Empire. After all, detailed information about the Empire's guardians could be dangerous if leaked, as enemies might target them specifically. Only someone like Harlewan, the Duke's eldest son, had access to such special information. The next morning, early, at the Sword-Bearer Headquarters Task Hall, the place was bustling with activity. Beyoncé, look. There's a recruitment notice for a gold-level sword-bearer. That's great. A woman in a blue robe, a wizard, looked at the information on the central wisdom stone in the hall. She immediately turned to a nearby woman dressed in shiny leather armor with a hot figure and said happily, "Don't celebrate too early. Claire, you're only at the magic iron level. Even if you sign up, others might not accept you." The leather-armored woman, named Beyoncé, quickly poured cold water on her, saying, "Humph. That's not necessarily true." "Huh? It was open yesterday, so why has no one signed up after a whole day?" The blue-robed wizard, Claire, approached and noticed something seemed off. At that moment, a young man in knight armor, who seemed to know the two women, whispered, "Have you heard? Rumor has it that Ryan found a big opportunity during a mission, and through some connections, he managed to advance to the refined gold level." "Really? How could the headquarters allow such actions?" Claire's eyes widened in disbelief. Both she and Beyoncé had been promoted from local branches. They knew that many parts of the empire had secret dealings, but they believed that such situations should be rare for the sword-wielding combat units. Honestly, everyone is talking about it. Otherwise, why would a refined gold-level sword-wielder recruit team members and have none? To keep their team members' abilities and safety secret, the organization kept all specific task records confidential. Claire and Beyoncé couldn't see Ryan's background or mission history. It was like how, in his previous life, drug enforcement officers who received awards often wore masks or had faceless photos to avoid retaliation. The sword wielders did the same, especially those who had killed high-level cult leaders. This question hit Claire hard. Although she was eager to join a refined gold-level sword wielder team, if the rumors were true that Ryan was just an average fighter with connections, then future missions could be disastrous. Remember, their former team leader was extremely powerful. However, if the refined gold-level sword wielder is truly strong, once they recruit team members, even at the magic iron level, they probably won't stand a chance. Moreover, there are only two of us here. Beyoncé, let's give it a try. Claire's bright eyes flashed with determination as she spoke to Beyoncé beside her. Time quickly passed, and it was now the third day. When Ryan arrived at a reserved room in the mission hall to meet with sword wielders interested in joining his team, he was surprised as soon as he entered. Because there were so few people, not even 5 spots were filled. Huh? Only 4 people? Ryan looked around and frowned slightly. Normally, based on the flow of people he saw at the headquarters mission hall, there should have been at least 5 applicants by now. Especially since he had heard that recently, the leaders of sword wielders at all levels had suffered significant losses. This meant there were fewer leaders but more team members now. His situation was very unusual. However, these 3 women and 1 man in front of him were all handsome and beautiful. Ryan felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, like a recruitment scene from a lively bar in his past life. "Hey, Beyoncé, this Ryan team leader looks pretty handsome," Claire whispered to Beyoncé beside her. "What good is being handsome if you lack strength? Better to be less attractive but strong," Beyoncé replied with a sigh. Mia and Chandler originally wanted to dismiss Beyoncé and the other woman, but after a moment's thought, they decided to let them stay. If only the 2 of them participated in the recruitment, it might seem too obvious. Also, since they all worked at the sword wielders' headquarters, they knew each other, though not very well. They had been promoted from branches, had weak backgrounds, and average strength, making it easier to handle them later. "Hello everyone. My name is Ryan, a newly recruited gold-level sword wielder." Ryan nodded slightly and then said, "Please tell me about yourselves." Claire, mithril level 1 wizard peak, specializes in fire magic. Claire was the first to speak. Beyoncé, silver level, ranger, skilled with bow and dagger. Mia, silver level 2 early wizard, specializes in charm and negative energy. After speaking, Mia winked at Ryan with a sweet smile. Chandler, mithril level 1 wizard peak, specializes in earth magic. Huh? Both of you are mithril level? I remember my recruitment requirements specified silver level, right? Captain Ryan, my strength is actually quite good. It's not worse than the average silver-ranked sword bearer. If you don't believe me, you can test my fighting ability. If I really can't do it, can I withdraw? Claire asked nervously, standing up. Ryan looked at Claire and then at the others and said, "Forget it. All of you are hired." Huh? Beyoncé and Claire exchanged surprised glances. Is it that casual? Is there no need for an assessment? This made them more convinced that the rumors about Ryan might be true. Captain Ryan, shouldn't you also show your strength? Mia asked with a smile. Although she knew some about Ryan, she had never seen him fight, so she wanted to see and evaluate. Beyoncé nodded and said, "Yes, Captain Ryan, the training ground is right next to us. We look forward to seeing your strength." "Kiki, there's no need to go to the training ground. I'm in a hurry. As for showing my strength, let's do it here." In the next moment, Ryan's figure in front of them remained still, but suddenly, 4 copies of Ryan appeared in the room, standing beside each of the 4 people, each with a different pose. Even Beyoncé, the quickest to react, looked shocked, her dagger half-drawn. But then, all 4 figures disappeared instantly. Only Ryan's original figure remained in the room. What Ryan just used was the top-tier secret technique Shadow Step, but he didn't use it at full power. "Instant clone technique?" Chandler exclaimed. A wizard who can create clones is extremely good at protecting themselves. It's very difficult to kill such a person. "It's not a clone technique. It's a kind of movement secret technique," Mia said seriously. "But that also means it's hard to deal with, as you need to limit the opponent's movement speed." Mia's eyes flickered as she thought about countermeasures. At this moment, the 4 people no longer objected. In fact, only Beyoncé and Claire initially had doubts. As for Mia and the others, no matter how strong Ryan was, they would join. "By the way, do you know why so few people sign up to join my team?" Ryan asked at the right time. At the same time, he subtly sensed a brief pause on the 4 of them. Outside, there are rumors that Captain Rain is not very strong and only succeeded because of luck. The blue-robed witch Claire hesitated and spoke politely. "Kiki, I see." Rain had already noticed that Mia and Chandler, just a moment ago, showed a very slight disturbance in their aura. Disturbance is different from fluctuation. But I still need to test further. A few minutes later, the 4 signed an agreement to join the team. At this point, Rain said, "Get ready. In 2 hours, we will go on a mission." "Really? So soon?" "Captain, shouldn't we practice first?" Claire asked, surprised and confused. "This is different from the usual routine for new teams. Shouldn't we train together for a while before starting the mission?" "Captain Rain, what is the specific task?" "We need to prepare for battle," Beyoncé asked. "Kill the poisonous dragon." "What?" The 2 women were shocked. Although Mia and Chandler pretended to be surprised, Rain's sharp senses detected a slight delay and deliberate action. This made Rain suspect something. "See you at the headquarters airship platform in 2 hours, Rain said and left the room first. Beyoncé and Claire looked at each other for a while, knowing that this was one of the most difficult missions in the headquarters. Although Rain had shown good strength just now, it was only good, about the level of an ordinary gold-tier swordholder. But to deal with the poisonous dragon, that was far from enough. Then Claire asked Mia, wouldn't you advise the captain?" "Higi, we should trust the captain's strength," Mia giggled and left with Chandler. Meanwhile, Greenwood and the butler Owen of the Drame family met on a carriage outside the swordholder headquarters. "Lord Owen, does my uncle mean to hire the Black Blade organization to attack?" Greenwood frowned slightly. He believed his plan was nearly perfect, and just sending one of his family's advisors to act would almost guarantee success. "Yes, the Duke has contacted the Black Blade organization. They will send a top assassin." "All right, I understand now." Greenwood's originally furrowed brow relaxed. It seems that Uncle didn't underestimate that Ryan. The King of Assassins. Only those who have successfully killed legendary fighters can earn this title. Even among top assassin organizations like Blackblade, very few assassins hold the title of King of Assassins. Using such elite killers to deal with Ryan, who is more skilled in magic, is naturally the best choice. Additionally, Lord Duke said that General Donald's help in this matter carries significant risk. "I heard that Marshal Alfred originally wanted to meet Ryan, but due to urgent military affairs, he left the imperial capital some time ago." "So," housekeeper Owen said. "So this must succeed." Greenwood waved his hand and spoke before Owen could finish. He understood the implied meaning in Owen's words. "Young Master Greenwood, you are wise. Otherwise, there might be few chances to act later." Housekeeper Owen smiled and bowed slightly. 1.5 days later. Nam City, airship docking point. Many people dressed in noble clothes waited for the airship from the imperial capital, apparently here to pick someone up. But 3 of them stood out, dressed in combat gear. If Ryan were present, he would immediately recognize them as Langer, Flay, and Alex, those who fought alongside him. "Captain, why does the name of the gold-ranked sword-bearer from the Imperial headquarters sound exactly like Lord Ryan from Meister Province?" asked the tall, thin young man Flay, curious. "Probably just a coincidence," Alex, wearing a robe and holding a book with an iron-style cover, thought for a moment and said. "Although Lord Ryan is indeed very strong, it's unlikely he has advanced to gold rank so quickly. After all, strength is strength, and rising in the sword-bearer ranks isn't easy. It takes completing difficult or challenging tasks. Getting to gold rank so fast doesn't make sense logically. But I have a strange feeling that this Ryan is the same Ryan from Meister," Flay frowned. "Higi, I hope so too, but that's impossible. This one is a gold-ranked sword-bearer from the Imperial capital, with at least legendary strength," Langa said with a smile and shook his head. "Lord Rain seems to be quite impressive too," Fry said, tilting his head. During the last trip to Munster, Rain had completely won him over. Since returning, he often talked about Rain with admiration. Well, Langle and Alex couldn't find anything to argue with, because the Rain from the nearby province truly seemed extraordinary. But there's no need to guess anymore. "The airship from the Imperial capital has arrived," Alex said with a smile, pointing to the sky. 15 minutes later. "Wow, is that really Lord Rain?" the three of them exclaimed, staring in shock. Langle, Alex, Fry, long time no see, Rain, who had just stepped off the airship, greeted with a smile. Rain left a good impression on them. During the fight in Meist, the cult was very powerful, and the three fought bravely against the cult without showing any fear. Rain admired their courage. Behind Rain, Mia and Chandler exchanged glances and whispered, "Looks like Rain is quite famous." "Yeah, I didn't expect even the Norm province to have sword wielders who recognize him. This small team is quite strong, almost at the iron magic level," Chandler nodded in agreement. They knew Rain was from Munster province nearby. It was surprising that his reputation was known even in Norm province, which was quite impressive. After some polite talk, Langle asked, "Lord Rain, according to headquarters orders, our branch is to accompany you. Should we leave now or stay overnight in Norm City?" Langle now addressed Rain as Lord Rain. "Yes, Lord Rain, maybe we should stay in Norm City tonight," Fry suggested with a smile. "Let's go directly. We'll gather again after we return," Rain said with a smile. "Return? Will he really come back?" Chandler watched this scene and couldn't help but smile slightly. "All right then. Lord Rain, the Griffin is ready. Let's go," Langle said, leading the way. Soon, the group rode on griffins toward their destination, the Black Mud Swamp. The venomous flying dragon prefers swampy areas, and the Black Mud Swamp, hundreds of miles from Nam City, is its best nest location. It's convenient for attacking nearby human villages, hunting humans and livestock, and quickly returning to its nest. "Lord Rain, we plan to kill a few of the prepared ferocious beasts at Muddy Town on the swamp's edge to lure the creature out of the swamp," said the leader. Since receiving this task, Wrangle had prepared several plans. "Okay," Rain agreed after a moment of thought. "Going straight into the thick, poisonous swamp isn't as easy as waiting for the right moment." Half an hour later, a small airship with the family crest arrived at Nam City's dock. The leader was Greenwood, accompanied by a very tall and strong warrior. He was nearly 3 meters tall, with a rugged face. If Harlowen were here, he would recognize him as a Brighton from the Cyrodiil Plateau, known for having giant bloodlines. "Did Lord Rain leave as soon as he arrived?" "Yes." "Has Wind Eagle arranged everything?" "Yes, everything is ready, young Master Greenwood." "Lord Gregg, then let's go too. At Muddy Town, Captain Wrangle, you don't need to participate in this fight. Just guard the perimeter. Maybe Alex can help. He's a wizard and might be useful," Wrangle thought for a moment. He and Flea were good at close combat, but fighting a legendary creature like the venomous flying dragon, covered in poison and capable of flight, was dangerous. "All right, you four just perform magic and archery attacks from a distance. I'll attract the creature's attention," Rain told the new team members. "Okay, Captain," Mia smiled. She thought, this is such a good opportunity. Isn't it easier for her and Rain to do the job? "Captain, are you sure you can hold it off?" Claire asked with some worry. After reading about the venomous flying dragon, she was nervous about its strength and difficulty to deal with. "Don't worry. Remember, I am a silver sword bearer," Ryan said with a smile. Half an hour later. Ryan squinted at the sky and saw a black flying dragon over 10 meters long rushing toward muddy swamp town from the direction of the Black Marsh. It seemed to sprinkle small, glowing black fragments from its body, which, according to intelligence, were highly toxic. When it saw the fierce corpse on the ground, the toxic dragon spread its wings and prepared to circle and descend. But in an instant, a silver metal net shot out from a house directly at the toxic dragon. Ryan's upgraded second-level magic, cutting net, immediately tore the toxic dragon, leaving it injured all over. Then, another cutting net followed. Roar. Although it looked badly hurt, in reality, these were just minor injuries for the toxic dragon, but it was extremely angry. The toxic dragon quickly climbed higher and then spun toward Ryan, diving straight down. Its mouth opened wide, and its throat cavity visibly contracted, ready to spray a large amount of foul-smelling black poison. This was a typical breath attack of dragon creatures. Rotating dive attack. Poison spray. Great opportunity. Mia and Chandler exchanged glances. Neither expected they would have a chance to strike so early, but they didn't hesitate and nodded quickly. Imprisonment spell. Mia squinted and licked her bright red lips, then cast a first-level negative energy magic, imprisonment, on her team leader, Ryan. This spell is quite difficult to learn, requiring mastery of the zero-level spells Slow and Weak, as well as the principle of negative energy to cast successfully. Mia's quick casting showed her high talent. Hold of Earth. Chandler also cast a restraining earth magic on Ryan. It seemed he lacked the ability to cast this spell directly, so he used a scroll shimmering with yellow earth magic light. He quickly tore the scroll, and a thick yellow light shot into the soil beneath Ryan's feet. Boom! 2 large mud hands, about the size of wheels, burst out of the ground and tightly grabbed Ryan's legs. At this moment, the 2 team members who were supposed to support Raynor and help him deal with the poison dragon's special moves suddenly became the ones stabbing him in the back. You guys. Longer saw this change and couldn't help but be furious and shocked. Alex, standing nearby, wanted to help Raynor, but casting spells takes time, and at this moment, the poison dragon was already diving down. He had no time to do anything. Claire also faced the same problem. Although she knew a dispel spell, she couldn't help Raynor now because the attack was too well-planned and too fast. It's over, she thought, watching this scene with wide eyes, feeling terrified. Beyoncé quickly cast a targeted shot, seemingly trying to distract the poison dragon and draw some of its attention away. But the poison dragon, full of hatred for Raynor, chose to ignore her attack and continued rushing toward Raynor. Hee, Greenwood sends his regards to Lord Raynor, Chandler said with a gentlemanly bow, seeing what was happening. In his mind, even if Captain Raynor had a secret weapon to survive, he would likely be badly injured. Mia didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Raynor trusted her and Chandler so much that they could easily stab him in the back. It was so convenient that it even made them feel a bit guilty. Finally, you guys are making your move. A calm voice suddenly sounded through the roar of the poison dragon. Huh? What? Mia and Chandler were both surprised. Did Raynor know from the start that they had problems? But before they could think more, Raynor spoke again. The one in the bushes on the left. What are you waiting for? Huh? There's someone else? Everyone, including Mia, Chandler, Claire, and Beyoncé, looked in the direction Raynor pointed. There were 3 wizards here, yet the enemy managed to hide from their senses and sneak nearby. A buzzing sound like bees filled the air, growing louder and louder. Shoo! Suddenly, a shadow with a twisted curved knife shot out from the bushes far away, rushing toward Raynor at an incredible speed, faster than sound. A white wave of energy formed around him, rippling outward like water. Rain's 2 quick words almost came out in succession. At this moment, the venom dragon diving overhead had already spat out a large amount of black, foul-smelling venom. Hiss! The venom immediately poured down like a heavy rain, covering an area of several dozen square meters centered on Rain. Be careful! Claire's face turned pale as she shouted, because she faintly began to realize that if their new leader Rain died here, she and Beyoncé might also be silenced forever. In the distance, Longer and Flay, responsible for guarding, quickly rushed toward the king of assassins from the Black Blade organization, trying to stop him. After all, in their eyes, Rain was strong, but it was unlikely he could withstand both the Venom Dragon's attack and the assassins at the same time. However, the gap between their strength and the Assassin's King was too great. They couldn't even keep up with his shadow. Meanwhile, Mia and Chandler watched the Venom Dragon's black waterfall-like spray, a smile on their faces. They knew that the Venom spray was just the appetizer. Next would be the melee attack of the Venom Dragon, the spinning dive attack. Furthermore, even if Rain could barely resist or dodge this attack, they believed he wouldn't be able to avoid the Assassin's King once he was unsteady on his feet. At this moment, they had already guessed the identity of their opponent from the black-clad figure and his weapon, the King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization. So they now had absolute confidence in this siege. In the blink of an eye, metal transformation technique, cutting net, sharpness technique, witchcraft kill move, multiple cutting nets. Shoo! 3 bright silver giant nets suddenly appeared directly below the Venom Dragon's diving angle. When they came into contact with the rushing venom, they emitted a hissing corrosion sound. Although the corrosive power of the venom was very strong, there were 3 giant nets in total. After one net was instantly corroded, the remaining 2 nets in the Venom Dragon's claws produced a harsh clanging sound of metal striking metal. Even though Rain's witchcraft kill move, multiple cutting nets, was greatly enhanced by the advanced meditation technique Steelheart, increasing its power, it was still insufficient against a Venom Dragon at the peak of legend level. The venomous flying dragon, despite its damaged claws, suddenly tore through the huge net that had suddenly fallen upon it. But in the next second, its slit pupils contracted sharply. A Dark Knight's lance, moving with lightning speed, suddenly struck toward its head. This was Ryan's top skill, the Armor Breaker Strike. Roar! The venomous flying dragon quickly retracted its head, flapping its tough wings desperately, trying to stop its dive. However, the momentum from the powerful dive was too great to halt quickly. The only option was to tilt its head back as much as possible to avoid the sharp lance. But while the head could tilt, the neck near the chest couldn't. The lance suddenly transformed into a hook, grabbing its slender neck directly, then yanked downward with force. Boom! The venomous flying dragon was pulled rapidly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. At this moment, the King Assassin of the Black Blade organization arrived beside Ryan. In his mind, it was the perfect time. Ryan's strength had just waned, and new energy hadn't yet risen. As for the dust, it didn't affect him at all. He had already memorized Ryan's position moments ago. Now, the dust was actually the best cover for his attack. He saw the curved longsword in his hand, shining brightly and trembling intensely. A buzzing sound filled the air. This strike was incredibly fast, like a lightning bolt. It was his top skill, the Deadly Strike, a powerful move combining slashes, shockwaves, and intense force, infused with strong primal energy and willpower. If the enemy blocked, his specially made curved sword could pierce like a dagger, breaking through defenses. If the enemy dodged, his trembling sword would immediately slash downward or sweep horizontally. He was confident he could strike faster than the enemy's hurried response. But in that instant, he suddenly saw darkness fall over him, as if a huge object, like Mount Tai, was crushing the air above his head, tearing through space and pressing down. He was both shocked and furious. He believed he could pierce the target's body with his special curved sword, but he knew that this falling object, like a meteor, could crush him instantly. So he had no choice but to roll quickly to the side to dodge. But this caused his carefully prepared deadly strike to fail completely. Boom! As the ground shook violently, a figure dressed in black, wielding a curved blade, suddenly emerged from the clouds of dust amid everyone's gaze. Was the assassination successful? Mia's beautiful eyes brightened with joy. At the same time, a similar thought flashed through Chandler's mind, and he looked pleased. However, Claire and Beyoncé's faces suddenly changed color, because it seemed they had accidentally become involved in some kind of conflict. If Ryan really died, they feared it would be their turn next. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. They saw the King of Assassins suddenly surrounded by a square metal cage. Then, 3 silver giant nets shot out of the dust, rapidly heading toward the King of Assassins. Clang! At this moment, the King of Assassins suddenly swung his blade, cutting through a thick barrier about the size of a bowl. Meanwhile, he appeared fragile and boneless, slipping quickly out of the broken barrier. But unexpectedly, dense silver nets filled his view. What? The King of Assassins' eyes widened suddenly. He was still twisting his body, trying to cross the barrier, when he suddenly stopped moving. Multiple spells? How can they be so fast? That was his last thought. No wonder he couldn't understand. He took at most 0.2 seconds to break free from the metal cage. acting very quickly. But in that brief moment, Ryan's follow-up spell, Multiple Cuts, was already in motion. Shush! The face of the king of assassins, cold and surprised, suddenly showed many web-like bloodstains. In the next second, he shattered into a pile of broken pieces, like small blocks assembled into a figure, falling to the ground. He became a heap of bloody, mixed flesh. Even the large metal cage behind him, with its thick bars, was cut into metal chunks almost the same size as the flesh pieces by Ryan's spell. This scene made Mia and Chandler's eyes jump with shock. Chandler didn't understand what level of spell Ryan was using. But Mia, a silver-ranked sword wielder, understood clearly and immediately turned pale. She muttered, "How can it be so fast? How can the spell casting be so quick?" That last attack was definitely some kind of metal-based magic move. It was too powerful. But how could the metal prison spell, a second-level magic, be cast so quickly? At this moment, the roar of the venomous flying dragon came from the cloud of dust. There were also faint sounds of breaking air and close combat coming through. Yeah, and the venomous flying dragon's poison is strong enough to kill him. Chandler seemed to have an idea. Like a drowning person grabbing a straw, he blushed and shouted excitedly. But Mia was not so optimistic. She could sense that the roar of the venomous flying dragon was not only filled with anger but also faintly tinged with fear. She stared intently at the center of the dust cloud, which was gradually calming down. In a hazy moment, she seemed to see a tall, blurry figure resembling a giant flash across the dust, as the dust that was flying everywhere slowly settled onto the ground. The next second, Mia's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. She saw the venomous flying dragon lying weakly in a pool of blood, its fatal wound coming from its neck being completely severed. Although its body twitched now and then, everyone knew that with such a decapitation wound, it was beyond saving. And Ryan also looked quite worn out, wearing only a short cowhide skirt, covered in blood, with his original wizard robe torn into pieces. Of course, Ryan was not wearing the cloak of concealment, just a plain white wizard robe, since there was no need for concealment when killing the venomous flying dragon. At this moment, Ryan's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Just now, the system prompt kept flashing across the screen. Ding. The host has been baptized by the venomous flying dragon's blood. A part of the dragon gene fragments has been detected. Do you want to absorb them? Note: absorbing these dragon gene fragments can increase the host's dragon bloodline concentration. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Congratulations. With the power of your bloodline, you have unlocked the third form of the mutated dragon human king form. Mutated dragon man third form, king of dragon men form. When activated, the body size increases again from the second form, and wings of flesh grow. It is immune to mid-level poisons and diseases, and also immune to sorcery damage below 80 degrees. Note: duration is positively related to bloodline concentration and physical strength. Reen noticed that although his bloodline concentration had increased somewhat, it was not enough to reach the next level. It still showed as rich and did not change. However, he unlocked a new form. Just by its name, King of Dragon Men form is naturally more powerful than the General of Dragon Men form. From the system's description, this is further confirmed. The venomous flying dragon has reached legendary peak strength. To kill the opponent quickly, Reen transformed into the second stage, General of Dragon Men form, amidst the smoke and dust. At the same time, he used the first-level sorcery immunity and strong poison resistance of the second stage form to swiftly defeat his opponent. As for the legendary-level assassin, after dodging his claw attack, he was taken down by Reen's metal cage and the sorcery attack multiple web cuts. At this moment, Reen focused his gaze on Mia and Chandler, who was trembling. Clearly, Chandler, although male, was weaker in strength and his mental state was completely unable to compare to Mia's. How can your strength be so strong? The venom of the venomous flying dragon has no effect on you. Chandler's handsome face twisted, his eyes bulging, and he tremblingly pointed at Reen, asking madly. It was as if he couldn't accept this outcome. But in the next second, he seemed to remember something. Immediately, he quickly turned around and tried to run away. If I were you, I'd stay put. Reen's voice came from behind him, like a cold wind blowing on his back. This caused Chandler's steps to falter for a moment. However, he ran even faster, hurriedly pulling out a scroll shimmering with sorcery light from his pocket and making a move to tear it open. But in the next second, he suddenly bumped into something hard. Chandler then realized he had been trapped inside a metal cage, just like the King of Assassins. Could he also be torn to pieces by that terrifying metal net? He suddenly felt overwhelmed with emotion. Don't kill me. I am the second son of Marquis Ulrich. Please, spare me, Ryan. It's Greenwood, all because of Greenwood's plan. I was just forced into it. Chandler was crying loudly and begging on his knees. Next to him, Mia's face was pale, but she didn't run away. Her trembling body showed her fear clearly. Mia, right? Why didn't you run? Ryan asked curiously, recalling her name. Would running help? I don't think I can outrun the King of Assassins from the Black Blade Organization. The Black Blade Organization? The King of Assassins? Ryan heard these two unfamiliar words. But that wasn't the main point right now. I was thinking about what could possibly persuade Lord Ryan to spare me. Mia spoke seriously. Did you think of something? Ryan raised an eyebrow, looking interested. No, because I realized that at your level, Lord Ryan, I have many cards, but none would really move you. Do you want to survive? Of course I do. Then identify Greenwood. Is that okay? Ryan smiled. Okay. Mia looked bitter but nodded in agreement. Mia had considered many things, including Greenwood's revenge and how the Drum family might react. But the problem was, she was sure that if she said no, she would be killed immediately. Filthy brat. Greenwood appeared from afar with a grim face. Next to him was a very tall and muscular man, Greg, a legendary warrior among the Brighton people. Lord Greg, I leave this person to you. Seeing Ryan covered in blood and the corpse of the poison dragon nearby, Greenwood believed the other was seriously injured. But he didn't expect that Ryan actually had the ability to kill the poison dragon. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan for such emergencies. He had called in Lord Greg, one of his family advisors. Leave it to me. With that, Greg, a tall and muscular man wearing simple leather armor and said to have giant bloodline, strode confidently toward Ryan. The large, sharp-spiked club on his back was quickly grasped in his hand. Greenwood, save me. I didn't betray you. Next to him, Chandler saw Greenwood arrive. His tearful expression suddenly changed to one of surprise and joy. Claire and the other woman were still shocked by their new captain, Rain's incredible strength, and they couldn't believe they had survived, especially as the situation suddenly turned dangerous. The mastermind behind the scenes had revealed himself. Brighton people. Greg. Such a familiar name. I see. This is the legendary strongman known as the Limb Ripper. Greg. Beyoncé's eyes widened sharply, her face serious. Is he very powerful? Claire asked. Yes, it's said he has the bloodline of a rock giant. When he uses his special ability, his strength doubles and his defense greatly increases. His skin and muscles are as hard as the toughest granite. He's one of the best close combat fighters among legends. Lord Rain is a rare metal-type wizard, but I'm afraid. Beyoncé didn't finish her sentence. Claire understood her friend's meaning immediately, and her heart tightened with worry. Suddenly, the ground trembled as Greg's footsteps grew faster. With each step, a dull sound like a giant drumbeat echoed through the arena. Mountain giant body. Facing Greg, who could kill a venomous flying dragon, Rain didn't underestimate him. He activated his innate ability, Mountain Giant Body, after awakening his giant bloodline. His muscles bulged and expanded further, and his height shot up from about 3 meters to around 5 meters. A powerful sense of pressure filled the entire scene. Rain looked at Greg, rushing toward him like a primitive beast, and couldn't help but smile. Metal Cage. With a raised hand, Rain cast a second-level magic spell, the Metal Cage. Boom. Greg, like a furious rhinoceros, charged into the metal grid that suddenly blocked his way. The impact twisted and deformed the thick metal bars. But as he struck again and broke free, 3 silver webs shot toward him. Shockhammer. Greg raised his spiked club high and swung it heavily at the incoming spell, Multiple Web Cut, to defend himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 metal mesh barriers were shattered with a big hole, but the remaining fragments scraped across Greg's large body, sparking sparks and only slightly damaging his outer skin. Wow, such strong defense. Ryan's eyes lit up. It seemed that even if the opponent endured his powerful magic attack, he would only be lightly injured. This means that Ryan probably couldn't defeat the opponent relying only on magic. Greenwood watched this scene with a smile. He knew his advisor's strength well. Before activating his battle form, Greg was roughly a mid to late legendary level. Once he turned on his battle form, he was no less than a peak legendary fighter. He didn't believe that Ryan, after fighting the venomous flying dragon, still had enough strength to face Greg in his full power. But in the next second, his eyes widened like bubbles, showing a shocked expression as he looked at the scene. The same surprised expression appeared on others' faces too. In the arena, Ryan had also transformed, just like Greg. Ryan's muscles swelled, his skin turned dark gray, dragon scales appeared all over his body, and the skin behind his shoulder blades suddenly burst open, from which a pair of flesh wings grew. His tailbone protruded and quickly developed into a strong, thick tail. On top of his head, 3 curved horns appeared. Ryan's current size was more than a whole circle larger than his previous Dragonman general form, standing at least 13 meters tall. This was the third form mentioned in the system prompt, the Dragon King form. It was as if a deep internal barrier had been broken, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power within him. Ryan looked down at his new form, understanding dawning in his mind. Greg saw this, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't expect Ryan to have a transformation ability, and judging by his aura, he was even stronger than Greg. Whoosh! Suddenly, Ryan spread his flesh wings, and his huge figure appeared in front of Greg before anyone could react. At this moment, Greg, who was 5 meters tall with muscles like carved stone, looked like a child holding a small wooden hammer trying to hit an adult man. Ridiculous compared to Ryan, who was over 13 meters tall. You see a dragon claw about the size of a millstone, which easily grabs the heavy strike of the spiked wolf-tooth club. In the next moment, the wolf-tooth club is torn away like a matchstick and thrown aside. Then, Ryan's sharp dragon claws directly grip Greg's strong arms and tear them apart with a heavy pull. Rip. Greg, who is 5 meters tall and still using the giant rock battle form, is torn into 2 halves. Suddenly, blood and internal organs splash everywhere. What kind of legendary fighter is best at close combat? What giant rock battle form? What about extremely strong defense? Under Ryan's Dragon King form, everything seems fragile, as if made of paper, and is torn apart instantly. Seeing this scene, not only Greenwood is stunned, but everyone nearby is also frozen in shock. Mia finally understands how the venomous flying dragon died. Facing someone like Ryan, a freak, close combat is definitely a death sentence. Chandler, at this moment, looks like a duck with its neck squeezed, opening and closing its mouth but unable to make any sound. In the next second, Greenwood, with a pale face, turns and quickly retreats. His heart feels like it's falling into a deep abyss. How can he be so strong? How is this possible? Bang! He crashes into a hard object. Looking up, Greenwood finds himself trapped inside a metal cage. Behind him, heavy footsteps are getting closer and closer, making him tremble all over.